Is it not said that one enjoys gazing at legs? Thus, I deliberately adorn myself in black silk to create a photo collection, which I have just saved onto your computer. You gaze blankly at the message sent by the girl. She glanced again at the plethora of provocative images displayed on her computer screen. What does she mean by this? Is she not showing an utter disdain for others? Despite your lingering anger, you unconsciously swallowed hard, then clicked on that enticing image. With your laptop in hand, you burrowed into your blankets, spending the night in restless wakefulness, only because you apprehended a petty thief on the road not long ago. Unexpectedly, you were struck unconscious by a brick wielded by the campus bell passing by. Just before losing consciousness, you stiffly turned your head. Before my eyes appeared a pair of legs resembling those found in a comic, exquisite and delicate. As fair as jade, your legs are a paragon of perfection. After uttering these words, you collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, you found yourself resting on a hospital bed. Gently, you touched the bandage on your head, wincing in pain. Upon noticing that you had awakened, your older sister immediately grasped your arm, insisting on confronting that girl. Meanwhile, within the precinct of the Beijing police station, a police officer was diligently instructing a young girl. The young girl should refrain from acting impulsively next time. Even in moments of fervor, one must not strike at the vulnerabilities of others. After speaking, she took a sip of the goji berry tea in her cup. The girl lifted her head, her expression tinged with innocence as she remarked, "If it does not strike at the core, can it truly be deemed an impulse?" The police officer, somewhat fatigued, tapped his head lightly, lamenting the 6 cups of water that had gone to waste. Soon, a rapid sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, your elder sister stormed in, dragging you along with her in a fit of fury. The police approach you with courteous greetings. At the same time, one does not forget to present the previously drafted letter of understanding. In the distance, Jiang Muhe spoke somewhat shyly. This is the compensation amount calculated by the police officer. If you find it insufficient, you may consider it at home. You are already aware that this was a misunderstanding. Thus, you affixed your signature to the letter of reconciliation. Under the witness of the police, Jiang Muhe compensated you with a sum of 3,800 yuan for the damages incurred, despite the evident discontent of the elder sister by your side. However, you still advise him that when venturing outside, he should not be overly burdensome to others. Upon exiting the police station, just as you intended to depart, your elder sister unexpectedly grasped the corner of your garment. He gazed at you with a sinister grin. This, dear brother, is a well-known jest among our university peers. How about I find you a girlfriend, dear sister? You find yourself somewhat bewildered by this proposition. Caught off guard, you were about to speak, but were interrupted by the elder sister beside you. You must be Jiang Muhe from Beijing University, am I right? You are indeed Jiang Muhe from Capital University, are you not? My younger brother has sustained significant harm today. Do you truly wish to walk away from this? Jiang Muhe, taken aback, lifted his gaze in astonishment. Surely, you cannot be Professor Chen Luoshui from the mathematics department? Seeing my elder sister nodding solemnly in affirmation, Jiang Muhe stood somewhat at a loss, rooted to the spot. If you feel the compensation is inadequate, we can certainly negotiate further. Having spoken, Jiang Muhe reached for his phone, intending to initiate a transfer. However, in the next instant, his device displayed a notification indicating insufficient battery, and it promptly shut down. With no other recourse, he reluctantly rummaged through his backpack and handed his identification card to his elder sister. This shall serve as collateral. In a couple of days, I shall undoubtedly come to compensate. Having uttered these words, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, my elder sister waved her identification card before your eyes. What is your perspective on this, dear brother? After pondering for a moment, you remarked that the legs are rather commendable. Upon your return home, your phone receives a video call from your dear friend, Xiao Han. He gazed at the bandages wrapped around your head, unable to suppress his curiosity. What unfortunate events has Brother Chen encountered recently? Do share with me, so I may find some joy in your tales, for I have just endured a scolding from my father, and my spirits are rather low. You sighed in exasperation, wishing not to dwell on it. This morning, as you stepped outside, you were struck by a vehicle, and while walking, you inadvertently stumbled into a cesspit. A visit to the zoo led to an encounter with a tiger that left one in a state of bewilderment. Now, One has suffered a grievous wound inflicted by a brick. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han could not help but give a thumbs up in praise, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is you. This is unmistakably the embodiment of innate misfortune." Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, you felt a surge of irritation. You swiftly waved your hand, dismissing him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, you hung up the phone. Almost immediately, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Only then did the elder sister enter the room, carrying a bowl of noodles. With a beaming smile, she gazed at you and mentioned that classmate Jiang had just called, stating that she would come to our house tomorrow. By the way, what are your impressions of that young lady? Do you harbor any thoughts of pursuing a romantic relationship with her? You gaze at your sister with a look of utter bewilderment. I am a stranger to him, and considering his aloof demeanor, how could he possibly take an interest in me? As soon as the words left my lips, As soon as the words left her lips, the elder sister abruptly drew you before her, speaking with an alluring undertone. As the saying goes, the pavilion by the water enjoys the moonlight first. Wouldn't you cherish such an exceptional girl? Furthermore, during high school, I refrained from allowing you to date solely for the sake of your studies. Yet, in a few months, you will be heading to Beijing University. Do you not desire to experience a delightful romance at least once? You merely extend two fingers and speak with a request for silence. There exist two reasons for this. Those in relationships are off limits, for I refuse to engage in such unethical conduct. What others discard, I too shall reject. The elder sister observed that despite his extensive efforts, there was no tangible outcome. With a dismissive remark of discuss, if you wish or not, she departed. Lying in bed after turning off the lights, you find yourself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Could it be that you are indeed inherently lacking the sacred vessel for conception? I recall my elder sister mentioning that on the day of your birth, a wandering Taoist came to visit, declaring you to be a celestial calamity, a solitary star. You are labeled as a cursed soul, a bringer of misfortune to your kin. Naturally, your parents do not subscribe to such superstitions. Your parents naturally do not believe such nonsense, until a tragic accident claimed the lives of my parents. This is precisely the reason why you refrain from engaging in romantic relationships. The following day, you are stirred from your slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. The following day, you were stirred from your slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. As you emerged from your bedroom, you caught sight of Jiang Muhe trailing behind her elder sister. Upon noticing your presence, Jiang Muhe exhibited no discernible expression, merely uttering a slow and deliberate hello to you. This leaves you somewhat speechless. How delightful it would be to be a soft and endearing little girl. One must present an air of being utterly unapproachable, truly a disservice to one's own visage. Upon entering the living room, your elder sister requested that you engage in conversation with Yuanjia, while she herself turned and made her way into the kitchen. In the living room, you found yourselves exchanging glances, your eyes wide and curious. In the living room, you both stared at each other in silence for quite some time. Eventually, you spoke up, inquiring why you had struck him with a brick that day. You clarified that there was no ulterior motive, only a simple curiosity. Yet, Jiang Muhe remained seated, silent, with a few strands of hair cascading down her shoulder, obscuring her profile. Just as you were about to fall silent, Jiang Muhe suddenly spoke up. I initially thought you were referring to that young girl. Moreover, there was nothing else by the roadside at that moment, otherwise, I certainly would not have resorted to using a brick. You inhaled sharply, realizing that a knife lay abandoned nearby. You wouldn't actually consider using that against me, would you? Jiang Muhe, displaying remarkable honesty, nodded in affirmation. The knife has a handle, making it far more convenient to wield than a brick. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of annoyance surged within you, and just as you were about to respond, a resounding explosion erupted from the kitchen. Rushing in haste to the kitchen, you were met with the alarming sight of the rice cooker engulfed in flames. Instinctively, Jiang Muhe grabbed a nearby object and rushed to extinguish the fire. The sight left both you and your sister gasping in astonishment. You quickly turned and sprinted towards the entrance to shut off the main power supply. Upon returning to the kitchen, you seized Jiang Muhe, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Do you not fear electrocution?" Jiang Muhe simply pointed at the puddle of water and replied, "Not at all, for I just experienced an electric shock myself." Upon hearing these words, You and your elder sister, filled with concern, approached his side. How are you feeling now? Do you need us to take you to the hospital? You observed Jiang Muhe. Only then did Jiang Muhe raise her chilly little hand, and under the concerned gazes of you and your elder sister, uttered 3 words, "It feels numb." In that instant, you could only feel a throbbing headache from the irritation. At this moment, all you feel is a throbbing headache from anger. Who would bestow the nickname Jiang the Great Joke? This person is nothing but a fool. Upon your return to the room, you casually picked up a book titled The Wealthy Woman and began to peruse its pages. Before long, Jiang Muhe arrived at your doorstep. He produced a black plastic bag from his hand, containing 60,000 yuan. Should you find this amount insufficient, I am willing to augment it further. Upon gazing at that stack of cash, I could not help but feel a stir of excitement, for I find myself in dire need of a sum of money lately. After a moment of contemplation, you spoke up, stating that the 60,000 would be considered a loan to you. If you insisted on framing it as compensation, then you were free to take the money. Meanwhile, Jiang Muhe remained silent. Jiang Muhe, standing nearby, remained silent. In his perspective, once you accepted the sum of 60,000 yuan, all previous matters would be considered settled. He stood there, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his hands together, and ventured to ask, would it be possible for you to request Teacher Chen to return my identification card? Upon hearing these words, a hint of embarrassment flickered across your face. If you were to have your sister return the identification card, it would inevitably reveal the matter of borrowing 60,000 yuan from Jiang Muhe. You offered him a somewhat awkward smile. Is it acceptable for me to refrain from lending that money? You have just picked up the black plastic bag from your bed, intending to return it, but upon turning around, you discover that Jiang Muhe has long since departed from outside the door. You hurriedly descended the stairs with money in hand. As soon as you exited the building, you witnessed a black Audi swiftly departing from the vicinity. You let out a sigh of resignation, for the reason behind your borrowing of this sum of 60,000 yuan was not without cause. Since the tragic demise of my parents in a car accident, they left behind a burden of 100,000 yuan in external debts. In the household, one often encounters individuals who come to demand repayment of debts. My elder sister toils each day to earn the funds for your tuition. How could there be any surplus to settle external debts? Out of desperation, you finally conceived this approach. However, after much contemplation, you resolved to return the money to Jiang Muhe. Consequently, you unlocked your phone and located his conversation thread. Jiang Muhe, whose online alias is Koi Doesn't Eat Ginger, features an avatar of a charming little girl cradling a koi fish, exuding an undeniable cuteness. After much deliberation, you ultimately decide to send a message expressing your desire to see him again. However, just as you begin to compose your second sentence, your phone screen abruptly flashes a red exclamation mark. Could it be that merely wishing to arrange a meeting has led to being blocked? Such a character is indeed a rarity. One wonders which unfortunate soul will be next. When her boyfriend returns to the living room, you take the opportunity to vent to your sister about the earlier incident, disregarding whether she might still be preoccupied with the matter of the 60,000 yuan. To one's surprise, rather than becoming angry upon hearing this, my elder sister revealed a mischievous smile and remarked, "It's all right, dear brother. Wait for me to find a reason to invite her to my home tomorrow, so that I can conveniently give her an IOU and return her identification card." You nodded slightly, then turned and returned to the bedroom, glancing back at your elder sister before departing. As she departed, she could not help but glance back at her elder sister, pondering what mischievous thoughts might be brewing in her mind. The following day, while bustling about in the kitchen, the elder sister suddenly called upon her younger brother, urging him to step outside and greet their classmate, Xiao Jiang, who had just arrived at the station. "You have indeed grown more mature, elder sister. He has visited our home before. Go if you're meant to go. Why so much unnecessary chatter?" Reluctant though you may be, you find yourself unable to refuse. Upon stepping outside, you behold a sleek black Audi approaching your direction. As the car door swung open, a middle-aged man emerged. He swiftly unfurled an umbrella and proceeded to open the rear door of the vehicle. "Miss, you may alight now." Hiding beneath the shade of the tree, you are taken aback by a sudden revelation. Goodness, she is quite the little heiress. After witnessing the Audi depart, you approached and circled around Jiang Muhe. Jiang Muhe instinctively lowered her head. "What are you gazing at?" From his slightly cold voice, you detected a hint of panic. "Why did you block me yesterday?" Upon hearing this question, Jiang Muhe glanced at you. Because you don't seem like a good person. My mother once said that, apart from my friends, anyone else who wishes to meet me must be a bad person. You find yourself at a loss for a rebuttal, particularly given the presence of such a beautiful daughter. It is entirely reasonable for parents to exercise caution. Observing Jiang Muhe, you curiously inquire, despite her perpetually stern demeanor. Observing Jiang Muhe's curious expression, she inquired with a somewhat frosty demeanor, "Doesn't your friend find it off-putting?" Jiang Muhe tilted her head slightly, then slowly replied, "I have no friends." According to your earlier statement, apart from friends, anyone who wishes to invite you is a villain. Now you claim to have no friends, which implies that anyone who approaches you must indeed be a bad person. Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with confusion, yet she refrained from uttering another word and turned to walk towards the door. However, as soon as Jiang Muhe stepped inside, she was captivated by the fish in the pool. Behind you, a child from a wealthy family tapped their head, pondering the mundane nature of their existence. What is there to see in just a fish? They mused. However, at that moment, it seemed you suddenly recalled something important, hastily rushing to your elder sister's side to mention your visit to the market that morning. It appears that the payment to the boss has not been made. The elder sister, in a flurry, hastily removed her apron and dashed towards the market. Before departing, she reminded you to clean the fish. You nodded in acknowledgement, then approached Jiang Muhe, urging him to cease his play and assist in preparing the fish. Upon hearing your words, Jiang Muhe lifted his gaze, glancing at you before turning his attention to the fish in the basin. "I do not possess the skill to gut fish." You ponder for a moment, lightly tapping your forehead. It is understandable that children from affluent families may lack such knowledge. In that case, why not take a seat in the living room and amuse yourself? Jiang Muhe gazed at your busy silhouette, as if a thought had crossed his mind. After meandering around the kitchen, his gaze ultimately settled on a rolling pin positioned to the left of the countertop. The moment he grasped it, for words spontaneously surfaced in his heart, so comfortable to use. At that very moment, while you were immersed in the task of slicing potatoes into thin strips, a sudden loud sound echoed. At this moment, while you were engrossed in slicing potatoes into thin shreds, a sudden loud noise startles you, nearly causing you to slice your finger. When you turn back to gaze, Jiang Muhe was seen crouching on the ground, one hand pressing down on a fish while the other wielded a rolling pin. At that moment, the fish's head had already been flattened, yet its tail continued to twitch incessantly. Subsequently, under your gaze, he delivered a trio of strikes to the fish's head. This scene leaves you unable to restrain your salivation. Is this truly what one would call an inability to resist the allure of sharks? Fortunately, on that day, there were no rolling pins by the roadside, otherwise I would have surely soared directly into the heavens. At this moment, Jiang Muhe gazes at you with an expression of innocent bewilderment. As for whether my actions were justified, that remains to be seen. You awkwardly chuckled, acknowledging the situation. It must be handled this way. Meanwhile, a wave of apprehension washed over your mind. The girl was indeed beautiful, yet exceedingly ruthless. After finishing your meal, you found yourself alone in your room. Seizing the opportunity, you discreetly glanced at your study materials, only to be suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance wafting from behind. You stiffly turned your neck to face Jiang Muhe and inquired, "What brings you to my room uninvited?" After uttering these words, you stood up, offering your chair to her. Jiang Muhe, however, graciously took a seat beside you, casually manipulating the mouse as she engaged with your computer. At first, you lay calmly on your bed, engrossed in your smartphone, until Jiang Muhe discovered a hidden document on the computer. Unable to contain yourself any longer, you seized the mouse with fervor. With a serious expression, you cautioned against recklessly browsing. However, just as you intended to set the mouse aside, your hand inadvertently clicked on a concealed file, causing a plethora of provocative images of alluring legs to flood the screen. At this moment, the air becomes utterly still, and you stand frozen in place, as rigid as wax. However, Jiang Muhe remained composed as he deftly maneuvered the mouse, all the while not neglecting the photographs before him. I find these leg shapes rather unappealing. What are your thoughts? Standing still, you feel a wave of dizziness. How could a young girl engage in such conversations with a boy? Fortunately, it is the voice of my elder sister coming from downstairs, "Dear brother." You beckoned classmate Jiang to come down, and I returned his identification card to him. Upon hearing this, I clasped Jiang Muhe's small hand and dashed downstairs. After my sister returned the ID, Jiang Muhe did not depart after finishing his meal as he did yesterday. Instead, he seized a handful of sunflower seeds from the dining table and then stealthily slipped into your room. After you finished tidying up the dishes for your elder sister and stepped out of the kitchen, you found no trace of Jiang Muhe. You had presumed he had long departed, yet upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, you were greeted by the sound of a clicking keyboard. There sat Jiang Muhe, poised before the computer desk. Jiang Muhe was seated at the computer desk, munching on sunflower seeds while perusing the study materials displayed on your screen. At this moment, your mind is in a state of utter disarray. Why has this fellow not yet departed? A somewhat awkward closure of the bedroom door ensues as I lift a stool to take a seat beside Jiang Muhe. Why would a girl like you be interested in such classical texts? Jiang Muhe shook her head. I do not enjoy reading them. I am merely puzzled as to why you would choose to peruse these unattractive leg shapes. Upon hearing Jiang Muhe's words, you could not help but roll your eyes. Fuming, I pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "What is unappealing about this? These are all the fruits of my diligent efforts." However, you regretted it after you spoke. This is akin to self-exposure. For 10 long minutes, you found yourself ensnared in awkwardness. Ultimately, you could no longer resist the urge to act. You stepped forward and switched off the computer. Then, he prodded Jiang Muhe gently and said, "You should head home now. I need to take my sister back to school shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe reluctantly departed. The following day, you were engrossed in a game on the computer with Xiao Han, when suddenly, your phone emitted a notification. Jiang Muhe simply sent 3 words, "I am hungry." Upon receiving the message, you couldn't help but curl your lip in disdain. The style of this young lady is indeed quite peculiar. The conversation never exceeds 2 exchanges. Before you could even respond, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening the door, you find Jiang Muhe standing at the threshold. However, today he appears somewhat extraordinary, as a subtle sheen emanates from his legs. You unconsciously remarked, "Is this silk?" Jiang Muhe followed your gaze and glanced down, remarking, "Indeed, this is all that remains in my household." This explanation, instead, leaves you at a loss for how to respond. A remark I casually made yesterday has unexpectedly been etched into the mind of this young lady. Jiang Muhe noticed your silence, her brow slightly furrowing as she questioned, "Doesn't this outfit suit me?" Beside her, you persistently coughed, embodying the essence of a virtuous gentleman. Do not attempt to tempt me with such trivialities. Soon after, you approached the dining table and informed Jiang Muhe, "There is little in the pantry, so for lunch today, we shall have instant noodles." With that, you placed the prepared noodles before her, while Jiang Muhe remained lost in thought, staring blankly at the lid of the container. Doesn't it feel tiresome to gaze intently for an extended period? Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe pondered for a moment, then shifted a chair closer to you. Do you not enjoy gazing at legs? Come and sit over here, it shall alleviate the tedium. At that moment, you could no longer maintain your composure. What ist? You have no particular fondness for gazing at legs, however. Following your utterance, your body, in all its honesty, unconsciously leaned closer to Jiang Muhe. Nonchalantly, you cast a few glances beneath the table. As a novice in matters of intimacy, you found yourself unable to withstand such temptation. Overcome by a wave of heat, you could not resist the urge to retreat to the bathroom. When you emerged, you found no trace of Jiang Muhe in the living room. Thus, draping a towel around your waist, you returned to your chamber, your upper body exposed. Little did you expect that upon entering the room, your feet would be rooted to the spot. You found yourself staring intently at Jiang Muhe, who was still seated before the computer. How is it that this fellow has not yet departed? Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiang Muhe instinctively turned her gaze towards the entrance. Upon witnessing you standing at the door with your bare torso, his small face flushed crimson as he covered his eyes. Yet in the next moment, his fingers parted just slightly, then closed again. "I saw nothing," he declared. You, with a rigid expression, stood at the entrance and urged him to hurry. Jiang Muhe, with his head bowed and silent, exited the room. As you brushed past one another, you noticed the faint pink hue that lingered on his already reddened ears. At this moment, you notice the illuminated computer screen, and a triumphant smile inadvertently graces your lips. Fortunately, I had long since deleted all the images. It is now 2:30 in the morning when you suddenly receive a text message from Jiang Muhe. Have you had a chance to examine the folder? I believe you might find it worthwhile to take a look. At this moment, you find yourself staring at the screen, two question marks hovering in your mind. With a heart full of perplexity, you approach the desk and open the folder. In the next instant, you stand there, utterly astounded, rendered speechless. Within the folder, one discovers a collection of over a dozen photographs showcasing exquisite legs, captured from various angles and adorned with an array of different types of stockings. You merely cast a glance and concluded that this was Jiang Muhe's leg, not that of the illustrious Jiangda University belle. What does this imply? Is this an act of self-deprecation? Just as you intended to drag the folder to the recycle bin, a sudden change of thought occurred to you. Jiang Muhe undoubtedly believes that you would dismiss the photograph of Mei Mu with disdain. Thus, he certainly cannot fulfill his wishes. It was a close call. I nearly fell into the trap set by the other party. Subsequently, you swallowed hard, opened a vibrant photograph, cuddled your computer, and burrowed into the covers, resulting in a sleepless night. The following morning, you awoke with a weary body, clutching your lower back and rubbing at the dark circles beneath your eyes. Exhausted, you rose from your bed to freshen up. Today marked the occasion of your high school reunion, though it seemed that all your classmates were preparing to attend universities in the capital. However, upon your arrival at the restaurant, you received a text message from Jiang Muhe. You glanced at the time, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and gently tapped your forehead. How could this fellow arrive unannounced and intrude upon your home for a meal? Jiang Muhe, standing at the threshold of her home, inquired with a hint of irritation. You awkwardly chuckled, mentioning that you have a class reunion today. How about you find a way to handle a meal? Tomorrow, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you as compensation. Unexpectedly, the voice of Jiang Muhe on the other end of the phone grew increasingly faint. Can I go? You instinctively wish to decline, yet just as the words are about to escape your lips, you find yourself refraining. It appears that his presence may not be entirely unwelcome, especially with Lu Ruyin also in attendance. Recalling the time when Lu Ruyin publicly confessed her feelings for you in the class group, only to be met with your merciless rejection, it is inevitable that something significant will transpire during the meal as a form of distraction. No one is more suitable than Jiang Muhe. Awaiting your arrival in the private room. Upon your arrival in the private room, your gaze is immediately drawn to Lu Ru, who is seated next to your good friend Xiaohan. She is adorned in a resplendent red gown, her complexion strikingly fair. As you step inside, a glimmer of resentment flickers in the depths of Lu Ru's eyes. Today's gathering of classmates is organized by him, aimed at reclaiming the lost dignity of the past. After leading you closer, Lu Ruyin let out a cold snort and turned, plunging into the embrace of a man beside her. Allow me to introduce to you all, this is my boyfriend, Jibuchang. Dressed in designer attire, Jibuchang displayed a mischievous grin as he remarked, "You must be Chen Yan. As it stands, she is now my girlfriend. What does your handsome appearance matter? In this society, wealth surpasses all." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, his good brother beside him suddenly interjected, "Do you want to eat some oil?" Jibuchang was somewhat perplexed. Does the Sichuan restaurant still sell deep-fried dough sticks? If so, I would like to order 2.5 Jin. Jibuchang's response immediately sparked a burst of laughter. The response from Jibuchang instantly elicited a burst of laughter. Within their hearts, everyone shared a common sentiment. The absence of culture is indeed a terrifying prospect. At this moment, Jiang Muhe had just arrived at the door of the private room. He peered inside with a furtive curiosity. The instant his gaze fell upon you, his eyes sparkled with delight. Clad in an off-shoulder mini dress, Jiang Muhe resembled a delicate porcelain doll, radiating an ethereal beauty. The moment he entered the private room, the lively atmosphere instantaneously fell into profound silence. At this very moment, a single phrase burst forth in everyone's mind. Wow, this girl is incredibly stunning. On the other side, Lu Ruyin bit her lower lip, reluctant to admit the truth. The girl before her was undeniably exquisite, and moreover, Lei was older than her. During the meal, the entire table would occasionally steal glances at Jiang Muhe, while the sumptuous feast before them went unnoticed. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Muhe let out a contented sigh, her face radiating satisfaction. At this moment, a considerate young man offered her a tissue and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired whether she had known Chen Yan for a long time. Jiang Muhe found herself at a loss for words. Subsequently, under the gaze of those around her, she shook her head. She too was uncertain about the nature of her relationship with Chen Yan. They had only known each other for a little over a week. Aside from her daily visits to Chen Yan's home each evening, it seemed they had never engaged in the activities that true friends typically share. After dinner, Xiao Han suggested they go singing. You rose to your feet and waved your hand. You may go now. I still have to escort him home. Upon finishing your words, you gestured towards Jiang Muhe. Observing this, Ji Buchang, somewhat reluctant, approached you. He patted your shoulder and, with a smile, said, "Brother, let us not dampen the mood, let us go and have some fun together." Before you could respond, his other hand rested on Jiang Muhe's shoulder. This action elicited furrows of concern from all present, with Lu Ruiyan's countenance appearing particularly grim. Her boyfriend audaciously harassed another girl right before her eyes. At this moment, your eyes blaze with fury. Remove your claws from me. Beside you, Jiang Muhe wipes his mouth with a napkin. In the next second, he rises to his feet and gestures towards Ji Buchang's hand. With a sharp crack echoing, Ji Buchang's complexion turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Observing his fingers, which had clearly undergone significant deformation, he lamented and urgently called for an ambulance. You stand there, somewhat bewildered, as everything unfolds far too swiftly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, you swiftly dialed 120. Subsequently, you called 110. Everyone gazed at Jiang Muhe, involuntarily shivering. No one could have anticipated that such a beautiful girl would strike with such ferocity. After the ambulance took Ji Buchang away, the most pressing dilemma became who would take care of the payment. As you gaze upon the bill of 22,000, a wave of helplessness washes over you. You initially intended to confront Ji Buchang fiercely, yet unexpectedly, you find yourself entangled in a hospital situation. At this moment, Xiao Han tremulously pressed 300 coins into your hand. Old Chun, this is all I have left for you. Once you enter, make sure to transform yourself within. I will certainly visit you during the holidays. Just as you were poised to unleash a torrent of scorn upon Xiao Han, Jiang Muhe unexpectedly handed you his phone, casting a glance that subtly urged you to proceed with the payment. Upon receiving the phone, your eyes nearly bulged in astonishment as you beheld the wallet balance displaying 3.27 million. Goodness, you realized she was quite the affluent lady, yet you never anticipated it would be to this extent. At that moment, an unwelcome thought surged within you, the desire to forsake your own efforts. However, this notion did not linger for long before being suppressed. A true gentleman, born of heaven and earth, cannot surrender his dignity for a mere 3 million. Thus, with a steely resolve, you returned the phone to Jiang Muhe, smiling as you said, "I'll cover the cost myself." Shortly thereafter, 2 police officers hurriedly entered the hall. Among them, one person is familiar to you, while Jiang Muhe is even more acquainted. It is indeed the same person with whom I had a brief encounter at the police station back then. Liao Weiming approached Jiang Muhe without a moment's hesitation and inquired, "Did you strike him?" To this, Jiang Muhe slightly nodded and replied, "Indeed, it was I who did." The people beside me wore expressions of astonishment. Is this police officer truly that formidable? He discerned the identity without even posing a question. Thus, you accompanied Jiang Muhe once more to the police station. Liao Weiming gazes at you with a look of exasperation. I am curious about how the two of you came together. Logically, it seems you should remain strangers for eternity. Can you, dear girl, provide an explanation? Wenyan Jiangmu shook his head gently and said, "Officer, you are overthinking. We are merely friends and have not developed anything beyond that." Liao Weiming smiled as he elucidated how the two of them came to be friends. Initially, you had cast your vote against Chen Yan's intellect. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Muhe interjected, "It is precisely because of my beauty, complemented by my exquisite temperament, and not to mention my legs." Once upon a time, you hurriedly covered Jiang Muhe's mouth and said, "Uncle, do not listen to his nonsensical ramblings." The bond of our friendship was forged through the influence of my sister. My sister serves as a professor at Jiang University, while Jiang Muhe is a student there. In just a month's time, I too shall report to Jiang University. As we engaged in our artistic pursuits, our familiarity blossomed. Upon hearing your sentiments, upon hearing your words, Liao Ruiming finally nodded in agreement. You stand there, drenched in perspiration, a testament to the close call. This foolish individual nearly revealed his penchant for admiring legs. After completing the statement, just as you and Jiang Muhe exit the police station, you catch sight of a man. He approached Jiang Muhe, his face etched with concern, and said, "Sister, are you all right? Not long ago, you had just been to the police station, and now you find yourself there again today. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly explain it to the lady?" Mu Ran had no intention of waiting. After the man finished speaking, he finally offered his apologies. "I am truly sorry." Upon hearing this, Uncle Li Yang's expression was one of bitterness. The young lady's attitude towards acknowledging her mistakes was rather unyielding. Her sole flaw was her poor memory. Subsequently, Jiang Muhe insisted on taking you in his car, determined to escort you back to your abode. Upon entering the vehicle, you are captivated by the distinctive interior design. Your curiosity prompts you to inquire with Uncle Li about the specifications of this car. Li Yang noticed your keen interest and proceeded to explain that this vehicle is equipped with bulletproof capabilities, specifically airlifted from abroad by the madam for the young lady. Upon learning of the car's ability to withstand bullets, when you hear that this car is bulletproof, you widen your eyes in disbelief and gaze at Jiang Muhe, utterly astonished. At this moment, a glimmer sparkled in Jiang Muhe's beautiful eyes. "Are you insulting me? I could expose your penchant for admiring legs." Once again, you covered Jiang Muhe's mouth. How fortunate! How fortunate! It was a close call. Little did we expect, Li Yang suddenly turned his head and asked, "What legs?" Unexpectedly, Li Yang suddenly turned his head, pondering over his legs. You, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled while scratching your head, saying that it was nothing. Do not pay heed to this fellow's nonsensical ramblings. As the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the community, Jiang Muhe gazed at you with a hint of confusion. "Were you not just scolding me moments ago?" Yet, it is precisely this question that lingers. Yet, it is precisely this dilemma that persists. You have elucidated the matter numerous times, yet this inquirer remains relentless in their questioning, seemingly intent on eliciting an admission of insult. Yin appears resolute in their refusal to concede, as if vowing not to relent until acknowledged. You, somewhat at a loss for words, gesture towards the community entrance, indicating your intention to depart, suggesting he too should retire early for rest. However, just as you turn away, a rather unfortunate occurrence transpares a droplet of bird excrement descends from the heavens. What a day, indeed, fraught with misfortune. Observing your predicament, Jiang Muhe could not suppress his laughter, playfully remarking on your ill fate. "With such luck, perhaps I should escort you to a temple tomorrow to seek some blessings," he quipped upon hearing his own jest. Upon hearing his words, you promptly nodded in agreement, joyfully making a decision. After all, you had been experiencing a streak of misfortune lately. The following day, you set off with your good friend Xiao Han and his family. However, during the journey, you unfortunately lost your way. Xiao Han turned to Jiang Muhe and suggested, "Senior, do you think Lao Chen might have gone to the ladies' room? Perhaps you could go check?" As soon as the words left Xiao Han's lips, she was met with a piercing glare from her mother. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Chen Yan possibly go to the ladies' room?" Xiao Han confidently asserted. "How could it be impossible? Mother, do not be deceived by old Chen's seemingly respectable demeanor. In truth, he is not a virtuous character. Moreover, isn't the essence of brotherhood to engage in playful banter and mutual teasing? Moreover, aren't brothers meant to be ridiculed? Chen Yan takes pleasure in such antics, and Xiao Han shares the same fondness." Regrettably, this time he encountered Jiang Muhe. Listen to Xiao Han's evaluation of you. His brows knitted tightly together. Suddenly, he spoke up, "If you dare to speak ill of Chen Yan again, you shall meet your doom." Xiao Han's voice fell to a chilling silence. Xiao Han's voice abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in astonishment. "It is not as though I have known old Chen for merely a decade. We have been companions since the first grade of elementary school. Since the first grade of elementary school, the two of us have been inseparable companions. Given my relationship with Lao Chen, am I not entitled to express my thoughts about him? You may praise him, but you must not defame him. Such overt maintenance left Xiao Han speechless, yet he could not help but admire it. I cannot help but sigh as I ponder where I fall short in comparison to old Chen. It seems every fortunate event has been claimed by him, which feels exceedingly unjust. Jiang Muhe, standing beside, uttered not a single word, but took small steps towards the entrance of the Sanqing temple. Now, Chen Yan has gone missing. Xiao Han is also uneasy about allowing the young girl, Jiang Muhe, to wander aimlessly. In desperation, he can only follow her. 2.5 minutes later, the three individuals beheld you kneeling before the god of wealth. I see you kneeling on the ground with your hands clasped together, your demeanor imbued with reverence, as you incessantly murmur something under your breath. As the three approached, I heard your words, akin to a chant, beseeching fortune upon me. Beseeching fortune upon me. Allow me to attain prosperity. Xiao Han and Jiang Muhe ran exchanged glances, unable to suppress an awkward smile. Why are you here all alone? I couldn't reach you by phone. With the arrival of Xiao Han, with the birth of Xiao Han, you finally took notice of the few individuals behind you. Then, you simply make a gesture to lower the decibel level. I am currently paying homage to the god of wealth. Please hold on for a moment. Such matters pertain to the city of demons. Upon hearing your words, Xiao Han felt as though his lungs were about to explode with rage. I distinctly recall you expressing your admiration for the god of wealth before your arrival. This individual truly embodies a facade of one thing while harboring an entirely different agenda behind it. After you had prostrated for 2.5 hours, you finally descended the mountain, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Whether this act of devotion would alter your fate remained uncertain. The following morning, you were once again roused from your slumber by the incessant sound of knocking. With a scowl, you grasped the feather duster from the bookshelf and approached the door, irked by the disturbance of your dreams. If you did not drive that person away today, you would no longer bear the surname Chen. However, upon opening the door, your raised feather duster froze midair as you stared in astonishment at Jiang Muhe standing outside. Habitually, your gaze drifted down to his legs, but today they were marred by prominent veins. Beads of perspiration adorned Jiang Muhe's forehead, his cheeks flushed and breathing slightly labored, as he carried an oversized designer backpack that seemed ill-suited for his stature. Following your gaze, he glanced down and, pressing his lips together, remarked that he had worn out the last outfit he had bought and had yet to procure a new one. You merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Jiang Muhe spoke with a hint of grievance. I will be more attentive in the future. Upon hearing his words, your expression took on an odd quality, as if to say, but I haven't said anything at all. After settling onto the sofa, your eyes were immediately drawn to the book beside Jiang Muhe. What secrets does it hold? Jiang Muhe responded with a perplexing remark. Chen Yan, it seems you have been deceived. You merely chuckled, jesting. Who could deceive me? After the genuine Jiang Muhe uttered these two words, he unzipped his backpack, then changed his direction. A cascade of crimson talismans lay strewn across the coffee table, a sight that left you wide-eyed in astonishment. This scene leaves you wide-eyed. You observed Jiang Muhe silently take out his phone, tapping a few times on the screen before handing it to you. It reveals that you spent 180 on a talisman for peace yesterday at Chuyang. Last night upon returning home, I asked Uncle Li to check if the mall sold such talismans. He then found an identical one at the wholesale market. You find yourself fixated on Jiang Muhe's phone screen, a surge of frustration compelling you to utter curses. Gazing at the description that promises you can take it home for merely 9.8, you can't help but curse inwardly with the most unsavory words. Subsequently, with a scowl upon your face, you return the phone to Jiang Muhe. With a darkened expression, you return the phone to Jiang Muhe. The talisman of the junior sister is a matter of sincere belief. It is said that genuine devotion yields profound results. The talismans obtained from temples differ significantly from those purchased online. Jiang Muhe took the phone, casually picked up a peace talisman, and examined it several times. This talisman bears no significant difference from the one you prayed for at Chuyang Temple. At this moment, the corners of your mouth subtly twitch. Is he pouring salt onto his own wounds? The master of the staff possesses an overly timid disposition. No wonder he has yet to cultivate a single friend throughout his life. Seeing you suddenly rise, Jiang Muhe hastily inquired about your destination. After your sudden disappearance yesterday, He feels a tinge of fear that you might vanish once more. As you just lifted your foot, your gaze returned to the path, discussing the peculiarities of the senior. Why are you so anxious? This is my home. Could it be that I might lose my way in my own abode? Such matters are hardly predictable. Didn't you get lost just yesterday? Jiang Muhe then rose to his feet, his slender leg blocking your path. Standing together, at 1.6 meters, he was a full head shorter than your 1.83 meters. He strained to rise on his toes, gently reaching to pat your head with his right hand. Please refrain from wandering off in the future. What if you truly get lost? I have but you as a friend. His voice was soft and sweet, his tone akin to that of a caretaker soothing a child. You blush, your lips involuntarily curling upward. Please step aside. I wish to wash my face and brush my teeth. After you stepped into the bathroom, Muhe pouted his lips slightly, muttering softly, Am I not also worried about you getting lost? What a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good person's heart. You turned around, picked up the phone resting on the coffee table, opened WeChat, and changed your contact name from 4 characters to 2, transforming not resembling a good person into Chen dog. After finishing your grooming, you inquire with Jiang Muhe whether she would like to accompany you on an outing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe's eyes widened, shimmering like stars. Instantly, she grasped your hand, yet you expressionlessly withdrew it. It was not for leisure, but rather to procure some medicinal supplies. Jiang Muhe felt a twinge of confusion. Are you unwell? It is not for the purpose of obtaining medicine for me, but rather for yourself. Jiang Muhe was about to refute, but was interrupted by you. You stand with your hands clasped behind your back, gazing up at the sky. As Lu Sun once remarked, to live a long life, one must prepare for the unforeseen. The same applies to illness. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you to procure medication for varicose veins. I notice that your legs are marred by prominent veins. Thus, you both arrived outside the Silverdome building. 2.5 hours later, you find yourself carrying over 10 paper shopping bags. Apart from the pharmaceuticals, the rest are filled with silk in an array of vibrant hues. Recalling the peculiar gaze of the female cashier during the checkout, you could not help but cut your hand. It is not that the Cullinan is unaffordable, but rather that the Cullinan S offers greater value for money. Jiang Muhe trailed behind, his eyes, concealed beneath dark sunglasses, reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment. Can one truly wear so many? You cast a glance back at him. Senior, you are but a consumable. Are you still worried about not wearing it all? Remember to wear it more often in the future, lest you find yourself afflicted with varicose veins. Jiang Muhe nodded vigorously, affirming that he would indeed wear more. The midday sun casts its unwavering gaze, yet you remain unperturbed. Jiang Muhe has lingered outside for too long after all. His skin, as smooth and delicate as jade, would indeed evoke a sense of guilt if tarnished by the sun's harsh rays. It is 12:30. The taxi has come to a halt at the entrance of the residential community. Upon hearing the fare of 18 yuan announced by the driver, Jiang Muhe crouched down to retrieve his mobile phone. He let out a cough and said, Allow me to take care of the payment. Jiang Muhe shook his head in refusal, indicating that it was unnecessary. As you spoke of payment, you quietly presented the WeChat payment QR code, which hung behind the passenger seat, before Mei Wei ran. As I alighted from the vehicle, I found myself incessantly uttering, you speak when it comes to matters of payment. Allow me to handle it. The taxi driver, with a peculiar expression, drove away. After covering a considerable distance, he suddenly slammed the steering wheel, having never encountered such an audacious man before. Upon returning home, Jiang Muhe deliberately changed into a pair of enticing stockings and approached you, playfully poking at you. What do you think? Do I look good? I nearly choked on a mouthful of blood, yet I couldn't help but express my admiration. Naturally, it is exquisite, and it seems to possess a delightful texture. And Jiang Muhe stare at you with wide eyes, asking, Would you care to touch it? Thus, a joyful decision was made. Before your astonished gaze, this matter was succinctly concluded by Jiang Muhe. Thus, Jiang Muhe circumnavigated the tea table. Sitting to your left, I lifted the hem of my skirt slightly, revealing a segment of my calf encased in black silk. This causes your lips to twitch uncontrollably, your heart to race once more, and your once numb legs to appear utterly flawless. In the face of such an encounter, It is not just the gentlemen who find themselves powerless. Even the ladies may find it impossible to resist such a lure. You donned a serious expression and earnestly offered guidance to the junior student. As a young lady, it is essential to maintain a sense of modesty, particularly in the company of gentlemen. Jiang Muhe's eyes fluttered several times, and her soft, gentle voice interrupted your words. We are friends, aren't we? It is quite reasonable for friends to touch each other's legs. Upon hearing Jiang Muhe's words, you could no longer contain yourself. You swiftly made your way to the bedroom, closed the door behind you, and said to Jiang Muhe, "You entertain yourself for a while, I need some peace." You had initially intended to quell the turmoil within you while in the bedroom, but unexpectedly, you found yourself lying on the bed and drifting off to sleep. In the depths of slumber, you felt a slight itch in your nose, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Confounded by the unexpected scent, you abruptly opened your eyes. Upon catching sight of Jiang Muhe prostrated at the edge of the bed, her eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of bewilderment, he swiftly glanced at the clock on the wall. How did he find himself here? Could it be that he was merely dreaming? Out of suspicion, you crept to the edge of the bed and struck Jiang Muhe's leg with your palm. The sound is exceptionally crisp and melodious, while the tactile sensation is delightfully soft and springy, providing an exquisite feel. Jiang Muhe winced in pain, swiftly rising to his feet and taking 2 steps back. "Why are you hitting my leg?" You chuckled somewhat awkwardly, stating that you were merely ensuring whether you were in a dream. "Why don't you just slap your own thigh?" Jiang Muhe's gaze was filled with melancholy as she softly complained. "Can't you be a bit gentler? It really hurts." Listening to his grievances, she confirmed to herself that this was not a dream. Her complexion slightly darkened. "How did you get in?" "I distinctly locked the bedroom door." Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with clarity as she lightly shook her right index finger. "Chen Yan, you might find it hard to believe, but I merely placed my finger on the door lock, and guess what?" The door suddenly swung open. Upon hearing this, you can only feel a wave of speechlessness. Does this master truly take you for a fool to deceive? At the same time, you cannot help but reminisce about the sensation from earlier. His legs, undeniably slender, yet the texture felt so remarkably soft. It was illogical, utterly perplexing. You found yourself gazing at Jiang Muhe for quite some time. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, one contemplates the purpose of these matters. After all, the intersection between the two will only endure until the commencement of the new academic term. Once school begins, you and Jiang Muhe will each embark on divergent paths, heading in opposite directions. Although you are at the same university, have you observed that the layout of Jiangda shows a separation of 3 buildings between the male and female dormitories? Moreover, the 2 individuals are not from the same field of study under normal circumstances. It is unlikely that they would encounter each other even once within a month at the university. What may come as a surprise to you is that, for the following period, Jiang Muhe would appear every morning at approximately 7 o'clock. When you arrived at your doorstep, holding breakfast in your hands, you initially found this lifestyle somewhat unfamiliar. However, as the days passed, you gradually embraced it. It even feels quite pleasant. At least it is rather pleasing to the eye. One day, you patted the sofa, inviting Jiang Muhe to come and take a seat, as there was a matter you wished to clarify with him. Upon hearing the term settlement, Jiang Muhe felt a sudden unease. Hastily, she pointed towards the doorway, exclaiming, "Chen Yan, I have done nothing, I merely reached out my hand and it opened." Chen Yan was exasperated, not regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe finally let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he lifted his elegant leg, crossed over your arm, and seated himself beside you. You couldn't help but roll your eyes inwardly as time passed and your acquaintance deepened. This individual truly became increasingly audacious. With a subtle lift of the corners of her lips, a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. "What was it you just mentioned about settling scores?" You picked up a black plastic bag from the sofa opposite, revealing a bundle of pristine banknotes within. The bag contains a total of 60,000 yuan in cash, a sum you have recently earned from trading stocks. It is uncertain whether it is the result of my prayers, but recently, my fortune appears to have improved significantly. You pointed at Mu Ran and spoke in a detached manner, stating that if there were no objections, we would settle the accounts. A few strands of hair obscured a portion of Jiang Muhe's face, and Chen Yan asked, "Can I forego this money?" Upon hearing these words, You cannot help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Repaying debts is a matter of principle, and your willingness to lend to me is already greatly appreciated. 詹姆和下颚时起，你准备如何？我想要感谢你。At this moment, your eyes widen in astonishment, as curiosity swiftly transforms into speechlessness. Where can one find a borrower who refuses to repay? I consider myself a person of integrity, incapable of engaging in deceitful acts towards young girls. Jiang Ran lowered her head and exclaimed, "Who are you calling a little girl?" Unbeknownst to you, at that moment, you instinctively lowered your gaze. In the next instant, you rose and approached the window, hands clasped behind your back, gazing at the sun that was majestically ascending in the sky. How grand the sun appears today. Jiang Muhe gazed at your silhouette, lowering his head once more to affirm his thoughts, murmuring to himself, "Is this still considered small?" Clearly, it surpasses many of the girls at school. After a little over a moment, you finally regained your composure. The impact of the scene we just witnessed was undeniably profound, truly overwhelming. At the moment he turned around, his expression had returned to normal. "Senior sister, you must accept this money, regardless. Even if one is reluctant, it must be accepted. When you come to my house tomorrow, do remember to bring along the promissory note." Previously, Chen Yan was denied repayment once. This time, she was determined to return the money, her tone resolute and unwavering. That resonates with a resounding vigor. Amidst the storms and rainbows, a resilient rose. After speaking, Chen Yan entered the bedroom without looking back. Jiang Muhe was in the living room, engaged in conversation with someone. He cast a glance at the money on the coffee table. After glancing once more at the tightly shut wooden door of the bedroom, I wrestled with my thoughts for an extended period before ultimately placing the money into my shoulder bag. As noon approached, Chen Yan finally emerged from her bedroom, pondering what her junior sister might desire for lunch. Before she could finish her words, Chen Yan stood frozen in place. The living room was utterly vacant. Chen Yan sent a message to Jiang Muhe on WeChat, and upon clicking send, a familiar red notification appeared. In that moment, Chen Yan's expression was remarkably vivid. He had blocked her again. Why? Perhaps Chen Yan could guess the reason. Shaking his head in bittersweet amusement, he pondered that it was merely about returning the money. How could it have provoked him? Ah, the intricacies of a woman's heart are truly inscrutable. Yet, if given the chance to start anew, Chen Yan would still have acted in the same manner. Regardless of the significance of this money to Jiang Muhe, it was imperative that he repay it. Failing to honor a debt tarnishes one's character. After waiting in the living room for nearly half an hour, Chen Yan still had not seen Jiang Muhe. Grabbing a cup of instant noodles, he resolved to settle for that for lunch. Just as he brought water to a boil, before he could begin soaking the noodles, his phone rang. Hearing the ringtone, Chen Yan hastily set down the kettle. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Oh, my dear brother, what has prompted you to call me today?" The voice of the false hero echoed through the phone. "Brother, come to the arcade for a moment." Chen, perplexed, replied, "It's already noon, I need to have lunch. Besides, our collaboration ended a couple of days ago, and I no longer receive commissions from the arcade. What reason do I have to go there?" The false hero continued, "Did we not agree last time that your sister would refrain from visiting the store? Yet, here she is again." Hearing the complaints of the false hero, Chen's expression shifted. "She went to your store?" His voice was tinged with bitterness. "In just a short while, he has already won 8 grand prizes. If this continues, the arcade will surely require a new machine today. If he keeps coming for several days, my brother, I may end up losing everything. Please come and assist me, say a few kind words, and urge him to show some restraint. Please grant me a moment, I shall arrive shortly." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yan did not dare to delay and promptly summoned a vehicle through her mobile phone. With fervor and haste, the master ventured forth, eager to embrace the joy of shooting stars. "Please, do hurry," he urged, "and ensure your seatbelt is fastened securely. My speed is quite rapid, reaching my destination in just over 20 minutes. Chen Yan emerged outside the arcade, drenched in perspiration. He wiped his forehead and flicked the sweat from his hands. This dreadful weather is truly unbearable. Upon entering the arcade, a refreshing breeze envelopes me. "He has been revived, dear brother. You have finally arrived." Upon catching sight of Chen Yan for the first time, The faux hero appeared as though he had encountered a savior. His eyes instantly sparkled with illumination as he hurriedly advanced. He grasped Chen Yan's hand tightly and exclaimed, "Save me, dear sister. Your sibling possesses an uncanny aura." With a countenance marked by frustration, he lamented, "In all my years, I have never encountered anyone as extraordinary as your sister, endowed with such remarkable fortune. What brings me to this arcade of wonders? Let's head to the lottery." Chen Yan directly got to the point. "Where is the brother?" The false hero raised his hand, pointing to the left side, where the innermost row of wooden machines sat, occupied within. "You must persuade him to cease his actions, otherwise, my brother, this business will truly become untenable. Rest assured." Chen Yan arrived at the inner side, and as he approached, he caught sight of the distant Jiangmu River. There, Jiangmu River sat gracefully on a bouncy ball, her petite figure nestled in the chair, with her silky hair cascading gently over her shoulders. Before him, he cradled a flat board of waha in his hands, with 4 straws playfully dipping in and out. His calves, adorned in sheer black stockings, swayed enticingly, adding an air of allure. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned his head, and upon recognizing the visitor as Chen Yan, a soft huff escaped his nostrils. Chen Yan approached, playfully delivering a light slap to Jiang Mu's head, though she refrained from exerting any real force. "You big-head fool, come home with me," she chided. Jiang Mu averted his gaze, deliberately ignoring Chen Yan. In this situation, Chen Yan could only soften her tone. "Senior, please return home with me first. We can discuss the repayment when we get back, all right?" Jiang Mu, feeling cornered, uttered 2 words, "Mascarine." A twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Yan's mouth as she retorted, "I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be reprimanded? You are mistaken. Where have I erred? You do not regard me as a friend, yet you still call me small." In the suburbs of Jiangmu River, my attire suddenly tightened. But how can one deem me small? The curves are astonishing, the contours remarkable, and the size is indeed impressive. Why do you fall silent? Is it truly small? I noticed Chen Yan's increasingly peculiar expression, and Jiang Mu let out a huff once more. The previous huff was one of anger, while this one carried a hint of defiance. Indeed, Chen Yan was reluctant to engage in extensive discussion on such topics. After all, the time for such deliberations was not now. It was more fitting to return home together first. Wouldn't you agree? Her tone was remarkably gentle, as one might expect from someone of her stature. At present, he finds himself in need of Jiang Mu's assistance, yet he cannot discern what is amiss. Under the silent gaze of Chen Yan, Jiang Mu lightly brushed his pert nose. "When we return, you will undoubtedly attempt to renege on your promise. So what do you propose we do?" Jiang Mu awaited Chen Yan's response, then reached for the bag resting behind him and presented it to him. "Here is your money. It is all contained within. Take it, and I shall accompany you home. Otherwise, I shall not return." With that, his delicate, fair fingers grasped the gaming token and placed it before the machine. With a gentle tap of the hand, the images on the machine screen began to swirl, and moments later, a resounding crescendo of music filled the air. Jiang Mu has once again won the grand prize, a scene that caused Chen Yan's brows to furrow incessantly, eliciting a bitter smile within her. Despite having previously threatened him, after much hesitation, Chen Yan ultimately accepted the package from Jiang Mu. "I shall no longer return the money. Let us set aside our grievances and return home together." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Mu and Shun rose swiftly, their exquisite faces adorned with enchanting smiles. The beauty of youthful maidens is vividly displayed by him. How wonderful it would have been had it been this way from the very beginning. Jiang Mu picked up the nearby phone, opened WeChat, and removed Chen Yan from the blacklist. Witnessing all of this, Chen Yan felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of her mouth. Just as she turned around, she made her way forward. In a languid embrace of the left hand, a delicate and soft jade-like hand emerged, turning gracefully. Upon encountering Jiang Mu's gaze, which seemed so natural, Chen Yan pondered the appropriateness of holding hands in public with a junior. "Are we not friends?" "Indeed, we are friends. Yet is it truly unreasonable for friends to hold hands?" The tone was familiar, the words reminiscent. Ultimately, Chen Yan decided not to dwell on such trivialities, for the moment felt rather tender. Without incurring any loss, before departing, the valiant Jia hero presented Jiang Mu with 2 boxes of wa, accompanied by incessant smiles. He was escorted out of the arcade as if serving the ancestors, regarding the grand prizes in the Jiangmu River. Jiang Xiong had no intention of defaulting on his debts, however. Jiang Muhe had no thought of demanding any repayment. His purpose for visiting the arcade was quite straightforward. The objective has been achieved, as Chen Yan has been urged to reclaim the funds owed to him, and the grand prize has been relinquished. What is the hindrance of his presence? As the clock approaches 1 in the afternoon, a soft click signals the opening of the door. Chen Yan pulled Jiang Muhe inside. Earlier, Chen Yan had rushed out and forgotten to turn off the air conditioning. The refreshing coolness of the room was akin to a lifesaver for both of them at that moment. "How delightful!" Jiang Muhe exclaimed as she reclined onto the sofa, simply stretching her body, revealing her graceful curves. He coughed lightly, causing Chen Yan to avert her gaze, then proceeded to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. Upon returning to the living room, he took a seat across from Jiang Muhe and addressed her. "Regarding the matter of repaying you, I believe it is imperative that we discuss it further. What are your thoughts?" At that moment, Wen Yan Jiang Muhe abruptly stood up, pointing towards the doorway, her eyes sparkling like a clear spring. "The weather outside is sweltering, and I truly have no desire to venture into the arcade any longer." Chen Yan issued her threats openly and brazenly. Jiang Muhe blinked in surprise, tilting her head as she addressed Chen Yan. "Why are you so silent? Is it that you dislike speaking?" Chen Yan, unable to contain herself any longer, Chen Yan bolted for the door, declaring, "I am off to buy groceries." This little incident regarding repayment led to an unexpected turn in their afternoon following lunch. It is already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the kitchen, Chen Yan is washing the dishes while Jiang Muhe stands beside her. Engrossed in the moment, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback when the voice of Jiang Muhe reached her ears. "Chen Yan, you truly are the epitome of virtue." Chen Yan suppressed her inner exasperation, removing her apron, addressing her senior with a sense of resignation. "In the future, refrain from using the term virtuous to describe men." Jiang Muhe pondered why Chen Yan's lips were parted, closing the loop, expressing a sentiment as simple as "if you don't want to, then don't," raises countless questions. Jiang Muhe, resting her chin on her hand with her pinky finger gently poking her jaw, found Chen Yan raising an eyebrow. Yet what could she say? The truth remained that you possess remarkable virtues. You can cook, do laundry, and even comprehend the intricacies of stocks. You still engage in speculation and profiteering, yet you treat me so kindly. Is it not justifiable to speak of your virtuous nature? Her words made Chen Yan's brows furrow in confusion. What exactly is speculation and profiteering? And what is your collaboration with the arcade owner? You entice others for personal gain, referring to it as speculative trading, while awaiting Chen Yan to comprehend the truth. What exactly is the speculation and profiteering that Jiang Muhe is speaking of? It's enough to make one's nose crinkle in frustration. Please refrain from self-critique, dear Junior. Jiang Muhe remained silent, merely blinking. Chen Yan closed her eyes, and once again, he donned that innocent facade, which wielded an undeniable charm. Its allure transcended age and gender, captivating all. This should not be deemed opportunism, rather. It is a manifestation of commercial marketing. A simple tone left Chen Yan feeling quite vexed. "This is truly commercial marketing," exclaimed Jiang Muhe once more. Chen Yan was infuriated, wondering if there could be a different response, questioning the incessant oath from her. Jiang Muhe pouted, while Su Sheng offered her 8-character wisdom, affirming, yes, everything you say is correct." Upon returning to her bedroom, Chen Yan had just reclined on the bed when she noticed Jiang Muhe standing at the doorway. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, she declared, "Today, I shall occupy the bed while you take the sofa." Jiang Muhe shook her head, insisting, "No, Chen Yan, do not lament and sit up like that." After a moment, she relented. "Fine, you may have the bed." Jiang Muhe continued to shake her head, rejecting the notion. Chen Yan, ruffling her hair, donned her shoes and approached the door, gazing down at Jiang Muhe from her elevated position, asserting, "This simply will not do." "That will not do. What exactly do you want?" Jiang Muhe raised his left hand, the sleeve slipping down to reveal her delicate jade-like arm exposed to the air. "I do not wish to sleep today. I long to go out and play." "Senior sister, would you care to see how high the temperature is outside now?" Chen Yan pressed his forehead, his words imbued with reluctance. "You do not mind the heat? I find it unbearable. Even though it is hot, the desire to go remains, yet it is futile to wish. Unproductive thoughts lingered in his mind, as Chen Yan found himself utterly defeated under the penetrating gaze of Jiang Muhe. I will take you out, speak up. Where would you like to go for some enjoyment? In truth, he can probably surmise why Jiang Muhe wishes to go out and have some fun. Today is August 30th, and Jiang University commences its academic year on September 1st. On August 31st, the students are set to embark on their journey to Jiang University, which is tomorrow. Thus, today marks the final day of summer vacation. After today, what awaits the two of them is the onset of university life. In this regard, Chen Yan harbors a subtle sense of anticipation, as it is her inaugural experience at university. In contrast, Jiang Muhe's situation is quite different. She has already completed her freshman year at Jiang University, and the novelty of university life has long since faded. Furthermore, given Jiang Muhe's temperament, in university, one likely has few friends, which is why one desires to fully enjoy the remaining time. Chen Yan can certainly understand this sentiment. Hearing Chen Yan's affirmative response, Jiang Muhe joyfully leaped, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. She swiftly shared a long-concocted plan. Let us visit Happy Valley to ride the roller coasters and the pirate ship. Oh, and we must not forget the Ferris wheel. I have yet to experience these delights. Would you accompany me for a game? Upon hearing his words, Chen Yan was left with a singular sensation of a throbbing headache, yearning for his demise. Why not speak plainly? Must he resort to such convoluted expressions? Is it possible? The anticipation reflected in Jiang Muhe's gaze grew increasingly evident. He stood outside the door, while Chen Yan remained inside, one filled with eager expectation, the other devoid of desire. Meeting Jiang Muhe's gaze, Chen Yan opened her mouth to speak. We can go to Happy Valley, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yan was already being pulled out of the house by Jiang Muhe and into a taxi. As Chen Yan observed the joyful profile of the child beside her, she hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding to let the child revel in this moment of happiness. Some words could wait until they reached their destination. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at the vibrant Happy Valley. Chen Yan gazed at the roller coaster soaring through the sky ahead, accompanied by the faint echoes of screams and gasps, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. Jiang Muhe tugged at his shirt, tilting his head. Come on, let's go line up. Chen Yan said nothing, merely shaking her head, the look of resistance on her face unmistakable. Jiang Muhe poked Chen Yan's arm. Did we not agree on this? Now that we're here, you're having second thoughts. When Yin Chun could not restrain herself from interjecting. Throughout the journey here, it has been you who has dominated the conversation. I scarcely had the opportunity to interpose. Furthermore, I must emphasize that I never consented to accompany you on thrilling escapades, such as a roller coaster or the pirate ship. I merely agreed to join you for a delightful outing, did I not? Jiang Muhe's lips curled upward, her cheeks flushed, and her hands instinctively rested on her hips. With a huff, I tilted my head defiantly at Chen Yan. Regardless, I insisted on playing. Just as Chen Yan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Jiang Muhe, who pointed to the roller coaster soaring above us. You have two choices. Join me in this adventure, or I shall tie you up and send you on it. The decision is yours. You have 1 minute to contemplate. Ha ha ha. Coughing proved futile. There existed no third option. Witnessing Jiang Muhe's unwavering demeanor, Chen Yan, in exasperation, raised her hand and delivered a sharp knock on his head. What tone was that? One could hardly discern the hierarchy of authority. Jiang Muhe, with his hands cradling his head, instantly lost his former bravado and meekly remarked that he was merely jesting, emphasizing the essence of sincerity. Perhaps it was the impending conclusion of summer vacation that contributed to the unusually large throng at Happy Valley today. The cacophony of the surroundings caused Chen Yan to furrow his brows slightly. He led Jiang Muhe to a spot behind a nearby viewing tree, where he stood beneath its shade, feeling a semblance of coolness. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. It is not my intention to dampen your spirits, rather. It is the case that such entertainment endeavors are truly unplayable. Why, after just one encounter, are we likely to meet again in our next life? What does this mean? Jiang Muhe, unable to comprehend, gazed perplexly. Chen Yan, no longer mincing her words, clarified directly. Senior, you and I represent two extremes. Jiang Muhe's confusion deepened. pondering the notion of two extremes. Chen Yan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, you have been fortunate since childhood, whereas I have experienced quite the opposite. Since childhood, I have been plagued by misfortune. To be candid, even while walking down the street, I find myself prone to falling into manholes. Amusement rides like roller coasters feel like a harbinger of doom to me, even if I do not take responsibility for myself. The danger remains ever present. One must also take responsibility for others. A roller coaster, after all, accommodates no fewer than several dozen individuals at a time. In the event that any unforeseen circumstances arise due to my actions, I would undoubtedly descend into the depths of hell, even if it were to cost me my life." Juan Hutching's wide-eyed expression was utterly adorable, with beads of perspiration cascading down his cheek. Observing his demeanor, Chen Yan let out a resigned sigh, retrieving a small packet of tissue from her pocket. She handed him a sheet, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, yet it remained an undeniable truth. "All right, wipe your sweat," she said. Jiang Muhe gazed at the tissue Chen Yan handed over, lost in thought. The pianist raised her hand at a 45-degree angle and gently shook her head. Her bangs, dampened by perspiration, naturally fell to either side, revealing her fair forehead. This gesture left Chen Yan somewhat perplexed. With a raised eyebrow, at that moment, before he could ponder, the next instant Jiang Muhe provided the answer. She took the initiative, catching Chen Yan off guard. He stared blankly ahead, and it took Jiang Muhe a considerable time to regain his composure. With an air of composure, she said, "This is inappropriate. In what way is it unsuitable? Such behavior is overly intimate. We are merely friends, and friends assist one another in wiping away sweat. Isn't it unreasonable?" Chen Yan gazed at him, hesitating for several seconds before uttering not a word. He gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a tissue. While doing so, he inquired of the junior, "We are merely friends, correct?" Jiang Muhe nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, why else would it be?" Chen Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Yes, friends. We are just friends." Listening to Chen Yan's soft murmurs, the confusion in Jiang Muhe's eyes became increasingly pronounced. The small hand waved gently before him. Chen Yan, you seem a bit peculiar today after all. We're merely friends. Is it truly necessary for you to reiterate this point?" Chen Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Junior, can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" "That we shall remain friends forever." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Muhe's brows curved, her clear eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes." Chen Yan felt utterly unburdened, assisting Jiang Muhe in wiping off sweat. With a smile, she remarked, "Although I cannot accompany you on thrilling rides such as roller coasters or pirate ships, I can join you in safer activities like the Ferris wheel." Chen Yan's smile froze upon her face. He has indeed taken the phrase "finding a needle in a haystack" to its utmost, overlooking a Ferris wheel. Immediately, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The Ferris wheel was also out of the question. This response caused Jiang Muhe to pout slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment as she murmured to herself that this was not playable, nor that, leaving her to wonder what exactly could be enjoyed. Chen Yan cleared his throat and remarked that there were indeed activities available, and that one particular experience was exceptionally delightful. "You will undoubtedly find it delightful. It is indeed more authentic than reality itself. Therefore, hasten your steps. In mere moments, place the wooden box upon the carousel, casting a wistful gaze upon the exterior of Chen Yan. The deception regarding the immersive experience is rather lackluster. This endeavor is disappointingly mundane and simplistic, devoid of any thrill." Chen Yan shook her head calmly. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, she came to understand that simplicity is the essence. After witnessing the extravagance of the world, she realized that beauty lies in the uncomplicated. "Junior sister, your perspective still lacks depth," she remarked. With a warm gaze directed at the wooden box, she glanced at Chen Yan and then at the carousel below, nodding in a seemingly enlightened manner. The carousel appeared to be quite amusing, and as this thought crossed her mind, she unconsciously raised her brow in delight. Indeed, it is quite enjoyable. As the event drew to a close, Jiang Muhe felt a tinge of reluctance. "Chen Yan, how about we take another ride on the carousel?" the senior suggested, but perhaps it was excessive once would suffice. If there were not many people around, it it was highly probable that Chen Yan would acquiesce to Jiang Muhe's request. The crux of the matter lies in the overwhelming foot traffic at the amusement park today. The carousel, a particularly favored attraction, has captured the hearts of many. Most of the children are accompanied by their mothers, while the fathers stand by, waiting. Apart from Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe, there is not a single young person around. Liangshan is merely a small town, where the prevailing mindset remains somewhat conservative. In their eyes, the carousel is exclusively meant for children, which consequently results in curious and bewildered glances directed towards the two of them. Jiang Muhe uttered a sound of acknowledgement, extending his hand before Chen Yan. With the promise of remaining merely friends, Chen Yan felt no pressure in Jiang Muhe's presence. He grasped Zhang's hand and led him outside. As they passed through the ticket checkpoint, the ticket attendant suddenly called out to Chen Yan. Chen Yan paused, a look of confusion adorning her face. "Andy, what is the matter?" The ticket inspector beamed warmly, glancing at Jiang Muhe, who was wearing sunglasses. "Your daughter is truly lovely, and you appear quite youthful as well. Would you care to share your secrets to maintaining such beauty?" Chen Yan was at a loss for words at times. The urge to rebuke others did not stem from a lack of personal grace, but rather from an undeniable necessity. "What kind of gaze is that, my friend? If you do not wish to speak, then remain silent. There is no need to act as if the world is privy to your thoughts." Listening to the complaints of the ticket inspector, Chen Yan wore a scowl as he hastily departed with the wooden box in hand. He walked a considerable distance, muttering in frustration about the expression he had encountered. The inspector appeared to be at least 50 years of age. To my surprise, he refers to me as brother. Ha! As I laugh, the mirth gradually transforms into a cold smirk. Jiang Muhe's eyes twinkled with a playful glimmer, reflecting a desire to laugh, yet restrained by a sense of propriety. Chen Yan cast a glance in his direction. "If one wishes to laugh, let them laugh." Jiang Muhe quickly shook his head, expressing his reluctance. "I do not wish to at all," he proclaimed. Yet, despite his words, a radiant smile inevitably graced his face. Particularly captivating, Chen Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she glanced back at the ticket-checking lady. Coincidentally, the elderly woman, just donning her reading glasses, also turned her gaze towards Chen Yan. Upon noticing Chen Yan's delicate features, an expression of mild embarrassment swept across her face, as if she had unwittingly found herself in a humorous misunderstanding. "Ah, is this not a dashing young man? How did I mistake him for the elder brother Yin Ro just moments ago? Could it be that I've been watching too many idol dramas lately, leading me to yearn for companionship?" Such thoughts are perilous and should be approached with caution. The pursuit of a partner must be undertaken with the utmost seriousness. Cautiously and with great deliberation, he has exercised prudence for over 50 years. The higher one ascends in leadership, the more steadfastly one must uphold their principles. The right individual will inevitably emerge. This minor incident left Chen Yan feeling somewhat vexed for a brief period, but he soon cast it aside. Lu Sun once articulated 3 profound statements: relinquish personal integrity, indulge in a life devoid of virtue, and reject mental exhaustion. If something troubles you, express your frustration openly. Rather than compromising oneself, it is preferable to impose difficulties upon others. From these 3 assertions, Chen Yan found himself capable of embracing at least one: rejecting mental exhaustion. "I am currently in the process of learning. Chen Yan, I desire to indulge in that." Following Jiang Muhe, she cast her gaze toward a quaint little shack selling ice cream, situated several dozen meters away. Amidst the sweltering summer heat and the throngs of people, a long queue had formed at the serving window. Chen Yan glanced at Jiang Muhe and noticed her intently fixated on the ice cream counter. Licking her lips, the appearance of the little glutton instantly brought a smile to her face. Upon hearing the laughter, Jiang Muhe regained her senses and looked up at Chen Yan with a puzzled expression. "What are you laughing at? Can't I eat?" She waited for Chen Yan to join the queue, facing the blinding sunlight. In Jiang Muhe's eyes, Chen Yan's figure gradually appeared more towering, and the corners of her lips involuntarily curled upwards as a seed was quietly sown. A seed was quietly sown. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Yan returned, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, carrying 2 ice creams. Jiang Muhe reached out to accept one. Savoring the first bite, a wave of delightful satisfaction enveloping his entire being. Chen Yan, however, did not withdraw his left hand, which still held the ice cream. In his flickering gaze lay a sense of bewilderment. Why aren't you eating? It's sweltering outside, and if you don't indulge now, it will melt away. I do not consume sweets, Chen Yan replied, gesturing with an upward tilt of her head. Both are bought for you, which brings double the joy. Jiang Muhe accepted the other ice cream, her spirits soaring with delight. Chen Yan, you are truly wonderful. He extended the ice cream, from which he had taken a bite, towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan glanced at the enticing ice cream, its sharp peaks appealing to her senses, then turned her gaze to the earnest expression of Jiang Muhe. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, as she refrained from indulging, adhering to the notion that it is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such exchanges. As a person of integrity, how could I possibly share an ice cream with a young lady, even if it were but a single bite? After a brief pause in her eating, Chen Yan delicately pressed her lips together, realizing that the food was surprisingly delectable. However, her attention swiftly shifted to the ice cream that Jiang Muhe had not yet had the opportunity to enjoy. Noticing Chen Yan's gaze, Jiang Muhe hurriedly concealed the ice cream behind her back. You did say this was for me, Chen Yan remarked with a composed demeanor as she began to impart some wisdom. Senior, indulging in too much ice cream can lead to a stomachache. As a friend, I feel it is my duty to share some of your burdens. What do you think? No, this is mine. Jiang Muhe and Xiao Nodai shook their heads like a clapper. The silken strands of hair at the back of her head swayed gently, a few wisps brushing against her cheeks, adding an air of delicacy to her presence. He gazed intently at Chen Yan, enunciating each word with gravity. Chen Yan, you may deceive me of my money. You may deceive my emotions, but you shall not deceive my ice cream. The junior can indulge in ice cream freely, yet words must not be spoken carelessly. Who would dare to deceive your feelings? After Chen Yan's denial, she reiterated that we are merely friends. Jiang Muhe brought the last bite of ice cream from her right hand to her lips. Friendship is not merely an emotion, yet Chen Yan, aware of her misunderstanding, chose not to engage further. She turned her gaze aside, feeling exasperated. Why must it seem as though I have an insatiable desire for food? I have made it clear that I do not indulge in sweets. No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Muhe presented the ice cream, hidden behind her, to Chen Yan's lips, insisting on a single taste that proved overwhelmingly sweet. As they departed from Happy Valley, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. At this hour, the sunlight had diminished its harshness, replaced instead with a gentle warmth. Chen Yan summoned a vehicle using her mobile phone, and she and Jiang Muhe stood beneath the fragrant camphor tree along the roadside. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the two of them. Senior you, to travel to Jiangcheng, one could either take a bus or allow Uncle Li to convey you. After inquiring with Chen Yan, she couldn't help but chuckle. It is rather inconceivable for a wealthy young lady like Jiang Muhe to travel alone. Never mind, I will pretend I did not ask. Listening to Chen Yan's soliloquy, Jiang Muhe composed herself and said, Uncle Li is giving me a ride. Would you care to join? Chen Yan felt a stir of intrigue at Jiang Muhe's suggestion. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. After all, I had made a pact with Ji Xiao to take a car to Jiangcheng. Jiang Muhe, disappointed, hung his head and kicked the ground a few times. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Outside the entrance of Chen Yan's residential complex, he said farewell. Chen Yan personally escorted Jiang Muhe to the vehicle and departed. Only after the automobile vanished from sight did he return home. Upon arriving, he immediately commenced packing his belongings. After over half an hour of busyness, ensuring that nothing was left behind, I thoroughly cleaned the house from top to bottom. After starting my studies at Jiangda, the house would remain unoccupied for an extended period. The windows were securely shut, the sofa was covered with an old bedding, and the gas supply was turned off. After a busy day, it was already past 10 in the evening. Chen Yan took a refreshing shower in the bathroom. Her dinner consisted of instant noodles, which she had not had the opportunity to eat at noon. After finishing her meal, she returned to her bedroom. She was scheduled to depart for Jiangcheng tomorrow, with a ticket for the 9 o'clock train. Thus, Chen Yan intended to retire early for the night. However, upon entering her bedroom, his feet seemed to have lost all sense of control, as if guided by some unseen force, leading him to the computer desk, where his hands also succumbed to a similar fate. As I power on my computer and grasp the mouse, I delve into my study materials. Time slips away unperceived, and before I know it, the night has deepened. The bedroom is shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glow emanating from the computer screen. After nearly 3 hours of earnest study, Chen Yan is invigorated, reflecting on the current state of affairs while immersed in his learning. A person like me, who is both studious and virtuous, is indeed a rarity. The following morning, a series of insistent knocks echoed through the air, rousing Chen Yan from her slumber. After a considerable moment of adjustment, her mind gradually cleared. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the time was 7 o'clock. It was old Chen at the door. "Hurry and open the door." Ji Zhao's voice resonated powerfully, filled with vigor, even though it was separated by 2 doors. Chen Yan clearly heard everything and, with a helpless sigh, got out of bed to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, Ji Zhao entered, laden with various bags. After putting down his luggage, he removed his sunglasses and, with a mischievous raise of his eyebrows, looked at Chen Yan playfully. "Old Chen, your heart is truly vast. With a train scheduled for 9 o'clock and the time already at 7, you still manage to sleep soundly." Chen Yan's lips curled slightly, and although she said nothing, the movement of her lips revealed her discontent, which did not escape Ji Zhao's notice. "Are you secretly cursing me?" Chen Yan collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes squinted into slits, while the little chick took a taxi from here to the station. "It is merely a 10-minute journey, with a ticket for the 9 o'clock departure. We shall depart at 8:30, and time will undoubtedly suffice. You awaken me at 7, expecting sweet words from you had a preposterous notion." Upon hearing the term "little chick," Ji Zhao, infuriated, approached Chen Yan with a fierce expression. Grasping his neck tightly, she shook him vigorously. "If you dare to call me little chick again, I swear I shall choke the life out of you." Little chick, Chen, your time is up. Today, it's either your demise or mine." Half a minute later, Ji Zhao was unceremoniously pushed aside by Chen Yan, who then sat up. Rubbing his neck, he muttered with frustration, "Damn it, do you truly wish to strike me down?" Ji Zhao scoffed lightly, reflecting on the bond between brothers, where lowly insults may be tolerated, yet consistently targeting one another's vulnerabilities seems rather unethical, does it not? Is this not the truth? One must possess the courage to confront the facts, even if one is Ji Zhao. "Just say whether you are small or not," Ji Zhao remarked, casting a fiery gaze at the seemingly innocuous Chen Yan, her heart brimming with resentment. Chen Yan stretched languidly, exuding an air of refreshment. This night, she had been a frequent disturbance to his slumber, and at last, he had seized the opportunity to retaliate. "I will go buy some breakfast while you wash your face." Chen Yan sauntered slowly into the bathroom, while Ji Zhao glared at her retreating figure with gritted teeth. Suddenly, a smile broke upon her lips, laced with profound significance. She retrieved her phone and glanced towards the bathroom door, murmuring to herself that if old Chen no longer valued their brotherly bond, he could not blame his brothers for their lack of loyalty. At a little past 7:30 in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Chen Yan tidied up the dining table and turned to Ji Zhao, who was sprawled on the sofa. She remarked that it was still early and that she would take a brief nap, asking him to wake her at 8:10. Ji Zhao sat up, his expression revealing an unusual intensity. "Old Chen, I suggest you postpone your nap for a while. It need not be long, perhaps just 3 to 5 minutes." Chen Yan was left utterly perplexed, wondering what he meant. Ji Zhao smiled mysteriously, gestured towards the sofa opposite, and said, "Take a seat for now, and you will soon understand what I mean." Chen Yan sat across from him, half believing, and noticed the lewd smile gracing Ji Zhao's face. His brow furrowed, for experience had taught him that whenever Ji Zhao exhibited such a grin, it often heralded trouble. "Surely, nothing good comes of this. Are you concealing something from me?" Just as Chen Yan began to speak, her words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Upon hearing it, Ji Zhao's face lit up with a radiant smile. She turned to Chen Yan with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, "It seems I heard the doorbell. Old Chen, don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry and open the door, perhaps 2 stunning beauties are waiting outside." Chen Yan cast a glance at Ji Zhao, feeling somewhat perplexed by the meaning of this statement. However, once he opened the door, it became clear. And Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan each grasped a suitcase. And Ji Shui, adorned in a flowing white dress, revealed a pair of expectant eyes behind her golden-rimmed glasses. Upon catching sight of Chen Yan, a smile blossomed on her face. "Hello, esteemed Chen, the top scholar. Haiyan and I have come uninvited. You surely wouldn't be upset, would you?" Without waiting for Chen Yan to speak, Zhao Haiyan smiled and chimed in. How could Chen Yan be in a bad mood? She then entered, remarking that it was her first time visiting Chen Yan's home to create art. Having spoken, she pushed past Chen Yan and took in Ji Shui into the room, leaving Chen Yan standing at the doorway. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his gaze towards Ji Xiao gradually turned unfriendly. Ji Xiao cleared his throat. I rose to greet the class leader, Haiyan. It has been quite some time since we last met, and I have missed you all dearly. Ah, a gentle embrace. And Ji Shui stepped aside, merely smiling, while Zhao Haiyan was much more forthright. With my palm raised, Ji Xiao, I am quite content at this moment. Do not compel me to strike you while I am in such a joyful state. Ji Xiao, unfazed, offered a laugh, pondering the futility of holding on to grievances after all. Harboring resentment only serves to disrupt harmony. Ah, Haiyan, let's lower our hands, she suggested. As she observed the unfolding scene, Chen Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, reflecting on how events had escalated to this point. Even if he were to kill Ji Xiao now, it would be futile. He must come to terms with reality. Chen Yan, you should also take the bus to Jiangqing. It was rather coincidental to sense a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Zhao Haiyan, whose disposition was notably cheerful, was the first to break the silence. Shui and I will also be taking the bus. Your bus number wouldn't happen to be 8734, would it? Chen Yan nodded, yet her gaze shifted towards Ji Xiao. Although Liangshan was a small locale, it served as a vital transportation hub, with the Liangshan bus station bustling with activity. Every half hour, a vehicle departs for Jiangqing. Under normal circumstances, the likelihood of him sharing the same transport within Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan is rather slim. It is evident that a traitor is at play. The apprehensive Ji Xiao cleared her throat softly, avoiding eye contact with Chen Yan, and responded with a gentle smile. What a coincidence that both old Chen and I have this very car. It seems that Haiyan and I share a remarkable affinity. Zhao Haiyan's face is filled with astonishment. With a compliant nod, she exclaimed, "What a remarkable coincidence. This is truly fate." Chen Yan observed the two women's clumsy performance with an impassive expression. Although she felt a sense of resignation, she understood that guests must be treated with courtesy. She rose to fetch 2 cups of water, placing them on the coffee table before the two ladies. "Thank you," and Ji Shui murmured softly, lifting her cup to take a sip. From the moment she entered the room, her gaze remained fixed upon Chen Yan. Noticing this, Zhao Haiyan subtly signaled to Ji Xiao with a glance. "Old Chen, I shall go downstairs to the convenience store to purchase a few bottles of water for the journey," Zhao Haiyan said as she rose to her feet. "I will accompany you. I left in too much of a hurry." Having forgotten the water she had prepared in advance, Chen Yan cast a glance at the suitcase in front of Zhao Haiyan, upon which rested a tote bag. The half-open bag revealed a few bottles of mineral water, barely visible. Noticing Chen Yan's gaze, Zhao Haiyan quickly glanced down, and in the next moment, she hastily tied the bag shut. The mineral water was unpalatable. I yearned for something sweet. After Ji Xiao closed the door, Zhao Haiyan let out a sigh of relief. It was a close call. The truth nearly slipped out. However, it has already been revealed. Ji Xiao gently nudged Zhao Haiyan's shoulder. Tentatively inquiring, Haiyan and others went to the station. "How about we sit together?" Zhao Haiyan smiled with relief, saying, "Ji Xiao, although you could be rather frivolous at times, you prove to be quite dependable when it truly matters. I share the same intention this way." Shui can sit together with Chen Yan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. A solitary man and a lone woman. A journey of over 4 hours may indeed spark the flames of romance. Ji Xiao bore an unusual expression, coughing repeatedly. She held little optimism regarding Zhao Haiyan's attempts to match Chen Yan within Ji Shui. The transformed in Ji Shui was undeniably beautiful, yet unfortunately, she had crossed paths with Jiang Muhe. There is a popular saying circulating online, is there not? It is often said that after sharing 3 meals together, if one has not yet experienced the stirring of affection, no amount of time spent together will ignite such feelings. Although this notion may not be entirely accurate, it does hold a degree of validity. From Ji Zhao's understanding of Chen Yan, this perspective seems to resonate. For 3 years in the same class, Chen Yan has never harbored any thoughts about Ji Shui. Whether it be the earlier ugly duckling version of Ji Shui or the current swan rendition, there exists a notable absence of inspiration. Merely regarding her as a classmate, in truth, Ji Zhao's invitation to the two girls today was not aimed at bringing Chen Yan and Ji Shui together, but rather for his own sake. To clarify, he sought this encounter for Zhao Haiyan. After all, is not love something that must be fought for? Such is his intention, and Ji Shui is similarly situated. In contrast, Ji Xiao believes that her chances of success far exceed those of Ji Shui. The atmosphere in the living room is quite tranquil, as Ji Shui observes Chen Yan, who is engrossed at her phone with her head bowed. Initiate a conversation to break the silence. Chen Yan, what are your hobbies? Let's find a topic to discuss. It cannot possibly be this awkward. Chen Yan shook her head, expressing that she had no particular hobbies. If one must choose, I find pleasure in earning money. The serene expression of the water god, upon realizing the mistake, was met with a subtle smile from her. Chen Yan, we are merely entering our freshman year at this age. Our focus should be on diligent study. The pursuit of wealth is not a concern suited for our youth. We can ponder such matters after graduation, and there will be ample time to reflect on them then. In the depths of those smoky, obsidian eyes lies a profound calmness, exuding an earnest demeanor. However, I find myself at odds with your perspective, class monitor. Instead, I believe that one should seize the opportunity to earn money while they can forego wealth is to squander one's life. We are, after all, students in our youth. Although university differs from high school, university students are still students, and, as such, they should dedicate their energy to their studies. Embrace the role appropriate to your current stage. This is the right approach. Chen Yan cast a glance at Ji Shui and chose to remain silent thereafter. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same vision cannot collaborate. In this regard, he and Ji Shui held fundamentally divergent perspectives, for he believed that life is inherently replete with endless uncertainties. Why must one adhere to conventional ways of living? Youth is inherently wild and unrestrained, devoid of a standard answer. That said, earning a living and pursuing higher education can undoubtedly coexist. At least this is the belief of Chen Yan. Unbeknownst to her, Shui, upon seeing Chen Yan's silence, mistakenly assumed that her previous remarks were inappropriate. Perhaps having served as class leader for too long has cultivated a tendency to lecture softly. I am aware that this is an irksome habit, and I am currently striving to amend it. Please do not take it to heart. In truth, his tone was not inappropriate at all. There is no sense of condescension. On the contrary, Chen Yan exudes a gentle demeanor as he gestures dismissively to the class monitor. You are overthinking. I'm not so fragile. What you expressed earlier was not a sermon, but merely your own perspective. Being articulate is indeed commendable. No alterations are necessary moving forward. And Ji Shui made several attempts to initiate new topics of conversation, yet each was swiftly dismissed by Chen Yan with mere words, leading to an awkward silence once more. Chen Yan does not harbor any animosity towards Ji Shui. She simply prefers not to engage in conversations with girls. This is her stance. Let the tranquility of the water extinguish the desire for conversation, as I silently took out my phone and began to aimlessly scroll. By the time Ji Xiao and Zhao Haiyan returned, seeing the two individuals, each holding a mobile phone, they seemed to be in their own worlds. Zhao Haiyan, perplexed, settled beside Ji Shui and said, "What's going on? Such a splendid opportunity. You ought to converse more with Chen Yan. Matters of the heart require nurturing. Either it is love at first sight, or it is a gradual cultivation of feelings. You and Chen Yan have long surpassed the stage of instant attraction. Thus, it is more suitable for your relationship to develop slowly. Therefore, when the right opportunity arises, you must take the initiative, be a bit more enthusiastic, and refrain from being overly aloof. I must emphasize this to you. Boys do not favor aloof girls." And Ji Shui opened her mouth, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Is he aloof? Shortly after 8 o'clock, a group of 4 arrived at the station. After Chen Yan placed her luggage, she entered the vehicle first. Zhao Haiyan grasped Ji Xiao, who was about to board, and Ji Xiao understood Zhao Haiyan's intentions. I gestured for silence, then approached old Chen to convey a message, pondering what exactly to say. Zhao Haiyan cast a displeased glare, expressing her dissatisfaction. My seat number, alongside Shui, was 2122. You may simply take a seat there with the stunning beauty of Shui by your side. Any man would have no reason to refuse, unless Chen Yan is not a man. Ji Xiao smirked slightly. Very well. After adjusting the inclination of Chen Yan's seat, he happened to notice. Ji Xiao, who had just boarded the vehicle, pointed toward the outer seat. With the luggage being so cumbersome, a sly smile crept across her face. Under Chen Yan's watchful gaze, he strode directly to the back, taking a seat on the right side of the fifth row. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow at Ji Xiao, questioning his choice of seat. However, Ji Xiao merely scratched his head and approached Chen Yan, stating, Old Chen, I'm swapping seats with class leader Anda. You are aware of my affection for Haiyan. It is a rare opportunity to encounter someone like her, one that could strengthen our bond. It would indeed be a pity to let it slip away. I understand this may feel somewhat unfair to you, as you may not consider us as brothers, but for the sake of a brother's happiness, a modest sacrifice on your part should not be too much to ask, right? Chen Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. After gazing intently at Ji Xiao for a considerable time, I declined your invitation to come sit beside me. Old Chen Yan, maintained a tranquil demeanor. Interrupting, he stated that there was no need to repeat kind words, warning against forcing a confrontation. Ji Xiao obediently positioned himself on the outer side of Chen Yan, awaiting Zhao Haiyan as she assisted in Ji Shui into the vehicle. Upon noticing Ji Xiao seated alongside Chen Yan, he was momentarily taken aback. As he approached their seats, Zhao Haiyan came to a halt. Jie Xiao, just moments ago, when you were below, did you not mention there was a matter you wished to discuss with me? Perhaps you could exchange seats with Shui, and once the matter is concluded, you may revert to your original seats. In response to Zhao Haiyan's inquiry, Jie Xiao found herself utterly unable to voice any dissent. Chen Yan gently spoke. Haiyan, you and Ji Xiao have matters to discuss. Let us converse once we alight from the vehicle. I, too, have something to discuss with him. Sensing the atmosphere, she chose to remain silent, allowing the moment to unfold. Zhao Haiyan was exceedingly vexed, and in a fit of frustration, she kicked the outer side of the machine's exhaust. Then he pulled in Ji Shui towards the rear of the carriage. A fleeting glimmer of subtle disappointment crossed in Ji Shui's eyes. In truth, he could sense that Chen Yan was deliberately avoiding him. After the pang of disappointment, an indomitable spirit surged within him. If she wished to evade him, the more resolute he became in his pursuit. And Ji Shui steeled himself against the current of his emotions. Her appearance exudes confidence. Should it be assessed according to a scoring standard? At the very least, it should be above 90 points. Isn't it often said that a woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them? Yet, he remains skeptical of this notion. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the vehicle set off. After a short while, Ji Xiao nudged Chen Yan with her arm. Why, old Chen, can't you consider your brother's feelings? Ji Xiao is pouring out his grievances. Tell me, what is wrong with you suggesting that I switch places with the monitor? Chen Yan cast a glance at Ji Xiao, then turned her gaze towards the window. All this time, I have seldom taken your feelings into account. You are fully aware of my aversion to spending time with girls, yet you deliberately create opportunities for me to interact with the class monitor. Have you ever considered my perspective? As she turned back, dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. Have you lost your conscience to fortune, little chick? The guilt-ridden Ji Xiao dared not voice any complaints, instead opting to laugh it off and divert the conversation. Old Chen often remarks on the abundance of beautiful women at Jiangda. Henceforth, do keep a keen eye on my behalf. Should you encounter any remarkable young ladies, kindly share my WeChat. No more pursuing Haiyan. What is there left to chase? Having fallen out with me, it serves them right. As for Chen Yan's cold remarks, Ji Xiao remains unfazed. Continuing from our previous discussion, my dear Chen, I must emphasize that if you encounter any remarkable young women, please do remember to introduce them to me. If one is insufficient, then perhaps 2 or even 200 will suffice. My friend, my resources may be limited, hence I must rely on you to compensate through quantity. As long as you lend your support, I am certain that I can find love. Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. She seemed poised to say something, but upon reflection, decided against it. Ji Xiao gazed out the window at the swiftly retreating trees, a sigh escaping her lips, pondering the true nature of university life. I eagerly anticipate Chen Yan's presence, as reported by netizens. University life is quite splendid. Chapter 63. A shared appreciation as a skilled storyteller. Ji Xiao instantly discerned the deeper meaning behind the words spoken, a sly smile revealing a hint of mischief. Old Chen, didn't you always boast about your disinterest in women? It seems you are merely a superficial gentleman. Chen Yan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Xiao, dismissing the remark. Nonsense. I am a true gentleman. Ji Xiao chuckled. Can a true gentleman utter such words as you just did? Lowering his voice, he continued, Old Chen, I see it now. You are just a reserved flirt. Chen Yan paid no mind to Ji Xiao's assessment, gazing nonchalantly out the window. That is not my opinion. It's merely feedback from netizens. I just enjoy surfing the internet and sharing their thoughts, nothing more. Ji Xiao grimaced at the remark. Men understand men, especially considering he and Chen Yan had been inseparable since childhood. However, it must be noted that despite old Chen's somewhat irreverent demeanor compared to the top-performing students, he consistently maintained a deliberate distance from the female cohort. Suddenly, a bold conjecture arose in Ji Xiao's mind. His expression tightened as he cautiously inquired, Old Chen, do you prefer men or women? Let me be clear, although you are quite handsome, I am fond of women, so please refrain from harboring any improper intentions towards me. Such a shocking declaration caused Chen Yan to furrow his brow, turning to fix his gaze on Ji Xiao. May I ask you a question? What question? Can you take a beating? No, I cannot. Chen Yan shot Ji Xiao an icy glare, shifting slightly away in evident disdain, his mouth shutting as if he had just dined in a restroom buffet. Ji Xiao remained speechless. When it came to sharp tongues, he conceded to Chen Yan's prowess. Once he began to speak harshly, it was truly formidable. The bus journeyed past Yinshan and Shuiziu, nearing noon when it exited the highway, halting at the Siyun service area. Dear passengers, the time is now 12:07. You have 30 minutes for lunch, and we shall depart promptly at 12:37. Please return to the bus in a timely manner. As Chen Yan and Ji Xiao disembarked, they were greeted by Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan, who approached arm in arm. Grinning amiably, Chen Yan, shall we go for a meal? Zhao Haiyan proposed cheerfully, and Ji Shui chimed in, let us go. The two women harmonized seamlessly, leaving Chen Yan no opportunity to decline. Ji Xiao noticed Zhao Haiyan signaling him frantically and cleared his throat. Old Chen, what are you hesitating for? It's merely half an hour to grab a bite. Once we reach Jiacheng, there will be registration and searching for dormitories. When will we have time to eat then? All right. Let us go? Chen Yan acquiesced. After all, they were classmates, having traveled together on the same bus. As freshmen at Jiangda University, they would see each other often over the next 4 years. Refusing such an invitation to dine would be excessively deliberate and somewhat impolite. Upon arriving at the restaurant in the service area, Chen Yan spent 20 yuan on a bowl of braised pork rice, only to turn around and witness a rather exasperating scene nearby. Ji Xiao, clutching a recently purchased takeout meal, was surrounded by a throng of people at the entrance of a souvenir shop. In front of the shop, a small stage had been erected, occupying merely a few square meters, where 3 young girls, adorned in vibrant and youthful attire, were dancing while donning various merchandise from the store to entice customers. Ji Xiao stood there, mouth agape, nearly drooling. Observing Ji Xiao's embarrassing demeanor, Chen Yan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He approached from behind and delivered a swift kick. Upon turning to see Chen Yan, Ji Xiao couldn't help but grin. Old Chen, I'm just taking a look. Just looking, old Ji. Must you be so uncouth? Can't you behave normally? Chen Yan retorted, attempting to pull Ji Xiao away. Haven't you ever seen a girl before? Ji Xiao chuckled. Old Chen, don't pretend. What right do you have to criticize me? With that, his attention shifted back to the girl in the center, and he muttered to himself, her dance is so pristine. Chen Yan shielded his face with one hand, feigning ignorance of Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao smirked. Old Chen, stop acting so sanctimonious. Haven't you noticed the girl's legs? We grew up in the same pair of trousers. Don't think I'm unaware of your hidden preferences. Chen Yan's response was succinct. Vulgar. Ji Xiao scoffed. Ah yes, of course, you are not vulgar. You are the epitome of elegance, right? Chen Yan replied with clarity. Not at all. Refined individuals appreciate the dance, while the vulgar gaze upon the legs. Ji Xiao pouted. So which are you? Refined or vulgar? Me? I appreciate both. Ji Xiao fell into silence. Noticing Ji Xiao had no intention of leaving, Chen Yan shrugged and turned away, muttering as he walked. The leg shape truly leaves much to be desired. Ji Xiao glared at Chen Yan's retreating figure, then glanced back at the girl on stage. When he noticed she wasn't looking his way, he let his gaze linger on her legs, questioning his own life choices with a hint of disbelief. Those legs aren't good? That's just absurd. During the meal that lasted over 10 minutes, Zhao Haiyan, seeing that neither Chen Yan nor Ji Shui had any inclination to break the silence, reluctantly decided to take matters into her own hands, rather, to use her voice. Chen Yan, did you choose computer science with the intention of becoming a programmer after graduation? Not at all, Chen Yan replied, his focus entirely on his meal, not lifting his gaze. Zhao Haiyan paused, taken aback. If you're not going to be a programmer, then why study computer science? Useful, he stated tersely, perhaps influenced by Jiang Muhe. Chen Yan had adopted her succinct style of conversation. Frustrated by Chen Yan's disinterest in chatting, Zhao Haiyan pressed on for the sake of Ji Shui. And what is it useful for? Chen Yan stuffed the last morsel of rice into his mouth, resolutely advocating against waste. Upon hearing Zhao Haiyan's unexpected inquiry, he struggled to swallow and replied calmly, "It is quite useful." This manner of conversation left Zhao Haiyan at a loss for words, just as she contemplated giving up. And Ji Shui, who was busily pushing around the rice with her chopsticks, suddenly spoke up, her gaze imbued with utmost gentleness. "Chen Yan, could you elaborate a bit more?" Noticing that Ji Shui had finally engaged with Chen Yan, Zhao Haiyan felt a quiet sense of relief. In her estimation, given Ji Shui's striking appearance and demeanor, her proactive approach would surely captivate Chen Yan. When a girl takes the initiative, it is often challenging for a boy to resist. Especially when she is as beautiful as Ji Shui, most ordinary boys would find it nearly impossible to withstand such charm, unless Chen Yan was exceptional. Elaborate, you say? Yes. Under Ji Shui's watchful gaze, Chen Yan leisurely set aside the disposable food container before him, deftly inserting his chopsticks in a cross pattern. And with an indifferent expression, uttered 5 words. "It is very useful. You want more detail? Very well. I mean, is there anything more detailed than what I just said?" Chapter 64. Arrival at Jiangda University at 12:30. Chen Yan was preparing to board the vehicle when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar silhouette. To be precise, it was not merely the silhouette that was familiar, but rather the pair of legs beneath the light blue skirt that struck a chord of recognition within him. He stood before the car door, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Those legs, why did they seem so familiar? The more he looked, the more they resembled those of the junior from elementary school. No, it must be an illusion. Chen Yan shook his head, dismissing the thought instantaneously. Jiang Muhe was being driven by Liang, and private cars certainly traveled much faster than buses. When Chen Yan had inquired about her departure time yesterday, she had mentioned around 8 or 9 o'clock. At this hour, she must have already arrived in Jiangda City and perhaps was already napping in her dormitory. "Little brother, if you're not getting on, please don't block the door," someone called. "All right, I'm getting on." A few minutes later, the bus set off. Chen Yan stifled a yawn and closed his eyes to steal a moment of rest. He had stayed up late studying the previous night and had been awakened early by Ji Zhao's incessant chatter, leaving him utterly sleep-deprived. After several hours of travel, fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber shortly thereafter. In the rear right seat, Ji Shui rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Chen Yan's seat, her expression fluctuating with unspoken emotions. Noticing her demeanor, Zhao Haiyan cleared her throat and gently advised, Shui, don't be too disheartened. University life has yet to begin. As the ancients said, where there is sincerity, even metal and stone will yield. You are so beautiful. If you take the initiative, you will undoubtedly captivate Chen Yan." Ji Shui retracted her gaze and let out a soft sigh. "Haiyan, Chen Yan is different from ordinary boys." Zhao Haiyan looked perplexed. "In what way is he different? Aren't they all the same?" Ji Shui's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Haiyan, could you refrain from speaking so carelessly? What do you mean by that?" The words escaped her lips, caught in the web of her embarrassment. Zhao Haiyan chuckled softly. Shui, are you blushing? This won't do. Once you and Chen Yan establish a relationship, it won't be long before you are bound to meet in the most intimate of ways. If you can't even handle a joke now, what will happen then? A girl shouldn't be overly serious. It's perfectly fine to indulge in some playful banter. Ji Shui's face grew hotter as she nudged Zhao Haiyan's leg. "Please, stop talking. Regardless of whether Chen Yan and I can progress to that stage, Even if we do, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to engage in such activities. Zhao Haiyan smirked. Shui, you are still too naive. It's pointless discussing this with you now. Let us wait until you and Chen Yan solidify your relationship. And Ji Shui's gaze softened like water as she exhaled deeply. Once her emotions had settled, she unconsciously looked towards the front left. The bus departed from Sijuan and traveled along the Jianghuai National Road, passing through Baisha and Qinghu, ultimately arriving in Jiang City at 2:20 in the afternoon. Upon disembarking from the bus, the four of them hailed a taxi outside the station. After stowing their luggage, Chen Yan promptly took the front passenger seat, allowing Ji Xiao and Ji Shui along with Zhao Haiyan to settle into the back. Ji Xiao was quite pleased with Chen Yan's arrangement and eagerly joined the others in the rear. The full name of Ji Xiao's school is Jiangda University of Science and Technology, located just a little over 3 kilometers from Jiang University. Master, let's head to Jiangda University of Science and Technology first, then to Jiang University, he said. All right, please fasten your seatbelt. As the capital city of Jiangbei province, Jiangqing's vibrancy is incomparable to that of a small place like Liangshan. Towering skyscrapers to the skyline, the sun blazes overhead, and the glass facades of the buildings reflect the sunlight, shimmering with brilliance. Traffic lights alternate, vehicles flow like a river, and pedestrians bustle about. Ah! The charm of a big city, Ji Xiao remarked, only for Zhao Haiyan to chime in. Indeed, it's far more prosperous than Liangshan. Look over there, a Dior boutique. Liangshan doesn't even have stores of such brands. And Ji Shui smiled and nodded, eagerly anticipating the university life that lay ahead. A few minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Jiangda University of Science and Technology. Chen Yan stepped out alongside Ji Xiao, assisting him with his luggage. Ji Xiao sighed, Old Chen. Had I known this would be the case, I would have studied diligently to get into Jiang University. Now here I am, the only one among you three at the Science and Technology University. After this farewell, we might not see each other again. After such a build-up, he opened his arms and said, Come, let me hug you, my dear. Chen Yan shot him a glance and gave him a light kick. Go on, check in. Get along well with your roommates and call if you need anything. Off you go. With that, he returned to the car. And Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan, who had remained in the vehicle, waved goodbye to Ji Xiao as the taxi slowly pulled away. Ji Xiao watched the departing taxi, his expression tinged with melancholy. Suddenly, several girls approached from a distance. In the sweltering summer heat, the girls were dressed in light attire. Ji Xiao's eyes instantly lit up, and his earlier gloom dissipated. University life seems quite delightful. 5 minutes later, outside Jiang University, Chen Yan paid the taxi fare and turned around. Captivated by the imposing stone at the entrance, 7 or 8 meters long and several meters high, engraved with the words Jiangda University. Is this my sister's school? A smile unconsciously crept across his lips as he grabbed his suitcase, ready to enter the university. Just as he took a couple of steps, he was called back. Chen Yan, don't rush off just yet. He turned, puzzled, and looked at Zhao Haiyan. Is there something? Zhao Haiyan nodded earnestly, pointing to Ji Shui's suitcase, which was rather large. Could you help pull it for her? Chen Yan hesitated. Should he help or not? Deep down, he was reluctant. Yet considering they were all classmates from high school, he felt obliged to assist. All right. Before he could reach Ji Shui, a fragrant breeze wafted past. And in the next moment, a stunning figure appeared. Jiang Muhe, covering her mouth, exclaimed with wide eyes, Wow, what a coincidence. Did you just arrive too? The moment Chen Yan saw Jiang Muhe, he was certain of one thing. The silhouette he had spotted at the Siyun service area at noon belonged to none other than Jiang Muhe. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he replied, Junior, weren't you supposed to have arrived long ago? Upon hearing the question, Jiang Muhe blinked her eyes. Uncle Li drove rather slowly, which is why I have only just arrived. At the moment she uttered these words, Li Yang, who was approaching, stumbled slightly, opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could utter a sound, he noticed the young lady wildly blinking at him and had to swallow his words back down. Indeed, he drove slowly, trailing behind the bus all the way. Uncle Li, you may head back now. Please drive safely on the road. Upon hearing this, Li Yang quickly shook his head. Miss, Madam instructed me to see you to the dormitory entrance. Jiang Muhe raised her chin. The school entrance is still an entrance. Mississippi. Li Yang hesitated. I have Chen Yan with me. I do not require your assistance. Feeling somewhat wounded, Li Yang cast a peculiar glance at Chen Yan and in utter resignation. He accepted this reality. Once Li Yang departed, sensing a surge of urgency, and Ji Shui pulled Zhao Haiyan forward. The The situation left Chen Yan feeling overwhelmed, and within moments, he could feel the hostile gazes surrounding him. Jiang Muhe, the most beautiful flower of Jiangda University. In terms of looks, while Jishui may not rival Jiang Muhe, she certainly belonged to the ranks of campus beauties, and though Zhao Haiyan was rather ordinary, she was at least a girl. One boy and 3 girls, such a configuration could not help but invoke envy and resentment. Zhao Haiyan cleared her throat. Upon hearing her subtle cue, Jishui quickly spoke. Chen Yan, you were going to help me. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Muhe, who tossed her shoulder bag to Chen Yan. Hold this for me. Oh, and please help me pull my suitcase as well. And Jishui, Zhao Haiyan. In ancient times, a hero named Chung Yaojin would emerge unexpectedly. Today it is Jiang Muhe. Chapter 65. You look beautiful when you smile very well, senior. Chen Yan slung Jiang Muhe's bag over his shoulder, each hand grasping a suitcase. In stark contrast to his reluctance when aiding Jishui, his willingness to assist Jiang Muhe was both swift and effortless, devoid of any internal dissent. Upon hearing Jishui's voice, Chen Yan hesitated momentarily, casting an apologetic smile in her direction. Class monitor, I shall assist senior first. Jiang Muhe furrowed her brows, insisting on the removal of the diminutive little, addressing her instead as senior. Acknowledging her subtle correction, Chen Yan glanced at her and amended his words. Class monitor, I will take senior's luggage inside first. If you find it too burdensome, you may wait here. I shall return shortly. Today marked the day for new students to register, and the entrance of Jiangda University teemed with clusters of newcomers and their parents. In such a setting, he dared not provoke Jiang Muhe, especially considering her impressive demeanor back at the arcade. As the afternoon sun blazed at its zenith, the ground simmered like a furnace, threatening to roast anyone caught in its grasp. Furthermore, the university entrance was devoid of shade, and standing there for half an hour could very likely lead to heat exhaustion. Under such circumstances, it was unreasonable for Jishui to remain waiting. Zhao Haiyan furrowed her brows, exclaiming, Chen Yan, in this sweltering weather, you expect us to wait here? Such recklessness is inexcusable. Chen Yan offered an apologetic smile, refraining from further comment. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Muhe and began to move toward the pedestrian path on the left side of the entrance, dragging the 2 suitcases along. Wait. Zhao Haiyan was taken aback, preparing to voice her objection when Jishui interjected, Haiyan, it's fine. I can manage on my own. Though she spoke these words, her gaze remained fixated on Chen Yan's retreating figure. After a moment, her eyes shifted back to Jiang Muhe, her sense of unease intensifying. Recalling how the driver had addressed Jiang Muhe earlier, she was consumed by curiosity and confusion. Miss? In this day and age, how could such an address still exist? The road was lined with verdant trees, and flower beds adorned with vibrant vines flourished at the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the kaleidoscope of blossoms, evoking a distinctly youthful and romantic ambience. Before entering the campus, Chen Yan insisted that Jiang Muhe don her sunglasses. Her striking beauty was indeed a formidable force, drawing numerous curious glances within mere minutes. Reluctantly, Jiang Muhe kicked her foot in annoyance. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, urging her to comply. Despite her reluctance, she obediently adorned the sunglasses that hung around her neck, murmuring softly, Fine, I'll wear them. No need to be so fierce. Chen Yan said nothing further, his attention drawn to the sunglasses, where a red thread was tied at the end of the frame, adorned with small white beads. Without overthinking, he surmised this was likely a modification Jiang Muhe had made later, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. Jiang Muhe caught a fleeting smile in Chen Yan's eyes, a hint of confusion evident beneath the sunglasses. Did you just smile? No, you must have misinterpreted. You did smile. You are mistaken. I did not smile. You smiled. Is it a crime to smile? Under Chen Yan's incredulous gaze, Jiang Muhe playfully stuck out her tongue, her head shaking slightly. It's not a crime. I merely wanted to tell you that you look quite charming when you smile. Chen Yan nodded nonchalantly, his heart unperturbed. If you can speak, do say a bit more. Continue. Jiang Muhe blinked, akin to flowers blooming in spring. Chen Yan inquired, why do those 2 sentences sound strangely familiar? Chen Yan, what were you smiling about just now? Care to share? Meeting Jiang Muhe's inquisitive gaze, Chen Yan pointed to her sunglasses and the small beads on her string. Where did those come from? Jiang Muhe raised her eyebrows. My mother gifted me a necklace. I removed the pendant and strung the pearls from the chain. What do you think? Is it pretty? Chen Yan's expression shifted oddly. May I ask, is that necklace expensive? Not particularly. How much is not particularly? Perhaps over 100,000? I didn't pay much attention. Chen Yan's lips twitched uncontrollably, at a loss for words. A pair of sunglasses worth 28 yuan had inadvertently cost a necklace worth over 100,000? How was that even possible? Walking along the main road leading to the school entrance, the two strolled for 300 or 400 meters before finally arriving at the entrance of the freshman registration hall. Chen Yan glanced at the crowd within the hall and turned to Jiang Muhe, saying, "Senior, you should head back to the dorm. It's too crowded here and things want to be resolved quickly." Jiang Muhe shook her head, raising her delicate hand to slightly lower her sunglasses. Her eyes blinking incessantly at Chen Yan. "Stop blinking. It's so hot. Go back to your dorm." "I don't have a dorm." "What?" Upon hearing Jiang Muhe's response, Chen Yan was taken aback. "No dorm? What kind of joke is this? Senior, you're about to be a sophomore. How could you not have a dorm?" Jiang Muhe hung her head, her small neck drooping as she replied softly, "I truly don't have a dorm." Chen Yan's lips curled slightly. "Senior, it's not good to lie." "I'm not lying." Jiang Muhe stepped behind Chen Yan, opened her bag, and produced a piece of paper. "Here, take a look at this. After you read it, you'll know whether I'm lying." Chen Yan took the paper with skepticism and opened it, instantly freezing in place. "Students responsible for freshman registration. Please assign a dorm to mathematics major Jiang Muhe." The note contained only this brief sentence along with the stamp of Jiangda University. "Senior, what happened to your previous roommates? They moved out." "That's not what I meant. I was asking why they chose to move out." Jiang Muhe's nose twitched slightly, her voice softer than before. "It wasn't them who moved out. It was I who left." "Why? Did you have a falling out with your roommates?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's speculation, Jiang Muhe shook her head. "No, it's because I have been complained about by them." Chen Yan's expression was one of intrigue. "Them? Did all your roommates complain about you?" "Yes," Jiang Muhe replied, her pinkies poking at each other. Her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "They said I always wear a cold expression, making it difficult to interact with me, so they collectively isolated me. Which is why I moved out to live off campus." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan suddenly realized, "Junior sister, would you like to hear a suggestion?" "What suggestion?" "In the future, try not to wear such a cold expression, as it indeed discourages others from approaching you." Jiang Muhe frowned slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Chen Yan's words. Observing this, Chen Yan couldn't help but jest, "Junior sister, do you really think your usual demeanor is approachable?" At this remark, Jiang Muhe blinked, earnestly gazing up at Chen Yan, then nodded. The affirmation made Chen Yan close her eyes, shaking her head in exasperation. Beautiful yet self-unaware, cold, oblivious. Jiang Muhe muttered to herself, "I've been like this all my life, I think. It's not too bad, right?" Her tone lacked confidence, bordering on a hint of self-doubt. "What do you think?" Chen Yan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. "Junior sister, regardless of what you think, it's how others perceive you that matters. To be frank, your usual demeanor comes off as quite aloof, so cold that it deters others from approaching." Jiang Muhe bit her red lip. "Really? Would I need to deceive you about such matters? What should I do then?" "It's simple. Just listen to me. In the future, don't keep that stern face. When you meet someone, just smile." Upon hearing Chen Yan's suggestion, Jiang Muhe looked bewildered. "Smile?" Chen Yan nodded, leading Jiang Muhe along the corridor to a corner. Surveying the surroundings to ensure privacy, she removed the sunglasses from Jiang Muhe's face, revealing her stunning beauty to the air. "Now smile." Jiang Muhe frowned. "Just force a smile? It's just the two of us here. Don't be shy. Come on, give me a smile." Jiang Muhe's gaze turned contemplative, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her lips curled into a breathtaking arc, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating a genuine and radiant smile that was immensely infectious. Chen Yan stared at her, seemingly captivated by an invisible force, unable to tear her eyes away. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Jiang Muhe gradually subdued her smile and softly inquired, "How was that?" "Cough. You look very beautiful when you smile." "How beautiful?" "Like the flowers of spring." Chapter 66. On the pinnacle of indifference with a smile, does one cease to be aloof? Jiang Muhe gazed at Chen Yan, her eyes filled with skepticism. Observing her expression, Chen Yan nodded affirmatively, conveying that her sentiment was nearly correct. However, it was not merely a matter of smiling. Such an act serves only as a fundamental attitude. In daily interactions with her roommates, one cannot be so reticent. A touch of conversation is essential. "I am incapable of that," Jiang Muhe replied candidly, displaying a remarkable self-awareness. Chen Yan, exercising patience, continued earnestly, A person's character is primarily cultivated over a lengthy period. Altering it in a short span is indeed a formidable challenge. Take your time and effect gradual changes. Begin by managing your expressions. Is that acceptable? Jiang Muhe met Chen Yan's earnest gaze and raised her hand in a gesture of affirmation, forming an OK sign. Chen Yan's lips curled slightly. Her internet speed seemed surprisingly swift. Chen Yan reached up to adjust the oversized sunglasses on Jiang Muhe's face, which nearly obscured 2/5 of her small visage. Though her beauty remained striking, it was certainly preferable to the alternative. Otherwise, should she present her captivating face in the hall, the new students within would likely be rendered speechless. Once satisfied with the positioning of the sunglasses, Chen Yan nodded in approval. All right, let us proceed. Wait, what are we waiting for? As soon as Chen Yan's words left his lips, Jiang Muhe answered through action, delicately lifting her hand to reach out for his. Not a chance. Chen Yan promptly declined without hesitation. What a ludicrous idea to hold hands with Jiang Muhe, the most beautiful girl at Jiangda University, in such a public setting. If he were to dare such a thing, within an hour, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire campus. He could hardly entertain the thought, as he would be perceived as a rival by many, especially since he intended to pursue some side ventures at school. Building rapport was crucial, and it was preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. It's perfectly reasonable for friends to hold hands, Jiang Muhe asserted once more. Chen Yan, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, Junior, I feel it is imperative to advise you on certain matters. What matters? For instance, holding hands is not permissible on campus, and it must not be disclosed outside, publicly. We are merely friends, understand? Jiang Muhe was taken aback by this declaration, her large, watery eyes blinking in confusion. Aren't we already friends? Indeed, we are friends, Chen Yan responded, his expression tinged with peculiarity, before shifting the conversation. However, the nature of our actions does not quite align with that of typical friends. In what way does it not? Jiang Muhe argued, her tone imbued with a sense of entitlement. What have we done? It's merely holding hands. Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Is it merely holding hands? Junior, you ought not to trivialize it so. While we are indeed friends, there exists a distinction between the sexes, which ordinary friends hold hands. Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with determination. I am unconcerned with what others do. I simply wish to hold your hand. Without surprise, Chen Yan once again declined her request, insisting that he would not hold her hand. The disparity in their heights forced Jiang Muhe to tilt her head back to converse with Chen Yan. After being rejected again, her brows knitted in confusion. Not holding hands? Are you certain? Absolutely certain, Chen Yan replied with unwavering conviction, his hands clasped behind him. Senior, even if you were to plead endlessly today, I still won't hold your hand, and this will remain unchanged in the future. Jiang Muhe's brows drooped, her voice softened. Chen Yan, I wish to hold. Her sweet voice, coupled with her pitiful little eyes, momentarily stunned Chen Yan, who was rendered speechless for several seconds before regaining his composure. It is certainly inappropriate to hold hands in public. Disappointment washed over Jiang Muhe as she lowered her head, her entire demeanor exuding unhappiness. Observing that she had not grasped the underlying meaning of his words, Chen Yan silently chuckled to himself. Clearing his throat, he addressed her, Senior. Jiang Muhe sulkily turned her head away, intentionally ignoring him. Chen Yan gently tapped her on the head. What I meant was that we cannot hold hands in public. I did not say we couldn't in private. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe's dim eyes instantly sparkled with delight. We can hold hands in private? Chen Yan nodded affirmatively. He thought to himself, given Jiang Muhe's earlier demeanor, it was simply too endearing, and he found it hard to resist. Honestly, Chen Yan felt slightly overwhelmed. After all, he and Jiang Muhe had held hands before. What was the difference between holding hands once or 100 times? No difference at all. Viewing the matter from this perspective, Chen Yan felt the pressure dissipate, and unbeknownst to him, he had already made a concession, his mindset shifting accordingly. Jiang Muhe seized Chen Yan's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Yan, you are truly wonderful. Chen Yan, with a righteous expression, replied, Of course. We are friends, after all. I can endure a little loss for the sake of friendship. Jiang Muhe's long eyelashes fluttered as she playfully tugged at Chen Yan's hand, then quickly released it, a hint of playful innocence gracing her exquisite features. I won't let you suffer. I'll just pat your leg. Cough, cough. Chen Yan cleared his throat. Senior, I have corrected you several times already. How can you still not remember? It's called a pat, not a touch. Jiang Muhe nodded earnestly. After negotiating their terms, Chen Yan finally led Jiang Muhe to the registration hall. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of numerous new students, most of whom were focused on Jiang Muhe. This scenario was familiar to her, and she approached the crowd with a blank expression, standing in line. The silly Jiang faded away, making way for the aloof Jiang to re-emerge. Chen Yan involuntarily twitched the corners of his mouth, perplexed by the rapid transition. The speed of this transformation was exceedingly swift. Being the only one who had witnessed both of Jiang Muhe's personas, Chen Yan felt the impact more profoundly than most. A cough escaped him as he noticed the boy standing in front of Jiang Muhe shiver slightly, glancing back furtively, only to meet Jiang Muhe's penetrating gaze. The young man felt his legs weaken as he struggled to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Hello? What? Our pig is giving birth? All right. I shall return home at once. He swiftly exited the line. Moments later, another young man standing ahead of Jiang Muhe also raised his phone to his ear. My grandfather is celebrating his 18th birthday tomorrow. Very well, I will head home immediately. One by one, they departed. Within just a few minutes, Jiang Muhe found herself at the forefront of the line, leaving Chen Yan, who stood behind her, utterly astonished. Is this truly permissible? Is this the epitome of aloofness? It is indeed terrifying. Chapter 67. Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer. Greetings, fellow student. Kindly present your identification and admission notice. Here you go. Jiang Muhe extended the document she clutched tightly in her hand towards the side of the window. The window responsible for the new student registration was manned by a senior named Wang Xiaoxiao. She casually accepted the paper, and upon unfolding it, her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw the name Jiang Muhe. She abruptly looked up. You Jiang Muhe, are you returning to live on campus? Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Wang Xiaoxiao managed a stiff smile. Alas, this is unfortunate. I must play the villain. The dormitories for the second and third year female students have already been assigned, leaving only the option of placing Jiang Muhe with the newly arrived first year female students. Jiang Muhe's notorious reputation for being difficult to get along with was well known throughout Jiangda University, no matter where she was assigned. It would be a calamity for the other three roommates, and here I am the architect of this impending disaster. Yet, with the stamped document in Jiang Muhe's possession, Wang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to comply. She closed her eyes and randomly pointed at the dormitory list in front of her. Ahem, Junior Jiang. Your dormitory is room 606 on the 6th floor of Building 6. Here's your key. This dorm has 2 residents already, leaving 2 beds available for you to choose from. Thank you. Jiang Muhe's tone was devoid of any warmth. Coldness permeated her words. A simple thank you sent a shiver through Wang Xiaoxiao, who dared not meet Jiang Muhe's gaze and bowed her head, fervently wishing for her to leave swiftly. It is said that Jiang Muhe, the ice queen of Jiangda University, is as frigid as a glacier. Having seen her today, the rumors certainly hold true. Just her presence exuded a suffocating chill. How terrifying! Jiang Muhe stepped aside and leaned against the windowsill. With a slight tilt of her head, everyone in line behind Chen Yan instinctively lowered their gazes. Even with her sunglasses on, none dared to meet her eyes. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. When it was Chen Yan's turn to register, he presented his identification and admission documents. But Wang Xiaoxiao, still with her head bowed, failed to notice what he offered. Hello. Could you please assist me with the registration? Oh, certainly. Upon hearing Chen Yan's voice, Wang Xiaoxiao finally exhaled with relief. As she lifted her head, her eyes sparkled with admiration. How handsome. Junior, I am Wang Xiaoxiao, a senior in the finance department. You may call me senior sister. The moment she uttered senior sister, an icy chill enveloped her, and she noticed Jiang Muhe to her right, her words abruptly faltering. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously inquired, Jiang Jr., do you require any further assistance? Jiang Muhe simply gestured for him to wait. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao's heart, which had just begun to warm, instantly turned cold. All right, I will assist him with the dormitory assignment right away. 2 minutes later, Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe exited the registration hall side by side, encountering Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan. When the 2 girls caught sight of Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe, they were momentarily taken aback. And Ji Shui glanced at Jiang Muhe before turning to Chen Yan with a gentle smile. Have you arranged your dormitory? Yes, Chen Yan replied, raising the dormitory key in his hand courteously. Class monitor, there are quite a few people checking in. You may need to wait a while. I shall head back to my dormitory first. And Ji Shui nodded in understanding. All right. Just as Chen Yan was about to leave, with his foot still poised to lift, and Ji Shui's voice reached his ears once more. Chen Yan, after you finish up, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? Class monitor, I shall pass on dinner. Chen Yan politely declined, explaining that on the first day of reporting, he would likely go out for a meal with his roommates. And Ji Shui did not press the matter further. Very well, we shall dine together another time. Once Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe departed, Zhao Haiyan gazed at Chen Yan's receding figure and could not help but express her thoughts. Shui, we were classmates throughout high school. Why is he so aloof with us? Upon hearing this, and Ji Shui smiled softly. Haiyan, hasn't Chen Yan always been like this? From the first year to the third, he has remained consistent in his demeanor. Aside from his close friendship with Ji Xiao, he has never had many friends in class. Zhao Haiyan reflected and realized that indeed, this was true. She then shifted the conversation. That was then, this is now. We are no longer in high school. We are attending university together. Why should he treat old classmates with such indifference? Especially since you, Shui, a stunning beauty, took the initiative to invite him for dinner. How many boys would dream of such an opportunity? Yet, he outright declined, showing no regard whatsoever. As the conversation continued, Zhao Haiyan turned her attention to Jiang Muhe, leaning closer to Ji Shui's ear and whispering, Shui, while we may not rival Jiang Muhe in looks, you are certainly not lacking. Compared to her icy demeanor, your gentle nature is far more appealing to boys. So, do not be disheartened. Before long, Chen Yan will surely find it unbearable to resist Jiang Muhe. Just look at how cold she was earlier. Like a block of ice. Disheartened? And Ji Shui shook her head with a light laugh. Why should I feel disheartened? She gazed at Chen Yan's distant figure. Her voice soft yet resolute. If one likes someone, one must strive for it. I have only just begun my pursuit, and as for the final outcome, that can only be determined after I have made the effort. Oh my, Zhao Haiyan teased, Shui, when I previously asked if you liked Chen Yan. You were so shy. Just a few days have passed, and you seem like a different person, admitting it so boldly. There is nothing to be shy about. And Ji Shui replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. I am now an adult, attending university. I have every right to like someone. Liking someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Zhao Haiyan gave Ji Shui a thumbs up, exclaiming, well said. This is the Shui I know. Come on, let's check in first. We have plenty of time to discuss things later. Buildings 5 and 6 were both female dormitories, their exteriors painted in delightful shades of pink befitting their occupants. Lush flowers and greenery lined the pathways. Chen Yan assisted Jiang Muhe in wheeling her suitcase to the foot of Building 6, surveying the surroundings and praising, Jiang University has done quite well with its landscaping. Jiang Muhe, clinging to the hem of Chen Yan's shirt, drew the attention of several passing girls. This was partly due to Jiang Muhe's striking presence, and partly because Chen Yan was undeniably handsome. The fresh-faced girls, having just transitioned from high school to university, were in the bloom of youth, filled with dreams of romance, and possessing a low immunity to charm. As the ancients would say, what girl does not yearn for love? Chen Yan glanced at the corner of his shirt held by Jiang Muhe and pulled her suitcase between them. Junior, I'll take you this far. You can let go now. Do you remember what I told you outside the registration hall? No more hand-holding or tugging at clothes. Such behavior is permissible in private, but absolutely unacceptable in public. You must maintain some distance from me in public, understand? Jiang Muhe pouted her lips, reluctantly releasing her grip with a soft, oh. She dragged her suitcase, her head hanging low, and trudged toward the dormitory entrance. Just a few steps in, she was called back by Chen Yan. Wait a moment. Jiang Muhe turned, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She released the suitcase handle and scampered over to Chen Yan, asking eagerly, can we hold hands now? Hold hands. Nonsense. Chen Yan replied, exasperated, lifting his hand only to realize such a gesture was inappropriate in the open. He subtly lowered his hand and earnestly advised, Junior, when you meet your new roommates, remember to smile. Don't keep a stern face, all right? Jiang Muhe tilted her head, feigning ignorance. Observing her sulky demeanor, Chen Yan shook his head helplessly and lowered his voice. Later tonight, in a secluded spot, I will let you hold my hand. Will that suffice? Jiang Muhe's eyes lit up, really? Indeed, but you must get along well with your roommates. Otherwise, you might find yourself reported in no time, understood? Jiang Muhe nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks radiant with joy. She stood on tiptoe and playfully murmured, if you let me hold your hand tonight, I will let you. Pat my leg. She added with a grin, don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. What are you talking about? A gentleman does not engage in such frivolities. Chen Yan replied, maintaining a serious expression. He took hold of the suitcase and, before departing, cast a lingering glance back at Jiang Muhe, his expression hinting at unspoken words. The medication for varicose veins. Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with understanding. Chapter 68. Chen Yan. Hand in hand, what medication is effective for treating varicose veins? Jiang Muhe stood rooted to the spot, gazing vacantly at Chen Yan's silhouette, muttering to herself, "Stockings, perhaps?" A smile graced her lips, and in that fleeting moment, her radiant joy was interwoven with a sense of purity and clarity, akin to a vibrant rainbow after a rain shower, striking and resplendent. The male dormitories of Jiangda University consist of two buildings, Building 9 and Building 10. All freshmen are assigned to Building 10, where Chen Yan's dormitory is located on the 7th floor, room 707. Although it was Chen Yan's first visit to Jiangda University, she had perused the campus map online prior to her arrival and navigated her way to Building 10 with ease. After hauling her suitcase into the elevator, she ascended to the 7th floor, checked the room number, and pushed the door open. Inside the dormitory, two young men were busy arranging their beds. Upon hearing the door creak open, they paused and turned their attention toward the entrance. Chen Yan placed her suitcase beside a bed by the window and offered a friendly smile to the two. "I am Chen Yan, with the surname Chun and the given name Yan, hailing from Liangshan." The tall and slender boy next to Chen Yan extended his hand for a handshake, pointing to the student ID hanging around his neck. "I am Tao Tao, from Zhejiang." Upon hearing this name, Chen Yan couldn't help but glance at Tao Tao's student ID, her expression becoming rather peculiar. Tao Tao, that name is truly unparalleled. The boy residing opposite Tao Tao noticed her reaction and also reached out for a handshake. Chen Yan took the initiative, asking, "My friend, what is your full name?" "Jiang Xiaowen," he replied. "I am referring to Xiaowen, indeed." "I said, Jiang Xiaowen," she clarified. "Wait, am I not talking about Xiaowen?" By the end of it, Chen Yan felt somewhat uncertain. Tao Tao chuckled heartily and interjected, "Chen Yan, his name is indeed Jiang Xiaowen, not a reference to your mention of Xiaowen." A light of understanding dawned upon Chen Yan. "Are all my roommates' names this striking? One Tao Tao and one Jiang Xiaowen." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the trio busied themselves with the arrangement of their beds. The young men completed their tasks swiftly, and within a mere 10 minutes, Chen Yan found herself lying on her bed. The sweltering heat had caused her to break into a sweat, and after lying down for less than a minute, she could hardly endure it any longer. Sitting up, she inquired of her roommates, "Where is the air conditioning remote? It is unbearably hot without it." Tao Tao smiled wryly. "To my knowledge, the male dormitories at Jiangda University do not have air conditioning." Jiang Xiaowen pointed to the surrounding walls. "Chen Yan, do you see any air conditioning units here?" Chen Yan was taken aback and surveyed the dormitory more closely. "Goodness, there truly isn't any." She scratched her head, bewildered. "But just a moment ago, when I passed by the female dormitory, I clearly saw air conditioning units." Tao Tao shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Jiang Xiaowen, while setting up his computer, remarked, "Chen Yan, as a local of Jiang City, I can assure you with utmost responsibility that the female dormitories at Jiang University indeed have air conditioning, whereas the male dormitories do not. Isn't this a case of discrimination?" Chen Yan could not help but express his dissatisfaction, yet despite his complaints, he felt powerless against this established fact. He approached the door and turned on the ceiling fan above the dormitory. As the fan whirred into action, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, the dormitory door swung open, and a rather innocent-looking young man entered, burdened with bags both large and small. Noticing that Chen Yan and the others were staring at him, the young man appeared anxious and stammered, "Hello, I'm Lei, with just the character Ting in my name. And I come from Jiangnan." Tao Tao's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Lei Ting? Is it the Lei Ting associated with shattering darkness?" Lei Ting shyly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that's me." Tao Tao rose and approached Lei Ting, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, your name is quite formidable." A hint of bashfulness colored Lei Ting's smile as he replied, "It's all right, really." After a round of self-introductions, all members of room 707 were finally assembled. Once Lei Ting finished arranging his bed, Jiang Xiaowen took the initiative to suggest that they establish a hierarchy among the four of them. This idea was met with approval from Tao Tao. Seeing the agreement from both, Lei Ting had no objections, adhering to the principle of the majority's will. The three turned their gaze toward the silent Chen Yan. To be honest, Chen Yan was not particularly interested in such matters. However, seeing Jiang Xiaowen and Tao Tao so enthusiastic, he felt reluctant to refuse and asked, "What is the purpose of this hierarchy?" Jiang Xiaowen promptly replied, "It's quite useful. For instance, when dealing with the dormitory supervisor, the leader would take charge, the second would be responsible for cleanliness, the third for buying breakfast, and so on. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. And the fourth? The fourth? Jiang Xiaowen pondered for a moment. For now, let's not assign any tasks to the fourth, since he is the youngest. The older ones should give way to the younger. Is everyone agreeable to this arrangement? Tao Tao was the first to express his approval. I have no objections. Lei Ting nodded in agreement. Neither do I. Ultimately, the trio turned their gaze back to Chen Yan, awaiting his response. Shrugging his shoulders, Chen Yan said, since you all have no objections, neither do I. But how shall we determine the order? By age? Jiang Xiaowen quickly waved his hand. Of course. We cannot sort by age. It should be by ability. Ability? Lei Ting asked, puzzled. What kind of ability? With an air of confidence, Jiang Xiaowen smiled. The ability we speak of is, of course, the college entrance examination score. We'll rank ourselves according to those scores. I'll go first. My score is 654. Not particularly high, but if all goes well, I should be able to manage the position of leader. Tao Tao followed suit, stating, my score is 637, currently. That places me as number 2. With great caution, Lei Ting raised his hand. My score is slightly higher than yours. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xiaowen and Bai Yutao were taken aback, particularly Jiang Xiaowen, who felt a mix of surprise and disappointment, as this meant his aspirations of being the leader had been dashed. What is your score? 708. Jiang Xiaowen rolled his eyes, his lips twitching. You call that slightly higher? Very well. From now on, I shall refer to you as Big Brother Lei. With that said, he turned to Chen Yan. It's your turn. Me? Chen Yan shrugged his shoulders, his face unperturbed, and declared, my score is lower than all of yours. Having entered Jiangda University with a cutoff score, I rank 4th. Why? You may ask. Because the 4th position entails no labor. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, a smile crept across Jiang Xiaowen's face. If one cannot be the leader, then being the second in command is also quite agreeable. Very well, it shall be decided thus. Big Brother Lei, second brother Jiang, third brother Tao, and fourth brother Chen. With that, he rose and proposed. Let us go. Having just become acquainted, we should celebrate with a meal. There is a delightful eatery on North Street, offering excellent fare at reasonable prices, where we can enjoy some skewers and sip on chilled beer. The others had no objections to this suggestion. Before departing the dormitory, Chen Yan received a WeChat message from Jiang Muhe. Chen Yan, let us hold hands. Chen Yan was at a loss for words. This one, why is she so preoccupied with such matters? It's still early. Did I not mention this evening? The sun has yet to set. We should at least wait until around 8 or 9. Okay. In Building 6, Room 606 of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Muhe finished replying to the message and set her phone down, glancing at her 3 roommates who were still in the process of making their beds. A look of curiosity flickering in her eyes. If memory serves, they have been at it for over 2 hours. Is making a bed truly such a daunting task? The 3 girls, busy arranging their beds, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines as they stole glances at Jiang Muhe, who was observing them from her window-side position. Noticing her gaze, their faces turned pale, and their previously slowed movements accelerated instantaneously. There was no way they would manage to make the bed properly today. Chapter 69. Senior sister, could you perhaps not be so aloof? Aren't you all tired? Jiang Muhe's icy voice resonated, yet no one responded. The 3 girls continued to make the beds as they had been, the only discernible change being that their speed had quickened somewhat. The wrinkles of the sheets were smoothed over time, and again, the corners aligned meticulously, as if they were measuring with a level, each gaze more earnest than the last. They were not merely arranging beds, but crafting a work of art. Observing this, Jiang Muhe gently swayed her slender leg over the edge of the bed, her voice rising slightly once more. When will you finish making the beds? Just a moment. Almost there. We're nearly done. The responses from the 3 girls varied, each laced with an unmistakable tension. Jiang Muhe furrowed her brow. In truth, she merely intended to try out a method Chen Yan had taught her. But since her arrival in the dormitory, her 3 roommates had been incessantly focused on making the beds, leaving her no opportunity. After contemplating for a moment, she slipped on her round-toed shoes, her slender calves adorned in black stockings appearing particularly delicate. Stop for a moment. The 3 girls froze, their expressions tightening. The girl residing in the bed opposite Jiang Muhe, plump and sporting 2 thick braids, closed her eyes upon hearing Jiang Muhe's words, inhaled deeply, and mustered the courage to turn around. However, the instant she met Jiang Muhe's gaze, the courage she had painstakingly gathered vanished without a trace. This face was exquisite, yet so frigid. Jiang Mu's brows arched slightly as she directed her gaze toward her, a smile gracing her lips. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Mu, hailing from Jiangda Liangshan, a sophomore in the mathematics department. Li Baizhu stood rigidly, akin to a soldier awaiting a general's inspection, but her stammering demeanor betrayed her current state of mind. I am Li Baizhu, from Northwest Fuzhou, a freshman in the literature department. With Li Baizhu taking the lead, the two girls near the dormitory entrance could no longer feign disinterest, slowly turning around with a hint of reluctance in their expressions. The girl beside Jiang Mu, noticing the latter's gaze, reacted exactly like Li Baizhu had moments earlier, straightening her back, closing her eyes, and stuttering through her introduction. As senior, I am Lu Caixiang, from Dongwu Gufeng, a freshman in the arts department. Once Lu Caixiang completed her introduction, the next girl hurriedly interjected, I am Tan Lingling, from Jiabe Siyan, a freshman in the computer science department. Jiang Mu, taken aback, approached Tan Lingling. She extended her hand, a smile illuminating her features, causing the ice to melt away, as if a gentle spring breeze had graced the room. Hello. Tan Lingling's eyes sparkled with admiration, completely overlooking Jiang Mu's outstretched hand. Your smile is so beautiful. Jiang Mu's left hand tightened discreetly as she raised her suspended right hand. May I shake your hand? Oh yes. Of course. Tan Lingling snapped back to reality, hastily taking Jiang Mu's delicate hand in both of hers, the smoothness of her skin akin to the touch of luxurious silk. Jiang Mu inwardly exhaled in relief. Despite her outward appearance of tranquility, she was, in fact, quite nervous within. From childhood to adulthood, she has had but one friend, Chen Yan. Their acquaintance was somewhat of a comedic mishap, and this moment marks her first genuine attempt at initiating a conversation. Her heart racing with anxiety comparable to that felt by all three girls present. After shaking hands with Tan Lingling, Jiang Mu exchanged glances with Li Baozhu and Lu Caixiang. Voicing her curiosity, why have you been making the beds? As the smile on Jiang Mu's face gradually faded, a chill returned to the atmosphere. The three girls, who had just begun to relax, felt the tension rise once more. Li Baozhu shook her head. Observing this, Lu Caixiang mimicked her. Ultimately, Jiang Mu's gaze settled on Tan Lingling, who felt an overwhelming pressure. Stealing a glance at Jiang Mu, she quickly lowered her head, her tone unusually cautious. Senior, could you not be so aloof? Jiang Mu scanned the room with her eyes. Am I being aloof? The intensity of her gaze made Tan Lingling's legs tremble slightly, as she forced a smile that was more pitiful than a frown. No, senior. You are the most amiable person, not aloof at all. Jiang Mu blinked. Is that so? Tan Lingling nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Li Baozhu swallowed hard, witnessing Tan Lingling's crumbling demeanor. After much inner turmoil, she decided to alleviate Tan Lingling's burden by softly changing the subject. Senior, why aren't you making your bed? The three girls' beds were adorned with sheets, blankets, and pillows, while Jiang Mu's bed was stark, consisting only of a bare mattress with a backpack and a suitcase atop it. Make my bed? Jiang Mu replied honestly, shaking her head. I don't know how. You don't know how? The three girls exchanged incredulous glances. They were already in college. In fact, Jiang Mu was in her second year. This as Jiang Mu noticed the disbelief etched on their faces and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her gaze, her voice softening. Where do you get your sheets and blankets? At this question, Li Baozhu nearly lost her composure, stifling a laugh. Senior, we bought these ourselves. The school doesn't provide them. Jiang Mu's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. Although she had spent a few days in the dormitory, everything had been arranged by Uncle Li upon her enrollment. Her only responsibility was to reside there, with all other matters managed by him. Sensing the peculiar looks from her roommates, Jiang Mu regained her composure. Of course. I know that. I was merely inquiring about where to purchase such items. Lu Caixiang interjected. The supermarket downstairs. Jiang Mu blinked. There's a supermarket downstairs? At that moment, her earlier aloof demeanor dissipated, revealing a visage so pure and charming, imbued with an endearing innocence, that it was utterly captivating. The sight of this transformation made the three girls feel as though they were in a dream. Whatever happened to the previously frosty senior? This was clearly a harmless and gentle girl. In response to Jiang Mu's inquiries, the three girls nodded in unison, with Tan Lingling taking the initiative. Senior, how about we accompany you to the supermarket downstairs to help you pick out some blankets and sheets? Lu Caixiang and Li Baozhu nodded in unison. Jiang Mu continued to blink. Is that all right? Of course, it is. With the warmth of her three roommate smiles, Jiang Mu's brows curved slightly. Thank you. At this moment, the peculiar atmosphere that had lingered for over 2 hours finally dissipated. Li Baozhu and Lu Caishiang collapsed onto the bed, taking deep breaths and wiping sweat, each appearing as if they had narrowly escaped from a calamity. Tan Lingling was even more dramatic. Lying on the bed, her legs twitched intermittently. Observing the trio's reactions, Jiang Mu was perplexed, wondering, is making the bed really that exhausting? If that were the case, she might as well ask Chen Yan for assistance in making her bed. Ah, how clever of her. Chapter 70. The Delicate Pink. Senior, what do you think of this summer quilt? Not appealing. Senior, how about this bed sheet? Still not appealing. Senior, this pillow is so soft. Do you like it? Not appealing. In the supermarket, Li Baozhu, Lu Caishiang, and Tan Lingling exchanged glances, their eyes wide in astonishment. They had accompanied Jiang Mu for half an hour, yet not a single item, be it bed sheets, quilts, or pillows, had been purchased. Regardless of their recommendations, Jiang Mu's response remained consistently the same, not appealing. Tan Lingling observed Jiang Mu from a distance and exchanged knowing looks with Li Baozhu and Lu Caishiang. Why don't we refrain from recommending anything? Let the senior choose for herself. She should buy what she truly likes. Great idea. Count me in. Tan Lingling's suggestion was instantly met with agreement from the other two. They shared a glance and hurried to Jiang Mu's side. Clearing her throat, Tan Lingling spoke first. Senior, why not choose for yourself? Li Baozhu chimed in, yes. Everyone's aesthetic standards differ. What we pick may not align with your tastes. Lu Caishiang added, exactly. Jiang Mu blinked, raising her hand to point at the top shelf of the display, then indicated the right side of the second shelf, and finally pointed to the left side of the bottom shelf. As the three women discerned the items Jiang Mu had indicated, their expressions grew increasingly incredulous. A blanket adorned with strawberry patterns, a bedsheet featuring strawberry designs, a pillow showcasing strawberry motifs, all uniformly pink and exuding a youthful charm. Previously, considering Jiang Mu's aloof demeanor, they had selected dark-colored bedding, never anticipating that her preference leaned towards a delicate pink. Jiang Mu turned, noticing the peculiar expressions on her roommates' faces. Not appealing? Very appealing. Absolutely beautiful. Exceedingly lovely. Upon hearing their responses, a smile graced Jiang Mu's lips. Doesn't it suit my temperament perfectly? Li Baozhu, Lu Caishiang, Tan Lingling. Today, their conscience, they must have settled. Later, around 7 in the evening, the four of them arrived at a bustling open-air eatery. Jiang Xiaowen, a local from Jiacheng, confidently ordered several signature dishes along with the summer specialty, spicy crayfish paired with chilled beer. The establishment was thriving, with numerous tables occupied and a line of patrons waiting. As the beer was served, Jiang Xiaowen promptly began opening the bottles. I assume everyone can indulge a little. It's our first day as friends. Let's celebrate. But let us not overdo it. Moderation is key. Thunder, gazing at the array of open bottles before Jiang Xiaowen, cautiously took one, declaring, "One bottle is sufficient for me." Jiang Xiaowen sighed. "Come on, Thunder, that's rather ungracious. I said moderation, but surely you can manage more than just one bottle." At least 3 bottles. As the saying goes, good things come in threes. Upon hearing the phrasing of Jiang Xiaowen, Chen Yan's face broke into a smile as he interjected to alleviate the tension surrounding Lei Ting. Jiang Xiaowen, you must know that Lei Ting is from Jiangnan, where the locals generally possess a modest tolerance for alcohol. A little is sufficient. Do not press him further. Jiang Xiaowen, visibly displeased, raised an eyebrow at Chen Yan. Fourth brother, we have already established a hierarchy. You should address me as second brother now. Who is this Jiang Xiaowen? Such disrespect. Chen Yan chuckled, lifting a bottle of beer in salute. Second brother, come now, allow your younger brother to toast you with a bottle. Before Jiang Xiaowen could respond, Chen Yan tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle in a mere 10 seconds. Such a bold display of drinking left Jiang Xiaowen speechless, prompting him to cough lightly. Fourth brother, whether you call me second brother or not is inconsequential. We are brothers, and among brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. Call me whatever you find comfortable. Chen Yan nodded in agreement, raising his empty bottle. Second brother, as much as we talk, you should drink as well. Provoked by Chen Yan's challenge, Jiang Xiaowen set down his bottle opener. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? Are you unaware of my moniker? Intrigued, Chen Yan asked, what moniker? The god of wine in Jiangxing. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao, seated beside Jiang Xiaowen, could not contain his laughter. Second brother, surely that nickname was self-bestowed? Do you doubt it? Very well, I shall demonstrate the prowess of the god of wine. With that, Jiang Muhe grabbed a bottle of beer and mimicked Chen Yan's earlier actions, chugging it down. Upon finishing, his face reddened at a visible rate. Not to be outdone, Cao Cao also downed a bottle, appearing unfazed. Lei Ting poured himself a glass, took a small sip, and soon his face resembled that of a ripe fruit. Seeing this, Jiang Muhe refrained from urging Lei Ting to drink more. Chen Yan took the initiative to ask Lei Ting if he would prefer to switch to mineral water. Lei Ting shook his head, gesturing to his own beer. One bottle is sufficient. Anything more would be excessive. Reassured by Lei Ting's response, Chen Yan relaxed. As skewers and dishes arrived at the table, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The gathering lasted for over an hour. Having finished a bottle, Lei Ting had slumped onto the table, and Cao Cao was not much better off, initially appearing capable of drinking. He succumbed after less than 3 bottles and promptly fell asleep. However, although Jiang Muhe appeared somewhat unsteady, he persisted until the end. Chen Yan, who had little desire to drink, found himself compelled to continue due to Jiang Muhe's relentless encouragement. As the warm evening breeze caressed him, Chen Yan squinted at the swaying Jiang Muhe across the table. Second brother, perhaps it is time to call it a night? Drink. We have barely begun, Jiang Muhe exclaimed, raising his glass and finishing it in one gulp. He then stood behind Chen Yan, draping an arm around his shoulder. Fourth brother, it seems we are truly kindred spirits. Henceforth, let us swear brotherhood. We shall not merely be brothers, but more like true kin. Chen Yan smirked. Well then, it appears our friend has indeed indulged a bit too much. Second brother, you. Jiang Muhe held a bottle of beer in one hand and handed another to Chen Yan, clinking them together before indulging in another hearty drink. Chen Yan, filled with exasperation, attempted to dissuade him, but the more he urged, the more fervently Jiang Muhe drank. After finishing, he let out a prolonged belch, pulled a stool closer to Chen Yan, and began to speak with increasing incoherence. Fourth brother, come on, call me second brother and let me hear it. Second brother. Fourth brother, continue. Second brother. Fourth brother. Second brother. Fourth brother. Jiang Muhe, with glazed eyes, tilted his head back, one arm draped around Chen Yan, the other pointing skyward. From this day forth, you are my true brother. You are my beloved fourth brother. Fourth brother, I am your cherished second brother. Chen Yan, recording the moment on his phone, smiled as he saved the video. So, shall I call you second brother from now on? Yes, you must call me that. Chapter 71. Are you pampering the dog? After settling the bill, Chen Yan glanced at the receipt. The expenses for the 4 of them amounted to over 200. Initially, he expected the cost of living in Jiangcheng, the capital of Jiangbei, to be quite high, yet he found it surprisingly affordable. Subsequently, as he observed the 3 individuals slumped over the table in slumber, he was faced with a dilemma: how to return. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Jiang Muhe, brief yet familiar. Chen Yan, I'm hungry. Upon reading this WeChat message, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. They had initially agreed to mooch off meals only until the start of school, yet now that they had arrived at Jiangda University, this particular patron seemed unchanged. Despite his playful grievances, Chen Yan, after putting away his phone, turned to the proprietor and ordered some skewers of meat and vegetables for takeout. A few minutes later, with the packaged barbecued skewers in hand, he glanced at the 3 still fast asleep. Left with no other options, he requested a basin of cool water from the owner and borrowed a bowl. Then, holding the basin and the bowl, he proceeded to pour a bowlful over each of their heads. Cough, cough. Goodness, how refreshing. Damn it, who disturbed my spring dream? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, this method proved effective, albeit at the expense of his roommates. He nonchalantly placed the basin and bowl on the floor beside him, raising his hands in feigned innocence, conveying a look that suggested, believe it or not, I did nothing. The bowl acted of its own accord. As they returned to Jiangda University, the clock was nearing 9 in the evening. The university's curfew was at 10, and fortunately, Chen Yan's rather unconventional method had saved them. Otherwise, the 4 would have found themselves locked out on their first night. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Chen Yan paused and said, You 3 should head back first. I'll take a stroll. Take a stroll? Jiang Muhe and Cao Cao exchanged meaningful glances. Cao Cao approached Chen Yan, draping an arm over his shoulder. Old 4. What are you wandering about for at this hour? Before Chen Yan could respond, Jiang Muhe chimed in. Yes, what are you wandering for? Have you watched too many dramas? Hoping for a chance encounter with a beauty tonight? Lei Ting, who had remained silent and indifferent to such matters, felt groggy, and merely wished to return to the dormitory to lie down. Under the inquisitive gazes of the two, Chen Yan irritably shrugged off Tao Tao's arm. Are you overthinking this? I'm just out for a simple stroll. Why not join me? Upon hearing this, Tao Tao and Jiang Shaowen immediately lost interest. Waving their hands in refusal, Jiang Shaowen and Lei Tang entered the dormitory building. While the last to leave, Tao Tao winked at Chen Yan and solemnly advised, Old Four, let me give you a word of caution. Our dormitory is currently filled with single men. You must not stray from the organization, understood? What organization? Chen Yan shot Tao Tao a glance. What organization should be under party leadership? I'm talking about dating. Chen Yan retorted, what dating? I can only play with cotton. Tao Tao was thoroughly satisfied with Chen Yan's response, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. At 9:43 in the evening, Chen Yan strolled leisurely to the entrance of the girls' dormitory building number 6, carrying a bag of skewers. At this hour, the area was nearly deserted. The streetlights on either side cast a soft yellow glow, harmonizing beautifully with the colorful flowers in the adjacent flower beds, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and beauty. Chen Yan gazed up at the building, then settled onto a stone platform as he sent a WeChat message to Jiang Muhe. He then retrieved a skewer from the plastic bag and began to nibble at it. After being persistently urged to drink by Jiang Shaowen throughout the evening, Chen Yan had scarcely eaten anything. However, after tasting one skewer, he found it delightful, and soon he was devouring skewer after skewer. Before long, only one skewer of grilled chicken wings and one of grilled squid remained. When Jiang Muhe's figure appeared at the dormitory entrance, Chen Yan hurriedly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and discreetly kicked the bamboo sticks aside. In the dim night, Jiang Muhe, clad in a flowing green dress, was illuminated by the faint glow of the streetlights. The hem of her dress revealed her delicate, fair legs, and her long hair swayed gracefully with each step, exuding a sense of joy. As she stepped out of the dormitory, Jiang Muhe glanced around. Soon, she spotted Chen Yan seated on the stone platform by the roadside. A hint of a smile tugged at her brows as she approached him with small, lively steps, her cheerful demeanor giving her a charming bounce. With a playful leap, she stood before Chen Yan. In the next moment, her petite hand reached out, asking, What do you have to eat? Chen Yan offered her the remaining skewers, maintaining his composure as he said, Senior, this is the lavish feast I procured for you. Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she opened the disposable container, only to reveal the two skewers within, prompting a look of confusion. Is this all there is? What do you mean, is this all there is? Chen Yan coughed lightly, rising to his feet. Girls shouldn't eat too much at night, otherwise they might gain weight. And gaining weight isn't appealing. I'm considering your well-being here. Otherwise, when you start dieting, you'll surely blame me. Think about it, isn't that the case? Jiang Muhe tilted her chin slightly. That does make sense. She brought the two skewers closer, sniffing them and licking her lips. Can I eat now? Chen Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Of course, you can eat. Jiang Muhe took a small bite of the grilled wing, and in an instant, her eyes transformed into crescent moons. Watching her eat so delicately, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Senior, why do you eat as if you're savoring a treasure? You're being so cautious. You didn't eat like this before. Have you started to manage your image since coming to college? No, Jiang Muhe shook her head gently. This is my first time eating barbecue. I want to savor it properly. Besides, there are only two skewers. If I eat too quickly, they'll be gone in no time. Hearing this, Chen Yan reached out to ruffle Jiang Muhe's hair, the softness of her locks inviting him to caress them a few times. Don't worry, from now on, as my friend, you'll enjoy delicious food without restraint. Jiang Muhe nodded obediently, In no time, she pouted her delicate lips, feeling the large hand atop her head, and weakly remarked, Chen Yan, are you grooming a dog? Ahem. Chen Yan, maintaining his composure, retracted his hand and shot her an annoyed glance. What do you mean, grooming a dog? When I groom Fuda, it is not done in such a manner. As he spoke, his voice trailed off. The more he explained, the more it seemed to imply something else. Fuda? Jiang Muhe took a bite of chicken wing, tilting her little head as she gazed at Chen Yan. Who is Fuda? The dog raised by the Jishao family, named Fuda. Oh, what kind of dog is Fuda? Meeting Jiang Muhe's curious gaze, Chen Yan replied in a calm tone, It is a male dog. Chapter 72. Who among friends ventures into the grove at night? I inquired about the breed, not the gender. In Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled tiny stars, the warm yellow light caressing her profile with a tender glow. At this moment, she was a stark contrast to her usual self. Typically, she resembled a beautiful ice mountain. Now, she was an everlasting goddess of sweetness. What is YYDS, you ask? It signifies a sweet girl, forever revered. Yet, this enchanting atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Chen Yan's remark. Food is a male Samoyed. Jiang Muhe's gaze darkened. A Samoyed is simply a Samoyed. Why emphasize its male gender? Chen Yan, with utmost seriousness, replied, Senior, I'm not deceiving you. It truly is a male Samoyed. But it used to be. It's been neutered now. Jiang Muhe savored the last bite of her chicken wing, chewing vigorously as if she were gnawing on Chen Yan himself. Chen Yan glanced at her calves peeking from beneath her skirt, his brow slightly furrowing. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Muhe extended her left leg, eager to clarify. The white feels better against the skin. The black is not as comfortable. She cautiously looked at Chen Yan. If you don't prefer the white, I can change when I return. Cough. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively, recalling Lu Sun's words. Both black and white are just vegetables. One must love all vegetables. No need to change. It's perfectly fine. Jiang Muhe blinked in confusion. Did Lu Sun really say that? Chen Yan tilted his head. If you wish to know whether Lu Sun uttered those words, ask him. Don't inquire of me. Jiang Muhe, undeterred, extended her hand towards Chen Yan. You promised to hold my hand tonight. Chen Yan surveyed the surroundings. Although few students lingered near the girls' dormitory, the occasional passerby made him hesitant. Senior, this is beneath the dormitory. It's not quite appropriate to hold hands here. Let us find a more secluded spot. Jiang Muhe raised her hand. I know a place. Where? The grove to the north. Chen Yan's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Jiang Muhe for a while before shaking his head in refusal. No, we are merely friends. Which friends wander into a grove at night? Jiang Muhe playfully tugged at the sleeve of Chen Yan's shirt, gently swaying it. Come on, let us go. No. I said no. Chen Yan insisted. The feel of white silk is quite delightful. After a little over 10 minutes in the pitch-black grove, the two arrived at a bench beneath a large tree. As soon as Chen Yan sat down, Jiang Muhe lifted her calf onto his leg, giving it a gentle nudge before laboriously pulling his right hand towards her, clasping it tightly. Hey, this position is perfect. You can touch my leg while I hold your hand. Chen Yan maintained his gaze straight ahead. Senior, I can merely glance. With that, Jiang Muhe placed his left hand on her thigh. I've walked so much today, my legs are sore. Can you give me a massage? Chen Yan experienced an astonishing sensation transmitted through his hand, his expression vivid. This is quite inappropriate. Hurry up and squeeze. In this scenario, if Chen Yan were to refuse any further, he would hardly be considered a man, and his hand gradually began to move. She let out a soft hum. Her jade-like cheeks tinged with a faint blush, fortunately concealed by the night's shroud, rendering it less conspicuous. Gently, squeeze lightly, it hurts a bit. Apologies, let me adjust. It doesn't need to be too gentle, otherwise, the tactile sensation will be affected. I can endure a bit. In the 606 girls' dormitory, Li Baozhu stood at Jiang Muhe's bedside. Noticing the bare mattress and turning to Lu Zaixiang, she inquired, It's so late. Where has the senior gone? The bed isn't even made. Should we help her with that? No sooner had the words escaped her lips than the bathroom door swung open, revealing Tan Lingling wrapped in a towel. The senior went to meet a friend, she explained, and specifically instructed that we need not make her bed. Someone else will take care of it. Lu Zaixiang nodded in agreement, affirming that the senior had indeed mentioned that. Li Baozhu wore a puzzled expression. All the residents in the building were first-year students, and even if the senior had friends, they likely did not reside in this building. Moreover, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the dormitory lights were set to extinguish at 11:30. If the senior had not returned by this hour, it would be prudent for us to make her bed. Otherwise, it would be difficult after the lights went out. Tan Lingling nodded in agreement. All right then, let us do it. Meanwhile, outside a small grove, Chen Yan walked ahead, while Jiang Muhe stumbled along behind, her calves trembling slightly. Chen Yan, don't walk so fast. I can't keep up. Chen Yan turned to look back. Senior, I'm not walking quickly at all. Jiang Muhe lowered her head, her cheeks blooming with a soft flush that Chen Yan couldn't see. My legs feel weak. A hint of awkwardness crossed Chen Yan's face as he returned to Jiang Muhe's side, extending his hand. Come, hold on to me. As his words fell, a delicate, boneless jade hand found its way into his palm. Their eyes met, and he found amusement in her sparkling gaze. Was it truly such a joy to hold hands? Why wouldn't I be happy? Jiang Muhe retorted. Hearing her response, Chen Yan chuckled softly. If she found joy in holding hands, then let her revel in it. On their way back, Chen Yan deliberately slowed his pace. Senior, what transpired in the grove tonight must remain strictly confidential, not even to your roommates, understood? Yes, I won't say a word, Jiang Muhe replied decisively, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Chen Yan then asked, how was your interaction with your new roommates today? It was quite good. How good is quite good? They said I'm not aloof at all, quite amiable, in fact. Upon hearing Jiang Muhe's answer, Chen Yan fell into a thoughtful silence before remarking, are your roommates blind? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with playful reproach. Her cheeks slightly puffed as she blinked at Chen Yan repeatedly. Am I not amiable? The sight of her was indeed a tremendous shock to Chen Yan, who coughed repeatedly, stammering, and no, Senior Xia, you are truly amiable. Not at all aloof, right? Ah, yes, I think so too. At 11:07 in the evening, Chen Yan stood outside the girls' dormitory, waving to Jiang Muhe, saying, go back, get some rest, and continue to maintain your affable demeanor. Wait a moment, Jiang Muhe called out to Chen Yan. He paused his steps, asking, is there something else? Jiang Muhe pointed towards the dormitory building. Chen Yan, I need your assistance with something. What is it? Could you help me make my bed? Upon realizing Jiang Muhe's intent, Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Senior, please understand. I am male, and this is the girls' dormitory. How could I possibly enter? Please help me, Jiang Muhe pleaded softly, pouting. Making the bed is quite exhausting. As she spoke, she forcibly pulled Chen Yan inside. However, they had barely taken a few steps when the dormitory supervisor blocked their path. Young lady, boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Let go of his hand and go in by yourself. Jiang Muhe, with clear eyes, pointed at Chen Yan's nose. Auntie, he is a girl. Chen Yan's face darkened. A girl? A girl? Jiang Muhe nodded affirmatively. Yes, a girl. The dormitory supervisor looked skeptical. How can you prove he is a girl? Jiang Muhe pondered for a few seconds, her eyes sparkling like stars, then said, Auntie, he doesn't have a little ding-dong. Crack, crack. Chen Yan was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. How could I not have a little ding-dong? Is it customary nowadays to spread rumors openly? Moreover, if one must spread rumors, why resort to personal attacks? Chapter 73, as good friends, a gentle pat on the rear is quite reasonable without a little something down there. The dormitory matron cast a peculiar glance at Chen Yan, then turned her gaze to the earnest-faced Jiang Muhe. Little girl, such words are not to be spoken lightly. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Jiang Muhe commanded, Chen Yan, remove your trousers. Chen Yan said nothing. Seizing the fabric at the nape of Jiang Muhe's neck and forcibly ushering her out of the girls' dormitory door. Under the moonlight, he fixed his eyes on her, taking several deep breaths. Senior, if you dare to speak nonsense again, do not blame me for being unkind. Unkind? Jiang Muhe's voice, soft and curious, inquired. What do you mean by that? With a slight closing of his eyes, Chen Yan leaned closer to Jiang Muhe's ear, gritting his teeth. Your rear shall bloom. Jiang Muhe fluttered her eyelashes. In the next moment, she executed an action that left Chen Yan utterly astounded. She slowly turned around, presenting her back to him, then raised her posterior, her skirt, already form-fitting, accentuating her perfect curves with the movement. A pat for you. Chen Yan stood agape, his mind swirling in confusion. What on earth was this senior trying to achieve? Before he could utter a word, Jiang Muhe took the initiative to explain. We are good friends, after all, and as good friends, a gentle pat on the rear is quite reasonable. Chen Yan slapped his forehead in exasperation and hurriedly moved to steady her. Senior, it's getting late. I must return to the dormitory. You should rest early too. With that, he provided no further opportunity for Jiang Muhe to respond and dashed away. Jiang Muhe remained rooted in place, staring at Chen Yan's retreating figure, kicking her foot in frustration. After all the effort to make the bed, what's wrong with lending a hand? That insufferable Chen Yan. No, that detestable Chen dog. Achoo. At the corner, Chen Yan suddenly sneezed. Without a doubt, it was Jiang Muhe silently cursing him in her heart. Reflecting on the fleeting glimpse he had just stolen, his heart raced uncontrollably, verging on a state of emotional upheaval. After taking a few steps, he felt a warmth in his nose. Upon touching it, he found blood. Damn. This cursed weather is not only hot but also so dry. As his grumbling echoed, Chen Yan gradually faded into the night. Once he was out of sight, Jiang Muhe reluctantly ascended the stairs. As soon as she stepped into the dormitory, she was surrounded by Li Baozhu and her two friends. Senior, where have you been? Senior, it's quite late. You shouldn't wander around alone, even if it's on campus. You are too beautiful. It's not very safe. Senior, we made your bed for you. The three girls spoke in unison, leaving Jiang Muhe somewhat dazed. However, she successfully grasped the crux of the matter. The bed has been made? She pushed past her friends and approached her neatly arranged bed, turning to her roommates with a soft smile. Thank you. The three girls exchanged glances and couldn't help but share a common thought. This version of their senior was utterly adorable. How wonderful it would be if she could remain this way forever. As Jiang Muhe settled onto her bed, the observant Li Baozhu suddenly froze in place. In the next moment, she hastily approached Jiang Muhe and crouched down before her. This action left not only Jiang Muhe perplexed, but also Lu Zaixiang and Tan Lingling, who were equally bewildered. Li Baozhu lifted a portion of Jiang Muhe's skirt, pointing at her calves clad in white stockings. Senior, what is this? Jiang Muhe looked down to see a conspicuous gray handprint on her left leg. Lu Zaixiang and Tan Lingling gathered around, staring at the delicate beauty of Jiang Muhe's slender leg, which was marred by the handprint, an unfortunate blemish upon perfection. Tan Lingling, with a hint of caution in her voice, inquired, Senior, have you been taken advantage of? No, Jiang Muhe replied flatly, pulling down her skirt, her aloof demeanor evident. I did this myself. The three girls exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of doubt. The contrast was stark. The senior's hands were so small. Yet the handprint on her stockings appeared so large, casting suspicion on her claim. However, Jiang Muhe's imposing presence deterred them from voicing their uncertainties. Before long, it was time to turn off the lights. In the dimly lit dormitory, Li Baozhu and Tan Lingling engaged in light conversation about the military training set to commence in 2 days. Baozhu, shall we go together to collect our training uniforms tomorrow? Of course, came the enthusiastic reply. Lu Zaixiang chimed in, count me in. By the way, have you all prepared for sun protection? Absolutely, Tan Lingling responded. The training lasts 14 days, and with this heat, if we don't protect our skin, we might end up looking like charcoals by the end of it. Jiang Muhe lay in bed, listening to the girls' chatter, feeling somewhat puzzled. During last year's military training, she had applied no sunblock and emerged unscathed. Her complexion even more refined due to excessive sweating. Senior, Tan Lingling asked, do you have any tips for sun protection? Sitting up, Jiang Muhe pondered for a moment before cheerfully declaring, I do. Instantly, the three girls perked up, surrounding Jiang Muhe's bed, with Tan Lingling bringing over a small lamp to illuminate the area. With her roommates' eager gazes upon her, Jiang Muhe spoke earnestly. My sun protection tip is to bask in the sun vigorously, fighting fire with fire. Tan Lingling, Li Baozhu, Lu Zaixiang. Bask vigorously? Fight fire with fire? Are you serious, Senior? Yes, I'm quite serious. That's how I did it, and my skin didn't darken at all by the end of the training. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The three girls exchanged dubious looks. Try it. That might lead to dire consequences. Don't you believe me? And no, of course not. Li Baozhu's smile appeared somewhat rigid. Senior, some people are simply born with a sun-kissed complexion, and you seem to be one of those individuals. For us ordinary folk, it is best to diligently apply sunscreen. Lu Zaixiang and Tan Lingling nodded in agreement. Jiang Muhe remained silent, believing that her method was quite effective. Li Baozhu took out her phone. Senior, shall we add each other on WeChat? Green bubble? Jiang Muhe was momentarily taken aback. Is that WeChat? Li Baozhu chuckled. Senior, you are so adorable. Yes, the green bubble represents WeChat. Let's create a group. It will facilitate our communication even if our class schedules differ. Sounds good. Before long, Li Baozhu established a WeChat group chat named The Four Great Beauties. Upon seeing the group name, Tan Lingling jokingly remarked, Baozhu, isn't that name a bit too self-indulgent? Li Baozhu replied, isn't the senior a beauty? Of course, Tan Lingling affirmed. Li Baozhu's tone was filled with certainty. Naturally, anyone residing with beauties in the same dormitory must also be a beauty. Since the senior was a beauty, they too were beauties. Was there any doubt? Tan Lingling responded with a pause. Lu Zaixiang joined in with laughter. No problem. When we step outside, our identity is defined by ourselves. We are beauties. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, we would still be beauties. Suddenly, Jiang Muhe interjected, 3 beauties. It's time for bed. Li Baozhu, Tan Lingling, Lu Zaixiang. The most dreaded moment. Silence enveloped the air. Chapter 74. 2.5 years of experience. The next day, just past 6 in the morning, Chen Yan rose from his bed, glancing at his still sleeping roommate before quietly making his way to the bathroom. A quick shower, followed by washing his face and brushing his teeth, took no more than 5 minutes. an efficient feat typical of young men. After descending from the dormitory, Chen Yan took a leisurely stroll around the cafeteria, emerging with 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk in hand. Ah, the scenery at Jiangda is truly delightful. Let me take a moment to admire it. With the intention of enjoying the view, Chen Yan sauntered to the foot of the girls' dormitory building number 6. Halting a few dozen meters from the entrance, observing the comings and goings of the female students, he squatted by the roadside and sent a message to Jiang Muhe on WeChat. After a wait of 2 or 3 minutes, he spotted Jiang Muhe, her hair styled with a rebellious tuft, emerging through the gates. She glanced around, and, upon noticing Chen Yan in the distance, her eyebrows lifted in recognition. She broke into a light jog, arriving breathlessly before him. Chen Yan stood up and handed her the breakfast. "Senior, from now on, I'm not responsible for your meals. Remember to go to the cafeteria when you're hungry, all right?" Jiang Muhe, intending to take the breakfast, suddenly halted. Her chin lifted slightly as she gazed at Chen Yan with wide eyes. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What are you looking at me like that for? We agreed that you could only mooch off me until the beginning of the semester." Jiang Muhe shook her head. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, questioning her meaning. Stepping closer, she grasped his t-shirt and asked, "Aren't we friends?" "Yes. Then as friends, you must take care of my meals." Chen Yan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and earnestly explained, "Senior, even among friends, it doesn't work like this. Anyway, today is the last meal, so just eat." Jiang Muhe turned her head away defiantly. Chen Yan, not one to relent, lifted the breakfast and asked, "Are you going to eat? If not, I'll toss it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the breakfast vanished into thin air. Jiang Muhe took a huge bite of the bun, her cheeks puffed out adorably. Amused by her petulant demeanor and seeing no one was watching, Chen Yan gently patted her head. "I'm heading back." "Wait." Jiang Muhe quickly tapped on her phone screen. Her chin raised proudly. "In the future, when you're busy, you can ignore me, but when you're free, you must buy me breakfast. As for lunch and dinner, I can eat with my roommates. Let us settle on that for now. I'll notify you if any changes are needed." With that, she resumed munching on her bun and sipping the soybean milk, bouncing toward the dormitory doors with a slight sway. Chen Yan stood rooted in place, his expression one of bewilderment. What just happened? As he watched Jiang Muhe disappear through the dormitory entrance, he slowly regained his composure, muttering to himself, "Is Senior Muhe a bit unhinged? It seems so." Suddenly, recalling her peculiar behavior before her parting words, he hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened WeChat. "Wait, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? It was not merely a single transfer, but rather 2 transactions, amounting to a total of 200,000. Jiang Muhe had transferred precisely 200,000 to him. Chen Yan's lips twitched. Was wealth truly so remarkable? After speaking, he could not help but smile wryly. It seemed, indeed, it was quite impressive. However, Chen Yan had not accepted these 2 transfers from Jiang Muhe. While he had an affinity for money, he firmly believed in maintaining his principles. Previously, Jiang Muhe had stubbornly returned the money he owed her in a rather unscrupulous manner. As of now, Chen Yan still owed her 83,000 and was troubled about how to repay it, making it clear that he would not accept her transfers again. Ding, a WeChat notification popped up on his phone. "Regardless of whether you accept this money, you are obligated to treat me to meals in the future. Do not think you can evade this responsibility." Chen Yan sighed, his heart heavy with resignation as he turned to leave. Around 10 in the morning, Chen Yan, along with his roommates, collected their military training uniforms and tried them on. Upon returning to the dormitory, they fit quite well. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them had lunch in the cafeteria. Upon exiting, Chen Yan parted ways with his roommates, purchased 2 bottles of mineral water from a convenience store, and made his way to the library alone. Entering the library, rows of wooden bookshelves greeted him, while sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting intricate shadows as students meandered between the shelves. Due to the recent commencement of the academic term, the library was not particularly crowded. Chen Yan casually selected a table by the window, waited for a few minutes, and glanced at the time. It was still more than half an hour until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With nothing pressing to attend to, he wandered through the book section and ultimately discovered several volumes that piqued his interest. How to Win the Affection of Wealthy Women. How to Make Wealthy Women Willingly Spend Money on You. National Directory of Wealthy Women. An Overview of Modern Economics. He tossed aside Overview of Modern Economics and eagerly perused How to Win the Affection of Wealthy Women, occasionally nodding in affirmation of the content. Lost in his reading, He became oblivious to the passage of time until a gentle voice broke the silence. Junior, is this book interesting? Startled, Chen Yan looked up to see Zhou. And in an instant, he had switched the book in his hands to Overview of Modern Economics, maintaining a composed demeanor as he nodded. Senior, although the content of this book may be somewhat dry, there are still valuable insights to be gleaned from it. I simply have an insatiable desire to improve. Zhou, dressed in a gentle and refreshing style, a loose pink t-shirt paired with simple denim shorts, along with her graceful appearance and demeanor, exuded the essence of a Jiangnan woman. Listening to Chen Yan's awkward explanation, Zhou's eyes sparkled with amusement. Junior, you're holding it upside down. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the other 3 books. Moreover, I was asking whether these 3 books are interesting. Chen Yan adjusted the orientation of the book he held and, with a steady heartbeat, replied, Senior, believe it or not, these 3 books were here when I arrived. Out of curiosity regarding who could possibly be so bored as to read such tedious material, I merely flipped through them. Indeed, the content is rather dull. Having said that, he placed a bottle of mineral water in front of Zhou and said, Senior, have some water. Zhou pursed her lips and asked, Junior, is there a reason you invited me to the library today? Indeed, there is, Chen Yan replied straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. Senior, Director Liu had promised to provide me with an unused classroom, and you were present at that time. Who should I contact to fulfill that promise now? Just reach out to Director Liu. But I don't have his contact information. Could you kindly assist me in getting in touch with him? Of course, Zhou smiled, picked up her phone, dialed a number, and after whispering a few words, ended the call. Junior, if you have no other matters, I can take you to see Director Liu right now. No, it's fine. For Chen Yan, who eagerly sought this opportunity, he returned the 4 books on the table to their original place. Zhou, who had witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't help but smile more broadly. Junior, if I recall correctly, you just mentioned that these 3 books were not yours. How then did you know where they should be returned? Chen Yan's expression remained calm as he replied, Senior, you may not be aware, but my family's circumstances are modest. Since my first year of high school, I have been working part-time at the library in Liangshan every Saturday and Sunday, organizing books. I maintained that job until the end of the first semester of my senior year. Therefore, I merely need to glance at a book's title to have a rough idea of where it should be placed. That is experience 2.5 years of it. Chapter 75. Your honey, my arsenic. Outside the office of the dean, Zhou halted her steps, glancing back at Chen Yan. She recalled the audacious manner in which this junior had spoken nonsensically in the library, a smile dancing in her eyes. Noticing her gaze, Chen Yan remained nonchalant, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of calm. Zhou pursed her lips slightly and raised her hand to knock on the door. After a few seconds, a voice from within announced, Come in. Zhou pushed the door open, and Chen Yan followed her inside. At the desk, Lu Meng closed the folder before him and looked up, a warm smile spreading across his face as he stood to greet them. Zhou, I've heard from you that you wish to see that classroom today? Chen Yan nodded affirmatively. Yes. Lu Meng gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa, his smile broadening. Chen Yan, military training begins tomorrow. I had originally planned to wait until after the training to show you the classroom, but it seems you were quite eager. However, since I promised you access, the school will honor the commitment. Just bear with me for a moment. I have a bit of work to attend to, which should take no more than 10 minutes. All right, take your time. I'm in no rush. After a little over 10 minutes, Lu Meng completed his tasks and led Chen Yan and Zhou to a 2-story teaching building located on the northern side of Jiangda University. The dilapidated state of its exterior indicated that it had stood for over 20 years. The first floor contained 6 classrooms, with the one utilized by the student council situated at the southernmost end, adjacent to the road. Aside from this room, which appeared relatively tidy, the other 5 classrooms were covered in cobwebs, with peeling paint evident on the walls. To the right, the northern warehouse of Jiangda University stood across a narrow road. After surveying the area, Chen Yan's gaze quickly fixed upon a standalone building behind the aging structure. Geographically, this small building faced the road and, considering its size, was approximately equivalent to 3 classrooms. Most importantly, it directly faced the northern warehouse, which had now become a hub for student council activities, ensuring a significant flow of foot traffic, perfectly aligning with Chen Yan's requirements. Dean Liu, what is the purpose of this small building? It is currently in a state of disuse. Lu Meng explained with a smile, noting Chen Yan's keen interest. However, plans for its utilization are underway. I previously discussed with the principal the intention to transform this building and its surroundings into an entrepreneurial base for our students. At this point, he clicked his tongue in mild regret. We have many outstanding graduates from Jiangda University, yet none have emerged as notable figures in the business world. The university plans to introduce a robust subsidy system to support student entrepreneurship in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dean Liu, this small building. Lu Meng, well aware of Chen Yan's intentions, swiftly interjected before he could finish his thought. You need not ponder this small building. I cannot make that decision. Chen Yan pressed on. Then who can? Who else could it be? Naturally, it is the principal. With a solemn expression, Chen Yan did not accept the classroom key handed to him by Lu Meng. Director Liu, might you take me to meet the principal? Upon hearing this, Lu Meng could not help but chuckle. Chen Yan, I do not wish to dishearten you, but even if you were to seek out the principal, it is improbable that he would grant you the rights to this small building. Why? The principal is a person who values principles highly. Granting you access to this classroom is already a significant concession on his part. Thus, you would do well to abandon such thoughts. Zhou, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, inquired, Chen Yan, are you planning to establish a club? Establish a club? Chen Yan shook his head. Senior, I find that rather trivial. Zhou laughed softly. So, you consider forming a club to be trivial? As university students, particularly in our first and second years, joining clubs and cultivating interests can be quite rewarding. Indeed, it can be rewarding, but it is not suited for me. Chen Yan did not dispute Zhou's assertion. He unscrewed the cap of the unopened bottle of mineral water in his hand and offered it to Lu Meng. Director, it is exceptionally hot today. Please have a sip. Lu Meng, with a peculiar expression, pointed towards Zhou and remarked, Little Zhou is standing right here, and you offer me the only bottle of water? Are you not even a bit tempted by such a beautiful senior? Zhou's face flushed slightly. She said nothing and simply gazed at Chen Yan. Meeting their stares, Chen Yan responded without a hint of embarrassment, though the senior is indeed lovely, what concern is it of mine? His words conveyed his stance with utmost clarity. Zhou's expression dimmed, leading her to question her own allure. Was she truly so unappealing? Clearing his throat, Lu Meng pulled Chen Yan aside for a moment and, in a hushed tone, remarked, You, my boy, seem to possess rather low emotional intelligence. I was merely trying to assist you. Did you not notice that little Zhou harbors feelings for you? Chen Yan nodded, acknowledging the observation. He was not oblivious. He could certainly perceive the affection in Zhou's gaze. It was precisely for that reason he had chosen to be so forthright, for even if he appeared overly presumptuous, it was preferable to ambiguity. What about you then? Lu Meng began, but was interrupted when Chen Yan asked, Director, what do you believe constitutes a university student? Taken aback by the sudden question, Lu Meng paused for a few seconds before responding. A university student is undoubtedly the future pillar of our nation. Precisely. Chen Yan first expressed his agreement. Then his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As long as the nation has yet to prosper, how can we speak of romance? We must embrace new ideologies, strive to become new youth. Wise individuals do not indulge in love affairs while working towards the beautification of our nation. It is our duty. And my heart is steadfastly directed towards the fluttering red flag. His words resonated with conviction and clarity. This declaration left Lu Meng momentarily astonished. However, as the director of education at Jiangda University, he had encountered countless individuals and was not easily swayed by a mere student. Chen Yan, Lu Meng said, if the nation has already prospered, should we not then embrace romance? Is it not the role of university students to engage in love rather than merely play the piano? Coughing a few times, Chen Yan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Observing this, Lu Meng felt a mix of surprise and resignation. The young man certainly possesses remarkable composure. At that moment, Zhou approached and said, Director, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. Although her words were directed at Lu Meng, her gaze remained fixated on Chen Yan. Chen Yan responded with a polite smile, expressing, I appreciate your assistance today, senior. I shall treat you to a meal another day. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Zhou interjected, when exactly is another day? Junior, do provide a specific date. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to be courteous, never anticipating that this senior would seize the opportunity to press further. At that moment, he wished he could vanish into thin air. Why did he have to say anything at all? Now, it seemed there was no turning back. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Well, with military training commencing tomorrow, we should at least wait until it concludes. Zhou smiled satisfactorily and replied, "All right, I shall hold you to that, Junior. Do not forget." With that, she turned and left. Lu Meng observed Chen Yan's disheartened expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Zhou is quite popular at school. She ranked second in that so-called campus beauty list on the school forum. You have no idea how many boys at Jiangda University harbor secret affections for her. Don't think you can take advantage and then play coy. Chen Yan sighed and said, "Director, have you ever heard the saying? What is sugar to you may be poison to me." Chen Yan, you truly. A superb performance. Chapter 76. Childhood Idol Chen Yan. Please cease your persistence. I have already informed you that the principal will not agree. Director, the student merely wishes to behold your esteemed presence, nothing more, Chen Yan replied. There will be ample opportunities for encounters in the future. For now, return and await your turn. Director, every fleeting glance away is a loss for the students. You may continue with your affairs. I shall not be a burden. Lu Meng stood at the threshold of his office, observing Chen Yan, who clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. He sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall escort you to meet the principal, but on one condition, do not speak out of turn upon our meeting. Chen Yan beamed. Thank you, Director. I must admit, you are rather dashing. Lu Meng waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. Chen Yan, following closely behind, wore an even broader smile. A compliment is never misplaced. Minutes later, they arrived at the door of the principal's office. Lu Meng, feeling a twinge of anxiety, offered a few more reminders before raising his hand to knock. Enter. At the sound of the aged voice, Lu Meng opened the door and ushered Chen Yan inside. The office was predominantly white, featuring a desk, 2 black leather sofas, and a row of solid wood bookshelves laden with various tomes against the wall. The windows were large, allowing for ample light, creating a bright and tidy atmosphere. Before the desk, Principal Jiang Muhe set down his teacup, a warm smile lighting his face as he regarded Chen Yan with eyes that spoke of a life well lived. Allow me to introduce you, Chen Yan. This is our esteemed principal, Jiang Muhe. Stepping forward, Chen Yan greeted. Hello, Principal Jiang. I'm Chen Yan, a freshman in the computer science department. Before Chen Yan could complete his introduction, Jiang Muhe raised his hand to interrupt. No need for introductions. I am familiar with your profile, Chen Yan. You are the younger brother of teacher Chen Luoshui, the provincial top scholar of Jiangbai this year. With an impressive score of 721 in the college entrance examination, Chen Yan was not surprised that Jiang Muhe was well acquainted with his accomplishments. After all, being the provincial top scholar certainly placed him in a distinguished position among the freshmen. With this thought, he stepped closer to the desk and grasped Jiang Muhe's left hand firmly. Principal, I have heard of your remarkable deeds since childhood. You are indeed my idol. His tone was earnest, his gaze sincere, and his smile warm. Jiang Muhe's aged face registered surprise before a knowing expression crossed his features. Chen Yan, do you seek something from me? Chen Yan glanced back at Lu Meng, his smile unwavering. Lu Meng, feeling somewhat helpless, interjected, Principal, when I visited Lianshan to invite Chen Yan, he made a request for the use of the student council activity room. I had called you for guidance at that time. I trust you recall? Somewhat. Jiang Muhe nodded slightly. Director Lu, since I have already consented, there is no need for further consultation. Simply hand over the keys to that room to Chen Yan. Lu Meng cast a glance at Chen Yan and continued to explain, Principal, the situation is as follows. After an extensive 2-minute explanation, Jiang Muhe finally grasped Chen Yan's intentions. With a half-smile, he scrutinized him and stated, the independent building to the north of the school cannot be made available to you. I have discussed this with Director Lu. In recent years, graduates from Jiangda University have not excelled in the business world. So the school intends to develop the northern area into a small entrepreneurial hub for current students and exceptional graduates within 5 years of their graduation. Chen Yan maintained a calm demeanor, replying, Principal, that does not contradict my aspirations. I too harbor entrepreneurial ambitions. Oh, Jiang Muhe remarked in surprise, you are only a freshman. And you are already contemplating entrepreneurship? Chen Yan explained, as the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Principal, students tend to be less adept. If one wishes to embark on a venture, it is prudent to start early, for time is the greatest cost in entrepreneurship. Jiang Muhe chuckled. You, a newly crowned top scholar from Jiangbai province, claim to be less capable? While modesty in youth is commendable, excessive humility may border on arrogance, which is undesirable. Principal, does this mean you are acquiescing? Chen Yan pressed, taking advantage of the moment. Jiang Muhe, Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, sighed deeply. I cannot grant that at this moment. Temporarily? Chen Yan keenly seized upon the principal's wording. Does that imply it may be possible in the near future? Jiang Muhe could not help but laugh. Chen Yan, the location of that building is quite desirable. To be frank, you are not the only one interested in it. Only one day into the semester, I have already received 7 or 8 entrepreneurial applications, all for that very building. Some applicants are juniors, others are seniors, you're upperclassmen. In this situation, on what grounds should I grant you the right to use it? Chen Yan straightened his chest and boldly asserted, Principal. The actions of those upperclassmen are akin to trying to obtain something for nothing. Submitting an entrepreneurial application does not entitle one to the building's use. That is mere daydreaming. In contrast to those upperclassmen, I come with genuine intent. Jiang Muhe raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, what kind of intent? Chen Yan rummaged through his pocket with his right hand and produced a key, placing it on the principal's desk. Principal, this is my earnest intent. Lu Meng, standing by, twitched his face uncontrollably upon seeing the key, his expression a mixture of shock and intrigue. Jiang Muhe gazed dubiously at the key before him. Chen Yan, what is this? A key. What kind of key? A key to a classroom. Before Chen Yan could finish, Lu Meng interjected, Principal, this key belongs to the venue used by the student council for previous activities. Jiang Muhe stared at Chen Yan in utter disbelief. Trading a classroom for the school's building? Is this what he calls sincerity? He couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was the one attempting to pull off something for nothing. Chen Yan, unfazed, maintained his gaze locked onto Jiang Muhe. After a considerable pause, Jiang Muhe finally broke the silence, a hint of teasing in his tone. Setting aside other matters, it is evident that your cunning disposition is indeed well-suited for business. Here is the deal. Once your military training concludes, you may submit your entrepreneurial documents as per the usual procedure. Should they receive the school's approval, the solitary building to the north shall be at your disposal. Thank you, Principal. Chen Yan expressed his profound gratitude, once again grasping Jiang Muhe's left hand. Principal, you truly are my childhood idol. Lu Meng quietly clicked his tongue. This Chen Yan has a remarkable knack for flattery. After exiting the principal's office, Lu Meng scrutinized Chen Yan without pause. Chen Yan smiled. Director, did you not hear the principal's agreement? This underscores that nothing is absolute. With earnest effort, success is always within reach. Earnest effort? Lu Meng's lips twitched with difficulty. Chen Yan, you are not striving with genuine intent. Chen Yan, puzzled, replied, Is that so? I believe I am quite earnest. Lu Meng shook his head. Indeed you are not. What you are employing is your face, devoid of shame. With that remark, he turned and departed. Huh? Once Lu Meng had walked away, Chen Yan pouted, who is lacking in shame. I am employing nothing but heartfelt sincerity. How could a dignified director resort to such slander? Defamation, sheer and blatant defamation. As Lu Meng's silhouette vanished up the staircase, Chen Yan lamented into the emptiness, he is defaming me. Chapter 77, the first day of military training at dawn. As the sky remained dim, the campus was enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, the call to assemble shattered this serenity. In dormitory 707, Lei Ting sprang out of bed, hastily donning his military training uniform while exclaiming, Hurry up, everyone. No more sleeping. The assembly call has sounded. Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao, still groggy, sat up with dazed expressions. Chen Yan was the last to rise, yet he dressed faster than Lei Ting, for he had already worn his military attire to bed the previous night and hadn't he removed it at all. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they encountered a throng of students, merely queuing for their meals consumed nearly half an hour. After breakfast, the quartet made their way to the training ground for assembly. The agenda for the first day of military training was rather simple. Counting off, marching, standing at attention, relaxing, and maintaining military posture. As the sun ascended, the temperature began to soar. By 11 o'clock, the new students were drenched in sweat, their spirits visibly waning. Finally, at 11:30, when the instructor announced the dismissal, many students simply collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao appeared utterly drained, and Lei Ting was not faring much better. Chen Yan, despite also perspiring profusely, maintained a lively demeanor. Seated on the grass, he observed the three sprawled out on the ground and jested. Really? We merely practice some of the most basic movements today. Why does it seem as if your lives are at stake? Jiang Shaowen weakly waved his hand. Old four, don't just stand there and talk. It's easy for you. I'm not standing. I'm sitting, Chen Yan retorted. Jiang Shaowen rolled his eyes, mustering the strength to sit up, and moistened his dry lips. Old four, could you fetch a few bottles of chilled mineral water? I'm parched. Agreed, said Tao Tao. Agreed, echoed Lei Ting. Witnessing the trio unite in their plea, Chen Yan chuckled. All right, I'll be right back. Just as he stood, a wave of gasps reached his ears. Not far away, a young girl donned in a fitted black dress approached with several bottles of mineral water in hand. The dress accentuated her slender curves, and its knee-length hem swayed gracefully with her movements, embodying simplicity yet elegance. The dark fabric highlighted her porcelain skin, and under the sunlight, she radiated like a piece of exquisite jade. Looking up, her delicate face was partially obscured by oversized sunglasses, yet her prominently defined nose and tender lips remained strikingly beautiful. As the girl appeared, whispers began to ripple through the crowd on the training field. Wow, she looks incredible. Oh my, she is stunning. Who is she? Is she a senior? That's Jiang Muhe from the sophomore mathematics department. She ranks first on our university's list of beauties. Zhang Xiaowen, Tao Tao, and Lei Ting all sat up, their gazes fixed on the approaching Jiang Muhe. So beautiful, even more so than the stars on television. They say Jiangda University is filled with beauties. It truly lives up to its reputation. Old 3, do you believe in love at first sight? She's breathtaking. Chen Yan, observing the trio's uncharacteristic behavior, could only shake his head in dismay. Upon first catching sight of Jiang Muhe, Chen Yan instinctively turned away, silently chanting to himself, do not see me, do not see me. Perhaps due to the efficacy of Chen Yan's incantation, Jiang Muhe passed by several individuals without pausing, heading straight towards the adjacent squad. This turn of events allowed Chen Yan to exhale a sigh of relief. Senior, over here. Li Baozhu eagerly called out as she pulled Lu Caisheng forward. Jiang Muhe handed a bottle of mineral water to the two, inquiring, where's Tan Lingling? Li Baozhu twisted the cap off the bottle and took a hearty gulp, instantly revitalized, pointing to the grass patch behind them. She's over there, lying down. Lingling is a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Muhe produced another bottle of water, offering it to Li Baozhu. Do you need anything else? Li Baozhu shook her head repeatedly, smiling bashfully. Having you deliver water is already quite a hassle. Not at all, Jiang Muhe replied, glancing down at the remaining bottle in her plastic bag. A subtle smile graced her lips as she turned to approach Chen Yan and his companions. Zhang Xiaowen's expression shifted, and she pinched Tao Tao's thigh, causing him to grimace in pain. What are you doing, second? Third, do you think the senior realized she bought too much water and intends to give me the extra bottle? How self-absorbed. Tao Tao shot a disdainful look at Zhang Xiaowen before continuing. In my opinion, the senior must want to hand this bottle to me. Before Zhang Xiaowen could retort, the usually demure Lei Ting suddenly interjected, it's for me. Yes, the senior is here to deliver water to me. Chen Yan, hidden behind the trio, rolled his eyes incessantly. Good grief. I could tolerate Zhang Xiaowen and Tao Tao, but I never expected the seemingly honest Lei Ting to be so forward. As they drew closer, the trio began to sense the frosty aura emanating from Jiang Muhe. Merely approaching her seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaowen mustered the courage to speak. Senior, please make way. Those 4 words tightened the spines of the 3, erasing any aches in their waists and legs as they swiftly stepped aside. Jiang Muhe approached Chen Yan from behind, gently patting his shoulder, and presented the sole remaining bottle of mineral water to him. Here, drink. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes surrounding him, Chen Yan forced a smile that was more painful than tears, suppressing his voice. Junior, I'm not thirsty. No sooner had the words left his lips than the bottle of mineral water was thrust into his arms. If you're not thirsty, you can throw it away. Chen Yan watched Jiang Muhe's retreating figure, his face twitching. Once she departed the playground, he dared not linger in that place of gossip and hurriedly jogged back to the dormitory. Just as he lay on his bed, catching his breath, he suddenly noticed 3 ghostly figures looming at the foot of his bed, startling him. Goodness, do you all walk without making a sound? The trio exchanged glances and promptly surrounded Chen Yan, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Fourth, what's going on? Spill it. You and the senior have nothing to do with each other, do you? Otherwise. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Zhang Xiaowen. Otherwise what? Little brother. Do you really intend to confront the 4th brother? Little brother? 4th brother? Upon hearing these peculiar titles, Zhang Xiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is addressing whom in such a manner? Chen Yan said nothing, retrieving his phone from beneath his pillow. His fingers danced across the screen for a few moments before he tossed the device to Jiang Xiaowen. A minute later, Jiang Xiaowen's curses echoed throughout the 707 dormitory. 4th brother, you despicable scoundrel. 4th brother, you shameless rogue. Fourth brother, you lack any sense of honor. That very evening, the incident where Jiang Muhe brought water to Chen Yan surfaced on the Jiangda University forum. After more than an hour of brewing, the comments section revealed a stark divide in opinions. Excellent, truly splendid. This charming junior, on behalf of the second, third, and fourth-year seniors, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Keep it up, junior. You must rid Jiangda University of its troubles. The iceberg melts, the iron tree blossoms. Goodness. This iceberg flower has finally been plucked. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves forward, each stronger than the last. Wait, what gives? This fellow in the photo is merely a tad more handsome than I, slightly taller, and has fairer skin. What makes him superior to me? Exactly. The senior must have been bewitched by that pretty boy's delicate features. So fair and clean, like a woman, ugh. In the 707 dormitory, Chen Yan set his phone down. Leaning back against the headboard, his expression a mix of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts speechlessness. Pretty boy? Like a woman? Damn it. Are these fools blind? I am undeniably a radiant and dashing young man. Chapter 78. A romantic action film. One delivery of water left Chen Yan feeling anxious for the following days, fearing that this senior might once again create some sort of spectacle in public. Fortunately, for several consecutive days, nothing untoward occurred. The military training proceeded as usual. And before they knew it, half the time had elapsed. For the freshmen participating in military training, this week felt like an eternity. High school had already been arduous enough. Just when they thought they had escaped the depths of despair, they found themselves thrust back into a hellish ordeal. This shattered the dreams of many freshmen who yearned for university life, as they anxiously awaited the swift conclusion of military training. One evening, as dusk began to settle, in the 606 girls' dormitory, Li Baozhu stood before the mirror, gazing at her darkened complexion, struggling to accept the reality. Why is this happening? I diligently apply sunscreen every day. How could my skin have darkened so much? This defies logic. Tan Lingling sighed. Baozhu, let's not dwell on the science of it. Look at me and Kai Xiang. Neither of us has escaped the darkening effects. Applying sunscreen, it seems to have little impact. Lu Caixiang nodded glumly. Indeed. What will we do at this rate? Once military training is over, we'll all resemble coal. I cannot accept that. Tan Lingling shrugged. Neither can I. Li Baozhu clutched her hair in frustration. I absolutely cannot accept this. We need to find a new sunscreen method, and we need it fast. I can't wait another moment. At that moment, Jiang Muhe, leaning against her desk, removed her headphones and turned to the trio. You might want to try my method. Li Baozhu paused. What method? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled. It's the one I mentioned to you previously. Li Baozhu's tone was tentative. Is it fighting fire with fire? Jiang Muhe nodded assuredly. Exactly. Li Baozhu felt a flutter of uncertainty. Is that reliable? Tan Lingling pursed her lips. I think it might not be very reliable. Lu Caixiang glanced at Jiang Muhe's fair, milk-like skin, then back at her own reflection, and stated resolutely, I think we should give it a try. After all, we've already darkened so much. How much worse could it get? If it works, then it's worth it. Encouraged by her words, Li Baozhu and Tan Lingling began to waver. With a slight smile, Jiang Muhe asserted, I can assure you, fighting fire with fire worked for me. My skin not only didn't darken after military training, but it also became much more refined. I'm not lying. Li Baozhu and Tan Lingling exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. Shall we try it? Then let's give it a go. With no particularly effective alternatives at hand, they decided to take a leap of faith. Thus, the 3 girls approached Jiang Muhe's desk, eager to inquire further. Senior, how exactly do we fight fire with fire? Wherever the sun is strongest on the training field. That's where you should be. When it's time to rest, don't hide in the shade. Keep soaking up the sun for as long as you can. What about sunscreen? If we're fighting fire with fire, why would we need the antidote? It seems there is a semblance of truth. A week has swiftly passed. As the military training concluded, within the confines of the 606 girls' dormitory, 3 dark figures, no, to be precise, 3 ebony eggs gazed silently at one another. At around 6 in the morning, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of chill, Chen Yan, as usual, appeared at the base of the girls' dormitory, clutching breakfast. He owed Jiang Muhe 83,000 yuan. In normal circumstances, he would repay her, but Jiang Muhe refused to accept it, leaving him with no choice but to compensate in other ways. The breakfast he procured for Jiang Muhe, regardless of its taste, was notably extravagant. Jiang Muhe descended the stairs, her eyes swollen and red. As she approached, Chen Yan's voice, filled with curiosity, broke the silence. Junior, what happened to your eyes? They look quite swollen. Jiang Muhe, lowering her head, stammered, "Do they? Really?" Chen Yan rolled his eyes, observing her downcast demeanor. It was evident they were indeed swollen. "Did you stay up late last night?" "Yes." "What were you doing?" "Watching films." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's lips twitched subtly. "What kind of films?" Jiang Muhe lifted her head slightly and pronounced 5 words clearly: romantic adult films. Chen Yan could no longer contain himself, coughing repeatedly. "Junior, how could you watch such films?" Jiang Muhe tilted her head, responding, "What do you mean? They are quite entertaining." "So, you watched them all night?" "Yes." Chen Yan closed his eyes momentarily, handing the breakfast to Jiang Muhe. After much internal conflict, he couldn't help but advise, "Junior, it's fine to watch such films occasionally, but don't binge watch them all night. It's not good for your health, you know?" Jiang Muhe pouted her lips, "But I want to watch." Chen Yan, feeling exasperated, replied, "You must exercise self-control." Jiang Muhe's pout deepened. "What if I can't control myself?" "Try your best to control it." With those 4 words, Chen Yan turned to leave. This topic was simply too difficult to continue. He never anticipated that such an ethereal girl as Jiang Muhe would indulge in romantic adult films and even binge-watch them. After taking a few steps, Chen Yan was called back by Jiang Muhe. Turning around, he was met by her glistening eyes, which evoked a sense of poignant vulnerability. "Junior, please don't look at me like that. It makes me uneasy. If you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled, her weak tone tinged with a hint of accusation. "When can we hold hands?" Chen Yan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. How could she still be thinking about such matters? "I've been quite busy lately. We can talk about it when I have more free time." Having said that, he lifted his foot, intending to depart. In the next moment, he heard Jiang Muhe's voice. "I just bought some expensive black stockings. They feel much better than the previous ones." Chen Yan stumbled slightly. "Let's talk tonight." After the experience in the small forest last time, Pandora's box had already been opened. Jiang Muhe's eyes were pure, devoid of any impurities. "Aren't you busy? Will this interfere with your important matters?" Chen Yan, with a tone both earnest and resolute, declared, "Dear Junior, even if it delays important matters, I must first fulfill your request, for we are friends, after all." Jiang Muhe's brow arched in delight, her smile radiant and bright. After walking a considerable distance, Chen Yan began to mutter under his breath, "This is for a friend. Even if the heavens themselves descended, I am still aiding a friend." Upon returning to the base of the dormitory, Chen Yan was bombarded by a flurry of notifications from the WeChat group chat, his phone chiming incessantly. "Tao Tao. Hey, fourth. Could you grab some breakfast for me? Lei Ting. Could you bring me a portion as well? Jiang Xiaowen. Yo, let's get a set of pancakes and buns." Chen Yan's response was succinct and to the point. "Call me Dad." Mere moments after sending the message, the WeChat notification sounds cascaded in rapid succession. "Lei Ting. Father. I humbly beseech your grace." Tao Tao. "Dad, I crave stir-fried rice noodles." Jiang Xiaowen. "Dad, I desire a pancake roll, with 2 eggs, please." The corners of Chen Yan's mouth twitched with difficulty, a surge of exasperation bubbling within him. With a resigned sigh, he turned towards the dining hall. Where is the boundary? What has happened to their sense of decency? Fine, from now on, I shall refer to myself as such as well. Let those who wish to buy, do so. Chapter 79. Tonight. What color do you desire? In a classroom at the freshman computer science department, the instructor, Yu Hongyi, addressed the eager students before him. After a brief self-introduction, he gestured towards a QR code on the right side of the blackboard. Please scan this code to join the class group. Any announcements or assignments will be communicated there. At his words, students eagerly retrieved their phones to scan the code. Chen Yan followed suit, joining the group and updating his contact name. Yu Hongyi clapped his hands, noting the diverse backgrounds of his students. Since this is our first class, let's set aside the curriculum for a moment and introduce ourselves, starting from the front row. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Sujuan, hailing from Beiguang. Hello, I am Tan Lingling from Jiangda University. As computer science is a popular major, the classroom was nearly filled to capacity with over 100 students. By the time it was Chen Yan's turn to introduce himself, the class was already well underway. Hello, I am Chen Yan from Jiangda Liangshan. Following the format set by his peers, he prepared to take his seat when Yu Hongyi interjected with a smile. Perhaps you are not yet aware, but Chen Yan is this year's provincial top scorer in Jiangda, achieving an impressive score of 721 on the college entrance examination. Gasps of astonishment filled the classroom. The provincial top scorer? Wow, that's quite impressive. With that score, why choose Jiangda University instead of Tsinghua or Peking University? Surprisingly handsome too. This guy looks vaguely familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Tan Lingling, seated in front of Chen Yan, turned to glance at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise. If memory serves, on the first day of military training, a senior had delivered water to this Chen Yan, an event that had sparked considerable discussion on the school forum for several days. After class, as Chen Yan stood to leave, a voice called out to him. Chen Yan? He turned, puzzled, to see Tan Lingling, and an involuntary thought crossed his mind. This girl, quite dark-skinned indeed. Tan Lingling smiled politely and extended her hand. Hello, Chen Yan. I'm Tan Lingling from Siyuan, which is quite close to Liangshan. We are sort of fellow townsfolk. Chen Yan returned her smile courteously, shaking her hand. Hello, fellow townsfolk. Is there something you need? Lowering her voice, she continued. Chen Yan, I am roommates with Senior Jiang Muhe. During military training, she brought you water. What is your relationship with her? Chen Yan appeared taken aback. Jiang Senior is just a friend, a regular friend. Oh, Tan Lingling chuckled knowingly. Her curiosity ignited. Before she could elaborate, Chen Yan glanced at his phone, noting the time. I apologize, fellow townsfolk. I must take my leave. The course registration begins at 11, and my computer is still in the dormitory. I must hurry. Indeed, I must hasten back to my dormitory. At 10:47 in the morning, Chen Yan entered the room, immediately greeted by the frenzied exchange between Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao. Second brother, attack him. Attack him. Third brother. Goodness. Attack, attack. As the screen before Tao Tao turned gray, he turned to Jiang Shaowen with a look of frustration. Second brother, what's going on? Jiang Shaowen replied in a hushed tone, I can't get it to work. Chen Yan shook his head, stifling a laugh, as he settled at the desk beside his bed. With just over 10 minutes until course selection began, he questioned their focus on gaming. Tao Tao glanced at the time. It's fine, there's still time. Besides, we're about to lose anyway. Fourth brother, you have no idea. Second brother is so inept. If I play League of Legends with him again, I might as well be a dog. Jiang Shaowen smiled awkwardly. Who says we're about to lose? Third brother. All we need to do is defend the Nexus and the Crystal. Compared to us, they have 9 towers to protect, so we have the advantage. Chen Yan found their banter amusing and chimed in. You two should wrap it up quickly. Don't delay the course selection. All right. No problem. With the explosion of a crystal echoing, the clock struck 10:59. The alarm on Chen Yan's phone rang, and with a few clicks, he confirmed his elective courses. He stood and approached Jiang Shaowen, who was leisurely moving the mouse, unable to suppress an eye roll. Second brother, if you continue at this languid pace, all the good courses will be snatched away. There's no rush. One must be prudent with course selection, Jiang Shaowen replied. Chen Yan turned to Tao Tao and realized these two were remarkably similar, both exuding an air of calm. He chose not to comment further and lay back on his bed, closing his eyes in quiet anticipation. A few minutes later, the lamentations of Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao filled the air. Damn it, how can the slots be full? Seriously, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. And all the spots are gone. What a joke. Chen Yan shook his head, having anticipated this outcome. He gazed at the creaking ceiling fan above, feeling resigned. If only this contraption were an air conditioner, how delightful it would be. As midday approached, Chen Yan received a message from Ji Shui. Chen Yan, we're going out for dinner tonight. Make sure to invite Ji Xiao. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, still contemplating his response when another message arrived from Zhou. Junior, the military training has concluded. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise to treat us to a meal? Are you all coming together? Goodness, what a coincidence. Chen Yan sighed, brows furrowed, when suddenly an idea struck him. Old Chen, let's go eat. You all go ahead. I'm not hungry. All right then. Once the three departed, Chen Yan also left the dormitory, heading straight for Building 6. Finding a patch of shade, he perched himself on a stone platform by the roadside and sent a message to Jiang Muhe via WeChat. Within mere minutes, Jiang Muhe appeared at the entrance of the dormitory. In the sweltering heat of 35 or 36 degrees, while other girls shielded themselves with parasols or donned sun hats, she stood beneath the blazing sun, unprotected, her radiant beauty seemingly shimmering in the light. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yan felt a sense of helplessness. Such natural beauty ought not to be so recklessly exposed. As Jiang Muhe drew closer, Chen Yan swiftly pulled her into the shade. In this heat, why do you not wear a sun hat? Are you not afraid of getting tanned? Jiang Muhe shook her head, unperturbed. Why are you not afraid? Because I'm simply not. Noticing the bewilderment in Chen Yan's expression, Jiang Muhe burst into a delightful laugh, her eyes sparkling like 2 rare gems. Chen Yan glanced at her, then averted his gaze. Junior, please refrain from laughing so much when nothing is amiss. Jiang Mu playfully jumped in front of Chen Yan. Oh, did you not say before that I should smile more? Clearing his throat, Chen Yan replied, there is no need to smile excessively in my presence. Why not? Because. Chen Yan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He could hardly admit that her laughter was simply too enchanting. Junior, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Sure. Just the two of us? No, there will be 3 classmates from high school, along with a senior from our school. Jiang Mu pouted slightly, tugging at Chen Yan's sleeve. So many people. Unable to resist, Chen Yan affectionately ruffled her hair. Junior, the others are mere embellishments. You are the star of the show. Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled, and she instinctively licked her lips. I crave barbecue. Consider it done, Chen Yan declared, waving his hand. Tonight, you shall feast to your heart's content. Jiang Mu's eyes glimmered with excitement, and in the next moment, she rose onto her tiptoes, leaning closer to Chen Yan's ear. Tonight, what color do you desire? Suddenly, a sound of someone swallowing echoed in the air. Chapter 80. Aren't we meant to help each other? As their gazes locked for several seconds. Chen Yan ultimately succumbed under the purity of Jiang Mu's eyes, which radiated an innocence that instilled a sense of guilt within him. He pressed his dry lips together, feigning composure as he declared, well, whatever you prefer, I am amenable. He then added, I must emphasize, senior, that I am indeed a gentleman. Not of the vulgar sort. It is you who initiated this. His voice trailed off. Jiang Mu, her eyes brimming with curiosity, questioned his peculiar insistence. Why do you keep reiterating that you are a gentleman? No one has suggested otherwise. Clearing his throat a few times, Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let us settle on that. We should head back. I will contact you in the evening. Oh. And remember to wear a sun hat, or carry an umbrella when you go out again. Look at your delicate skin. What will you do if you get sunburned? With her hands on her hips and her chin held high, Jiang Mu boasted, no worries, I won't tan. During last year's military training, everyone else got dark. But I didn't. Aren't I impressive? At that moment, the area beneath the dormitory was relatively deserted, alleviating Chen Yan's concerns about being seen. He playfully poked her forehead. Do not get too full of yourself, just do as I say. Okay. Jiang Mu replied, tugging at the hem of Chen Yan's shirt, swaying her hands. But I don't have a sun hat or an umbrella. Will you take me to buy one? Faced with her pleading gaze. Chen Yan found it impossible to refuse and reluctantly nodded. Fine, after dinner tonight, I will take you to the city center. Chen Yan, you are truly kind. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, Senior, please refrain from such compliments. We are friends, and considering you are my senior, ISNT mutual assistance a given? Jiang Mu lifted her skirt slightly, revealing a leg clad in black stockings. Here, feel it. This unexpected gesture left Chen Yan at a loss for words as he gawked at her slender leg, and after a prolonged silence, he turned abruptly to leave. Confused, Jiang Mu blinked and called out to him, Aren't we meant to help each other? Without looking back, Chen Yan waved his hand. We'll discuss it later. At approximately 4 in the afternoon, Chen Yan contacted Ji Xiao and Ji Shui and Zhou Zhou in succession, then strolled around the vicinity of the school. Ultimately, he resolved to dine at the popular eatery that Jiang Xiaowen had taken them to at the start of the semester, affordable and delicious. As the weather grew increasingly warm, they decided on a dinner time of 6 in the evening. With over an hour remaining, Chen Yan wandered alone through the commercial street behind Jiangda University. After a thorough exploration, he returned with a pink sun hat and a matching umbrella in hand. He had not given a moment's thought to whether Jiang Mu liked the color pink. To him, it was the quintessential hue of youth. Even if she did not particularly favor it, he believed she would not harbor any aversion towards such a shade. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chen Yan made a phone call to Ji Xiao and subsequently arrived at the prearranged food stall, selecting a relatively large table and picking up the menu to order dishes. Just as he finished ordering, Ji Xiao arrived, adorned in a hat, sunglasses, a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Could you not dress a bit more stylishly? Ji Xiao took a seat beside Chen Yan, removed his sunglasses, and asked, Isn't it nice? I think it's all right. Chen Yan chuckled, Little Ji. There will be girls here today, not just one. Aren't you always yearning to find a partner? This is a splendid opportunity. You must seize it. Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow, glaring at Chen Yan in exasperation, his fingers drumming on the table. Old Chen, how many times must I tell you? Don't call me Little Ji. Why must you insist on that? If you continue, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Yan, intrigued, urged him to elaborate. Come on, how would that rudeness manifest? Ji Xiao smirked, lowering his voice, if all those leg photos on your computer were to be exposed. Hey, heh. A glimmer of mischief shone in Chen Yan's squinted eyes. Ji Xiao turned his head away, Old Chen, if you lack kindness. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. Just know this. If you dare call me Little G again, I will inform class leader and about your fondness for leg photos. Oh. Observing Chen Yan's indifferent reaction, Ji Xiao was taken aback. Huh? What kind of response is that? Chen Yan maintained a calm demeanor, a normal reaction. Ji Xiao's lips twitched. Old Chen, I'm not joking with you. If you dare call me that, I will absolutely spill the beans. Go ahead. Chen Yan shrugged, a light smile gracing his face. I believe you've noticed that Ji Shui seems to hold some interest in me, but I do not reciprocate those feelings. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Old Chen, class leader is quite beautiful now. Beautiful, yes, I never said she wasn't T. Chen Yan affirmed before adding, but just because she is beautiful, does that mean I must like her? Ji Xiao sighed. It's truly a case of drought and flood. If only I could find a girlfriend as stunning as class leader, and I would even be willing to win a lottery of $1 billion. Chen Yan laughed heartily. You, my friend, truly are unwilling to endure any hardship. Ji Xiao chuckled. Then his expression grew serious. Old Chen, since you do not like the class leader, what are you planning to do? Will you be straightforward with her? How can one be straightforward about such things? Chen Yan replied, bemused. And Ji Shui has confessed her feelings. I can't just tell her I don't like her when she hasn't expressed anything. That would be utterly deranged. Indeed, that does seem inappropriate. Ji Xiao requested a bottle of North Ice Ocean soda from the owner, taking a big sip before a look of gossip lit up his eyes. Old Chen, can you tell me a truth? Confused by Ji Xiao's inquiry, Chen Yan asked. What truth? What stage are you and senior sister Jiang currently in? There is no stage. Impossible. My intuition tells me that there is definitely something between you two. Stop guessing. Chen Yan shrugged his shoulders. We are merely friends. Ji Xiao discreetly curled her lips, casting a glance at the plastic bag on the table, the women's sun hat, and the parasol. Whom were these items intended for? Jiang Muhe. Upon hearing this answer, Ji Xiao wore a playful expression. She remarked, You say it's no big deal? Chen Yan maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of unease. Was it unreasonable for friends to care for one another? Ji Xiao scoffed lightly. All right, since you put it that way, could you perhaps extend some concern towards me as a friend? Tell me, when will you introduce me to 200 young ladies? Call me Dad. Should I? You may even call me Grandfather. I am not particular. Get lost. Chen Yan took a sip of soda. As for introducing you to 200 young ladies, I truly cannot manage that. At most what? At most, I could introduce you to one young lady weighing 200 pounds. Chapter 81. Disparate treatment. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, and Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan arrived. The moment Ji Shui laid eyes on Chen Yan, his steps involuntarily quickened, leaving Zhao Haiyan trailing behind. He approached Chen Yan with a smile, exclaiming, Hello. It has been quite some time. Though merely half a month had passed, it felt longer. On the surface, Chen Yan maintained a polite demeanor. Yet his words conveyed a hint of aloofness. In comparison to the beginning of the semester, following a rigorous half-month military training, Ji Shui had noticeably tanned, though the contrast was not overly striking against his white attire. Conversely, Zhao Haiyan's darker complexion was much more apparent. Upon entering, Ji Zhao's eyes widened. As if encountering Zhao Haiyan for the first time, he scrutinized her from left to right, his tone laced with uncertainty. You are Haiyan. Zhao Haiyan, with a swift motion, grasped Ji Zhao's ear. It has only been half a month. You failed to recognize an old classmate? Ji Xiao chuckled awkwardly. It's not that I don't recognize you. It's just that your transformation is quite remarkable. I thought you had just completed military training. But now I wonder if you have been vacationing in South Africa. You. Zhao Haiyan tightened her grip, glaring at Ji Xiao with frustration. If you cannot articulate properly, it is perfectly acceptable to remain silent. No one considers you mute. All right? Ji Xiao winced. All right. I want you to say another word. Their playful banter brought a smile to Chen Yan and Ji Shui's faces. Ji Xiao took a seat beside Chen Yan, while Ji Shui approached to sit on his left. Suddenly, Chen Yan interjected, Class leader in, this spot is already taken. Perhaps you could choose another seat. Surprised, Ji Shui responded, but it's just the four of us. ISNT it? More people will arrive shortly. Chen Yan's reply left Ji Shui feeling somewhat awkward. Observing this, Zhao Haiyan urged Ji Shui to sit across from them. Defending her, Shui is so beautiful. How can you not appreciate her sitting beside you? You are truly oblivious to your good fortune. Chen Yan shrugged it off with a smile. I have never been particularly fortunate. I have grown accustomed to it. Zhao Haiyan opened her mouth to retort but was silenced by Ji Shui's subtle gesture beneath the table. Noticing Ji Shui slightly shaking her head, she swallowed her words. Before long, Zhou Shou arrived, clad in a JK uniform. Her alluring figure, complemented by long legs beneath the skirt and her gentle demeanor, was indeed captivating. Chen Yan waved at her from the roadside, calling, "Senior, over here." The trio turned their attention to Zhou Shou, each reacting differently. Ji Xiao's eyes widened as he sat up straight, exclaiming, "So beautiful. How is it that every girl beside Chen is more stunning than the last?" And Ji Shui felt a pang of bitterness. The mere presence of Jiang Muhe had already instilled a sense of competition, and now with another senior. Even if Zhou Zhou did not rival Jiang Muhe's beauty, it was still a matter of comparison. In comparison to her, the disadvantage lies with her. Zhao Haiyan furrowed her brows, incessantly musing within herself about Chen Yan's undeniable charm, attracting admirers like bees to honey. First came Jiang Muhe, and now another senior. Along with Shui, all breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Zhou approached, first offering a gentle smile to Chen Yan, then greeting the other three. "I'm Zhou Zhou. In my 4th year. Are you all students at Jiangda University too?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao quickly introduced, "Aside from me, everyone at this table is from Jiangda University. I'm from the neighboring Science and Technology University. The 3 of us are high school classmates with old Chen." Zhou Zhou smiled, then prepared to sit at Chen Yan's left. Just as her hand grazed the chair, she heard Chen Yan's voice. "Senior, this seat is taken." In contrast to Ji Shui's awkwardness, Zhou Zhou remained composed, settling next to Zhao Haiyan, her gaze directed curiously at Chen Yan. "Who is the seat reserved for?" "Another senior," he replied. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao and Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan had already deduced the answer. Unsurprisingly, the senior Chen Yan referred to must be Jiang Muhe. Barbecued dishes and cold appetizers were served one after another. Chen Yan glanced at the time, feeling a twinge of confusion. It was nearly 10 minutes past the agreed hour of 6. Why hadn't Jiang Muhe arrived yet? After a few minutes, sensing the atmosphere growing dull, Chen Yan discreetly exchanged a glance with Ji Xiao. Having grown up together, Ji Xiao understood instantly and initiated a conversation with Zhou Zhou. Although not particularly handsome, Ji Xiao was a master of conversation, quickly making Zhou Zhou laugh. Neglected, Zhao Haiyan glared at Ji Xiao with barely concealed frustration. However, Ji Xiao remained oblivious, continuing his chat with Zhou Zhou. He had no inclination for self-pity. Since Zhao Haiyan showed no interest, he saw no point in pursuing her affections. One must not become too fixated. There are times when it is best to relinquish unattainable desires. As the clock approached 6:30, Jiang Muhe finally made her entrance. In stark contrast to Ji Shui and Zhou Zhou's glamorous attire, her outfit was refreshingly simple. A pink t-shirt paired with light denim jeans and white sneakers. Naturally, she sported the sunglasses Chen Yan had previously gifted her, complemented by a charming pearl chain. Upon catching sight of Jiang Muhe, Chen Yan rose to greet her. "Junior, if you hadn't shown up, the food would have gone cold." Jiang Muhe pouted slightly, appearing somewhat aggrieved. She raised her phone, displaying the map navigation on the screen. "I've never been here before. It was quite difficult to find." Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle, guiding her to join the others. Gesturing to the seat beside him, "Come sit." Jiang Muhe complied obediently. Chen Yan then introduced her. "Allow me to present. This is Jiang Muhe, a second-year mathematics major at Jiangda University." "Zhou, you should be acquainted with Jiang?" Zhou Zhou's expression turned to one of surprise. "Little Jiang, you know Chen Yan?" Naturally, she was familiar with Jiang Muhe, who ranked second on the Jiangda University campus beauty list, with Jiang Muhe holding the esteemed first place. A popular saying circulated on the campus forums. Among the 10 individuals on the campus beauty list, there are only 2 distinct tiers. Jiang Muhe occupies one, while the remaining 9 belong to the other. As Jiang Muhe removed her sunglasses, her unparalleled beauty was revealed in an instant, rendering Zhou Zhou and Ji Shui mere embellishments. Zhou Zhou parted her lips as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Chen Yan called out, "Come, come. Everyone is here, let us feast." With that, he presented a skewer of grilled chicken wings before Jiang Muhe, saying, "Junior, today you are free to indulge. Eat to your heart's content." "All right," Jiang Muhe responded, taking a hearty bite of the chicken wing, her brows lifting in delight. And Ji Shui cast a lingering glance at Jiang Muhe, who was savoring the wings, a faint sense of defeat flickering in her eyes. Regardless of how many times she had encountered Jiang Muhe, she was still captivated by her beauty upon every reunion. Lowering her head, and Ji Shui scooped a bite of garlic eggplant with her spoon, only to furrow her brows in confusion as she discovered ginger within the dish. Chen Yan chuckled. "Class monitor, being picky is not good." While this remark was innocuous, it was immediately followed by Jiang Muhe's voice. "Chen Yan, I do not eat ginger." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan stood up and called out, "Boss, please bring a serving of grilled eggplant without ginger." At that moment, the expressions of those at the table were increasingly peculiar. Was the preferential treatment truly so overt? Chapter 82. Could you be gentle? Chen Yan Yu. Zhao Haiyan was about to speak when she was stopped by Ji Shui. With a gentle smile, Ji Shui remarked that Chen Yan was indeed correct. Being picky with food was not a virtue, and she was not incapable of consuming ginger. The emphasis she placed on the word ginger was palpable, charged with tension. In contrast, Jiang Muhe displayed no reaction whatsoever. She didn't even glance at Ji Shui, merely muttering softly that ginger was unpalatable. Ji Shui felt as though she had struck a soft surface, leaving her with an empty sensation, quite uncomfortable. Ji Xiao surveyed the scene, glancing from one individual to another, silently sealing her lips in fear of becoming collateral damage. The meal stretched nearly an hour, and upon its conclusion, Ji Xiao said nothing and discreetly slipped away. Burp. Jiang Muhe let out a light burp, contentedly patting her slightly bloated abdomen. In the next moment, she seized Chen Yan's left hand and wiped her mouth with the cuff of his short sleeve. Ji Shui was left dumbfounded by this act, while Zhao Haiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Zhou's expression shifted, and ultimately she offered a wry smile, rising to depart. "Junior, the meal was delightful. I shall take my leave." "Take care, senior," Chen Yan replied, not attempting to retain her. After Zhou Zhou's departure, Ji Shui stood up as well. "I shall leave too." "All right," Chen Yan responded, similarly refraining from detaining her. Once Ji Shui and Zhao Haiyan had exited, Chen Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief. This meal had resolved two dilemmas and simultaneously satisfied Jiang Muhe's appetite. 3 birds with 1 stone. Returning to the table, Chen Yan observed Jiang Muhe, who was energetically drinking a bottle of chilled waha, and glanced at the grease stains on his sleeve with a look of exasperation. "Little junior, who taught you to wipe your mouth like that?" Jiang Muhe countered with a question, pointing at the still departing Ji Shui. "Is she your friend?" Chen Yan shook his head, clarifying that she was merely an ordinary classmate, not a friend. Jiang Muhe squinted her eyes, her radiant smile revealing a hint of innocence. "Oh, I see." Chen Yan rolled his eyes inwardly, sitting beside Jiang Muhe and gesturing towards the grease stains on his shoulder. "I ask you again, little junior, who taught you to wipe your mouth this way?" "I taught myself." Jiang Muhe proudly lifted her chin. "Am I not impressive?" "Impressive, indeed," Chen Yan retorted, poking her tender cheek with annoyance. "There are napkins for a reason. Grease on clothing is difficult to remove." Jiang Muhe tilted her head, misinterpreting his tone. "Next time, I dare you, right? Next time, that's uncertain." With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yan stood to settle the bill. While he was occupied, Jiang Muhe retrieved another bottle of waha from the refrigerator and approached him, waving the bottle in front of his eyes. Chen Yan grimaced. Yes, I see it. Boss, add another bottle of waha, please." The proprietor of the roadside stall grinned widely at the youthful couple. "Young man, this bottle of waha is on the house. Your girlfriend is truly lovely. You must treat her well." "Boss, we are merely friends." "Of course, just friends." "You mean friends of the opposite sex?" "Ordinary friends." Faced with Chen Yan's explanation, the boss chuckled heartily, acquiescing. "All right, just ordinary friends." Observing the evident disbelief on the boss's face, Chen Yan's lips curled slightly. He intended to elucidate further, yet the words lingered at the tip of his tongue. For such matters often carry the connotation of not a single silver piece hidden here, so he chose to remain silent. Lu Sun once remarked that one need not fear shadows when standing upright. Well, that is not quite accurate. It should be. One who stands upright need not fear slanted shadows. Regardless of others' beliefs, the truth remains that he and Jiang Muhe are indeed friends. "Boss, the money has been transferred." "Great." On the journey back to Jiangda University, Jiang Muhe focused intently on the bluestone bricks beneath her feet, stepping gingerly upon each one. Chen Yan, who walked ahead, turned back and silently shook his head. Their acquaintance, merely 2 months old, had transformed the once aloof Jiang Muhe into a charming, soft-hearted girl. They were truly like the heavens and the earth, 2 starkly contrasting extremes. The reasons behind Jiang Muhe's significant change puzzled Chen Yan immensely. "Chen Yan, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Not waiting. Despite her protest, Chen Yan unconsciously moderated his pace, glancing back every few steps, fearful that Jiang Muhe might lag behind. As the saying goes, not waiting for you merely reduces the distance by 10 centimeters. Before long, Jiang Muhe caught up with him, taking small steps as she confidently grasped his hand. swaying slightly and giggling incessantly. Her soft, infectious laughter compelled Chen Yan to join in the mirth. "Senior, what are you laughing about so foolishly?" The evening breeze tousled Jiang Muhe's long hair, and the street lamp's glow illuminated her face, bestowing an ethereal beauty. "Who is laughing foolishly? I am quite clever, you know." "Yes. Yes, you are clever, the most clever of all, a true genius." Jiang Muhe halted. "Chen Yan, are you insulting me?" Chen Yan deliberately averted his gaze, vehemently denying. "Absolutely not. Yet, as the internet suggests, a true genius is hardly a compliment, and I feel you are indeed insulting me." "I don't care what you feel. I care about what I feel. I said I am not insulting you, and so I am not. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I still wouldn't insult you." "Well, fine then." Upon passing through the gates of Jiangda University, Jiang Muhe voluntarily released his hand, but shortly afterward grasped it again as they walked a short distance into the campus. Her approach was one of letting go when encountering others, yet clinging when alone. Though Chen Yan felt a sense of helplessness, he said nothing. After all, Jiang Muhe had adhered to his request, maintaining distance in public while enjoying her freedom in private. Arriving at the base of Building 6, Chen Yan withdrew his hand. "Senior, I must head back now." "Wait." Just as he turned away, Jiang Muhe's voice rang out, prompting him to glance back. "Is there something else?" Jiang Muhe tugged at her pant leg, revealing a section of her leg clad in black stockings, blinking in confusion. "Didn't we agree to sneak into the grove tonight?" Chen Yan hastily stepped forward, removing her hand from her pant leg, scanning the surroundings, and silently exhaling in relief, lowering his voice. "Senior, this is right at the dormitory entrance. Please be mindful. And when did I ever agree to sneak into the grove with you tonight? You may indulge in food without restraint, but one must exercise caution in speech. Moreover, who among friends would casually venture into a secluded grove? Should such a matter become public, it would surely be misconstrued. I shall not trespass." With no opportunity to voice her thoughts, Jiang Muhe pouted, lifted her left leg, and in the next moment, adjusted her pants once more. "This attire is quite expensive. It would be a shame not to appreciate it." Chen Yan cleared his throat, averting his gaze, and thought, "What is there to touch? Junior, what do you take me for? A paragon of virtue, indeed." Jiang Muhe grasped Chen Yan's left arm, gently swaying him. "Let us go." Chen Yan shut his eyes, resolute in his refusal. "I shall not go. No matter what you say, I will not go. Chen Yan, I wish to visit the grove." Her soft, delicate voice was utterly enchanting. As Chen Yan gazed at the star-studded night sky, his heart softly shattered. "Given your earnest desire to go, as a friend, it would be inappropriate for me to decline. Let us proceed. Indeed, let us go. I knew you would come through for me," Jiang Muhe exclaimed, raising her small hand. Her cheeks adorned with a joyful smile. She tugged at Chen Yan's shirt tail and headed towards the grove to the north. Moments later, a figure emerged from the dormitory. None other than Zhou. Observing the two figures gradually fading into the night, Zhou's expression revealed a tinge of melancholy as she murmured, "Xiao Jiang, I concede to you. I accept my defeat with grace. Perhaps this is simply fate's design, a bond without fruition." Chapter 83. Emotional value. It was shortly past 11 in the evening when Chen Yan returned to the dormitory, only to be immediately surrounded by his friends. Jiang Xuan was the first to speak. "Old four, you've been sneaking around all day? Are you secretly dating behind our backs?" "Indeed," Tao chimed in, "confess freely, or face severe consequences." After his declaration, both he and Jiang Xuan turned their gaze towards Lei Ting. Noticing their looks, Lei Ting nodded in agreement. "Old four, if you were truly in a relationship, just admit it. There is no need to hide such matters from us." Faced with their relentless banter, Chen Yan smirked. "Are you three so idle? Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, are you in love? What love is there to speak of? My heart belongs solely to the party and the nation." Jiang Xuan wrapped his arms around Chen Yan. "Old four, quit being so stubborn. Just based on your looks, it's certain that many girls would be fond of you." Tao scoffed. "Mediocre at best, a bit worse than me. Please." Jiang Xuan and Lei Ting rolled their eyes at Tao, their disdain evident. "Are you really not dating?" "Dating? What dating?" "Dating, of course. What kind of dating?" Jiang Xuan's lips twitched as he turned to lie on his bed. "Old four, let me be clear. We four brothers are all single right now. It's not that we're against you dating, but if you do, at least give us a heads up." Tao nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Dating is nothing to be ashamed of." Lei Ting cleared his throat, his tone slightly probing. "Old four, is there really nothing going on between you and Senior Jiang Muhe from the mathematics department?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask, boss?" Lei Ting's face flushed, just asking casually. Just asking casually. Jiang Muhe rubbed his hands together. In all honesty, I want to ask too. Tao Tao chuckled. Count me in. Chen Yan glanced at the three of them and rolled his eyes. You can forget about it. The aloofness of Senior Jiang is something you cannot withstand. In an instant, Jiang Muhe sprang up from his bed. For the sake of happiness, we must endure. Absolutely. Right. Chen Yan said nothing and returned to his bunk. Seeing this, Jiang Muhe approached with a grin. Old four. Can you share Senior Jiang's WeChat? As soon as he said this, Lei Ting and Tao Tao hurried over as well. Chen Yan looked at the three with a bemused smile. You want Senior Jiang's WeChat? The three nodded in unison. Yes. I think you were dreaming. After a brief silence, Jiang Muhe shouted, Boss, third, let us take down old four. A minute later, as Chen Yan stretched his limbs, he looked down at the three of them in a disheveled heap, feigning innocence. I forgot to tell you, I have a rather notorious nickname back at Liaoshan No. 2 High School. What nickname? Unbeatable in number 2 High School. Though the three remained silent, their lack of words spoke volumes. How could three be unable to prevail against one? How could the game continue under such circumstances? In the ensuing days, Chen Yan immersed himself in the library, dedicating all his time to study, even declining invitations from Jiang Muhe to explore the small growth. After an entire week, he finally completed the entrepreneurial application materials. The following day, Chen Yan arrived early at the office of the Director of Education. Knock, knock, come in. At the desk, Lu Meng was savoring a cup of coffee. Upon seeing Chen Yan, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Is there something you need? Chen Yan placed the materials on the desk and offered a polite smile. Director, here are my entrepreneurial application materials. Please take a look, and if everything is in order, I would appreciate it if you could forward them to the principal. Lu Meng, taken aback, set down his coffee and casually perused the application. Wow, you're quite serious about this, aren't you? Such matters are not to be taken lightly. He examined the materials thoroughly. Well, they are indeed quite comprehensive. After the meeting this morning, I will submit them to the principal. Chen Yan nodded with a smile but then felt compelled to add, Director, please don't forget to remind the principal. He did promise that if my application is approved, I would be granted the usage rights to the standalone building to the north of the school. Lu Meng raised an eyebrow, a smirk emerging on his face. Chen Yan, you possess a remarkable confidence, don't you? Not to discourage you, but the principal's standards for approval are notoriously stringent. Moreover, the final decision involves several key figures in the school, not just the principal alone. You've barely made your mark, and you're already envisioning the rights to that building? Chen Yan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He approached the window, picked up a cloth from the sill, and began to clean. His movements were swift and efficient as he wiped down the desk, chairs, shelves, and sofa. Lu Meng watched, utterly bewildered, a large question mark hovering over his head. What on earth are you doing? After a moment, he regained his composure. Chen Yan, put down that cloth. There's no need for you to clean. Before he could finish, Chen Yan interrupted with a laugh. Director, how can you say that? You work so hard for the school, it's only right that I handle these minor tasks. This is what students should do. Lu Meng attempted to interject again. Stop it. There's really no need at that moment. Chen Yan's actions appeared to Lu Meng as a cunning ploy masking ulterior motives. After swiftly cleaning the window, Chen Yan placed the cloth down and wiped the sweat from his forehead. All done, Director. Lu Meng maintained a stiff expression. I can't assist with this. Your flattery is in vain. Chen Yan approached Lu Meng, casually picked up the empty coffee cup from the desk, and exited the office. When he returned, the cup was sparkling clean. Director, where should I place this? Lu Meng, both amused and exasperated, pointed to a storage rack against the wall. Just put it on the shelf. Chen Yan placed the cup down and wiped his water-dampened hands on his clothes before stepping forward to grasp Lu Meng's hand. Director, there is something I have been hesitant to share with you. What is it? Director, I have heard tales of your accomplishments since childhood. You have always been my idol. Lu Meng's face twitched involuntarily. Had it not been for Chen Yan's comments to the principal a few days prior, of which he was a witness, he might have been persuaded. However, at this moment, all he could muster was a profound sense of disbelief. The last time he felt such incredulity was during a similar encounter with Chen Yan. Director, are you perhaps a reincarnation of a sycophant? Director, what era are we in? Flattery is a relic of the past. This is about providing emotional value. Lu Meng regarded the earnest expression on Chen Yan's face, feeling a headache coming on. I truly cannot assist you with your entrepreneurial application. Chen Yan surveyed the four corners of the office and remarked, Director, I believe your office could benefit from a thorough cleaning. There are cobwebs in the corners. How about this? Tomorrow, I will help you with a deep clean. Lu Meng rubbed his temples. I truly cannot help. Chen Yan continued undeterred. Ah, look at my resolve. Today's task should be completed today, not postponed until tomorrow. Director, please wait a moment. I will fetch some tools and commence the cleaning shortly. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Wait. Chen Yan paused at the threshold and looked back. Lu Meng sighed deeply, resigned. I can only speak a few kind words on your behalf to the principal. Beyond that, I cannot assist. Director, you truly live up to being my childhood idol. As Chen Yan exited the faculty building, he hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. Do not underestimate the importance of kind words. Every endeavor is composed of countless small details. While each detail may seem inconsequential on its own, perfecting each one brings you a step closer to success. Lu Sun once said, once a person sheds their concern for reputation, they become invincible. If you are overly concerned with appearances, even when fate presents opportunities, you may not seize them. Once you abandon the need for face, you will find the world becomes much simpler. Chapter 84, Room Booking? Enter. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Jiang Muhe set aside the documents before him and looked up to see Lu Meng, whose weathered face broke into a smile. Director Lu, didn't we just finish a meeting? Is there anything else to report? Lu Meng stepped forward briskly, placing a file on the desk. Principal, this is the entrepreneurial application material that Chen Yan submitted to me this morning. Please take a look. Oh? Jiang Muhe expressed mild surprise. Chen Yan was rather swift in his actions. He picked up the file, but did not open it immediately, instead asking Lu Meng, have you reviewed it? Lu Meng nodded affirmatively. What do you think? Excellent, truly exceptional. Lu Meng was not merely advocating for Chen Yan. After Chen Yan had left in the morning, he had diligently scrutinized the entrepreneurial application material. To his astonishment, the application was flawless from start to finish. Whether it was the market analysis, the projections for future market trends, or the initial layout for the venture, everything was articulated with remarkable clarity and persuasiveness. Quite a commendable evaluation, Jiang Muhe remarked with interest. Opening the file for himself, he perused it for nearly half an hour before setting it down. Lu Meng, eyes alight with anticipation, inquired, what are your thoughts, Principal? Indeed, it is impressive. Jiang Muhe stroked his beard and smiled. For a freshman to possess such insight into entrepreneurship, it appears that Chen Yan has invested considerable effort in this area. Lu Meng nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, this document is not characteristic of a typical first-year student. At merely 18, he holds boundless potential. Principal, isn't this precisely the sort of talent that Jiangda University is in need of? Jiang Muhe raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lu Meng, Director Lu, you seem rather talkative today. Lu Meng offered a sheepish smile. Raising the file in his hand, Jiang Muhe shifted the conversation. Nonetheless, Chen Yan's entrepreneurial application is indeed commendable. Let him have the small building to the north and provide him with the highest level of entrepreneurial subsidy. Lu Meng was taken aback. Principal, granting Chen Yan the usage rights to the small building is one thing, but offering him the highest level of subsidy as well seems rather inappropriate. After all, there is only one top-tier subsidy available. Allocating the best resources and the highest support to one individual may incite discontent among other students. Unfazed, Jiang Muhe waved his hand dismissively. Who would dare to voice any objections? I am the principal, and such decisions rest in my hands. His tone conveyed an unmistakable authority. As Lu Meng began to address the other leaders, Jiang Muhe interrupted, Director Lu, Chen Yan's entrepreneurial application is the finest I have reviewed in recent years, without exception. Moreover, Chen Yan is this year's top student at Jiangda, and given that I have been his idol since childhood, both sentimentally and rationally, the school ought to provide him with the best conditions. As for the other leaders, I shall handle that. It is settled. Upon hearing the phrase childhood idol, Lu Meng's expression turned peculiar. He seemed poised to speak but ultimately refrained. Principal, should we inform Chen Yan about this news in advance? No need, Jiang Muhe replied. Shaking his head, we can simply make a normal announcement once the deadline for the startup application has passed. With a smile, he added, young people should be tempered in their resolve. By 6 in the evening, within dormitory 606, Chen Yan was engrossed in his materials when he heard his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Jiang Muhe. Chen, hold hands. Chen Yan's lips curled in mild exasperation as he closed the book before him and replied, Junior. Where's the yin? Shouldn't it be Chen Yan? Hold hands? This is called brevity. And what is the benefit of brevity? It saves data. 6. Putting his phone away, Chen Yan rose and exited the dormitory. He had been so preoccupied with the startup application materials in recent days that he had inadvertently neglected Jiang Muhe. Though they were merely friends, friendships also require nurturing. As he reached the vicinity of Building 6, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The summer days were long, and at this hour, the sky remained dim but not yet dark. Chen Yan squatted by the roadside and sent Jiang Muhe a WeChat message. In less than 2 minutes, she appeared at the dormitory entrance, sunglasses perched on her nose and panting slightly, clearly having rushed down the stairs upon receiving his notification. About 30 meters north of the dormitory entrance stood a row of slender bamboo, lush and green, with a gap perfectly situated in the middle. Chen Yan had taken to hiding in this gap to wait for Jiang Muhe. Familiar with the routine, she stepped out of the dormitory and walked towards him, leaping lightly as she closed the distance. "Hey!" Chen Yan feigned shock, clutching his chest. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Jiang Muhe laughed, lowering her sunglasses, her bright eyes blinking rapidly. Meeting her gaze, Chen Yan coolly returned a wink. "Junior, I know I'm handsome, but you needn't stare at me so intently." Unfazed by Chen Yan's vanity, Jiang Muhe stepped closer. At that moment, they were less than half a meter apart. The fragrant scent wafting towards Chen Yan added a hint of unease to his demeanor. "Why are you getting so close?" With a wistful look in her eyes, Jiang Muhe softly complained. "It's been 8 days since our last meal together. You haven't let me hold hands even once during this time. Do you know how I've managed these past 8 days?" Chen Yan remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Jiang Muhe raised her hand and pointed north. "What does that mean?" he asked, puzzled. "The small forest." "Now, why not? It's not dark yet." "Fine then. All right, let us go now." Faced with Jiang Muhe's stubborn gaze, Chen Yan shook his head in resignation, reluctantly standing up with his hands in his pockets, meandering toward the small forest. In contrast, Jiang Muhe moved briskly. After a couple of steps, she paused to glance back at Chen Yan, as if afraid he might run away. Under Chen Yan's deliberate procrastination, by the time the two arrived at the small grove, the sky had completely darkened. In the pitch-black grove, not a single light could be found, which was precisely why this place had become the universally acknowledged rendezvous spot for Jiangda University students. From a distance, Chen Yan spotted a couple seated on a bench deep within the grove. Despite the poor visibility, it was evident that it was a man and a woman. He halted, winked at Jiang Muhe, and whispered, "Senior, our spot is taken. What shall we do?" Jiang Muhe puffed her cheeks, replying, "No problem." With that, she quickly made her way toward the bench. Fortunately, Chen Yan reacted swiftly, grabbing her arm. "What are you planning to do?" "They are on a date." "I'm not doing anything. I just want them to leave." Chen Yan was both amused and exasperated as he pulled Jiang Muhe aside for over 10 meters. "Senior, the grove is a public space, and the bench is a public facility. Since there are no names inscribed on it, whoever arrives first gets to sit. Do you understand?" Jiang Muhe kicked her foot. "I get it, but I want to hold your hand." Chen Yan raised their intertwined hands. "Now, tell me, what is this?" "Without the bench, you wouldn't be able to touch my leg." Ahem, even with Chen Yan's thick skin, he felt his face flush upon hearing Jiang Muhe's explanation. Thankfully, the darkness of the grove concealed his embarrassment. "Senior," Jiang Muhe quickly corrected herself, "I meant, touch my leg." Leaning against a tree, Chen Yan replied, "Actually, I'm not too keen on that either." "Is that so?" Jiang Muhe tilted her head slightly. "All right then, let us just hold hands." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yan changed his tune. "There's no such thing as a free lunch, nor is there a free hand-holding. Senior, if I let you hold my hand, then you must allow me to touch your leg. It's a fair exchange. Even if I'm not particularly inclined to touch your leg, I must do so, or else I would be at a loss." Jiang Muhe hung her head in distress. "The bench is occupied. What now?" "There are always more solutions than difficulties. If conditions are lacking, then we must create them." "Create conditions?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Jiang Muhe poked her chin with her left pinky, suddenly struck with inspiration. "I've got an idea." Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, curiosity lacing his tone. "What is it?" Jiang Muhe pointed towards the direction of Jiangda University's entrance. "Let us go outside." "Where to?" "Outside the campus." "What for?" Jiang Muhe uttered 2 words. "Book a room." Chen Yan was momentarily frozen in place. "Book a room? You truly have a flair for the dramatic." Chapter 85. The dejected Jiang Muhe. "What are you dawdling for?" Observing Chen Yan standing motionless, Jiang Muhe flicked her hair and declared, "Come on, let us go find a room. No need to flatter me. I am well aware of my own cleverness." Chen Yan could only respond with speechlessness. Flatter her? Goodness, she was rather pleased with herself. After her proclamation, Jiang Muhe strode toward the edge of the grove. Chen Yan opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Trailing behind Jiang Muhe as they exited the thicket, Jiang Muhe turned back to Chen Yan, instinctively reaching for his hand, only to find him evading her grasp. Blinking in surprise, she asked, "What's wrong? There's no one around. Didn't you say we could hold hands privately?" Chen Yan took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Senior, let us leave it at that for today. I'm heading back." "What?" Jiang Muhe dashed in front of him, arms wide open to block his path. "Didn't we agree to go find a room?" Hearing her tone, which assumed everything was settled, Chen Yan could no longer maintain his composure, retorting darkly, "Who said we had an agreement?" As it was nighttime, Jiang Muhe could not discern Chen Yan's expression and failed to notice his displeasure. She pointed towards the grove behind them. "We had a deal back there. Did I promise you?" "No." "Then but you didn't refuse either." With a sharp slap to his forehead, the sound echoed, reflecting his current exasperation. "So you want to refuse? Fine." He stepped closer, placing his hands on Jiang Muhe's delicate shoulders and leaning slightly down. At that moment, the distance between them was less than a foot. Even in the dim light, they could still perceive each other's expressions. While Jiang Muhe's gaze was adorably innocent, Chen Yan's face was serious. "Senior, I'm telling you now, I'm not going to find a room." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Jiang Muhe stood rooted to the spot, watching Chen Yan retreat into the distance, muttering under her breath, "If you don't want to, then don't be so fierce." "Hey, I still got to hold his hand. If he doesn't want to go, it's not me who loses out." At the foot of the dormitory, Chen Yan squatted by the roadside, clutching a bottle of chilled mineral water, gulping it down incessantly. In just over 10 seconds, the entire bottle was consumed, and his nearly shattered resolve had been forcefully pulled back from the brink. Jiang Muhe had extended the invitation to find a room, and honestly, no boy could easily refuse such a temptation. Chen Yan did refuse, yet the decision had been immensely challenging. If given another chance, he was unsure whether he would make the same choice. Continuing down this path, the situation was precarious. The more time he spent with Jiang Muhe, the more he felt that the label of aloof was utterly misplaced. Her cool demeanor was merely a facade. It wasn't that Jiang Muhe intentionally acted aloof, but rather an instinctive subconscious behavior to shield herself. In truth, she was akin to a blank canvas, an innocent girl devoid of worldly experience. Especially in the realm of relationships between men and women, it is remarkably simplistic. The notion of propriety, such as no physical contact between the genders, is entirely absent from Jiang Muhe's lexicon. Her current behavior is utterly unreserved. This cannot continue. Chen Yan feels it imperative to maintain a degree of distance from Jiang Muhe. If this persists, his resolve is bound to crumble. It is not that his willpower is insufficiently robust or his self-control lacking. Rather, it is that Jiang Muhe's beauty is overwhelming. To call her a femme fatale would not be an exaggeration. In the face of her allure, even a stone would succumb to melting. Having made up his mind, Chen Yan exhaled deeply, his eyes gradually regaining clarity as he ascended the stairs. Thus, in the ensuing days, regardless of how fervently Jiang Muhe bombarded him on WeChat, Chen Yan remained unresponsive, leaving her in silence. Consequently, Jiang Muhe's spirits plummeted during this period. On this particular afternoon, just past 5 o'clock, in dormitory 606, Li Baozhu entered the room after class. Upon returning to her bed and noticing Jiang Muhe lying there, her expression turned peculiar. Jiang Muhe had been in that position since the morning, and an entire day had passed without her moving. Even the creases in the blanket remained unchanged. Tentatively, Li Baozhu inquired, "Senior, have you been lying down all day?" Jiang Muhe, clutching her phone with her left hand and eyes closed, simply responded with a soft hum. "Don't you have classes?" Well, you can't just lie there all the time. Aren't you hungry?" Li Baozhu intended to offer some advice, but before she could speak, she noticed Tan Lingling signaling her with her eyes, prompting her to swallow her words. She moved to sit beside Tan Lingling and whispered, "What's wrong with our senior? Her mood has been quite low these past few days. Has someone upset her?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Caishang squeezed in, lowering her voice. "Just to clarify, I haven't provoked our senior." Tan Lingling waved her hand. "I certainly wouldn't dare, even if I had 100 times the courage." Hearing this, Li Baozhu earnestly reflected, "I haven't upset her either." Tan Lingling glanced at Jiang Muhe's bed and concluded, "It seems it must not be us." Lu Caishang, puzzled, remarked, "The school's forum has only 2 words to describe our senior. Do not approach. Outside of us 3, she seems to have no friends." Li Bao sighed. "That is indeed true." "Who said that?" Tan Lingling blinked. Do you remember on the first day of military training when our senior brought water to a boy? Upon hearing this, Li Baozhu and Lu Zaixiang's eyes widened in surprise. Right. That did happen. If memory serves, that boy was rather handsome. Tan Lingling nodded. That boy is in my major. We are both in the computer science department. His name is Chen Yan, the top scholar of Jiangda this year. The top scholar? The one from Jiangda? Li Baozhu nudged Tan Lingling's shoulder. Wasn't our senior also the top scholar of Jiangda last year? Tan Lingling nodded affirmatively, dismissing any doubts. The senior had been the top scholar in Jiangda last year, while Chen Yan was the star of this year. Moreover, he was quite handsome. And the senior had even delivered water to him. If one were to claim that there was nothing amiss between them, it would be utterly unbelievable. Her tone paused, her gaze sweeping over Li Baozhu and Lu Zaixiang's faces. Thus, I have a bold hypothesis. Would you care to hear it? Yes. Li Baozhu and Lu Zaixiang chorused in unison. Tan Lingling first nodded, then lowered her voice further, indicating that the senior had been unusually irritable lately. Likely due to her connection with Chen Yan. It was highly probable. Highly probable what? They urged. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Under the persistent urging from Li Baozhu and Lu Zaixiang, Tan Lingling's lips moved slightly. It's very possible that the senior has been wronged by Chen Yan. What? Almost simultaneously, Li Baozhu and Lu Zaixiang gasped in astonishment. Startled, Tan Lingling quickly covered their mouths and turned her head towards Jiang Muhe's bed, only to meet her gaze, which had now risen. Cough, cough. The nervous Tan Lingling fumbled over her words, her tongue seemingly tied. As senior, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you. You can continue resting. Just rest. Jiang Muhe's expression was one of confusion. Lingling, you appear quite anxious? I am not anxious. Influenced by Tan Lingling's emotions, Li Baozhu and Lu Zaixiang began to feel anxious as well. Once Tan Lingling finished, they nodded in agreement. Indeed not. The senior is so aloof. So adorable. We are not nervous at all in your presence. Exactly. How could Lingling be nervous with such a kind and approachable senior? Seeing them defend her, Tan Lingling nodded fervently. Yes, yes. With a gentle sigh. Jiang Muhe furrowed her brow. You three come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, their hearts sinking once more. They hesitated, pushing each other playfully for nearly a minute over just a few meters. Jiang Muhe curled up in the corner of the bed, her delicate, fair legs partially concealed by a corner of the blanket. Yet, even the small portion visible exuded a breathtaking allure. She fixed her gaze on the trio, her face reflecting a mix of conflict. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly. Do you know how to please a boy? Upon hearing this, the three girls exchanged peculiar expressions, simultaneously confirming a singular thought. The senior had undoubtedly been wronged by Chen Yan. In an instant, they each mentally labeled him with 3 words: scoundrel, shameless, cad. Chapter 86. The subtlety of concealment. Why are you all silent? Jiang Muhe inquired, her eyes reflecting a trace of confusion. Is it possible that you are unaware as well? Upon hearing her question, Tan Lingling cleared her throat and replied, Senior, why do you feel the need to appease others? Li Baozhu chimed in, her tone laced with indignation. Indeed, Senior, you possess such beauties. If anyone should be seeking to please, it ought to be them, not you. Lu Zaixiang nodded in agreement, stating, Senior, one must not lower their stance too much. The more you yield, the more others will take advantage. It is difficult to find a frog with 3 legs, but there is no shortage of men with 2. Sometimes, one must not be too stubborn. If it does not work out, we simply find another. Let us find another. Tan Lingling echoed. Let us find another. Li Baozhu repeated. Jiang Muhe blinked, yet hesitated. Tan Lingling interrupted. There are no buts, Senior. You must trust us. We have your best interests at heart. A glance from Jiang Muhe made Tan Lingling falter, her laughter awkward. Senior, feel free to speak your mind. I shall remain silent. Jiang Muhe's brow furrowed. You suggest I find another, yet I have but one. How can I change that? Moreover, I do not wish to change. At this, the 3 women fell silent. The dormitory became tranquil. After a long pause, Jiang Muhe gently waved her hand. Never mind, you may go about your business. I shall continue to rest. With that, she reclined once more. The 3 girls exchanged glances and, in unison, exited the dormitory, stepping into the corridor outside. Li Baozhu spoke first, as the roommates of our senior. It is imperative that we take action now that she has been wronged. What do you think? Tan Lingling and Lu Zaixiang nodded in agreement. Li Baozhu inquired, Lingling, do you have classes tomorrow in the computer science department? Yes, I have a class at 9 in the morning, which concludes at 10. Upon hearing this, an idea formed in Li Baoju's mind. She linked arms with Tan Lingling and Lu Caixiang, whispering, "Then it is settled. The three of us meanwhile, in dormitory 707. Chen Yan stretched after a day of studying and suddenly sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself, "Which rascal is cursing me in their heart?" Just then, Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao returned, and upon seeing Chen Yan and Lei Ting seated at the desk poring over their books, they exclaimed in unison, "Damn! You can't be this intense." "Indeed. Brothers, this is university, not high school. Can you please adjust your mindset?" They continued. "Learn from us. Isn't it easy to take it easy? As the saying goes, it is easy to evade the obvious, but difficult to guard against the hidden." Today's observation confirms this. Chen Yan and Lei Ting had been secretly studying behind their backs. This was intolerable. Lei Ting scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "Don't blame me. I have only reviewed study materials for a little over an hour. Lao Si has been sitting at the desk all day. You ought to be directing your remarks at him." Witnessing the betrayal by Lei Ting, Chen Yan could not help but roll his eyes. Before he could utter a word of explanation, the book before him vanished into thin air. Not only did that book disappear, but also the numerous programming textbooks on the left side of his desk. Tao Tao, clutching the pilfered books, glared furiously, "Old Fourth, have you lost your mind? I never saw you work this hard in high school. How come you've suddenly rejuvenated in university?" Chen Yan smirked slightly. "You and I did not attend the same high school. How do you know I wasn't diligent? What is the use of effort?" Jiang Shaowen interjected. "Even if you toil, you still only manage to get into Jiangda University by the skin of your teeth, right? Old Fourth, your talent has its limits. Any additional effort is futile." Tao Tao chimed in, "Exactly. Old Fourth, you lack Lei Laodao's talent. He scored 708 in the college entrance examination. I can accept being outperformed by him because he is on a different level, but your scores are inferior to mine and Old Second's. Is there any point in competing like this? You might as well take a cue from me and Old Second, spend some time gaming at the internet CAF. If gaming doesn't interest you, then go charm some girls. You're quite handsome, don't waste it." As Tao Tao concluded his lengthy discourse, Jiang Shaowen immediately summarized. "Wasting resources is a crime." Tao Tao nodded vigorously right. Listening to their banter, which even rhymed, Chen Yan found himself both amused and exasperated. "I merely wanted to peruse some programming. Is that such a big deal?" In unison, Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao replied, "It is." With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yan conceded, "Fine, I won't look at it anymore. It's almost mealtime. Let us head to the cafeteria." Tao Tao exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Shaowen, who promptly wrapped an arm around Chen Yan's shoulder, saying, "We're not going to the cafeteria today. I'll treat you. Let us go out for barbecue, beer, and crayfish." Chen Yan was reluctant. "Forget it. I'll just manage with a quick bite at the cafeteria." "What are the conditions? Who can dine out every day?" Tao Tao declared, "Let us vote. I'm in favor of dining out." He and Jiang Shaowen then turned their attention to Lei Ting. Lei Ting shrugged and offered an apologetic smile to Chen Yan. "Old Fourth, you can't blame me for this. I simply can't refuse a free meal. So I'm in agreement." Jiang Shaowen laughed heartily. "Old Fourth, you have no retort now, do you? 3 votes to 1, the majority rules." Though Chen Yan felt helpless, he ultimately had to acquiesce. All right. As night approached, around 10 o'clock, Chen Yan watched the 3 drunken friends slumped over the table and sighed. Wasn't this supposed to be a treat? It seems it's still on me. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he found another WeChat message from Jiang Muhe. "Chen Yan, please don't ignore me. It's been days since we held hands. I miss holding hands." Poor little crying face. Seeing the last emoticon, Chen Yan couldn't help but frown. Truth be told, he didn't wish to leave Jiang Muhe hanging. But if he didn't, mistakes were bound to happen eventually. After much hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to the impulse and replied to Jiang Muhe. "It was too late today. Tomorrow evening, I shall venture into the grove." In the girls' dormitory 606, upon reading Chen Yan's reply, Jiang Muhe instantly sat up in bed. She was about to share her joy with her 3 roommates, but upon glancing up, she noticed that the curtains in front of their beds were drawn, and the lights were extinguished, indicating they had already succumbed to slumber. Thus, she abandoned the thought. Lying back down, a smile danced upon Jiang Muhe's lips as she murmured softly, "Hey, tomorrow, I can go to the grove. Hee." In the bustling eatery, as the curfew approached, Chen Yan observed the 3 intoxicated companions. After calling out to them several times to no avail, he was left with no choice but to resort to a last-ditch effort. Cough, cough. "Oh dear, how chilling," he exclaimed. "Damn it, Who is disturbing my sweet dreams? Just like the last time. Chen Yan casually placed the basin and bowl on the ground and spread his hands in an exaggerated display of innocence. Why are you all staring at me? Believe it or not, it was indeed the bowl that moved on its own. I had nothing to do with it. The three of them stared back in silence. Chapter 87. She just wants to hold hands around midnight. In the male dormitory 707, Chen Yan was poring over his study materials. To be precise, genuine study materials. Across from him, on the bed diagonally opposite, Jiang Shaowen was asleep, mumbling in her dreams. Fourth brother, you really shouldn't study in secret anymore. If you're so idle, it would be more entertaining to give second brother a good thrashing than to study. Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it is often said that in university dormitories, especially in male dorms, studying is somewhat of a taboo. He had previously dismissed this notion as absurd, but now it seemed to hold a grain of truth. However, during the 4 years of university, the first year is paramount. It is essential to accumulate resources, gather information, and plan future directions. After the intense pressure of the college entrance examination, many students easily relax upon entering university. Once at university, a plethora of temptations arise, leading many to indulge in gaming and frivolous socializing. Squandering time on such meaningless pursuits is unwise. If one does not strive in the first year, the fourth year will bring only sorrow. Chen Yan had always relied on his sister, Chen Luoshui, and they endured hardships together, embodying the saying that children from impoverished families mature early. He understood the rarity of opportunities. Before they materialized, one must be prepared for when opportunities arrive. They are often elusive. Fate does not grant an individual excessive chances. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen Yan refocused on the programming textbook before him and continued his studies. Just past 6 o'clock, the summer cicadas outside began their morning chorus. Surprisingly, the last to sleep, Chen Yan was the first to awaken. For 3 years in high school, he maintained this routine, sleeping only 5 to 6 hours a night, which was a significant factor in his ability to stand out among hundreds of thousands of examinees in Jiangda. While talent is indeed crucial, relying solely on it would yield only average results. To become the top scholar in the province, mere talent is far from sufficient. In addition to talent, one must exert effort. In a sense, diligence is the greatest form of talent. The reason Chen Yan could sleep so much during the summer vacation was twofold: to compensate for his long-standing sleep deprivation and due to the influence of certain photographs. No, certain study materials, which often kept him up late. Upon entering university, his schedule reverted to that of his high school days. As 7 approached, at the foot of dormitory building 6, when Jiang Muhe laid eyes on Chen Yan, her expression turned notably resentful and her delicate hand reached out. Chen Yan placed the breakfast in her palm, feeling somewhat guilty under her unwavering gaze. "Senior, I've been rather busy lately," Jiang Muhe retorted. "Do you not even have time to reply to messages?" Chen Yan felt even guiltier. Jiang Muhe took a bite of her bun, her tone laced with a melancholic accusation. "Not only do you ignore my messages, but you haven't even brought me breakfast these past few days. I've been waiting downstairs for so long each morning." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan felt quite awkward. "Senior, if I don't message you, what are you waiting for downstairs?" "Waiting for you." Facing Jiang Muhe's stubborn gaze, Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "I'm sorry." Jiang Muhe's eyes widened, as if she were meeting Chen Yan for the first time, nibbling on her bun while scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What did you just say?" "I'm sorry. From now on, whether I come to deliver breakfast or not, I will always inform you via WeChat. I don't want your apologies." Jiang Muhe mumbled through her half-eaten bun. "Was ji la shou shou?" Chen Yan was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, he understood the girl's meaning. She simply wanted to hold hands. Burp after finishing one bun. Jiang Muhe could not help but let out a small burp, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly glanced at Chen Yan before hastily lowering her head. This little gesture made Chen Yan chuckle inwardly. He stood up and said, "Junior, I still have class this morning, so I'll be heading back now." "What time is your class?" "I finish at 9 and 10. "Why? It's only 7 now. There are still 2 hours left. Why the rush?" Chen Yan looked at the girls passing by and smiled wryly. "Junior, this is precisely the peak time for breakfast. Standing here, we are rather conspicuous. We agreed to maintain some distance in public." Before he could finish, Jiang Muhe blinked rapidly and pointed towards the north. "That's easily resolved. We can just change locations." "Change locations?" Following Jiang Muhe's finger, Chen Yan swiftly grasped her intention and whispered in protest, "Junior, have you lost your mind, or have I?" In broad daylight, You actually want me to accompany you to the grove? Jiang Mu blinked innocently, who said the grove can only be visited at night. Well, Chen Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you going or not? Not going. I'll be waiting for you in the grove. Ignoring Chen Yan's refusal, Jiang Mu picked up the remaining buns and soy milk, striding towards the grove. Chen Yan stood still for a while, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Fine. Let this be my compensation for leaving her in the lurch for a while. The morning air in the grove was refreshingly cool. Perhaps because most people believed that dates were meant for the evening, at that moment, the grove was devoid of any human presence. After sitting on a bench for 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Mu's eyebrows involuntarily lifted when she spotted the tardy Chen Yan. She waved her hand. Come, hurry up. Chen Yan sat silently on the bench, expecting Jiang Mu to do as she normally did at night and place her legs on his lap. However, Jiang Mu did not do so. Instead, she took his hand and continued nibbling on her bun. After finishing, she playfully wiped her mouth on Chen Yan's sleeve with practiced ease and naturalness. Chen Yan's lips curved into a smile. Junior, why can't you remember what I told you? The sound of his voice elicited a charming smile from Jiang Mu, and she replied, Chen Yan, could you do me a favor? Accustomed to her incongruous responses, Chen Yan merely inquired, what is it that you need? Jiang Mu furrowed her brow slightly and replied, my mother sent me a package from abroad, and it arrived at the school station yesterday. I searched for it extensively but couldn't locate it. Could you assist me in finding it? Send me the information via WeChat, and once my class concludes, I shall help you search. All right. Jiang Mu took out her phone and sent a screenshot to Chen Yan, her tone laced with a hint of trepidation. It's daytime now, so you want tea. Want tea take any pictures, right? Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Mu's cautious demeanor. Oh, Junior, it seems you are aware of fear as well. Jiang Mu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Who is afraid? You. I'm not afraid. Admitting it is not shameful. I'm not afraid. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. I would never fear. As she continued, her voice dwindled, becoming scarcely audible. Chen Yan remained silent, gazing at her intently. Jiang Mu lifted her gaze, and their eyes met, causing her already flushed cheeks to deepen further. In a barely audible whisper, she proposed, tonight, I shall touch you, if that is agreeable. Chapter 88. The terrifying assault from a stinky egg. After giving Jiang Mu an exasperated eye roll, Chen Yan solemnly inquired, Junior, do I really have such an obsession with touching legs? Do you not like it? Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled like clear springs. Under her gaze, Chen Yan's tone unwittingly softened. I used to enjoy looking at leg photos, but that was in the past. I no longer find them appealing. Well, that's normal. What does normal mean? Faced with Chen Yan's puzzled expression, Jiang Mu offered an explanation with an air of certainty. My legs are well-shaped. After you've seen my leg photos, it's only natural that you would lose interest in others. Chen Yan was taken aback. Her words were indeed rather blunt. Yet, he could not deny the truth in her statement. After viewing Jiang Mu's leg photos, he found himself utterly indifferent to the collection of online images he had once cherished. However, admitting such a thing would be utterly embarrassing. Junior, you're overthinking it. I have no interest in anyone's leg photos at the moment, including yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu did not retort. Instead, she took out her phone and deftly tapped the screen a few times. Suddenly, Chen Yan's phone vibrated, and he curiously retrieved it, only to be met with an awkward surprise. On WeChat, Jiang Mu had sent him over 10 leg photos. Must it be this way? Is this really a test for a cadre? Which cadre could withstand such an ordeal? Do you like them? Jiang Mu winked at Chen Yan. Her voice clear as she explained, you've been ignoring me these days, and I've been quite bored in the dormitory, so I took some leg photos. These are my carefully selected favorites. Junior, we're good friends, so there's no need to be polite. Confronted with Jiang Mu's innocent and sincere eyes, Chen Yan opened and closed his mouth, ultimately saying nothing. 2 words could describe his current state, utterly defeated. Dingling, as the class bell rang. Yu Hongyi turned off the multimedia blackboard and announced the end of the lesson, saying, that's all for today. I will post the homework in the group, so don't forget. Once Yu Hongyi left the classroom, the students from the computer science department began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. Chen Yan closed his laptop and stowed it in his bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Just as he lifted his foot to leave, he was called back by Tan Lingling from behind. Chen Yan, don't rush off just yet. I need to speak with you. Chen Yan's eyes flickered with confusion. You are Tan Lingling, right? We don't seem to know each other well. What do you need from me? Tan Lingling did not explain, merely gestured towards a chair. You'll find out shortly. Puzzled, Chen Yan shot her a quizzical glance but complied and took a seat, his mind swirling with questions. In truth, had it not been for the fact that Tan Lingling was roommates with Jiang Muhe, his temperament would have compelled him to leave without delay. Before long, the computer lab was left with just Tan Lingling and Chen Yan. Chen Yan finally spoke up. Tan Lingling, now that it's just us, what is it that you wanted to discuss? In response to Chen Yan's inquiry, Tan Lingling first sent a message on WeChat, then set her phone aside and smiled, saying, "Don't rush, be patient for another 2 minutes, and you will soon discover the purpose of my summons." Chen Yan furrowed his brow, wanting to speak. Yet he held his tongue at the last moment. Never mind, 2 minutes won't make a difference. He was indeed curious about what Tan Lingling wanted from him. A minute later, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the computer lab. Tan Lingling waved her hand, saying, "Baozhu, Saixiang, over here, hurry." Li Baozhu and Lu Saixiang entered the classroom one after the other, positioning themselves to block Chen Yan's only exit. Faced with the unfriendly demeanor of the 2 girls, Chen Yan's confusion deepened, and he looked towards Tan Lingling, questioning what this was all about. "I do not know either of them, to be precise. I am not even familiar with you." The 3 girls exchanged glances. Li Baozhu slapped the table, gazing down at Chen Yan with an imposing air. After a few seconds, she remarked, "You are indeed quite handsome. Being the top student from Jiangda province is impressive. However, what gives you the right to treat Senior Jiang poorly?" "Exactly. She's so wonderful. Why would you mistreat her?" Lu Saixiang coldly echoed. Tan Lingling added, "Aside from being somewhat aloof, Senior Jiang is exceptional in every regard. What qualifications do you have to mistreat her?" Upon hearing their words, Chen Yan was utterly bewildered. Wait, what is going on here? He mistreated Jiang Muhe? This was news to him. Just as Chen Yan grappled with his confusion, Li Baozhu opened a plastic bag in her hand, revealing several eggs that emitted a noxious odor. Realizing the situation was escalating, Chen Yan quickly interjected, "Wait, what are you all talking about? When did I mistreat Jiang Muhe?" Li Baozhu glared fiercely at this point. "You still refuse to admit it?" With that, she swung the plastic bag menacingly, threatening, "You have 3 days to make things right with Senior Jiang." Before she could finish her sentence, a hole suddenly tore in the bag, and a foul-smelling egg flew towards Chen Yan's face. With the distance being so short and the narrow space between the seats, Chen Yan had no room to evade. Instinctively, he turned to the side, and the egg smashed against his shoulder, splattering everywhere. In an instant, the noxious stench in the air reached new heights. The scene left Li Baozhu utterly stunned, as did the other 2 girls. The rotten egg was merely a threat. They had never intended to actually throw it at Chen Yan. But now, with a dark expression, Chen Yan grimaced at the odor permeating from his shoulder, rolling his eyes in disgust. When he looked up, he realized the 3 girls had already slipped away, leaving him feeling thoroughly vexed. What have I done to deserve this? Glancing at the foul egg residue on his left shoulder, he sighed deeply. Returning to the dormitory now felt like a distant dream. If he went back smelling like this, he was certain he would become an overnight sensation on the school forum within 2 hours. Chen Yan took out his phone and called Jiang Muhe via video call. He needed to clarify what was happening. When the call connected, Jiang Muhe's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared on the screen. "Junior, where are you now?" "In the dormitory." "Come to the computer lab immediately, hurry." With that, Chen Yan ended the video call. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Muhe rushed in, panting. As soon as she approached, she covered her nose with her hand, her brows furrowed as she stepped aside. "It stinks." Indeed, it was quite foul. "What happened to you?" You wouldn't have fallen into the toilet, would you?" "Don't move. I need to keep my distance. You're covered in filth. Anyone you touch is doomed. I'm still young. I do not wish to perish." Chapter 89, The Heart's Perspective on Filth. Chen Yan, with a furrowed brow, fixed his gaze on Jiang Muhe, who was a few meters away. "You come here." Jiang Muhe shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "No, Chen Yan. I do not wish to die." "Die, you foolish head." Chen Yan could no longer contain himself, gesturing to his disheveled appearance. "This is not filth. It is rotten eggs." Jiang Muhe blinked, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Still trying to deceive me? It is clearly filth. You insist it is rotten eggs." "I am not foolish. I am quite clever." Chen Yan closed his eyes. "Clever, this great intellect. Senior, I assure you, I am not covered in filth." "I do not believe you." "What would convince you?" "If you lick it, I will believe you." Chen Yan's lips twitched in distress. "You refuse to come closer, correct? Fine. Then do not expect to hold my hand again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe panicked. "Wait, I will come over." Reluctantly, she turned her head, pinching her nose tightly with both hands as she approached Chen Yan. It was only then that she noticed the shattered eggshells beneath his feet. Oh, it really is rotten eggs? Chen Yan weakly affirmed. Indeed. Senior, I must ask you something, and you must answer truthfully. What is it? Have you spoken ill of me to your roommates during this time? Not at all. Chen Yan's face reflected skepticism. Really? Jiang Muhe nodded earnestly. No. I wouldn't dare mention you in front of them. Did you not say our relationship should remain confidential? Gazing into her clear eyes, Chen Yan's confusion only deepened. Then have your 3 roommates lost their minds? They came at me, claiming I had wronged you. What? Jiang Muhe's lips parted in disbelief, her charming face expressing shock. Chen Yan, could it be that these rotten eggs were thrown by my roommates? Partly true, partly not. It was more of an accident. Chen Yan nodded affirmatively and recounted the events that transpired after class in their entirety. After finishing, he spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Senior, to whom should I appeal for justice? And when did I ever wrong you? We are merely friends. Once Chen Yan concluded, Jiang Muhe's eyes darted around as she recalled her conversation with her 3 roommates from the previous night. She spoke softly. This must be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? In response to Chen Yan's probing, Jiang Muhe did not withhold information, detailing the events of the previous night. Once Chen Yan grasped the situation's intricacies, he sighed despondently. Throughout his life, misfortunes had befallen him one after another. Things had finally begun to normalize, only for bad luck to return once more. I am sorry. The primary fault lies with me. Jiang Muhe offered her apology first, then took out her phone and opened WeChat. Sending a message in the group chat of the 4 beauties from room 606. A mere 7 or 8 minutes later, the 3 instigators entered the computer lab. Upon encountering the 3 young women, Chen Yan puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, Come, let us confront each other directly. We shall inquire with your senior sister Jiang to hear from her own lips whether I have wronged her. Jiang Muhe shook her head at the trio, affirming, Chen Yan and I are merely friends. He has not mistreated me. I understand your intentions come from goodwill. But it is rather impulsive to hurl rotten eggs at Chen Yan without fully grasping the situation. The 3 women exchanged glances, bewildered. Lu Saixiang bit her lip and asked, Senior sister, you truly have not been wronged by Chen Yan? Jiang Muhe gently shook her head in response. No. Li Baozhu coughed repeatedly, adding, Senior sister. This idea was actually proposed by Lingling. She is the principal instigator, while Saixiang and I are merely accomplices. Lu Saixiang nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, I too am an accomplice. In a nutshell, a dead friend is preferable to a living one. Tan Lingling scowled. When I shared the plan last night, you all agreed. Now that something has gone awry, you shift all the blame onto me. Have you lost your conscience? Li Baozhu and Lu Saixiang shared a knowing glance before turning to the side in unison, declaring, Regardless, we are merely accomplices. You are the principal. Tan Lingling retorted, Baozhu. It was you who accidentally flung the egg at Chen Yan. To which Li Baozhu replied, That was merely an accident. Had you not suggested it, this incident would not have occurred. Tan Lingling was left speechless. Observing the ongoing bickering among the 3 women, Chen Yan interjected with a stern expression. Enough of this talk of principal and accomplice. To me, you are all equally culpable. The moment those words were spoken, the trio fell silent. Tan Lingling, feeling awkward, was the first to speak. Chen Yan, we sincerely apologize. We have indeed wronged you in this matter. Seeing this, Li Baozhu also chimed in with an apology. I am truly sorry, Chen Yan. Lu Saixiang pulled the 2 aside for a brief whispered conversation, lasting nearly half a minute. Before returning to Chen Yan with 500 yuan placed on the table. Chen Yan, we acknowledge that the responsibility lies with us 3. It is truly due to our senior sister's recent despondency. Please accept this 500 yuan to purchase new clothes. And let us treat you to lunch as a gesture of apology. Li Baozhu added, if this does not appease you, you may retaliate by hurling rotten eggs at us after the meal. Tan Lingling nodded in agreement. Yes, throw them back. Chen Yan accepted the money without reservation, saying, Make sure to clean the classroom. Also, please fetch a basin of water and a towel. Certainly. The 3 women collectively sighed in relief. A look of shame adorning their faces. Reflecting on their actions, they realized their impulsiveness was unjustified. Hastily concluding that Chen Yan had wronged Jiang's senior sister based solely on their conjectures. To put it bluntly, they had acted foolishly. Chen Yan observed the departing trio, and then glanced at Jiang Muhe. Seeing her being so supported by her roommates, an inexplicable joy swelled within him. Although it was a fleeting emotion, so subtle that he scarcely noticed it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yan spent nearly half an hour in the bathroom, finally washing away the foul stench of the rotten eggs. As he stepped out of the bathroom, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Shaowen and Tao Tao returning from class. Fourth brother, why are you bathing in broad daylight? Have you been up to something clandestine? Before Chen Yan could offer an explanation, Jiang Shaowen interrupted him with an enigmatic smile. There's no need for you to clarify, fourth brother. We all understand. It's a natural need, perfectly normal. Tao Tao nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. It's nothing to be ashamed of. However, fourth brother, I must remind you that once a day suffices. Overindulgence could be detrimental to your health. Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight grimace, struggling to suppress his urge to retaliate. Natural need? Once a day? Too much is harmful? In all honesty, he merely took a shower. There is a saying that rings true. Those with a guilty conscience see filth in everything. Chapter 90, the stench of eggshells just past noon. Beneath the 7th dormitory building, Chen Yan gazed at Jiang Muhe, then glanced at the 3 girls beside her. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Muhe spoke first. Today, I will take part of the responsibility for this matter. They share some blame as well, while you, my dear, are merely the victim. Therefore, we must have lunch together. Her soft voice carried an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Chen Yan found it amusing. Senior, as a victim, am I to be deprived of my right to speak? You certainly have that right, Jiang Muhe replied, her silky hair dancing in the sultry summer breeze. Her clear eyes reflected a hint of contrition as her ruby lips parted. But you may voice your thoughts after we finish our meal. Chen Yan chuckled. All right. I shall eat. A smile blossomed on Jiang Muhe's face as she turned to the 3 girls a few meters away. Have you chosen a place? Tan Lingling raised her hand, casting an apologetic glance at Chen Yan. Yes, we have decided. A mere 15 minutes later, the 5 of them arrived at a restaurant located on the eastern street of Jiangda University, in a private room on the 2nd floor. Tan Lingling cautiously placed the menu before Chen Yan. Order whatever you wish. I sincerely apologize. Please be magnanimous and overlook our shortcomings. Just let us off the hook. With that, she exchanged a knowing look with Li Baozhu and Lu Caixiang, who immediately chimed in, Indeed, I am the stench of a pig. I am the thunderous, a diagram. Chain fart. After their playful banter, Tan Lingling cleared her throat, and I am a great, foul odor. Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh. He scanned the menu, pondering what he might desire. Anything I can choose? Tan Lingling nodded. Yes, as long as it placates your anger, you may order everything on the menu, if need be. We shall tighten our belts this month. Do not hold back. This is our just dessert. Chen Yan set down the menu, cleared his throat, and declared, I wish to have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour small belly, dried meat, sausage, assorted cold dishes, smoked chicken with white belly, steamed 8 treasure pork, Jiang rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail, assorted braised dishes, braised gosling, mountain chicken, rabbit meat, and vegetable python. He rattled off 108 dish names in one breath without even pausing for air. Such fluency left Jiang Muhe wide-eyed. As Chen Yan concluded, she immediately applauded. Bravo. Bravo. A worthy performance. Chen Yan, his face flushed, took a breath to steady himself. With a glance, Jiang Muhe silenced the room. Tan Lingling and the others exchanged bewildered looks. A full Manchuhan banquet? This is not merely tightening our belts. This is a matter of life and death. Li Baozhu wore a pained expression. Chen Yan, our monthly allowance is merely 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. We simply cannot afford to treat you to a full banquet. How about paying in installments? Paying in installments? Yes. We could treat you to 2 dishes each month. Excluding the 2 months of holidays, that would allow us to serve you 30 dishes a year. By graduation, we will ensure you have enjoyed the complete 108 dishes of the Manchuhan banquet. What do you say? Tan Lingling nodded in agreement. I think that is feasible. Lu Caixiang nodded in agreement, exclaiming, very good, very good. Chen Yan secretly rolled his eyes. It was evident that these 3 girls were somewhat naive, as they failed to perceive his jest. No wonder they acted so impulsively. He was merely joking. A light meal would suffice. After this, Chen Yan summoned the waiter and casually ordered 5 or 6 dishes. Once the order was placed, he suddenly recalled something and instructed the waiter, by the way, please do not include ginger in these dishes. Understood, the waiter replied. As the waiter departed, Li Baozhu blinked in confusion. Chen Yan, do you not eat ginger? Chen Yan gestured towards Jiang Muhe, indicating her aversion. This action elicited knowing looks from the 3 girls, as they realized that not eating ginger was not a trait of mere acquaintances. However, given the current circumstances, they dared not speak too much, let alone indulge in gossip. The most pressing matter at hand was to earn Chen Yan's forgiveness. When the dishes arrived, Chen Yan began to eat silently, while Jiang Muhe stole glances at him between bites. In contrast, the three girls across the table remained silent, pushing their rice around aimlessly before setting down their chopsticks. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, Chen Yan let out a satisfied burp. All right, I've eaten my fill. Now about today's incident. Before he could finish, Jiang Muhe raised her hand. Chen Yan looked at her in confusion. Senior, do you have something to say? Jiang Muhe blinked innocently. There is still one thing we haven't done. What is it? In response to Chen Yan's puzzled gaze, Jiang Muhe pointed at her 3 roommates and declared, we should throw rotten eggs at them. Tan Lingling, Li Baozhu, Lu Caixiang. Wait, are you serious? Jiang Muhe, undeterred by the reproachful looks from her roommates, continued, it's not just them. I also bear responsibility for today's events. So, you must throw rotten eggs at all 4 of us. At this point, Tan Lingling and the others were left utterly speechless. Truly, as a senior, she was relentless. Even towards herself, Chen Yan's lips twitched. No need for that. I accepted the money, I've eaten, and besides, you've all apologized. That won't do. Jiang Muhe stubbornly shook her head and called for the waiter. Do you have any rotten eggs in the kitchen? Bring me 4. The waiter, taken aback by the stunning girl before him, hesitated. We don't have any. I'll pay 100 each. Do you have them? Well, we can arrange that. Please wait a moment. Before long, the waiter returned with 4 slightly unpleasant eggs. In truth, these eggs only had a faint odor, far less potent than the truly rotten ones from earlier. Chen Yan stared at the 4 eggs before him and then at the 4 girls standing in a row, feeling utterly speechless. Senior, can we skip this? Tan Lingling and the others all looked towards Jiang Muhe. Meeting their gazes, Jiang Muhe shook her head. No way. It's a matter of settling debts. Rotten eggs for rotten eggs. Hurry up, but try not to hit the face. With that, she tilted her head back and closed her eyes. The other 3 women, upon witnessing the situation, resigned themselves to their fate, mimicking Jiang Muhe by closing their eyes and awaiting the impending arrival of the foul eggs. Smash away. Indeed, as the senior stated, one must face the consequences of their actions without hesitation. Come on. Reluctantly pushed into this predicament, Chen Yan sighed deeply and casually picked up a stinking egg. Smack. It struck Li Baozhu on her left shoulder. Smack. It hit Lu Caixiang on her left shoulder. Smack. It landed on Tan Lingling's left shoulder. When it was Jiang Muhe's turn, however, Chen Yan faltered and accidentally smashed the last foul egg onto the floor. Afterward, he coolly remarked without a hint of embarrassment. Didn't he hit? Well, never mind. Tan Lingling, Li Baozhu, Lu Caixiang. Was it an accident? Or was it intentional? Or perhaps, intentionally accidental? Jiang Muhe gazed at the shattered egg at her feet and winked at Chen Yan, suggesting, shall I ask the waiter for another one? Chen Yan vigorously waved his hands, his resolve unwavering. No more. That is quite enough. Thus, the incident of the stinking eggs reached its definitive conclusion. Chapter 91. The accuser at first at 3:30 in the afternoon. Within the confines of dormitory 606, Li Baozhu awoke and gazed at the empty bed opposite her. She turned to Tan Lingling, who was engrossed in her computer, and inquired, where is the senior? Tan Lingling paused her rhythmic keystrokes and replied, she left before 2. To do what? Are you asking me? Well, who else should I ask? At that moment, Lu Caixiang, sitting at her desk, closed her book and turned to the 2 girls. We ought to use our brains a bit more. The more I think about today's incident, the more I feel embarrassed. The senior didn't say anything, yet we worried unnecessarily and let our imaginations run wild. Upon hearing this, both Tan Lingling and Li Baozhu felt their cheeks flush. Tan Lingling covered her face with her hands and pleaded, please don't scold me. I realize my mistake. Li Baozhu chuckled wryly. To be fair, it is indeed embarrassing. Thankfully, Chen Yan has a good temperament. Otherwise, we would have had no excuse if he had scolded us on the spot. Just as she finished speaking, the dormitory door swung open, and Jiang Muhe entered, carrying 3 paper shopping bags. She took a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and distributed the bags. 1 to each of the girls. Senior, what is this? A set of clothes. Returning to her bed, Jiang Muhe retrieved a clean dress from her wardrobe and headed to the bathroom. The 3 girls exchanged glances before hastily opening their respective bags. Inside were dresses, long skirts in different styles and colors, yet all sharing the same brand. Tar? Upon spotting the label, their eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my goodness. Within 2 minutes, Tan Lingling had already located the prices of the 3 dresses on Tar's official website, $66.66, $65.99, and $68.88. The total value of the 3 dresses was approximately $20,000. As soon as Jiang Muhe emerged from the bathroom, she was encircled by the three girls. Startled by the sudden attention, she blinked innocently and asked, "What are you all doing?" Tan Lingling presented the shopping bag to Jiang Muhe, saying, "Senior, no reward comes without effort. Besides, today's incident was our fault. We cannot accept such an extravagant gift." Li Baozhu and Lu Caisheng nodded in agreement, each offering their bags back to Jiang Muhe. Jiang Muhe blinked again. "You all took the eggs for me. This is my way of compensating you. If you hadn't been willing to be hit with the eggs, there would be no need for this compensation. This is far too extravagant. Do you not want it?" "Senior, we truly cannot accept." "Then I shall throw it away." Yes, we definitely want it." A gentle smile graced Jiang Muhe's face. "In the future, let us avoid acting impulsively. Such occurrences are only permitted to happen once. If there is a next time, I shall join Chen Yan in throwing rotten eggs at you." The three girls exchanged glances, contemplating the saying about a slap, followed by a sweet date. The slap did not hurt, but the sweet date was overwhelmingly sweet. Later, around 4 in the afternoon, as the sun's rays became less harsh, Chen Yan arrived at the school station. The so-called station refers to a modest room adjacent to a convenience store, measuring around 30 to 40 square meters, furnished with several iron racks for parcel storage. Conveniently located close to the dormitory area for the benefit of students. The proprietor, Wu Keida, is a man in his 30s, tall and lean, with an unkempt beard. "Boss, could you help me find a package?" "Just a moment," Wu Keida replied dismissively without lifting his gaze from the game he was playing, continuing to focus on his screen. His lackluster service prompted Chen Yan to frown. Following the information sent by Jiang Muhe, he searched the shelves, but indeed found nothing. "Boss, please assist me in locating a parcel." The logistics information indicated it arrived at the station yesterday. How could it be missing? As fate would have it. Just as Chen Yan finished speaking, Wu Keida's gaming character perished, and his expression darkened instantly. He tossed his phone onto the table, exclaiming, "What's the rush? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a game?" Such a rude demeanor caused Chen Yan's expression to grow cold. "You're running a station and can't find a package? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also lash out at customers? Do you dare to believe I want to report you to the school?" "Report me?" Wu Keida scoffed at Chen Yan's threat, waving him off. "Go ahead and report me. It's utterly hilarious. Do you even know who my brother-in-law is?" "Who?" "The security captain, Wang Ming. Do you know how he earned that reputation?" "He is my brother-in-law." "Shut your mouth." Chen Yan could no longer endure the conversation. Jiangda University, formerly known as Jiangda University, holds an unparalleled reputation in Jiangbei province, arguably ranking among the top institutions nationwide, second only to Tsinghua and Peking University. It was unfathomable that a person resembling a street thug was permitted to operate a station on campus. Had they lost their senses? Wu Keida's expression darkened. "You're quite audacious, aren't you?" Chen Yan cast a cold glance at Wu Keida, dismissing him entirely, which Wu Keida misinterpreted as fear. His smile turning somewhat arrogant. "Let me make it clear. I run a parcel station, solely responsible for receiving deliveries. If something goes missing, it's none of my concern. You'll need to contact logistics. I'm of no use to you." With that, he rose and sauntered over to the wall-mounted refrigerator, retrieving a can of beer, popping it open and drinking it heartily. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yan noticed a cardboard box beneath the table, filled with numerous packages. In mere seconds, Wu Keida finished his beer, carelessly tossing the empty can to the floor and stepping on it. Noticing that Chen Yan showed no intention of leaving, he waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and go. Don't ruin my mood." With that, he exited to the adjacent convenience store. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yan swiftly approached the table, crouching down to rummage through the cardboard box. Initially, he was merely searching out of curiosity, but to his surprise, he indeed found Jiang Muhe's package, a square parcel the size of a soccer ball. As Chen Yan stood up with the package in hand, Wu Keida returned, carrying a bag of spicy peanuts. Their eyes met. In the next moment, Wu Kui began to unleash a torrent of curses. "Damn it! How dare you rummage through my space? Put that down and get lost." Chen Yan raised the parcel in his hand. "This is my delivery. Why is it not on the shelf, but beneath your desk?" To his surprise, Wu Kui had no intention of offering an explanation. He swiftly approached and reached out to snatch the package from Chen Yan's grasp. The audacity of the little brat. With a nimble sidestep, Chen Yan deftly hooked his left foot to precisely catch Wu Kui's ankle. Thud! Wu Kui fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Without casting a glance in Wu Kui's direction, Chen Yan turned and exited the station, heading straight for Building 6. 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen Yan encountered Jiang Muhe downstairs and handed her the package. "Your delivery." "Oh." Jiang Muhe jumped up in delight, her cheeks glowing with a radiant smile. Chen Yan, you are truly impressive. Chen Yan was perplexed. Impressive? Jiang Muhe nodded vigorously. Since starting university, my mother often sends me packages from abroad, but I can never seem to find them. You, however, managed to locate it with ease. Isn't that impressive? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan furrowed his brow, a suspicion forming in his mind. Junior, are the items your mother sends quite valuable? Jiang Muhe shook her head. Not really. This response took Chen Yan by surprise, prompting a tentative inquiry. How much are they worth? Some are worth thousands, others tens of thousands. Chen Yan's face twitched. Thankfully, he had been inquisitive. Thousands or tens of thousands, was that not considered expensive? Yet, realizing that the speaker was Jiang Muhe, he found solace in the fact that, in her eyes, such values were indeed trivial. At that moment, his phone buzzed from his pocket. It was a call from Principal Jiang Muhe. Principal, do you need something from me? Chen Yan, please come to my office. The station owner has lodged a complaint against you for not only taking a package that doesn't belong to you, but also for resorting to violence. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh, amused by the absurdity of the situation. He winked to Jiang Muhe. Junior, come with me to a certain place. What place? The principal's office. Jiang Muhe's eyes were filled with confusion. What do we need to go to the principal's office for? Chen Yan grinned. To deliver a face slap. Chapter 92. The force is mutual. With a gentle knock, Chen Yan pushed the door open, followed closely by Jiang Muhe. Wu Kuei, who had been in the midst of a complaint, abruptly halted his tirade. A silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, and then, with indignation, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yan. Principal, it's this scoundrel. He pilfered a package worth nearly 10,000. I attempted to stop him, and he even resorted to violence against me. Such behavior is akin to theft. As he spoke, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Therefore, I propose we send this miscreant to the police station. He ought to be detained for at least 10 days to a fortnight. Throughout the proceedings, a subtle smile lingered on Chen Yan's face. As Wu Kuei concluded his accusations, the smile only intensified, revealing a certain delight in the absurdity of the situation. How delightful it is when the villain plays the victim. Surely, this individual does not believe that the one who complains first holds the moral high ground. Jiang Muhe furrowed his brow. Chen Yan, do you acknowledge these claims? Chen Yan neither nodded nor shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Principal, I did indeed retrieve a package from the post station, but I assure you, I did not resort to violence. Did not resort to violence? Then how do you explain my injured face? Wu Kuei retorted, gesturing to his swollen left cheek, a result of his earlier tumble that had left him in a rather unfortunate state. You refuse to take responsibility even now as you stand on the precipice of ruin? Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. How would I know the cause of your injury? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim that I struck you? No sooner had he spoken than a man entered the office, clad in a security uniform, his imposing stature exuding an undeniable sense of authority. This individual was Wang Meng, the head of security at Jiangda University and the brother-in-law of Wu Kuei. Upon receiving Wu Kuei's call, he had rushed over without delay. The sight of his brother-in-law's swollen face ignited a surge of anger within him. He strode forward, seizing Chen Yan by the collar. You wish to throw away your promising future and end up in jail, do you? Robbing is one thing, but to dare strike someone? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the principal. With that, he raised his right hand high, intending to strike Chen Yan across the face. Stop! Jiang Muhe attempted to intervene, but Wang Meng's actions were executed with lightning speed. Mere seconds had elapsed since he entered the office to when he aimed to strike Chen Yan. In a moment fraught with tension, a sudden thud resonated through the room as Wang Meng unexpectedly found himself kneeling, one leg forward and the other bent behind him. Chen Yan retracted his foot, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Muhe. She mirrored his action, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare on Wang Meng. If you dare lay a finger on Chen Yan, you will regret it. Despite her petite frame and feminine appearance, the pressure she exerted was no less formidable than that of the brawny Wang Meng. While Wang Meng's intimidation stemmed from his physical presence, Jiang Muhe's emanated from an unyielding mental fortitude, a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Seeing Jiang Muhe stand resolutely in his defense stirred a profound sense of gratitude within Chen Yan. He stepped forward, grasping her arm and gently guiding her behind him, shielding her from further confrontation. A layer of cold sweat glistened on Wang Meng's forehead, and the excruciating pain in his knee rendered him unable to stand. It was not solely his knee that ached. Under the combined forces of Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe, an even more sensitive area throbbed painfully. Observing this, Wu Keita rushed forward to support his brother-in-law. Principal Zhuang, is this the quality of Jiang University students? Resorting to violence over minor disagreements. Silence. Before Wu Keita could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Zhuang Muhe, who cast a stern gaze upon Wang Meng, who had just risen. Captain Wang. Upon your arrival, you resort to violence? What do you take my office for? Wang Meng's face shifted between shades of blue and red. Principal, if we are discussing violence. It was the other party that initiated it. Just look at my little brother-in-law. He has been battered. Moreover, I did not strike this lad. He merely kicked me. With that, he grit his teeth against the pain in his knee and rolled up his trouser leg. His knee was scraped, oozing tiny beads of blood. Principal. And this young lady? My brother-in-law, this girl is named Jiang Muhe, and this lad is Chen Yan. Upon hearing his brother-in-law's words, Wang Meng was momentarily taken aback but continued, Principal, you witnessed Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe assaulting me. Not only that, but this Chen Yan also attacked my little brother-in-law. How shall we proceed? Zhuang Muhe did not even glance at Wang Meng before striding swiftly to Chen Yan. Just as Chen Yan thought Zhuang Muhe was concerned for him, the next moment, Zhuang Muhe bypassed him. His gaze filled with worry as he turned to Jiang Muhe. Classmate Jiang, are you unharmed? Are you injured anywhere? This situation left Chen Yan feeling awkward as he rubbed his nose. Jiang Muhe gently shook her head. I am uninjured. Zhuang Muhe exhaled in relief. But as he turned, his expression darkened to an extreme. Captain Wang, you should be grateful that classmate Jiang isn't scathed, otherwise. His sleeves swept dramatically, and his cold demeanor spoke volumes. Wang Meng was utterly bewildered. It seemed as if he were the one being struck, yet he was the one receiving reprimands. Principal. It was clearly Jiang Muhe who attacked me. Why are you? And what of it? Zhuang Muhe interjected, glaring fiercely, his presence commanding. Are you not aware that force is reciprocal? What if classmate Jiang had been harmed? Wang Meng stammered, rendered speechless. Wu Keita was about to speak up on behalf of his brother-in-law, but was halted by Wang Meng's grip. Brother-in-law, this is excessively unfair. Refrain from speaking too much. I shall handle this matter. Wang Meng, not lacking in wit, noticed the principal's steadfast defense of the girl named Jiang Muhe and deftly redirected his focus to Chen Yan. The student named Chen Yan not only pilfered valuable items at the station but also resorted to violence. Has this not escalated to a criminal matter? Zhuang Muhe turned his attention to Chen Yan, his tone softening slightly. How much was the package you took from the station worth? Chen Yan shook his head. Principal. I truly do not know. Wu Keita scoffed and interjected, Principal Zhuang, the package taken by Chen Yan contained 4 bottles of premium health products from abroad. Valued at over 10,000. Zhuang Muhe furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Is the package yours? Chen Yan shook his head in response. No. Then you. Jiang Muhe raised her hand. Principal, the package is mine. It arrived at the station yesterday. I went to look for it but couldn't find it. So I asked Chen Yan for assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Muhe's heart, which had been in a state of suspense, instantly settled. He turned to Wu Keita. Now, what do you have to say? Wu Keita gazed at Jiang Muhe with an expression of astonishment. While he was taken aback, his mouth was not idle. How can you prove the package belongs to you? Is your name on it? Jiang Muhe did not respond immediately. She raised her left hand holding the package and turned it over, only to find that the shipping label had been obscured with ink. She paused. Huh? Who covered it? Wu Keita chuckled. Misidentifying packages is not a good habit. Chen Yan joined in the laughter. In an instant, a wave of confusion washed over the group. Chen Yan took the package from Jiang Muhe and retrieved her phone. He scanned the barcode on the shipping label, revealing a tracking number, and then pulled up the delivery information Jiang Muhe had sent him. Principal, please check if this tracking number is correct. Zhuang Muhe compared the details and confirmed, indeed. The tracking number is accurate. A flicker of regret crossed Wu Keita's face when the package arrived at the station yesterday. He had been preoccupied with gaming and had carelessly obscured the label. I was negligent. While the package incident could be deemed a misunderstanding, how would they address the matter of Chen Yan hitting him? As soon as Wu Keita finished speaking, Chen Yan replied with a teasing smile. Oh. Who said the package was merely a misunderstanding? This is just the beginning. The matter is far from resolved. We will address each issue in turn. But let's discuss the package first. Zhuang Muhe's white beard quivered. Haven't we already clarified the issue regarding the package? Chen Yan chuckled softly. Principal, there is still a hidden twist in this matter. A twist? Chapter 93. This young man. Intriguing. What Easter egg? Upon hearing Zhuang Muhe's inquiry, Chen Yan's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes shimmering with mischief. He raised the parcel in his hand and asked, "Principal, do you know where I found this package?" Jiang Muhe furrowed his brows in confusion. "On the shelves at the post station?" "No." Chen Yan shook his head, pointing at the visibly unsettled Wu Kuei. "It was in a cardboard box beneath his desk. Given the high value of this parcel, it is somewhat understandable that it wasn't placed on the shelf. But why was the logistics slip obscured? Moreover, when the package's owner sought it at the post station, they were unable to locate it." TSK. As the conversation progressed, Jiang Muhe, as the dignified head of the institution, instantly discerned the underlying issue. Casting a stern gaze towards Wu Kuei, "Mr. Wu, I trust you can provide a satisfactory explanation for this matter." Wu Kuei opened his mouth, stammering for a considerable time before finally responding, "Principal Zhuang, this is merely an accident. I mistakenly believed Jiang Muhe's parcel was unclaimed, which is why I obscured the logistics slip." Upon hearing this feeble explanation, Chen Yan chuckled. "An accident? That seems implausible. According to Senior Jiang, ever since she entered university, her mother has frequently sent her packages from abroad, yet she has never received any. Each time she visited the post station, she could not find the corresponding parcel. Coincidentally, all these packages were of significant value. Once could be an accident, but repeatedly?" At this point, he gazed at Wu Kuei with a mocking expression. "In my opinion, you should change your name from Wu Kuei to Wu Lack of Virtue. You." Wu Kuei's face turned ashen, his expression one of barely contained fury. Chen Yan, unfazed, turned to Jiang Muhe and inquired, "Senior, how many packages have you lost over the past year, if you recall?" Jiang Muhe readily responded, "Excluding this one, a total of 10. My mother sends me items from abroad every month." Chen Yan continued his questioning, "What is the approximate total value?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Muhe replied, "It should be around 70 to 80,000. Chen Yan nodded, glancing at the parcel in his hand, including this one. "The total amount involved is close to 100,000. This is no trivial matter. It constitutes a significant theft case. Therefore," his voice trailed off as he observed Wu Kuei, drenched in cold sweat, and casually uttered 3 words, "Call the police." These words struck Wu Kuei like a thunderclap, and he trembled uncontrollably, his gaze towards Chen Yan filled with a chilling venom. "Chen Yan, you haven't settled the score with me for hitting you yet." Chen Yan scoffed dismissively. "When did I hit you? Do you have any evidence?" Wu Kuei inhaled deeply. "I do." With that, he pulled out a black USB drive from his pocket. "Principal Zhuang, I have surveillance footage from the post station. May I borrow your computer?" Seeing Wu Kuei's confident demeanor, a trace of worry crossed Jiang Muhe's aged visage, his gaze drifting towards Chen Yan, laced with a hint of inquiry. Chen Yan spread his hands with a cheerful demeanor. "Principal, I truly did not strike him." After a few moments of silence, Jiang Muhe nodded and said, "Very well, let me see the evidence you speak of." Wu Kuei swiftly approached the desk and connected a USB drive to the computer, revealing nearly a minute of recorded footage, which he promptly played. However, he was soon left astounded. The recording depicted Chen Yan obscured by a table, only revealing his upper body, and the moment where he allegedly tripped him was entirely absent. Not only was there no footage of Chen Yan's foot making contact, rather, it showcased him reaching for a package, his face contorted in a menacing manner, resembling someone engaged in violence. Jiang Muhe, with an impassive expression, questioned, "Mr. Wu, is this the evidence you claim to possess?" Wu Kuei, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, implored, "Principal, you must believe me. I have operated the delivery station at Jiangda University for nearly 5 years. Surely you know what kind of person I am." Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." As Jiang Muhe spoke, the director of education, Lu Meng, entered the office, holding a document. Observing the scene before him, he appeared unfazed, though his brow furrowed deeply as he glanced at Wu Kuei. "Principal, there is a matter that requires your attention. Speak." Lu Meng handed the document to Jiang Muhe. "Principal, over the past year, there have been numerous posts on the school forum regarding lost packages. I have contacted several students and confirmed their authenticity. The lost items are of considerable value, predominantly technological products such as phones and computers." For Wu Kuei, this was the final straw. As soon as Lu Meng finished, his legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, exclaiming, "It's all a misunderstanding." Jiang Muhe, after glancing at the document, turned his gaze to Chen Yan, a hint of approval in his eyes. Chen Yan had just reported Wu Kuei, and Lu Meng presented evidence immediately thereafter. Such serendipity seemed improbable. Clearly, this entire affair was orchestrated by Chen Yan. "This young man is rather intriguing. Director Lu." Sighing, he continued, "Let us notify the police." They are more adept at handling such matters. All right. Do not call the police, please. Let us discuss this amicably. As Lu Mang pulled out his phone to dial, a pale Wu Kuei clutched Wang Mang's leg, pleading, "Brother-in-law, say a few good words for me." In a state of panic, he failed to realize he had grasped the wound on Wang Mang's knee. Wang Mang winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he admonished. "What more can I say at this juncture? If these matters are indeed true, I cannot aid you." After uttering those words, he kicked Wu Kuei away, distancing himself to dissociate from him. When one fails to sever ties decisively, chaos ensues. Even if Wu Kuei were his brother-in-law, what of it? The position of captain of the Jiangda University security team was not only easy but also well compensated. Wang Mang was unwilling to jeopardize his livelihood due to his foolish brother-in-law. Wu Kuei. Within a mere 20 minutes, the police arrived. It must be acknowledged that the police handled such matters with remarkable professionalism. In just half an hour, they unraveled the situation through Wu Kuei's mobile phone and the station's computer, meticulously tracing the historical records of the parcel's dispatch and even uncovering the details of Wu Kuei's transactions on second-hand platforms. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Wu Kuei could no longer feign innocence. With a snap, he gazed at the silver bracelet in his hand. Filled with regret, he trembled as he inquired, "Officer, how long will I be detained in this situation?" The amount involved soared to nearly 200,000, transcending mere detention. According to our nation's criminal law, he had already committed a serious theft, unlawfully appropriating someone else's property, which warranted a prison sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. Wu Kuei was utterly terrified, his demeanor frantic as he shouted, "I will compensate. If necessary, I will pay double." The officer turned to Principal Zhuang, his eyes reflecting a clear inquiry. "Principal Zhuang, if the victims are willing to accept an apology and compensation, there may be no need for a criminal sentence." Upon hearing this, Wu Kuei seized what seemed to be his last lifeline, kneeling on the ground to prostrate himself repeatedly. "Principal, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I shall never dare to do this again. Please, grant me a chance to redeem myself." Before Principal Zhuang could respond, Jiang Muhe interjected, "I do not accept." Chapter 94. I am not a horse to be reined in. I refuse? As Jiang Muhe's voice resonated, an immediate hush fell over the office, except for Chen Yan. The eyes of everyone else were filled with astonishment, disbelief, and confusion. It is worth noting that Jiang Muhe is the individual who has lost the most packages, her personal losses nearly accounting for half of the total. Under normal circumstances, if Wu Kuei were willing to compensate, even double, Jiang Muhe would have no reason to decline. Yet, she simply refused. Moreover, her rejection was resolute, showing not a hint of hesitation. Wu Kuei's eyes widened. It took him a considerable time to process the situation. "Beautiful lady, I understand my mistake. I implore you, show mercy and let me off this time, would you?" Without even glancing at Wu Kuei, Jiang Muhe addressed the police officer, stating, "I am not a horse to be reined in. I refuse." With that, she turned and exited the office. Such an unconventional demeanor left the officers in stunned silence. Zhuang Mohan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Student Zhang's intentions have been articulated quite clearly. Officer Wang, proceed as you see fit." "Understood, Principal Zhuang." With the conclusion of their conversation, Wu Kuei's last glimmer of hope was extinguished as he was led away by the police, his face ashen. Chen Yan nodded at Zhuang Mohan before hastily retrieving the package from the coffee table to pursue Jiang Muhe. Downstairs, Jiang Muhe sat at the edge of a flower bed, her slender legs draped in black, swaying rhythmically, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders. In this moment, she appeared nothing like the aloof figure from moments earlier. Embodying the essence of a charming neighbor girl, Chen Yan approached her and handed her the package. "Why rush away so quickly?" "Of course, one must hasten," Jiang Muhe replied, accepting the package and playfully winking at Chen Yan. After delivering such a bold statement, "If I don't hurry, it could be quite frightening." Suppressing a chuckle, Chen Yan settled beside her and inquired, "Junior, don't you intend to seek recompense for your lost packages?" "Too much trouble, I can't be bothered," she replied. One must admit, this response perfectly aligned with Jiang Muhe's characteristic approach to matters. She unwrapped the package, deftly slicing through the tape on the cardboard box, and retrieved 2 bottles of vitamins, extending them toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan gazed at the vitamins in his arms, astonished. "For me?" Jiang Muhe gestured with her hand, tilting her head slightly. "These 2 can be taken together to supplement vitamin C and E. It's everyone's responsibility." Her endearing demeanor struck Chen Yan with a considerable impact, prompting him to quickly lower his gaze. "Junior, I still prefer the more aloof version of you. Jiang Muhe blinked in confusion before a realization dawned upon her. You enjoy role-playing, don't you? Chen Yan, what an astute observation. What remarkable comprehension. And what a... Jiang Muhe. Forget I said anything. Oh. Jiang Muhe propped herself up with both hands, leaping down from the flower bed, and pointed in the direction of the dormitory. Chen Yan, take me back. As the sun set, Chen Yan playfully remarked, Senior. It's not as if you can't find your way back to the dormitory. Besides, it's still daylight. Despite his teasing words, his body betrayed him. As he stood up and walked alongside Jiang Muhe towards the dormitory building, their shadows stretched longer in the golden light of the evening. Chen Yan, do you know why I'm heading back to the dormitory? She inquired. For what purpose? He replied. To snuggle under the covers and shiver for a while. Are you serious? Indeed. What can I do to comfort you? Hold my hand, right now. The moment Jiang Muhe uttered those words, Chen Yan took off running. Holding hands in broad daylight at school? That would be disastrous. Jiang Muhe stomped her foot, watching Chen Yan's figure grow distant, murmuring to herself, What's wrong with holding hands between good friends? I may have evaded the initial threat, but I cannot escape the inevitable. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, after Lu Meng departed, only Zhuang Mohan and Wang Meng remained. Zhuang Mohan settled at his desk, casting a discreet glance at Wang Meng, and said softly, Captain Wang, why haven't you left yet? Wang Meng smiled ingratiatingly. Principal, regarding Wu Kui's theft of student parcels. I genuinely had no knowledge of it. Had I known he would commit such a reprehensible act, I would have acted against him long ago. Why are you explaining this? Captain Wang, Principal, I assure you, I had no knowledge of this incident, nor did I participate or profit from it. You must believe me. Zhuang Mohan stroked his beard and smiled. Since the police investigation yielded no ties to you, it implies your innocence. I will not pursue this matter further. So do not worry about being implicated by Wu Kui. I am a person of principle. Now, go about your business. Wang Meng's anxious heart finally found some solace. He breathed a sigh of relief, bowed slightly to Zhuang Mohan, expressing gratitude for the principal's understanding. I'll take my leave now to patrol. Zhuang Mohan nodded with a smile. Just as Wang Meng reached the office door, he was suddenly called back by Zhuang Mohan. He halted, puzzled, wondering if the principal had further instructions. Zhuang Mohan's smile broadened. Captain Wang, do you recall which foot you stepped out with first? Wang Meng, confused yet hesitant to inquire further, pondered briefly before responding, the left foot. Zhuang Mohan's smile vanished instantly, his demeanor turning icy. Captain Wang, I detest when someone steps out with their left foot. Wang Meng hastily corrected himself. Principal, I misspoke. I actually stepped out with my right foot. The right foot? Yes, it was the right foot. Oh. Zhuang Mohan replied matter-of-factly, then shifted his tone. Captain Wang, I equally detest when someone steps out with their right foot. You should prepare accordingly. Wang Meng stood frozen, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. Whatever happened to the principles he espoused? Whatever happened to the promise of no repercussions? Ultimately, all the blame rests on Wu Kui, this scoundrel who pilfered the students' packages. Wu Kui, you truly deserve to perish. In the dormitory 707, Chen Yan sat at the edge of his bed, perusing the 2 bottles of vitamins bestowed upon him by Jiang Muhe. After conducting a search online using the foreign labels on the bottles, he inhaled sharply upon discovering the exorbitant price for the 2 bottles. Goodness! The combined cost of these vitamins amounted to 6,000 yuan? Were they infused with gold? While Chen Yan was still contemplating the value of the vitamins, Tao Tao, having just finished his meal in the cafeteria, entered the dormitory. Old 4, what do you have in your hand? Vitamins. Can they be consumed? Of course. They can be consumed. Tao Tao immediately rushed to Chen Yan's bedside, extending his hand. Come on, give me 2 pills. At 3,000 yuan per bottle. With 30 pills contained within, each pill cost 100 yuan. To be honest, Chen Yan was rather reluctant to part with the vitamins, not just for Tao Tao, but for himself as well. 100 yuan could purchase several bottles of vitamins at the pharmacy. Oblivious to the true value of the vitamins, Tao Tao urged. Hurry up, give me 2 pills. Chen Yan, feeling helpless, handed one to him. Tao Tao did not retract his outstretched hand. Old 4, these aren't worth much. Look at how stingy you are. I'll bring you a few bottles another day. Just give me another pill. Good fortune comes in pairs. Chen Yan explained. The instructions indicate 1 pill per day. Tao Tao blinked. No worries. I won't take any tomorrow. The following morning, shortly after 7 o'clock, Tao Tao returned to the dormitory after purchasing breakfast and handed 1 portion to Chen Yan. Old 4, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but after taking the vitamins you gave me yesterday, I felt quite good, and my complexion has improved. Chen Yan took a bite of his steamed bun. It's just an illusion. No sooner had he spoken than Tao Tao thrust his hand before Chen Yan again. Give me 2 more pills. Chen Yan barely suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, struggling to swallow his food. 1 pill a day? Besides, didn't you already take 2 yesterday? Tao Tao waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I want to eat tomorrow or the day after. Chen Yan. So, are we exploiting a loophole here? Chapter 95. Once a brother, always a brother. What kind of vitamins? The dialogue between the two piqued the interest of Jiang Xiaowen, who was enjoying breakfast. Chen Yan was about to brush it off when Tao Tao interjected. The second and fourth brothers obtained 2 bottles of foreign vitamins yesterday. I took 2 pills. And I slept exceptionally well last night. Oh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaowen became intrigued and mimicked the action, extending his hand towards Chen Yan. Fourth brother. Give me 2 pills. Tao Tao remarked. Fourth brother said you should only take 1 a day. Jiang Xiaowen waved dismissively. It's fine. I won't take any tomorrow. Chen Yan, feeling weary, closed his eyes and firmly stated, No, if you want vitamins. I will buy some at the pharmacy after class and give each of you a bottle. Tao Tao shook his head. Fourth brother. I want those 2 bottles of foreign vitamins. They really work well. Those from the pharmacy are ineffective. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ting joined the conversation. Fourth brother, give me 2 pills as well. Chen Yan looked at the 3 of them, his lips twitching with difficulty. No, there are none. Jiang Xiaowen pouted. Fourth brother. We are all brothers. How can you be so stingy as to not spare 2 pills of vitamins? Chen Yan sighed, feeling powerless. Indeed, some matters should not be broached. He should have rejected Tao Tao outright yesterday. Now, it was too late. With no other choice, Chen Yan retrieved the 2 bottles of vitamin C and E from beneath his pillow, distributing 1 to each of them. Once he had finished, he reminded them. Let me make this clear. Do not think about my vitamins again. This is the last time. There will be none in the future. Jiang Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. Smiling knowingly, fourth brother, something seems amiss. Do tell us the truth. Who gave you these vitamins? A friend. What kind of friend? An ordinary friend. Why do I find that hard to believe? Second brother, do you dare to question the fourth brother? The term second brother instantly dampened Jiang Xiaowen's spirits. And he lamented, fourth brother, you lack chivalry. How can you take advantage of someone when they are inebriated? Before Jiang Xiaowen could finish, Chen Yan waved his phone in front of him, asserting, once a brother, always a brother. Jiang Xiaowen moaned in despair, fourth brother, I will fight you. Chen Yan shrugged, clenched his fists, producing a few cracking sounds, and challenged the 3, will you come at me one by one, or all at once? Lei Ting's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he turned and exited the dormitory. Tao Tao cleared his throat, my stomach hurts. I'm off to find a pretty girl to play games with. See you later. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Yan and Jiang Xiaowen remained in the dormitory. Under Chen Yan's teasing gaze, Jiang Xiaowen chuckled awkwardly. Fourth brother, no. I mean, fourth brother, second brother was just joking with you. I have class in the morning, so I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and fled. The vivid memory of Chen Yan single-handedly overpowering 3 others still lingers in my mind. Although there was an element of playfulness, it was evident how fearsome Chen Yan's prowess in combat truly was. If he could best 3 opponents simultaneously, what chance would one have against him? He certainly had no desire to meet his demise. Observing the swaying dormitory door, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Was it really necessary to take a mere jest so seriously? Ding dong, an alert from WeChat signaled a new message. Chen Yan picked up his phone, surprised to find someone had mentioned him in the group chat for Jiangda University. Upon checking, he discovered it was the group leader. This leader's WeChat name was rather, shall we say, unconventional. He referred to himself as the one who loves to play with airplanes, and his profile picture depicted a rather uncouth figure. Previously, Chen Yan had engaged in conversations with this group leader in their Jiangda University chat, occasionally sharing insights related to computer science. The leader possessed considerable expertise in the field, though his choice of name and avatar was somewhat startling. Junior, have you been accepted into Jiangda University? Was Chen Yan's WeChat name. He refrained from responding in the group and sent a friend request to the leader. Within a minute, the request was accepted. The next moment, messages from the one who loves to play with airplanes flooded in. Junior, have you been accepted into Jiangda University? I have. Applause. It's nearly been a month since classes started. Why have you been so quiet? Before I was accepted into Jiangda University, I may have offended quite a few people in this group. It's prudent to lay low. One never knows when someone might challenge me offline. Smirk, by the way. Junior, we've been chatting in this group for nearly a year, and I still don't know your name. Would you mind sharing? Chen Yan gazed at the message, adorned with cutesy emojis, and involuntarily shivered. Was it truly appropriate for a man to use such expressions? Ahem, not really convenient. Like many young people, he preferred not to reveal his true identity online, and Chen Yan was no exception. After all, it was rather exhilarating to hide behind a pseudonym and speak freely, letting loose on anyone he found disagreeable. Soon, the one who loves to play with airplanes sent another message. Well, I'll introduce myself first. My name is Wang Weigang. I'm a senior in the computer science department, attending classes in the advanced computer lab, though we're not in the same classroom. Looking forward to it. Ahem, senior, that's really not convenient. Junior, I've already shared my name. Is it fair for you to remain anonymous? Senior, I didn't ask you to do that. Quickly retract your previous message. I didn't see anything. Seeing that the conversation had stalled, Chen Yan updated the one who loves to play with airplanes to a more casual name, Gongzi. He then pocketed his phone, swiftly finished the remainder of his breakfast, and left the dormitory, heading straight for the computer science classroom. After attending his computer class, Chen Yan made his way to the law classroom. Yes, he had chosen law as an elective, not with aspirations of becoming an attorney, but rather recognizing that in the future, as he ventured into business, he would inevitably encounter commercial disputes, making legal knowledge indispensable. Dingling, by the time the law class concluded, it was already 11 in the morning. As Chen Yan walked back to his dormitory, his phone vibrated twice in quick succession. Junior, do you have classes this afternoon? How about I treat you to a meal? Upon reading the two messages from Wang Weigang, Chen Yan furrowed his brow. Such unsolicited attentiveness often harbors ulterior motives. Given Wang Weigang's WeChat name and profile picture, along with his penchant for using adorable emojis in chats, combined with this sudden eagerness to dine together, the more he contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that Wang Weigang harbored different inclinations? With this thought, Chen Yan's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to respond hastily. Senior, let us skip the meal. If you have something to discuss, just say it. Junior, why are you being so secretive? We're from the same school. Isn't it quite normal to meet up? Or is it that you find yourself too unattractive? Indeed. I am quite unappealing. I fear I might frighten you, senior, so perhaps it's best we don't meet. No worries, even the unattractive are welcome. I'm not picky. Upon reading this message, Chen Yan was nearly driven to toss his phone in shock, a myriad of bewildering thoughts racing through his mind. Is this what university life entails? So intricate and intimidating, it is rather perverse. Chapter 96. Wang Weigang, female Chen Yan shivered slightly, quietly stowing away his phone as he hastened towards the dormitory. He had made a decision. During this period, aside from attending classes and meals, he would refrain from venturing out, minimizing his public appearances to avoid drawing the attention of someone peculiar like Wang Weigang. Upon returning, the dormitory was empty. Chen Yan lay on his bed and sent a message to Jiang Muhe. Senior, I won't be bringing you breakfast for a while. I'm rather busy. Please dine with your roommates. What are you busy with? Jiang Muhe replied almost immediately. Just as Chen Yan was about to respond, Wang Weigang bombarded him with 3 consecutive messages. Junior, why have you fallen silent? Junior, do you dislike conversing? Junior, you used to be quite talkative. Why have you become so taciturn since arriving at Jiangda University? Seeing Wang Weigang's barrage of inquiries, Chen Yan felt a twitch in his face, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to curse. How could this person dare to ask such questions? Was he not intimidated by her at all? Senior, what exactly do you want? Why is it imperative for us to meet? About 10 seconds later, Wang Weigang replied. I've taken on a small project outside and have encountered a bit of a challenge. Your programming skills surpass mine, so I would like your assistance in resolving it. As you know, discussing technical matters online can be quite cumbersome. It's much more convenient in person. Rest assured, it will be compensated. Upon reading this message, Chen Yan sprang up from his bed in shock. So, was it all just his overthinking? Realizing this, he cautiously texted Wang Weigang again. Senior, is there anything else aside from this? Nothing else. With Wang Weigang's response, Chen Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. It turned out, it was merely a false alarm. What time and where? 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the school library. After finalizing the details with Wang Weigang, Jiang Muhe promptly sent him a video call invitation. He accepted. In the next moment, Jiang Muhe's stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen, her wide eyes blinking innocently. Chen Yan, what are you busy with? What am I busy with? I should be bringing you breakfast. Senior, the previous arrangement has been cancelled. From now on, you must allow me to deliver breakfast to you, with the occasional exception like today. Chen Yan silently gazed at the phone screen. Jiang Muhe tilted her head. Chen Yan, why aren't you speaking? Chen Yan's lips twitched. Senior, did you even give me a chance to speak? Since the video call began, you have not allowed me a word. Ah, you caught me. If you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. In response, Chen Yan found himself both amused and exasperated. Senior, you truly are unreasonable, demanding breakfast while being so assertive? Reasonable? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled like a stream, her expression remarkably earnest. Chen Yan, I have come to befriend you, not to argue. Besides, I assure you, you shall not suffer any loss. You provide me with breakfast, and I shall assist you with your meal card. I shall cover all your dining expenses for the 4 years of university. Does that sound agreeable? No need, then it is settled. The call was abruptly terminated. Chen Yan's lips twitched in disbelief. Pleasant? Where was the pleasure in that? When did this junior sister learn to entertain herself with her own questions and answers? He gazed at the ceiling, unable to suppress the memories of Jiang Muhe defending him in the principal's office yesterday, a smile inevitably creeping onto his face. Despite being somewhat socially anxious, she insisted on putting on a facade of confidence. Strangely charming indeed. At 1:30 p.m., Chen Yan arrived at the library ahead of schedule. Recalling his previous visit, he approached the same bookshelf and spotted, perched on the topmost shelf, the book titled How to Win the Affection of Wealthy Women. He retrieved it, along with another volume, an overview of modern economics, and settled into an unoccupied corner. As before, he soon cast aside an overview of modern economics and resumed reading How to Win the Affection of Wealthy Women, picking up where he had left off. After a short while, his phone vibrated on the desk. Chen Yan closed his book and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Wang Weigang. Junior, I've arrived at the library. Have you? Yes, at table 88 in Zone F. Please wait. I will be there shortly. Setting his phone down, he returned to How to Win the Affection of Wealthy Women, showing no inclination to put it away. Unlike his previous encounter, Zhou was female, while Wang Weigang was male. Naturally, regardless of whether a boy likes a girl, he tends to act a bit more serious in her presence. It is instinctual. However, interactions between males differ, as there is no need for pretense among them. Men understand men best. Approximately 3 minutes later, a delicate hand tapped on the desk. Chen Yan looked up, astonished. Before him stood a long-haired girl, her features perfectly proportioned, adorned with large, colorful glasses, dressed in a black skirt. The most striking aspect was her ample figure, which strained against the fabric, accentuating an exaggerated silhouette that raised concerns about the material's ability to withstand the pressure. At first glance, she appeared to be the quintessential good girl. Yet, it was difficult to focus on her face, as she was quite outstanding. Upon seeing the girl, Chen Yan's mind conjured 4 words: youthful visage, ample proportions, just as the girl was about to take a seat across from him. Chen Yan quickly interjected, there is someone sitting here, miss. Perhaps you could find another spot? The girl chuckled softly. You're being disingenuous, aren't you? When Chen Yan heard her utter his WeChat name, he was utterly perplexed. The girl adjusted her glasses and extended her hand towards him. Hello, Junior. I am Wang Weigang. Ah? Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. You are Gongzi? Wang Weigang furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a thought. She cast a glance at Chen Yan, her eyes reflecting a touch of melancholy. You may call me senior or sister, anything but Gongzi, which is utterly unappealing. Chen Yan, ruffling his hair, found it difficult to accept this revelation and hesitantly inquired, You truly are Wang Weigang? Wang Weigang first nodded, then removed her backpack, retrieving her identification card from a compartment and placing it before Chen Yan. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here's my ID. As Chen Yan examined the card, he read, Wang Weigang, female. At that moment, a wave of confusion washed over him, his mind flooded with countless questions. What was her father thinking? Why name a girl something so unyielding? Moreover, why does she have a WeChat profile picture of a burly man? And her WeChat name, loves to play with airplanes. Is that a name a girl would conjure? It was simply perplexing. However, given the circumstances, Chen Yan had no choice but to accept this reality. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, he offered a polite smile to Wang Weigang. Greetings, senior. I had always assumed you were male, hence my address of senior. My apologies. Not at all, Wang Weigang replied, scrutinizing Chen Yan with a hint of reproach. Junior, you are undeniably handsome. Why did you mislead me on WeChat claiming you were unattractive? What was the intent behind that? I am merely somewhat good-looking. It's nothing remarkable. Chen Yan chuckled awkwardly, eager to shift the conversation. Senior, did you bring your laptop? Let us address the matter at hand. Wang Weigang nodded. unzipping her backpack to retrieve her notebook. While waiting for it to power up, she unexpectedly asked, "Junior, what is your name, by the way?" Well, having already revealed their faces, concealing it further would seem rather disrespectful. Pressured by Wang Weigong's inquiry, Chen Yan reluctantly introduced himself. "I am Chen Yan from Jiangda, a freshman in the computer science department at Jiangda." Chen Yan? Wang Weigang felt an inkling of familiarity with the name. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "You are the top scholar from Jiangda province this year?" Though reluctant to admit it, Chen Yan conceded. "Yes, that's me." Wang Weigong's small hand struck the desk, exclaiming, "Goodness. Junior, I had no idea you were so impressive. A provincial top scholar. How remarkable." Such an enthusiastic proclamation left Chen Yan feeling somewhat stiffened. One must admit, Wang Weigang indeed possessed a boldness that was striking. Chapter 97, Those who dare disrupt his heart will be blacklisted. Senior, shall we get down to business? Chen Yan reminded. Wang Weigang, pointing at the computer, replied, "Junior, it hasn't even booted up yet. There's no rush. Come on, let me interview you. What were you doing infiltrating the Jiangda University group chat as a high school senior?" Chen Yan glanced at the computer still in the process of booting, his expression peculiar. After all, Wang Weigang was a computer expert, yet the startup speed of her computer was rather sluggish, to say the least. "I wasn't doing anything particularly significant. I've long admired Jiangda University and wished to witness the extraordinary charm of my seniors," he answered. Upon hearing this, Wang Weigang couldn't help but scoff. "Junior, your words are rather disingenuous. You are the provincial champion. I might believe you regarding Qingbei, but Jiangda? Let's just leave it at that." With a serious expression, Chen Yan retorted, "Senior, what's wrong with Jiangda? I believe our university is just as exceptional as Qingbei." Wang Weigang, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, leaned over the desk, her alluring figure creating a captivating sight as she stared intently at Chen Yan without uttering a word. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is it not permissible for someone who is good-looking to admire another?" she teased, propping her chin on her hand. "Junior, do you have a girlfriend? If not, why not consider me a senior? I haven't been in a relationship during my 4 years of university. Not considering it." Chen Yan flatly shook his head, pointing at Wang Weigong's still booting computer. "Senior, how much longer will this thing take to start?" Unfazed, Wang Weigang pressed the power button again, and within 3 to 5 seconds, the computer finally booted up. Observing this, Chen Yan discreetly smirked. He had suspected that with Wang Weigang's expertise, her computer's performance could not possibly be so subpar. It turned out, it was all part of the act. As the computer successfully booted, Wang Weigang's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she opened the programming software. "Junior, come here. I've only completed 2/3 of this program, and I'm currently stuck here." After grasping the situation, Chen Yan took over the computer, his slender fingers swiftly dancing across the keyboard. Wang Weigang, seated across from him, watched with increasing fascination. Indeed, how impressive. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was past 3 in the afternoon. Chen Yan typed out the final line of code and paused, instinctively stretching. When he looked up, he caught Wang Weigang's infatuated gaze, a distinct trace of moisture at the corner of her mouth. "Senior, I've finished writing. Please check if there are any issues." Oh. Wang Weigang wiped her lips, her face slightly flushed. After reviewing the program Chen Yan had written, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's perfect. Junior, wait a moment. I'll try to run the code." Moments later, she slapped the desk in exhilaration. "Junior, wow, you're simply incredible. There are no issues whatsoever." At that moment, all Chen Yan wanted was to leave quickly. Yet, of course, he still needed to secure his reward before departing. Before his arrival, Wang Weigang had promised compensation, which was the primary reason Chen Yan decided to come. He was not one to offer his assistance so freely. "Senior, you mentioned compensation before. What's the deal?" "No problem," Wang Weigang replied readily, taking out his phone and transferring 5,000 yuan to Chen Yan via WeChat. "Junior, I received this task from an outside source. It's worth 10,000 in total, and we'll split it 50-50. You have no objections, right?" "None at all." Chen Yan accepted the 5,000 without hesitation. Although Wang Weigang had completed 2/3 of the program, it was the remaining third that posed the real challenge. Thus, splitting it evenly was entirely reasonable. The work he had done was indeed worth the price. After receiving the payment, Chen Yan gathered the 2 books before him and gestured towards the bookshelf. "Senior, I'll return these books and then take my leave." Wang Weigang glanced at the book in Chen Yan's hand. How to Win the Affection of a Wealthy Woman. His eyes flickering. "Wait for me, Junior." Chen Yan looked puzzled. What do you mean? As Wang Weigang packed up his laptop, he said, although I am not a wealthy woman yet, I am determined to become one through my own efforts. Chen Yan followed Wang Weigang's gaze downwards, and a reluctant smile tugged at his lips. This time, he dropped the formal address and directly referred to her as Gongzi. Gongzi, you might as well give up. Even if you become wealthy, there won't be any opportunities. Why is that? Because I don't date. Wang Weigang tentatively asked, what if? When I become a wealthy woman, we just get married. Chen Yan rolled his eyes, not a chance. With that, he quickly walked into the reading area, returned the books to the shelf, and left the library. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Yan took out his phone and noticed that the WeChat chat with Wang Weigang had reached 99 messages, leaving him speechless. If he could withstand the attention from girls like the little senior, he could certainly handle Wang Weigang. Despite her boldness, what did it matter? The little senior was no less intriguing. Chen Yan glanced at his WeChat balance, a grin spreading across his face. Earning 5,000 yuan had been both swift and effortless. 2 hours of work for 5,000 meant an hourly rate of 2,500. If calculated this way, working 10 hours a day would yield 25,000, resulting in 25 billion over 10 days, and an astounding 25 trillion over a year. Undoubtedly the wealthiest person in Xia country. Suddenly, another message from Wang Weigang popped up on his phone. Chen Yan's response was straightforward. He promptly added her to his blacklist. Anyone daring to disrupt his peace of mind would face the same fate. Of course, Jiang Muhe was an exception. As for the reason behind this exception, Chen Yan was unsure, only that she was different from the other girls. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the school prepared to host a celebratory event, assigning tasks to each department. In the computer lab, Yu Hongyi, noticing that class was nearing its end, decided to conclude the lesson early. I have an announcement. The Mid-Autumn Festival is the day after tomorrow, and the school will be hosting a celebration. Each department is required to present 2 performances. The senior students will contribute 1, and you freshmen will also present 1. Upon uttering these words, the students in the audience instinctively lowered their heads, none daring to respond. Given this scenario, Yu Hongyi was not at all surprised, well prepared. He retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the podium. We have a total of 112 students in our freshman computer science department, and I have written each of your names on slips of paper. Since no one is willing to volunteer for this task, we shall leave it to chance. I will draw 4 names, and whoever is selected must accept their fate without further excuses. At this declaration, a collective sigh of relief swept through the students. With nearly a 1 in 3 probability, it seemed unlikely that anyone would be chosen. This was the prevailing thought among them, including Chen Yan. Yet, sometimes, the more one fears, the more likely it is to come to pass. The first slip that Yu Hongyi drew bore the name of Chen Yan, a broad smile illuminating his face as he announced, the first fortunate individual is Chen Yan. Upon hearing his name, Chen Yan's expression was nothing short of remarkable as he raised his hand and stood up. Teacher Yu, could it be that you made a mistake? No mistake at all. It is indeed you, replied the teacher, but I cannot perform. Not to worry. After all, there are 3 more unfortunate souls. No, I mean fortunate ones, who will accompany you. Don't be anxious. If the 4 of you wish to recite poetry together on stage, I have no objections. You will have complete freedom to showcase whatever you desire. With a pained expression, Chen Yan implored, Teacher, I truly cannot perform. Yu Hongyi's smile grew ever more radiant. That's perfectly fine. The others may not be adept either. But, teacher, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. I face life and death with indifference. If I must, I shall confront it head on. You, just go ahead and do it. Chen Yan, perform? But what can I possibly do? I have no skills whatsoever. Chapter 98, Senior Sister, who taught you to chat like this? In the depths of the grove, the moonlight shone like silver. Perhaps due to the imminent Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon tonight was particularly round and bright. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light upon the bench and the 2 silhouettes seated upon it. Jiang Muhe, with a lollipop in her mouth, held Chen Yan's left hand with both of hers, her delicate face radiating satisfaction. As for Chen Yan's right hand, it was diligently massaging her slender leg. Clad in black stockings. Chen Yan, your technique is improving. These past few massages have been completely painless. People, after all, are bound to progress. Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and his face unflushed. He then inquired, Senior Sister, I heard that the school is hosting a Mid-Autumn Gala the day after tomorrow. Have the teachers asked you to perform? No, Jiang Muhe said, licking her lips with the lollipop in her right hand. The mathematics teachers wouldn't let me perform. Why not? They're afraid I might cause a disaster. That reason is simply brilliant. Chen Yan grimaced. Alas, I've been selected. The teacher has requested that I perform alongside 3 classmates from the computer science department at the Mid-Autumn Gala, but aside from studying and fighting, I possess no other skills. Forcing me to perform in front of the entire school is akin to compelling Zhang Fei to embroider. Listening to Chen Yan's lamentations, Jiang Muhe's eyes, reflecting the moonlight, blinked as she smiled innocently. It's just a performance on stage. It's not that difficult. There's no need to frown so deeply. I believe in you. Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Senior sister, it's easy for you to say that while you're standing. I don't even believe in myself. What good is your faith? Jiang Muhe tilted her head, her expression suddenly turning serious. Chen Yan, I'm sitting right now, so my back doesn't hurt. Chen Yan stared at the earnest Jiang Muhe for a long moment before managing to speak. Senior sister, who taught you to chat like this? Jiang Muhe pointed to her pert nose. Self-taught? Isn't that impressive? Do you really think I'm complimenting you? Isn't it? Not at all. Oh. Chen Yan closed his eyes, letting out a despondent sigh. Senior sister, you're quite clever. So what do you think I should perform at the Mid-Autumn Gala? Jiang Muhe contemplated seriously for a moment, then raised her small hand and declared, breaking stones on my chest. Chen Yan's expression darkened. Breaking stones on your chest? That's a bit excessive. Senior sister, could you think of something simpler? Breaking stones on the chest is far too challenging. Something simpler? Let me think. Jiang Muhe lowered her head in thought. After a few seconds, she lifted her gaze, her eyes blinking rapidly. Got it. Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Go on. Jiang Muhe raised her head triumphantly and lightly uttered, chopping steel bars. Chen Yan sighed deeply. What was he even expecting? This matter. The responsibility lies with him. He should not have asked Jiang Muhe for suggestions. Noticing Chen Yan's gloomy expression, Jiang Muhe couldn't help but chuckle. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle light, and a smile graced her lips as she playfully shook Chen Yan's hand, softly saying, All right, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Junior sister, that joke was hardly amusing, Chen Yan replied, gazing at Jiang Muhe's infectious smile, which instantly lifted his spirits. He withdrew his left hand from her grasp and playfully waved it, asking, So, will you still pull me along in the future? Of course. Jiang Muhe's smile widened as she popped a lollipop into her mouth. If we were to keep it simple, how about a poetry recitation? A poetry recitation? Chen Yan's expression turned quizzical. Junior sister, isn't it a bit too perfunctory to perform a poetry recitation in front of the entire school? Jiang Muhe shook her head. Not at all. It mainly depends on the content. If the content is good, it won't come off as insincere. That makes sense, Chen Yan nodded. So, what do you think we should recite? Let me think it over. Don't worry, I'll find the most suitable material for you, she replied confidently. Junior sister, can I trust you? Of course you can. All right then, I leave this matter to you, but please don't let me down. Rest assured. The next evening, in the library, Chen Yan and 3 other unfortunate souls from the computer science department gathered, 2 girls and 1 boy, making a perfect balance of 2 boys and 2 girls. Shall we start with introductions? Chen Yan, Tan Wenhao, Jia Ziding, Wang Yumeng. After that, silence ensued. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, scanning the faces of the 3. We have to perform tomorrow night, and we have only 1 day left. Does anyone have any suggestions? They all shook their heads. Tan Wenhao raised his hand. Chen Yan, you're the provincial champion. You decide what we should perform. Agreed, Jia Ziding chimed in. I concur, Wang Yumeng added. Chen Yan felt exasperated. What does being a provincial champion have to do with this? It's our collective performance. Don't put this all on me. Let's brainstorm together. Tan Wenhao shook his head. Chen Yan, I've never performed anything in my life, and I have no talents to offer. I'm completely clueless in this regard. Me too, Jia Ziding admitted. Wang Yumeng cautiously raised her hand. I have a talent. Oh? All eyes turned to her. Chen Yan inquired, What talent do you have? Please share. I can play the guitar. Wow, that's a genuine talent, Chen Yan remarked, then posed a question. But where can we find a guitar? Wang Yumeng shook her head. Jia Ziding followed suit. Feeling Chen Yan's gaze upon him, Tan Wenhao chuckled nervously. Don't look at me. I only possess the guitar, not the skill. Chen Yan shot him a glance before suggesting, How about we do a poetry recitation? After all, Teacher Yu has no expectations of us. He mentioned that if we couldn't come up with a program, we could always resort to a poetry recitation. Jia Ziding whispered. But performing a poetry recitation at the Mid-Autumn Festival, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing? After all, We represent the computer science department. Chen Yan shrugged. If you have a better suggestion, we can forego the poetry recitation. Upon hearing this, Jia Ziding's tone shifted instantly. Actually, poetry recitation is quite nice. Tin Wenhao remarked, I have no objections. Wang Yong added, neither do I. All right, then it's settled, poetry recitation. As for the content, I have already asked someone to help gather materials. Chen Yan stood up and, before leaving, remembered something. Oh, should we rehearse in advance? Tin Wenhao waved his hand dismissively. What is there to rehearse for a poetry recitation? We can just take turns reading the script. The two girls nodded in agreement. Since they had decided to embrace the embarrassment, they would do so wholeheartedly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yan sat at his desk, preparing to turn on his computer, when he suddenly heard Jiang Shaowen's voice. Hey, do you know what your computer science department is performing tomorrow? Tao Tao and Lei Ting perked up their ears. Without turning around, Chen Yan replied, a poetry recitation. Ugh, the three exclaimed in unison. Jiang Shaowen scoffed. Seriously, what are the people from your department thinking? Do they have no shame bringing such a rubbish program to the stage? Chen Yan shot a glare at Jiang Shaowen and retorted, what is wrong with poetry recitation? I think it's wonderful. What is wonderful about it? Jiang Shaowen questioned. It cultivates sentiment and showcases the poetic beauty created by ancient scholars. Jiang Shaowen rolled his eyes. Come on, don't be ridiculous. What is entertaining about a poetry recitation? It has no showmanship whatsoever. Then he shifted his tone. By the way, are you quite familiar with those shameless folks? Why are you defending them so fervently? Not really. You are much more familiar with them. What do you mean? Chen Yan shot him a cold glance. Because I am one of those shameless individuals you speak of. Jiang Shaowen. Chapter 99. The three canine strategists officially debut due to the proximity of the Mid-Autumn Festival and the National Day holiday. Jiangda University decided to grant a day off on the very day of the festival. Including the National Day break, students would enjoy a splendid 10-day holiday. The Mid-Autumn Gala was scheduled for the evening of September 28th, the night before the festival, and the holiday would commence right after the event. On September 28th, there were no classes scheduled throughout the university, rendering the day akin to a holiday. On the playground, preparations for the stage began as early as 9 in the morning. And by shortly after 4 in the afternoon, the stage was fully erected, with all equipment and lighting tested and ready for use. The gala was set to commence at 8 o'clock in the evening. By 6 in the evening, at the foot of Building 6, Jiang Muhe descended with a thick stack of A4 papers. Upon spotting Chen Yan, she trotted over with light steps. Chen Yan accepted the gathered materials from Jiang Muhe, offering a wry smile. Junior, if you hadn't come down soon, I would have been forced to recite Grieving Farmers on stage with 3 of our classmates. Today, Jiang Muhe sported a bun hairstyle, with a few strands of hair cascading down her temples. Unlike her usual aloof demeanor, this hairstyle lent her an appearance reminiscent of a doll from an anime, exuding a delightful charm. With a slight curve at the corners of her mouth, she mused. Grieving Farmers is quite nice too. Chen Yan rolled his eyes inwardly, unable to resist stealing another glance at Jiang Muhe's bun. Junior, your hairstyle. Jiang Muhe gently shook her head. Is it unattractive? No, it looks quite lovely, though it's rather different from your usual style. This was styled by Baozhu. She said this hairstyle makes me look adorable and less cold. It truly is quite charming, Chen Yan affirmed sincerely, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. Indeed, those blessed with beauty can effortlessly carry any attire or hairstyle, and Jiang Muhe was a prime example of this. Upon hearing Chen Yan's compliment, a radiant smile illuminated Jiang Muhe's delicate cheeks, but the next moment, she turned her back. Chen Yan, puzzled, inquired, Junior, what are you doing? What are you dawdling for? Go ahead, touch it. Didn't you say it was cute? Cough, cough. Chen Yan spluttered, caught off guard. He lowered his voice to caution. Junior, be mindful, it's broad daylight. Men and women should maintain their distance, and especially here, beneath your dormitory. Look around, many people are watching us. Jiang Muhe appeared unfazed. So what if they watch? It's not as if I'll lose a piece of flesh. However, her indifference did not extend to Chen Yan. What do you mean, so what? That is absolutely unacceptable. Junior, I'm a boy, and you're a girl. Even if there are rumors, they won't affect me much, but they could significantly impact you. Jiang Muhe blinked. Rumors? Do you care? Chen Yan maintained a serious expression. I'm a guy. Why would I concern myself with that? With a slight nod, Jiang Muhe replied, well, I don't care either. Chen Yan smacked his forehead in exasperation. Great, that was a futile effort. Noticing Chen Yan standing unmoved, Jiang Muhe pouted. Baozhu took a long time to style this. If you don't touch it now, you won't get another chance tomorrow. Not touching. Just a little touch. Junior sister, I truly cannot touch you, nor should I. Yet you can touch my leg. Why can't you touch my head? Chen Yan cleared his throat. Junior sister. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala is about to commence in a little over an hour. I shall head to the venue now. With that, he turned and departed, his pace quickening into a light jog, swiftly vanishing around the corner of the building. Jiang Muhe remained rooted in place, huffing softly and stamping her foot, muttering under her breath, others would like to touch, yet cannot. Moreover, what harm is there in a friendly pat on the head? Once the gala concludes, I shall pat your head. Heh. Hee. As soon as Jiang Muhe returned to her dormitory, she was surrounded by her roommates. The trio of scheming minds had officially assembled. Li Baozhu wore a knowing smile. Senior, we just witnessed everything from the window. Jiang Muhe, puzzled, inquired. Witnessed what? Lu Caixiang chimed in with a grin. What else could it be? We saw you and Chen Yan downstairs, being all affectionate. Jiang Muhe's confusion deepened. Affectionate? I merely handed him the collected materials. Tan Lingling pulled Jiang Muhe to sit on her bed. Senior, are you and Chen Yan truly just friends? Without hesitation, Jiang Muhe nodded affirmatively. Yes. The three girls exchanged glances, and ultimately, Li Baozhu could no longer contain her burning curiosity and boldly asked, Senior, do you harbor any feelings for Chen Yan beyond friendship? Feelings beyond friendship? Jiang Muhe was at a loss. What do you mean? Tan Lingling gestured with her thumbs, illustrating the concept, this kind of relationship. Jiang Muhe, observing Tan Lingling's gestures, became even more bewildered. What kind of relationship is that? Tan Lingling sighed. Senior, you are exceedingly naive. Jiang Muhe shot her a glance. You're the foolish one. I am quite clever. Senior, I meant you were innocent, not foolish. Foolish? Jiang Muhe shook her head. I am not foolish. Chen Yan praises my intelligence. Tan Lingling. Lu Caixiang, unable to remain silent any longer, explained the situation to Jiang Muhe. Once Jiang Muhe comprehended what Tan Lingling was suggesting, she blinked innocently. Is being pure a bad thing? The three girls exchanged glances. Being this innocent may not be advantageous for the average girl, but in Senior's case, it is simply endearing. Too endearing, in fact. Li Baozhu, seated beside Jiang Muhe, found her curiosity only intensified. Senior, since you and Chen Yan are currently friends, do you wish to alter the nature of your relationship? Alter? Jiang Muhe shook her head vigorously. No, I do not wish to change. I want to remain friends with Chen Yan. Her resolute stance spoke volumes to the three girls. Tan Lingling lowered her voice somewhat. Senior, friendships cannot last forever. Who says so? Lu Sun said so. Jiang Muhe furrowed her brows in contemplation. Then, is there a way to make friendship endure? Tan Lingling's smile bore an enigmatic quality, suggesting that there were indeed methods to navigate the intricacies of relationships. What methods, you may ask? The solution is quite simple, since friendship cannot endure eternally. Why not elevate it to a higher plane? How does one achieve this elevation? What lies above friendship? This remains unknown. Above friendship resides love. Li Baozhu, anticipating Tan Lingling's thoughts, interjected, seizing Jiang Muhe's delicate hand. The tender sensation compelled her to linger a moment longer. Senior, all you need to do is transform your friendship with Chen Yan into love. All your dilemmas will be effortlessly resolved. Jiang Muhe furrowed her brow. Transform friendship into love? Is that truly the key to eternal bonds? Lu Caixiang crouched before her, nodding fervently. Senior, whether others' love can last, I cannot say, but yours certainly can. And why is that? Jiang Muhe inquired. Because you are simply too beautiful. Even I, as a woman, wish for a lasting connection with you, let alone the boys. As Lu Caixiang concluded her statement, Jiang Muhe suddenly remarked, but Chen Yan doesn't date. Li Baozhu smirked confidently. Can he dictate that? Indeed, Tan Lingling affirmed, gently lifting Jiang Muhe's chin. With a face like yours, if you were but a little more proactive, I dare say no man could resist your allure. Jiang Muhe, her gaze clear, questioned, how should I be proactive? Kisses, hugs, lifting him high. Lu Caixiang chimed in, leaning closer to Jiang Muhe's ear. When the mood strikes, one might even create unforgettable memories of the night. Chapter 100. What is love? A memorable evening? Jiang Muhe did not ponder for too long. Soon, she comprehended in her own manner. Ah, Caixiang, I recognize this song, Memorable Evening. Memorable Evening, the closing song of the Spring Festival Gala, correct? But if emotions are stirred, why would I sing the closing song to Chen Yan? Does this not imply that our friendship is nearing its end? That would be unfortunate. Indeed, Lu Caixiang, is it possible to interpret it this way? Her words were already quite clear, yet the senior's understanding was remarkably formidable. The thoughts of the two were entirely misaligned. Tan Lingling and Li Baozhu exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Li Baozhu interjected, "Senior, do not heed Saixiang's misguided notions. The idea of a memorable evening is utterly nonsensical." Lu Saixiang retorted defiantly, "Hey, how is it nonsensical?" Li Baozhu shot Lu Saixiang a glare, reminding her that the senior and Chen Yan were merely friends, far from reaching that stage. If the relationship has not developed, the concept of a memorable evening is quite irrelevant, and it is the girl who would bear the consequences. Precisely, Tan Lingling chimed in. "I believe what the senior should do now is express her feelings. At the very least, let Chen Yan know that she likes him. We must observe his reaction to this revelation before devising the next steps." Just then, Jiang Muhe suddenly spoke up, "I do not like Chen Yan." Upon hearing this, the three girls exchanged puzzled glances. Not like? Oh, this was quite different from their expectations. Li Baozhu swallowed hard, her tone tentative. "Senior, did you not just say you wanted to be with Chen Yan for eternity?" Jiang Muhe nodded. "I desire our friendship to last forever. But I never claimed to like Chen Yan." Li Baozhu furrowed her brow and inquired further, "Senior, do you have someone you like?" Jiang Muhe shook her head, her eyes blinking. "What is love, anyway?" Li Baozhu, Tan Lingling, Lu Saixiang. Good heavens, this conversation is utterly astounding. Li Baozhu intended to say more, but Jiang Muhe did not afford her the opportunity. Glancing at the time, Jiang Muhe promptly stood up. "No more discussions. I am heading to the playground to watch the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Would you like to join me?" Li Baozhu sighed. "Let us go." The other two girls nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the playground, they found it bustling with a sea of people. The densely packed crowd made Jiang Muhe somewhat anxious. So she chose a spot far from the stage, sitting on the grass. Then, she put on her sunglasses. Instantly, her anxiety diminished significantly. "Senior, why are we sitting here?" "Indeed, this spot is too far from the stage. We can hardly see anything. Shall we move closer?" Jiang Muhe shook her head at the three girls. "You all go ahead. Don't mind me. I prefer it here, where it is less crowded." None of the three girls left her side. Li Baozhu sat to Jiang Muhe's left, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Senior, I have a question I would like to ask you." "What question?" "Your beauty is quite evident. Yet why do you receive such unfavorable reviews on the school forum?" "They perceive me as aloof." Jiang Muhe replied, her gaze flitting across the faces of her three roommates, her delicate lips curving into a faint smile. "It matters not. They are simply lacking in discernment, unlike you, who can immediately see that I am quite amiable." The three girls were rendered speechless. Amiable? They had indeed uttered those words before, but at that time, their intent was merely to preserve their own safety. During the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, Jiangda University has invited a distinguished leader. Zhuang Mohan and Lu Meng are seated in the front row as companions. "Principal Zhuang, I hear that Jiangda University has once again secured the top scholar from our Jiangbei province this year?" Director Zhao inquired. "Indeed, that is a fact," Principal Zhuang affirmed. "Impressive. Truly impressive." Director Zhao chuckled, adding, "I am also concerned for our Jiangbei province. After all, the immigration of such exceptional talents as provincial scholars is detrimental." Laughter ensued. And Director Zhao continued, "Oh, by the way, Principal Zhuang, there is a matter for which I require your assistance." "Oh?" Principal Zhuang's expression reflected confusion. Director Zhao, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I shall not shy away from matters I can assist with. "I appreciate your forthrightness, Principal Zhuang," Director Zhao replied, lowering his voice. "The situation is as follows. An important project in the field of mathematics has encountered challenges. I have heard that our Jiang University's Jiang Muhe possesses extraordinary talent in mathematics, and several professors within the engineering team hold her in high regard. I would like to invite her to lend her assistance. Rest assured, she will not be unremunerated. Regardless of the outcome, there will be compensation." Principal Zhuang hesitated before responding. "Director Zhao, I need to find a suitable time to discuss this with Jiang Muhe. If she is willing, that is splendid. However, if she is not inclined, although I am her principal, I cannot compel her." Of course, Director Zhao nodded in understanding, feeling considerably relieved as his objective for the day had been achieved. "Principal Zhuang, I have heard that Jiang Muhe is the provincial top scholar from last year?" "Yes," Principal Zhuang confirmed. "Her college entrance examination score was 722. And she possesses an extraordinary aptitude for mathematics. To be candid, she is a treasure of our Jiang University, cherished as if she were fragile." Director Zhao beamed, proclaiming, "Such talent is undoubtedly a gem, not just at Jiang University, but even at the likes of Tsinghua and Peking University, she would still be a prized asset." Principal Zhuang. I am quite curious. Previously, all the top scholars from Jiangda Province were snatched away by Tsinghua or Peking University without exception. Since last year, however, 2 consecutive provincial scholars have been secured by your Jiang University. What method have you employed? A smile appeared on Principal Zhuang's aged face. There are no shortcuts to such matters. It is all rooted in sincerity. Director Zhao chuckled, taking a sip from the mineral water beside him. Shifting the conversation to the forthcoming Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, reminiscing, in my day, my first choice was Jiang University, but alas, I did not perform well in the entrance examination. Today, I had the opportunity to witness the charm of the students from Jiang University, which serves as a remedy for my past regret of not being admitted to this esteemed institution. Lu Mang, who had remained silent until now, smiled and responded, Director Zhao. The evening's program is abundant. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Encouraged by Lu's words, my anticipation grew. As the clock struck 8, lively background music filled the air, and 2 hosts took the stage. The female host, Zhou Zhou, adorned in subtle makeup and a flowing white gown, radiated the gentle grace of a Jiangyan woman. Her counterpart, Lu Bo, the vice president of the student union, is quite a notable figure at Jiang University. The audience erupted with cheers, exclaiming phrases of admiration, such as Senior Sister, I love you, and Senior, you are so handsome. Following the speeches, Zhou Zhou gently announced, Now, we shall commence the first program of the evening. A recital by Zhao Haiyu and Li Wan from the finance department, titled I Have Fallen in Love with School. In an instant, the audience fell silent, each face reflecting a peculiar expression. Oh, I have fallen in love with school. I rise before the sun. The rooster dares not compete with me. I do not sleep if the moon does not. Diligent and brave, I am never weary. Chapter 101. Singing, dancing, rapping, basketball. Attending school brings me joy. My happiness translates to my mother's joy, and in turn, my family's happiness. As the voices of 2 finance students faded, an awkward silence enveloped the audience. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and before the host could take the stage, they left in a rather dejected manner. Lu Bo swiftly ascended the stage to warm up the atmosphere. Zhou Zhou, in her high heels, lagged slightly, lost in thought as she gazed at the program card, oblivious to Lu Bo's subtle gestures. Clearing his throat, Lu Bo boldly prompted, Zhou Zhou, please announce the next program. For tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, Zhou Zhou was the only confirmed host at first. After learning this news around 5 in the afternoon, Lu Bo, being an admirer of Zhou Zhou, naturally seized the opportunity to engage with her. Thus, he spent over an hour persuading the director, arriving at the playground as the host just 10 minutes before the event began, leaving him no time to review the program list. Upon hearing Lu Bo's reminder, Zhou Zhou regained her focus, her gentle smile reappearing. Now, let us welcome Professor Dong Feiying from the Literature Department and Professor Shering from the Astronomy Department to present a recitation, I Love My Class, as Zhou Zhou announced. The previously revived atmosphere sank into silence once more. First, it was I love school, and now I love my class? My goodness! To bring such a shameless program to the stage is one thing, but this is rather hypocritical. In the front row, Jiang Muhe wore a somewhat strained expression. Director Lu, how is this program arranged? Why is it all recitations? Lu Mang coughed repeatedly, responding in a hushed tone, Principal, the program was not arranged by me. I entrusted it to Zhou Zhou. Jiang Muhe shot a glare at Lu Mang and then smiled at Zhao Gongming. Well, the teachers and students at Jiang University generally enjoy recitations. I trust Director Zhao won't mind? Zhao Gongming's expression was peculiar. Not at all, not at all. Recitations are quite good. I love my class. Attending class brings me joy. I love my class. Attending class helps me progress. Meanwhile, by the stairs on the left side of the stage, Lu Mang approached with a furrowed brow. Zhou Zhou, how is this program arranged? Why are there 2 recitations in a row? Zhou Zhou bit her lip. Director, the program list was not arranged by me. Lu Mang looked puzzled. Not by you. Did I not assign this task to you? Zhou Zhou smiled wryly. Initially, I did intend to arrange it, and had even created a group. But when you suddenly asked me to host the gala, I became quite overwhelmed and handed the task to someone else. Hearing this, Lu Mang's frustration flared. Who did you assign it to? A gala of this magnitude, especially with leaders present. This is utter chaos. Tell me their name. I must have a word with them. Zhou Zhou lowered her head. I entrusted it to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang? Which Xiao Jiang? Jiang Muhe. Lu Mang's expression froze, and his tone shifted abruptly. Oh, Xiao Jiang. She doesn't understand these things. It's perfectly normal for her to arrange them poorly. With a weary gesture, he dismissed the matter, saying, "All right, it's nothing." As he turned to leave, Zhou quickly called out to him, "Director, there's something a bit off with this program list. Should you take a look?" Lu Ming waved his hand again. "Forget it. I've already stated that Xiao Jiang doesn't understand these matters. It's normal for her to make mistakes. What's done is done. Let it be." Zhou replied, "It's not merely an issue of program order, but rather the content itself." After Lu Ming departed, she sighed in resignation. Lu Bo approached, asking, "What else with the sigh?" Zhou said nothing and handed him the program card. Upon examining it, Lu Bo was instantly rendered speechless. Are these programs for real? Under the passionate recitation of the two instructors, the performance finally concluded. Jiang Muhe clapped enthusiastically, fully supportive. Fortunately, aside from Li Baozu and the three girls, there were hardly any witnesses, otherwise they would undoubtedly attract bewildered gazes. Li Baozu smirked. "Senior, why are you clapping? The recitation was splendid." "What was splendid about it?" The enunciation was clear. Just then, Zhou's voice echoed from the stage. "Now, let us welcome two students from the economics department to present their recitation. I love my school." Tan Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the heck?" Lu Saixiang couldn't help but voice her dissent. "Isn't this supposed to be a mid-autumn festival gala, not a recitation competition? And who arranged this program? 3 consecutive recitations? They really dare to do that?" Jiang Muhe smiled. "I think the program arrangement is quite good." Upon hearing this, the 3 girls regarded Jiang Muhe with astonished expressions. Meeting their gaze, Jiang Muhe earnestly explained, "First it's I love my school, then I love my class, and finally I love my country," each layer deepening the sentiment. "What's wrong with that?" Li Baozu, Tan Lingling, Lu Saixiang. "Is that really a valid explanation?" Meanwhile, backstage, Chen Yan wore a frown. He was not alone. The other 3 shared his dismay. Tan Wenhao grimaced. "Why is it all recitations? We may not care about our dignity, but why is everyone so shameless?" Wang Yimeng nodded, emphasizing, "The key point is that our program is last. The final performance leaves the strongest impression. I suspect our segment will be the most criticized on the school forum after the gala." Jia Ziding, glancing at the recitation content in her hands, anxiously raked her fingers through her hair. "Chen Yan, is this what you call quality material?" Chen Yan looked down at the A4 paper resting on his lap. The 4 prominent characters at the top reading, "I love my motherland." Sigh. This bears a striking resemblance to the previous 3 recitation performances. However, it must be said that in terms of ideological depth, "I love my motherland" certainly holds a higher standing. Chen Yan retorted nonchalantly, "Isn't this material of sufficient quality? Just listen to the preceding performances, such as "I love school," "I love class," and "I love learning." In contrast, we directly express our love for the motherland. Isn't that sufficiently grand?" Jia Ziding responded. "Grand? Indeed, it is grand, but this is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, not a recitation competition." Seeing the 3 remain silent, Chen Yan shrugged. "If you are truly dissatisfied with the recitation content, we can still make a change. We have numerous performances ahead, and time is on our side." Wang Yimeng chuckled wryly. "Chen Yan, our discontent lies not with the content of the recitation itself, but with the act of recitation. Just listen. The first 3 performances are all recitations, and there will likely be more to come. Typically, the final act is the climax. If we end with a recitation, we would surely be criticized." As soon as Wang Yimeng finished, Tan Wenhao and Jia Ziding nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Right." Seeing the consensus among the 3, Chen Yan spread his hands. "If that is the case, then we shall not recite." Tan Wenhao perked up. "No recitation? Then what shall we perform?" Chen Yan's gaze swept over the faces of the trio. "That depends on you. At this moment, there's no need to hold back. Please reveal any talents you possess." Jia Ziding replied, "I can do a bit of singing and dancing, though I'm not particularly skilled." Wang Yimeng added, "I can manage some rap, though I'm not particularly proficient." Tan Wenhao chimed in, "I can play basketball. My skills are decent." Once the 3 finished speaking, Chen Yan lowered his head in contemplation. "Singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball? Your talents are quite unique." He then declared, "I asked nothing earlier, and you shared nothing. If we are to face criticism, then let us recite, 'I love my motherland.'" Chapter 102, The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala? No, it is a recitation contest. Initially, the students of Jiangda University held high hopes for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. However, the reality proved to be quite stark. What was intended to be a delightful celebration had been forcibly transformed into a recitation contest. "I love school, I love class, I love learning 3 consecutive recitations nearly shattered the spirits of the entire Jiang University community, just when they thought they had reached the limit. The unfolding events revealed that their expectations were indeed overly simplistic. The 4th program, a recitation titled I Love Hard Work. The 5th, I Love Striving. The 6th, I Love Doing Good. The 7th, I Love Accumulating Virtue. The playground fell into an eerie silence. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed as though the entire university was engaged in a meditation session. With each program's conclusion, the embarrassment etched deeper into Jiang Muhe's expression. Director Zhao, I mentioned that our students at Jiang University have a particular fondness for recitation. Recitation is wonderful, truly wonderful. Director Zhao, our students genuinely enjoy recitation. Recitation is wonderful, truly wonderful. Yes, I understand. I grasp that the students of Jiang University cherish recitation, wonderful, truly wonderful. In truth, whether it was Jiang Muhe, Zhao Gongming, or the entire Jiang University community, they were all internally bracing themselves. They were eager to see just how long this recitation could persist, specifically wondering when the I Love series would finally come to an end. As time slipped by, it was soon past 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Shou ascended the stage once more, her demeanor now devoid of the initial gentleness. The final program, presented by 4 students from the computer science department at that moment. Countless individuals were struck with realization. Is this truly the last program? We endured an entire evening of recitation. However, this being the final act, one would hope it was not another recitation, especially as it was meant to be the highlight of the evening. If they were to endure yet another recitation, particularly from the I Love series, not to mention, the school forum would undoubtedly erupt following the gala. With this thought, many faces rekindled a glimmer of anticipation. But as Zhou Shou announced the program, their hopes vanished in an instant, replaced by a numbing indifference. Recitation, I love my country, let us welcome with applause. The audience remained utterly silent. Not a single clap echoed through the air. Zhou Shou accepted this cold reception with composure. If the atmosphere was to be stilted, so be it. What could she do? She felt equally helpless. From the audience's perspective, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was indeed if she were seated among them. She too would have little desire to applaud. The program commenced. Noticing her roommates becoming drowsy, Jiang Muhe excitedly shook them awake. Li Baozhu, with such a grim expression. What is there to enjoy? If it weren't for you, I would have returned to the dormitory to sleep long ago. Lu Caixing yawned. Realizing that had she known the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala would be so tedious, she would have booked a ticket home in the afternoon. Tan Lingling sighed, agreeing, as she had heard that the school had invited a leader from Jiangcheng to attend the gala. With a leader present, a certain degree of formality was to be expected. But this was excessively official. What could have been a delightful evening had turned into a poetry recitation contest, a source of embarrassment to share. Jiang Muhe paid little heed to their complaints, removing her sunglasses and propping her hands against her eyelids in an effort to discern the stage. However, due to the distance, even without the sunglasses, and despite her earnest attempts, the reflections of the lights rendered the stage indistinguishable. Thus, she stood up and gracefully made her way towards the stage. Li Baozhu called out, "Senior, where are you going?" "To watch the performance," Jiang Muhe replied. As they watched her silhouette, the 3 girls exchanged puzzled glances. Soon, Tan Lingling was the first to connect the dots. Didn't the senior mention that Chen Yan would perform at the Mid-Autumn Gala? This recitation segment must surely include Chen Yan. Li Baozhu shook her head. I don't know. I didn't hear the announcements just now. Lu Caixing followed suit. I was nearly asleep. How would I know? It can't be wrong, Tan Lingling concluded, narrowing her eyes at the 2. Have you noticed? The senior's attitude towards Chen Yan is entirely different from how she treats others. Li Baozhu nodded in agreement. Lu Caixing looked perplexed. But didn't the senior say she doesn't like Chen Yan? Pfft. Tan Lingling rolled her eyes at Lu Caixing. Are you silly? The senior doesn't even understand what liking someone means. Do you really believe her? Lu Caixing awkwardly smiled. I've never met someone as naive as the senior. I'm a bit taken aback. Li Baozhu stroked her chin, analyzing, from my perspective, the senior definitely has feelings for Chen Yan. However, since she doesn't know what liking someone entails, she thinks she and Chen Yan are merely friends. In my view, the seed of love has already taken root in her heart. As for when it will blossom, that depends on our strategist's prowess. Meanwhile, Jiang Muhe was oblivious to the whispers of the 3 girls. At that moment, she had arrived at the front row, whereupon the crowd parted for her. Lu Meng, lost in thought about how to explain things to the principal after the gala, was suddenly poked in the arm. He looked up to find Jiang Muhe. her unexpected appearance causing a flicker of surprise in his expression. Xiao Jiang. Jiang Mu pointed at the stage and then at Lu Meng's seat. Director Lu, could you kindly make some room for me? I wish to see the final performance. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Meng stood up, offering his seat. No problem, please. Sit. He then stepped aside. This gesture piqued Zhao Gongming's curiosity, who was standing to the right. When he finally recognized Jiang Mu's face, astonishment flickered in his eyes, prompting him to inquire of Zhuang Mohan beside him. Principal Zhua, who is this girl? Even Director Lu is giving up his seat for her? Zhuang Mohan coughed lightly. Director Zhao, this is the person you wish to invite, Jiang Mu. Oh? Director Zhao Gongming's voice was imbued with surprise. He had not anticipated that Jiang was not only exceptionally talented in mathematics but also possessed striking beauty, enough to grace the realm of stardom. Zhuang Mohan nodded with a smile. Indeed, Jiang was quite handsome. Clearing his throat, Zhao extended his right hand towards Jiang Mu, wearing a friendly smile. Hello, Jiang. Jiang Mu glanced at Zhao Gongming, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Her demeanor remained as aloof as ever. Please do not disturb me while I'm watching the program. The simplicity of her 7 words caused Zhuang Mohan's face to twitch. Lu Meng, sweating profusely, interjected, Little Jiang, this is Director Zhao from the Education Bureau. You should mind your manners. Jiang Mu lifted her gaze slightly. Director Lu, do not disturb me while I'm watching the program. Lu Meng sighed. Understood. This little sovereign could do as she pleased. After all, the principal was present. At this moment, the principal should be the one worried. Thus, he decided to remain silent. Cough, cough, little Jiang. Principal, do not disturb me while I'm watching the program. Zhuang Mohan was rendered speechless as Zhao Gongming retracted his hand with a peculiar expression, casting a glance at Zhuang Mohan, remarking on Jiang's rather unique temperament. Zhuang Mohan forced a smile. Director Zhao, to be honest, this girl has always been like this. She is stunningly beautiful, yet excessively aloof. Other students say she is as cold as ice. As the words left his lips, Chen Yan ascended the stage. Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cold demeanor dissipating as she transformed into a sweet girl in an instant. Cold. Zhao Gongming discreetly pointed. Principal Zhuang, perhaps you should take another look. Is Jiang Mu still cold? Zhuang Mohan was taken aback, reevaluating the scene, and only then did he notice the transformation in Jiang Mu. His expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. Is this truly the Jiang I know? Chapter 103, Award Ceremony Principal, do you not watch the program? As Zhuang Mohan spoke, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Mu's cold voice. He awkwardly stroked his beard, secretly relieved. This was more like the Jiang he knew. Meanwhile, the 4 performers on stage began their grand finale. In contrast to the other 3, who wore expressions of embarrassment, Chen Yan maintained an impassive demeanor. When it was his turn, his voice soared, fervent and resolute, his expression solemn, akin to a pledge of allegiance. I love my motherland. The light I follow is the radiance of the 5-pointed star. I love my motherland. If belief had a color, it would undoubtedly be red. His impassioned tone infused some vitality back into the otherwise lifeless atmosphere of the playground, and whispers began to ripple through the crowd. This junior is quite handsome. With refined features and an air of confidence, he truly stands out. Indeed, he recited quite well. After an entire evening of readings, it finally resembled a recitation contest. Ahem. Buddy, this is a mid-autumn festival, not a recitation competition. I love my motherland. I cherish my homeland. We should all love our country. As the 4 concluded their final line, an eerie silence fell upon the audience. The quartet, however, was not particularly taken aback. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival had been inexplicably transformed into a recitation contest. Although the cause of this anomaly remained unknown, it was now a fact. No applause. But at least no jeers either. Suddenly, applause erupted from the front row. Jiang Mu stood, her small hands spread wide, clapping enthusiastically until her palms turned red. Witnessing this, Chen Yan felt a swell of gratitude. It was indeed the senior. Even before the entire school, she was there to support him. What a remarkable gesture. Tan Wenhao's eyes lit up, excitedly nudging Chen Yan's shoulder. Did you see that? Jiang is applauding for me. Although she is the most beautiful girl at Jiangda University, she cannot resist my charm. Alas, being handsome sometimes feels like a burden. Listening to his musings, Wang Yuming and Jia Ziding exchanged glances, their lips twitching in suppressed amusement. Though they said nothing, their thoughts spoke volumes. Chen Yan glanced at Tan Wenhao, a grin spreading across his face. How can you be so sure that Jiang is applauding for you? Could it not be for me? TCH. Upon hearing this, Tin Wenhao rolled his eyes and gestured dismissively. Chen Yan, you truly have no shame. How can you even utter such words? Chen Yan replied, who is truly lacking in shame here? I admit to my audacity, but you are not innocent either. Nonsense. Jiang is definitely applauding for me. I'll go off stage and add her on WeChat. Oh? Upon hearing Tan Wenhao's words, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Take me along, would you? You? Tan Wenhao curled his lips and remarked. Chen Yan, although you possess greater handsomeness than I, and despite being the top scholar from Jiangbai, as well as being taller than I am, your allure pales in comparison to mine. The likelihood of me acquiring senior sister Zhang's WeChat is significantly high, whereas for you, it is almost non-existent. Thus, I advise you to refrain from humiliating yourself. Chen Yan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He could not fathom from where this Tan Wenhao derived such confidence and audacity. Was it bestowed by Xiaoliang? After the four descended from the stage, they did not depart but instead lingered backstage, awaiting the awards segment of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, during which one outstanding performance would be selected. This not only conferred honor, but also a monetary reward of 50,000 yuan. In the front row, center stage, Jiang Muhe offered a polite smile to Zhao Gongming, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Director Zhao, which performance did you enjoy the most tonight? Prior to arriving, Zhao Gongming had been apprised of the entire agenda of Jiangda University's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Thus, he was not surprised by Jiang Muhe's inquiry. However, selecting a favorite was much more challenging, as they were all recitations. To be candid, these performances were ill-suited for a mid-autumn celebration. Principal Zhuang, I truly find it difficult to say. Perhaps you should make the judgment yourself. Ah? How can that be? Zhuang Muhe waved his hand. Director Zhao, if it proves too challenging, you may simply mention any one of them. Zhao Gongming appeared somewhat troubled, but in the next moment, an idea struck him. He turned to the left, addressing Jiang Muhe, classmate Jiang. Which performance did you favor tonight? Without hesitation, Jiang Muhe responded, I love my country, its sentiment is profound. Zhao Gongming then conveyed to Zhuang Muhe, classmate Zhang's opinion aligns with mine. Zhuang Muhe nodded slightly, casting a glance at Lu Meng. Lu Meng immediately understood and hurried to the side of the stage to inform Zhou Zhou of the award results. Zhou Zhou approached Chen Yan backstage to relay the news. Chen Yan was left utterly bewildered, unable to restrain himself from asking once more, Senior sister, you are not jesting with us, are you? The other three were equally astonished beyond measure. Such a performance could actually win an award? This was utterly preposterous. Zhou Zhou smiled and shook her head. Indeed, it is your performance I Love My Country that has received the award. Director Lu stated that your recitation sentiment is profound, far surpassing the other performances. With a gentle smile, she added, as the saying goes, choice outweighs effort. Your selection of material is excellent. Prepare a little, and when I call for you, you may go on stage. With that, she turned and departed. Chen Yan immediately looked to Jia Ziding, his tone laced with mild disbelief. Now, could you honestly declare that the recitation material is of sufficient quality? Jia Ziding replied, this is simply too surreal. It is utterly face-slapping. It is so scientifically implausible to think that a recitation of I Love My Country could win an award at a Mid-Autumn Festival Gala? Surely, if this were spoken of, no one would dare to believe it. Yet now, it has indeed transpired. I apologize, Chen Yan. The material you selected is indeed of high quality, Jia Ziding conceded. Her conscience pricked as she offered her apology. Though she harbored some internal dissent, she could not deny the reality laid before her. As the awards ceremony commenced, a cacophony erupted across the playground. What? This can win an award? A voice lamented. Had I known, I could have participated too. Goodness. 50,000 yuan, 12,500 for each person. This money was earned far too easily. During my 4 years at Jiangda University, this was the most tedious mid-autumn festival celebration I had ever witnessed. Or rather, it should be termed a recitation competition. Backstage, Chen Yan and his companions gleefully divided the 50,000 yuan, preparing to depart when Lu Meng arrived with Jiang Muhe. Lu Meng halted, addressing Jiang Muhe, wait a moment. You need to come to the principal's office. Jiang Muhe lightly nodded her chin. Once Lu Meng had left, she strolled leisurely towards the four, saying nothing, and then delivered a resounding clap. Afterward, she remarked, the performance I Love My Country was truly remarkable. I wonder who was astute enough to conceive it. Chen Yan's lips subtly twitched. Goodness. The junior sister's self-promotion was executed with finesse. The other three, unaware of the underlying context, nodded in agreement. Indeed. It was quite impressive. You're right. I initially thought the content was lacking, yet reality has proven me mistaken. Senior sister, may I add you on WeChat? Chen Wenhao was the last to speak, his face betraying nervousness as he gazed intently at Jiang Muhe. Jiang Muhe cast a glance, her demeanor instantly turning aloof. I do not add WeChat. A mere look rendered Chen Wenhao's legs weak. Senior sister, I was just joking. I won't add WeChat. Chen Yan chuckled. Senior sister Jiang, may I add you on WeChat? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she glanced between Chen Yan and Chen Wenhao, seemingly grasping the situation. A smile graced her lips, the chill in her expression dissipating. Green bubbles, is it? That's fine. Chen Wenhao muttered. Double standards. Such double standards. Chen Yan's grin widened. Alas, my memory has been a bit faulty lately. Chen Wenhao, you mentioned something on stage just now, but I can't quite recall. Could you repeat it? Chen Wenhao could no longer contain himself. My face, it hurts. Chapter 104. WeChat, Green Bubble. Chen Wenhao. Why have you fallen silent? Chen Wenhao, are you naturally disinclined to speak? Chen Wenhao. Under Chen Yan's relentless teasing, Chen Wenhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He shot a glare at Chen Yan, then cast a mournful glance at Jiang Muhe. After much hesitation, he finally voiced the confusion that had been plaguing him. Jiang, didn't you just say that you don't add WeChat? Upon hearing this, Jia Ziding and Wang Yiming exchanged discreet glances, silently mourning for him. Was he always this bold? Jiang Muhe, with an icy expression, replied, I don't add WeChat, but I can add Green Bubble. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenhao's heart stirred. In that case, Jiang, may we add Green Bubble? What does it mean to climb the ladder? This is exactly it. Of course, one might also describe it as seizing an opportunity. Regardless, Chen Wenhao is utterly unconcerned about appearances in his pursuit of Jiang Muhe's WeChat. The coldness in Jiang Muhe's eyes deepened, and she reiterated her earlier 5-word response. I do not add WeChat. Chen Wenhao hurriedly waved his hands. Jiang, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of adding your WeChat, just your Green Bubble. Jiang Muhe retrieved her phone, illuminating the screen and scrolling through the home screen. I'm sorry. I only have WeChat on my phone, no Green Bubble. She added once more, I do not add WeChat. Chen Wenhao was left speechless. Isn't Green Bubble just WeChat? How can you lie with your eyes wide open? At that moment, Chen Yan interjected with a tone of feigned regret. So, it turns out the senior doesn't have Green Bubble on her phone? After witnessing her elegance today, I had already regarded her as an idol. Who would have thought she lacks Green Bubble? Alas, what a pity. Before the four of them, Jiang Muhe moved her little finger to the WeChat icon on her phone's screen. Isn't this Green Bubble? It can be added. I'll add you in a moment. Chen Wenhao's lips twitched uncontrollably. Jiang, didn't you just say you don't have Green Bubble on your phone? I truly do not, Jiang Muhe replied, not even bothering to move her finger. Chen Wenhao took a deep breath. Then what icon are you pointing to now? Jiang Muhe raised her delicate brows in disbelief. Are you a child? Can't you even recognize the 2 characters of WeChat? Chen Wenhao was on the verge of tears. But didn't you just tell Chen Yan that this is Green Bubble? Jiang Muhe's beautiful face remained unperturbed. Where is Green Bubble? This is WeChat. You must be hearing things. I am not. Chen Wenhao had intended to say more, but was abruptly silenced by Jia Ziding's hand over his mouth. Wang Yiming seized the opportunity to smile apologetically at Jiang Muhe. Jiang, please forgive him. He tends to be rather straightforward. You and Chen Yan can continue your conversation. We 3 shall not disturb you any further. With that, she turned and linked her arm with Chen Wenhao's other arm, and the 2 girls forcibly led him away from the backstage. Once outside on the playground, Chen Wenhao managed to break free, glaring discontentedly at the 2 girls. What are you doing? Did you not notice my efforts for my own happiness? What chaos are you causing? With her eyes shut, Jia Ziding exclaimed, Chaos? You dare to say that? Wang Yiming could not help but scoff. Chen Wenhao, what are you even talking about? Can't you see that the senior sister is on the verge of losing her temper? Jia Ziding added, Exactly. Are you lacking in common sense? Senior Jiang is clearly interested in Chen Yan. What nonsense are you spouting? Have your eyes migrated to the back of your head? Chen Wenhao staggered back a couple of steps, clutching his chest. But you are all girls. Why must your words be so harsh? Wang Yiming retorted. The truth may be unpalatable, but it is still the truth. Chen Wenhao, with a pained expression, lamented. Why should it be this way? Chen Yan is merely slightly more handsome, has slightly better exam results, and is a bit taller than I am. Apart from that, what makes him superior to me? Jia Ziding could not help but let out a sigh, moving to Chen Wenhao's side and patting him on the shoulder in one aspect. You are certainly better than Chen Yan. A flicker of hope ignited in Chen Wenhao's dim eyes. Which aspect? Jia Ziding shook her head and walked away. Wang Yumeng then approached Tan Wenhao, imitating Jia Ziding's earlier gesture, patting his shoulder. In terms of shamelessness, you are definitely stronger than Chen Yan. After saying this, she too departed. As she strolled towards the entrance of the playground, she muttered to herself, in all my years, this is the first time I've encountered someone so inexplicably confident. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Tan Wenhao turned to glance at the large tent in the background, belatedly realizing the situation. His face flushed with embarrassment as a bitter feeling settled in his heart. The desire for beauty is universal. Was he truly in the wrong? Inside the spacious tent, only Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe remained. The two exchanged glances. Jiang Muhe's initially cold demeanor softened visibly. She arched her brows and winked at Chen Yan, playfully asking, how did I perform? Chen Yan chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. Well done, very well done. Jiang Muhe, with a smile, stood behind her back, bouncing towards him, tilting her head up, her long eyelashes fluttering. The recitation content I chose is impressive, right? That. Chen Yan, unable to deny it, nodded in agreement. It indeed garnered recognition. However, he added, but that was merely good fortune. Tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was utterly bizarre, with all the performances being recitations. Jiang Muhe raised her hand excitedly. Meet me. Chen Yan looked puzzled. What is it? I thought of something. How could that be? Junior sister, are you claiming to possess foresight? No. Then how did you anticipate that all the performances for the Mid-Autumn Festival would be recitations? Because I organized the programs. Jiang Muhe's delicate cheeks glowed with pride. If it wasn't a recitation, I wouldn't approve it. Chen Yan was utterly taken aback. To my utter astonishment, there exists yet another layer to this matter. Little senior, are you not afraid of being criticized for arranging the program in this manner? Not at all. Why not? Simply because I am not afraid. Surely, there must be a reason behind your confidence? The principal will not reprimand me. Upon saying this, Jiang Muhe tapped her forehead, suddenly recalling something. Oh right. It seems the principal requested my presence in his office. Chen Yan, would you accompany me? Chen Yan had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and inquired. Is it appropriate for me to go? Absolutely, Jiang Muhe replied, taking hold of Chen Yan's left hand and leading him outside. Noticing the sunglasses hanging around her neck, Chen Yan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Little senior, it's quite late. Why have you brought your sunglasses? Can you see clearly while wearing them? Jiang Muhe honestly shook her head. Not really. Then why would you? Before Chen Yan could finish his sentence, Jiang Muhe lowered her head, her pace slowing slightly as she timidly interjected, there are many people on the playground. Wearing these helps me feel less anxious. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Yan's expression became exceedingly complicated. It is likely that none of the students at Jiangda would have anticipated that Jiang Muhe, revered as the iceberg goddess and the most beautiful girl on campus, is, in truth, not at all aloof. This so-called cold demeanor is merely a manifestation of her nervousness. This iceberg flower is actually a person who struggles with social anxiety. Chapter 105, The Senior Sister. Truly generous. The moment Jiang Muhe stepped out from backstage, she instinctively released her grip. Chen Yan felt a sense of relief at this. As long as they were not in public, it was perfectly acceptable to hold hands in private. Approaching 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yan accompanied Jiang Muhe to the principal's office. Knock, knock, come in. Chen Yan deliberately lagged half a step behind Jiang Muhe, for the principal had summoned her. Inside the office, Jiang Muhe and Lu Meng were seated opposite each other on the sofa. Jiang Muhe set down his teacup and, upon noticing Chen Yan trailing behind Jiang Muhe, his grizzled brows twitched ever so slightly. Director Lu, please sit beside me. Without protest, Lu Meng circumvented the coffee table and took a seat next to the principal. Leaving room for the two, Jiang Muhe gestured towards the sofa across from them. Xiao Jiang, Chen Yan, please, sit down and let us have a chat. Jiang Muhe nodded, grasping Chen Yan's hand as they sat. Both Jiang Muhe and Lu Meng exchanged glances at the sight of their intertwined fingers, a silent understanding passing between them. These two youngsters seemingly have a story to tell. Noticing their peculiar looks, Chen Yan quickly withdrew his hand, earnestly clarifying, Principal, Director, I assure you, Jiang and I are merely friends. This explanation, however, resonated with a certain irony in the ears of Jiang Muhe and Lu Meng. Jiang Muhe grinned, turning his attention to Jiang Muhe. Xiao Jiang, it appears your relationship with Chen Yan is rather amicable. Jiang Muhe nodded, affirming, yes, we are friends. Ah, quite a rarity. Jiang Muhe chuckled, stroking his beard. In your second year, I finally witnessed you making friends. Lu Meng regarded Chen Yan with a knowing look. No wonder. No wonder Zhou was so proactive last time, and yet this lad remained unperturbed. Now it all makes sense. Jiang Muhe, however, did not engage with this line of conversation and softly inquired, "Principal, did you need to discuss something with me?" Jiang Muhe cleared his throat. "Xiao Jiang, I've heard from Director Lu that you were in charge of the Mid-Autumn Festival Galas program?" "Yes. Is the program quite impressive?" Jiang Muhe chuckled wryly. But feeling the weight of Jiang Muhe's eager gaze, he reluctantly nodded. "Indeed, it is quite good, though perhaps a tad repetitive. This is my first time undertaking such a task, and I lack experience. I will be more mindful next time." "Next time?" Jiang Muhe's lips twitched subtly. "Will there even be a next time?" "Absolutely. Absolutely. There will be no next time," Lu Meng interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. "Jiang, where in the world do you find a school gala where the entire program consists solely of recitations?" "There is, indeed, our Jiangda University," Jiang Muhe confidently replied. With a single retort, she rendered Lu Meng momentarily speechless. He stared at the ceiling, took several deep breaths, and finally spoke again. "Xiao Jiang, tonight there are leaders present. Your programming choices are rather audacious." "Director Lu, you truly lack vision," Jiang Muhe pointed out. "The principal just praised my program. How can you contradict him?" Lu Meng. "Fine. I'll remain silent then." Chen Yan lowered his head in silence, striving to suppress the laughter that surged within him. Jiang Muhe cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Jiang, to speak frankly, Principal, you need not praise me. I am acutely aware of my own capabilities." Jiang Muhe's expression turned bittersweet. "Enough, enough. Regardless, it is, as long as she is happy. Xiao Jiang, there is another matter." "What is it?" Jiang Muhe, not mincing words, relayed the request from Zhao Gongming. "Xiao Jiang, your mathematical talent is exceptional. I believe you should give it a try. Director Zhao has also mentioned that regardless of the outcome, there will be compensation, ensuring that your efforts are not in vain." "I have no time." Jiang Muhe showed no interest in the matter at hand. Jiang Muhe closed his eyes, knowing well that this would be the outcome. Lu Meng intended to interject with some advice, but before he could speak, Jiang Muhe anticipated him. "Director Lu, I truly have no time." Lu Meng similarly closed his eyes. A mission set forth yet meeting its demise prematurely. Jiang Muhe raised his teacup and took a sip, cheerfully stating, no worries, if you have no time. Then so be it. Principal, is there anything else?" "No, nothing more." Jiang Muhe lightly nodded her chin, rose from her seat, and extended her delicate hand towards Chen Yan. "Let us go. We are heading to the little tree." "Senior." At a critical moment, Chen Yan interrupted Jiang Muhe, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Jiang Muhe paused. Oh, I completely forgot." With an embarrassed smile, she lowered her voice. "Next time, I will definitely pay more attention." Chen Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief and offered a polite smile to Jiang Muhe. "Principal, I have a question regarding the entrepreneurial grant. When will it be finalized?" Jiang Muhe replied, "The final result will be determined in mid-November. Please be patient." "Understood." Chen Yan then shifted the topic. "By the way, Principal, due to the situation with Wu Quid, the school's parcel station has been closed. A short-term closure is manageable, yet a prolonged one poses significant inconvenience for the students, as they must retrieve their parcels from external locations. I investigated, and the nearest station is nearly 2 kilometers from Jiangda University. It takes at least an hour to walk there and back. Therefore, I wish to inquire when the bidding for the parcel station will commence. I must confess, I have some knowledge regarding parcel services as a student." Jiang Muhe smiled cryptically. "Chen Yan, you have missed your opportunity." "What do you mean?" "I recently finalized a partnership with a courier service, Chen Yan, and once the National Day holiday concludes, we shall officially sign the contract." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan furrowed his brow in dismay. Initially, the parcel station was not included in his plans, yet circumstances had shifted. The day after the incident with Wu Quid stealing student parcels, Chen Yan had already contemplated the school's parcel station, even conducting extensive research. He had thought his response was swift enough. Little did he know the principal acted even faster. "How careless of me." Noticing the fleeting look of regret on Chen Yan's face, Jiang Muhe tilted her head, her delicate fingers playfully poking each other. Moments later, her eyes sparkled as she settled back onto the sofa. "Principal, you mentioned earlier that after the National Day holiday, you would formally sign a contract with Shenyang Express. Does that mean the contract has not been signed yet?" Jiang Muhe nodded, affirmatively. "Indeed, it has not been signed, which implies you still have the option to retract." Jiang Muhe pursed her lips, requesting an opportunity to allocate the school's station quota to Chen Yan. Her cool voice left Chen Yan feeling utterly despondent. Truly, She was a junior. Even in seeking favors, she maintained such a demeanor. Although he was deeply touched, one must admit, this approach to soliciting assistance bore little chance of success. As anticipated by Chen Yan, Jiang Muhe appeared speechless. Xiao Jiang. I have already discussed matters with the head of Shenyang Express. Although the contract remains unsigned, a verbal agreement is still an agreement. As the principal of Jiangda University, how could I possibly retract my word? If I did so, would I not lose face entirely? Absolutely not. Principal. Xiao Jiang, do not dwell on this matter. Let me be clear, it is out of the question. Just as Jiang Muhe concluded his statement, Jiang Muhe replied, I had initially considered assisting you, perhaps by resolving some mathematical conundrums, but if that is the case, then I shall withdraw my offer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What do you mean by withdraw? That cannot be. Jiang Muhe tilted her chin slightly. If the principal does not grant Chen Yan the station quota, then I shall not assist. At that moment, Chen Yan felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Muhe quickly altered his stance. Who said I wouldn't provide Chen Yan with the station quota? Jiang Muhe retorted with a smirk. You just claimed it was impossible. Jiang Muhe, maintaining an unperturbed facade. Denied. Xiao Jiang, you must have misheard. I never said it was impossible. I stated it was quite possible. Upon reflection, transferring the station quota to Chen Yan is indeed a wise choice, for he is one of our own at Jiangda University, and having our own handle matters instills confidence. The rapidity of his change in demeanor was almost like lightning. Jiang Muhe, puzzled, turned to Chen Yan and blinked. Could it be that I truly misheard? Chen Yan stifled a laugh and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Jiang Muhe. Thank you, Principal, for your trust. I will not disappoint you. Jiang Muhe nodded with satisfaction and added, Xiao Jiang, let us agree upon this. You must assist with Director Zhao's matter. Of course. Seeing Chen Yan smile brought an involuntary smile to Jiang Muhe's lips, but soon a flicker of concern crossed her delicate features. Principal, as the leader of the school, if you were to retract your word, would that not make things quite difficult for you? No worries, no worries. Face is merely something to be lost. Chapter 106. An exceedingly grand outlook is one's face merely a vessel for disgrace? Jiang Muhe's eyes brimmed with confusion. Principal, that was not what you just said. I am not hallucinating, so please do not deceive me. Jiang Muhe sighed deeply. Little Jiang, I am at a loss as well. If you truly wish to spare me the embarrassment, then refrain from issuing threats. Jiang Muhe shook her head. There are no threats here. Jiang Muhe continued. In that case, will you agree to assist Director Zhao? The spot at the school station will not be given to Chen Yan. How about that? Absolutely not. Jiang Muhe resolutely shook her head. If Chen Yan does not receive the station spot, I will not offer my assistance. Jiang Muhe's lips twitched slightly. Little Jiang, are you still claiming that you are not threatening me? What else could this be? Jiang Muhe's gaze remained clear. Principal, this is not a threat. It is a matter of fact. Jiang Muhe sighed. Encountering such a precious student is indeed a bittersweet experience. Lu Meng could not help but smirk. In the entirety of Jiangda University, it seemed only Jiang Muhe dared to speak to the principal in such a manner. Jiang Muhe swiftly changed the subject. Little Jiang, are you planning to return to Liaoshan during the break? I will not be going back, since you are not returning. How about I take you to meet Director Zhao tomorrow? Wait. Jiang Muhe turned to Chen Yan and winked. Are you going back? Chen Yan nodded. Yes, I am. Then I will go back too. Jiang Muhe instantly changed her mind. Jiang Muhe earnestly advised, Chen Yan, your sister has gone abroad for an exchange program. What will you do alone in Liaoshan? Do not go back. Stay at school. During the break, you can dine out freely, and the school will reimburse your meal expenses. Chen Yan explained. Principal, initially I had no intention of returning. However, a friend suddenly invited me to visit their hometown, and I agreed. My train ticket is already booked for tomorrow morning. Detecting Chen Yan's polite refusal, Jiang Muhe sighed in resignation. Very well, little Jiang, when the break concludes, you must not decline again. The project with Director Zhao waits your assistance. Jiang Muhe nodded in agreement, seeing that their conversation was nearing its end. Chen Yan smiled politely. Principal, have you reviewed my entrepreneurial application materials? What are your thoughts? Jiang Muhe's expression remained neutral. It is average. Chen Yan pressed on. Principal, could you specify what you found lacking? Jiang Muhe offered his critique. Your entrepreneurial application is quite solid, with no significant flaws. However, your goals are rather modest, lacking a grand vision, giving the impression of trivial endeavors. This assessment, upon first glance, seemed exceedingly reasonable. Yet, To Chen Yan's ears, it rendered his expression distinctly peculiar. Lacking a grand vision? This phrase could be interpreted in numerous ways, the most blunt interpretation being, no braggadocio. Cough, principal, may I borrow your computer for a moment? Of course. Upon receiving Jiang Muhe's consent, Chen Yan swiftly approached the desk, sat down, and after creating a document, his fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. The speed of his typing astonished both Jiang Muhe and Lu Meng. What on earth is he doing? Jiang Muhe leisurely approached Chen Yan from behind, observing the rapidly appearing characters on the screen and nodding incessantly. Though she was unaware of the content Chen Yan was composing, her instinct was to agree with his endeavor. After several minutes, Chen Yan paused his typing, maneuvered the mouse, and printed a document comprising hundreds of words. He strode back to the sofa holding the still-warm A4 paper, placing it on the coffee table in front of Jiang Muhe. Principal, this is the student's entrepreneurial outlook. I apologize for the haste in submitting the previous materials and for overlooking this aspect. Jiang Muhe, with a semblance of a smile, inquired. Are you certain it was forgotten previously and not fabricated on the spot? Of course not, Chen Yan replied earnestly. Such a vital matter concerning the entrepreneurial application cannot be improvised by a student. Jiang Muhe's lips twitched slightly. So you are quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Suppressing a grin, he encouraged. Go ahead and read it. Very well. Chen Yan picked up the printed materials, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Principal. You have previously reviewed the student's entrepreneurial application materials, and you should be aware that I intend to establish an online shopping platform at our school. Jiang Muhe nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yan continued, I possess immense aspirations for this online shopping platform. Emphasizing the significance thrice? No, not at all. It is simply that since I have chosen to boast, I might as well make it grander. Jiang Muhe narrowed his eyes, urging him to proceed. Chen Yan straightened his expression, raising his voice significantly. Within a year, my goal is to convert 80 of Jiangda University's students into users. Within 2 years, I aim to expand this online shopping platform throughout the entire university district. The nearby 6 universities collectively boast nearly 200,000 students, representing a formidable consumer base. Of course, this is merely the initial target. According to my estimations, profitability can be achieved within 2 years. In the subsequent 2 years, I plan to invest heavily in advertising with the profits, ensuring substantial exposure for the online shopping platform. By that time, our target demographic will extend beyond just students. Over the course of 4 years, I aspire to amass 50 million users for the platform. Beyond that, I envision a 6-year trajectory to elevate my online shopping platform to the position of the leading shopping platform in the nation, with a user base of no less than 500 million. In essence, from inception to becoming the foremost shopping platform in the country, it will require a decade. As he concluded, a smile graced Chen Yan's face, and he remarked, Principal, do you understand what it signifies to be the leading shopping platform in the country? Jiang Muhe, with a furrowed brow, queried, what does it signify? Chen Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, it means that upon going public, the market value would be no less than $1 trillion. If everything proceeds smoothly, in 10 years, the student will be a part of a commercial legend that creates a $1 trillion publicly listed company. As Chen Yan finished speaking, Jiang Muhe clapped her hands appreciatively, exclaiming, impressive. Chen Yan humbly smiled. Thank you. Jiang Muhe's aged visage twitched subtly. While others merely painted grand illusions, Chen Yan was audaciously sketching golden dreams. Lu Meng could no longer endure the conversation and interjected, Chen Yan, it's not that I disapprove of your boasting, but don't you think you're being a tad excessive? Chen Yan, with an earnest expression, replied, Director Lu, I am not boasting. This is merely my vision, albeit one that is perhaps a tad more ambitious than others. Lu Meng closed his eyes, the depth of his exasperation palpable. Good heavens, he exclaimed. A freshman planning to establish a company worth trillions in 10 years. Is this not boasting? Principal, what do you think of the student's entrepreneurial vision? Even Jiang Muhe struggled to maintain his composure. However, as the principal, he felt compelled to encourage the student's enthusiasm, albeit begrudgingly. Vision. Quite commendable, indeed. A smirk crept onto Chen Yan's lips as he raised an eyebrow at Lu Meng. Director, even the principal acknowledges the merit of my entrepreneurial vision. How can you claim I am merely boasting? At that moment, Lu Meng felt utterly speechless. He simply yearned for tranquility. Ahem, it is getting late. You both should return to your dormitories and rest, Jiang Muhe advised, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic. During the holidays, please prioritize your safety. Remember, Safety comes first at all times. Chen Yan and Jiang Mu nodded in agreement. Once they descended the stairs, Jiang Mu instinctively grasped Chen Yan's hand. Then, her uniquely soft voice broke the silence. Can I join you for a trip to the countryside? Of course. Seeing Chen Yan's prompt agreement, Jiang Mu was filled with curiosity. Oh, you readily accepted? Senior. Should I not have? Not exactly, Jiang Mu replied, shaking her head slightly. I just thought you might refuse. Chen Yan chuckled. Senior. You have been an immense help to me today. I could not possibly turn you down. Jiang Mu blinked, then tilted her head, come on, to the grove. Chen Yan's demeanor stiffened. It was nearly midnight, and he hesitated. Should we? Didn't you say you wouldn't refuse? Let us go. Help me with a leg massage. Senior, is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Isn't it reasonable for friends to assist each other with a leg massage? The cool evening breeze rustled the treetops, and the moonlight fell like silver frost. The two shadows grew ever longer. Chapter 107. Perhaps my uncle has arrived the following day, just past 8 o'clock. Outside the gate of Jiangda, Chen Yan and Ji Xiao stood by the roadside, casually conversing while pulling their suitcases. Compared to before, Ji Xiao appeared noticeably thinner. Old Chen, the train departs at 9:20, and it's already 8:07. It takes about half an hour to reach the station. We should be on our way. Let us wait a bit longer. Wait for whom? Chen Yan squinted. Who are you waiting for? Ji Xiao inquired. Chen Yan chose not to respond. Ji Xiao paused for a moment, quickly realizing, Old Chen. You're not referring to Jiang Mu, are you? And if I am? Chen Yan replied with conviction. We both hail from Liaoshan, and she is my senior. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to take the same bus back? Ji Xiao smiled knowingly. I didn't imply anything. Why the need for an explanation? Clearing his throat, Chen Yan countered. I merely feared you might misinterpret. Ji Xiao scoffed. Old Chen, stop pretending. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yan retorted. Pretending? What am I pretending about? Without holding back, Ji Xiao stated plainly. If the class monitor from an university wanted to share a ride back to Liangshan with you, you would definitely decline. So why is it suddenly normal when it comes to Senior Jiang? You can have double standards, but yours is glaringly obvious. As he spoke, he nudged Chen Yan's shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. What is going on? Are you smitten with Senior Jiang? Chen Yan's expression turned serious. Jiang Mu and I are merely friends, ordinary friends. Ji Xiao smirked slightly. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can maintain this charade. As the clock struck 8:30 and still no sign of Jiang Mu, Chen Yan decided to send her a message via WeChat. However, there was no response. With a sigh, he entrusted his suitcase to Ji Xiao and jogged over to Building 6. After 3 attempts, someone finally picked up the phone. Jiang Mi's groggy voice came through. Chen Yan, I'm so tired. Can I sleep a little longer? Her soft tone resembled that of a kitten. Chen Yan replied gently. All right, I will cancel the ticket and rebook it once you wake up. Sleep well, and remember to call me when you're up. Okay. Jiang Mu mumbled, not hanging up, and continued to sleep. Listening to the faint sounds of her breathing, Chen Yan smiled. A hint of concealed affection in his expression, something he was unaware of. He tucked away his phone and hummed a tune as he returned to the school gate. Ji Xiao approached, his face filled with urgency. Old Chen, it's almost 8:50. Are we leaving or not? Old Ji, I canceled the ticket. What? You canceled it? Facing Ji Xiao's astonished gaze, Chen Yan calmly explained. For some reason, I suddenly don't wish to leave this morning. Then shall we have lunch before we go? Ji Xiao scratched his head, puzzled. Didn't we agree on this yesterday? What is really going on? Chen Yan, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the sky, perhaps anticipating the arrival of his uncle. Ji Xiao, perplexed, inquired where to. Chen Yan waved his hand dramatically and stated simply, let's indulge. Ji Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he circled around Chen Yan, before seizing him by the neck and shaking him vigorously. You scoundrel. Striking it rich without bringing me along, are you? Chen Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation and kicked him away. Rubbing his neck, he retorted, Little Ji. If you keep this up, I might just reveal your little secret from when you were a child. The mere mention of this struck a nerve with Ji Xiao, who glared at Chen Yan in a mix of embarrassment and anger, his teeth grinding. Don't think you're the only one who knows my secrets, old Chen. I know yours too. Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. As a paragon of virtue, what secrets could I possibly have? Even if I did, I wouldn't fear their disclosure. Paragon of virtue? Ha! Ji Xiao scoffed. Old Chen, I've realized you have no shame. What kind of paragon enjoys looking at leg photos? It's laughable. The corners of Chen Yan's mouth twitched. You dare to speak? I will reveal to your mother about your little escapade of sneaking a peek at the neighbor lady bathing in 4th grade. Ji Xiao, unwilling to back down, retorted. If you tell my mom, I'll expose the incident in 5th grade when you got covered in filth after an unfortunate mishap with a sewage pit. They continued to trade barbs until, finally, Ji Xiao turned away, refusing to engage further. Yet, unable to contain himself, he grimaced and spoke first. Old Chen, seriously. If you strike it rich, remember to bring your brother along. Chen Yan feigned innocence, replying, I'd love to. But you're not even in the same school as me. How can I bring you? Ji Xiao, with a disgruntled expression, pressed on. What have you done? How are you suddenly making money? Suddenly making money? Not quite, Chen Yan replied, giving Ji Xiao the finger. One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. With that, he pulled out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, flashing it in front of Ji Xiao. This money is not windfall. It is earned through my own efforts. Ji Xiao's eyes sparkled. That must be around 10,000, right? 12,005. Well, how did you earn that? Chen Yan grinned. I participated in the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and showcased a bit of talent on stage and accidentally won a prize. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Wait, you have talent? We grew up together, and you never had any skills. No, you had none. What did you perform at the gala? Chen Yan chuckled softly. A recitation. Recitation? Such a trivial act could win a prize? Ji Xiao looked utterly dumbfounded before pressing on. What did you recite? Chen Yan's smile widened. I love my country. Ji Xiao's eyes filled with a blend of disbelief and skepticism. Old Chen, are you sure you aren't joking? Chen Yan shrugged. If you truly don't believe me, you can inquire with Ji Shuai and Zhao Haiyan on WeChat. They should have been present at last night's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Ji Xiao's expression turned bittersweet as he remained silent for a considerable time, finally mustering the words, impressive. A treat is in order, definitely a treat. It's a small matter. Chen Yan fished a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Ji Xiao, gesturing towards a nearby Mishui Ice City across the street. Go ahead. Purchase 2 cups of lemonade. Ji Xiao's expression was quite a sight. He glanced at the 10 yuan note in his hand and then back at Chen Yan. Old Chen, you received over 10,000 in bonuses and you're treating your brother to 4 yuan lemonade? You must be joking. Chen Yan chuckled softly, extending his hand towards Ji Xiao. If you're not going to drink, then return the money. Of course I'll drink. Ji Xiao retorted, stepping back with wide eyes. Who said I wouldn't tea? With that, he turned and made his way towards the nearby sidewalk. Just a few steps in, he was called back by Chen Yan's voice. A smile crept across Ji Xiao's face. See, having received over 10,000 in bonuses, treating my brother to 4 yuan lemonade feels a bit off morally for anyone. An idea to increase the treat popped into Ji Xiao's mind, just as Chen Yan's voice chimed in. 2 cups of lemonade cost 8 yuan. I gave you 10. So remember to get change. Chapter 108. Agendas and Little Pudding. As the school cafeteria was closed for the holiday, the students of Jiang University had vacated the campus by midday. In stark contrast to its usual vibrancy, the expansive grounds now bore an air of desolation. At the ramen shop diagonally across from the university gate, Ji Xiao slurped his noodles while occasionally casting a glare at Chen Yan. Meanwhile, Chen Yan leisurely sipped from a bottle of soda, noticing Ji Xiao's behavior with a smirk. I invite you to a meal, yet you still scowl at me? Don't expect me to cover your share, he jested. Ji Xiao scoffed. Old Chen, I'm not criticizing you, but ever since you entered university, you've become even more miserly. You think I don't wish to be generous? Chen Yan retorted, patting his bulging pocket. The little money I have serves a purpose. Treating you to a bowl of noodles is sufficient. Don't take advantage of my kindness. Setting down his chopsticks, Ji Xiao countered. Who has money isn't useful? Chen Yan shook his head. It's different. My money has significant value. What kind of value? The secrets of the universe must remain undisclosed. Ji Xiao stifled the urge to roll his eyes, choosing instead to focus on his meal, no, his noodles. Once he finished, Chen Yan rose to settle the bill. Afterward, the pair returned outside the university gates. Chen Yan instructed Ji Xiao to register at the security office, granting him entry into Jiang University. They strolled through the campus before finding a shaded spot to rest. Chen Yan handed Ji Xiao a bottle of ice water. How does Jiang University compare to Science and Technology University? Is there even a comparison? Ji Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Science and Technology University is merely a second-tier institution. It doesn't even rank in Jiang City, let alone Jiangbei Province. In contrast, Jiang University is the pride of Jiangbei, with facilities and conditions that Science and Technology University cannot even aspire to. As he spoke, a look of regret crossed his face. Had I known, I should have worked harder back then. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Chen Yan patted his shoulder. It's all right. Although Jiangda University's facilities far surpass those of Science and Technology University, its educational resources are also leagues ahead. Not to mention, there are plenty of beautiful women here. Ji Xiao clenched his fists, glaring at Chen Yan with gritted teeth. Old Chen, are you certain you're trying to comfort me? Indeed. Well, thank you. We're brothers. Why speak so formally? Noticing Ji Xiao's gloomy expression, Chen Yan decided to change the subject. Old Ji, why the sudden urge to visit your hometown? Missing your grandparents? I do miss them, but that is not the primary reason, Ji Xiao explained. With the autumn harvest approaching, my grandparents are getting older, and since my dad is abroad, I'm the only labor left at home. Just the other day, my dad called and specifically urged me to return during the holiday to help my grandparents with the farm work. Chen Yan's expression shifted. So, you thought of me? With a mischievous smile, Ji Xiao remarked, Old Chen, isn't it the essence of brotherhood to share both fortune and adversity? Besides, you have nothing on your plate. So why not accompany me to the countryside for some training? Chen Yan's face darkened. Indeed, one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth, and your words are hardly worthy. Unfazed, Ji Xiao wrapped an arm around Chen Yan's shoulder, his grin charming. Come on, Old Chen, lend me a hand. My mother has been in poor health. And if I don't go, she will have to. As someone with a bit of responsibility, I must step up. You are my brother. It's only right that you help me shoulder this burden. Don't worry, there will be plenty of food. Chen Yan's eyelids twitched, and with a resigned sigh, he tacitly agreed to the plan. At that moment, Chen Yan's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he took a few steps aside before answering. Senior Jiang, have you awakened? Yes. Where are you? Ji Xiao and I are on the willow-lined path south of Building 9. Have you packed your belongings? All right, I'll come find you now. Wait for me. Sure. After hanging up, Chen Yan turned to find Ji Xiao's eyes ablaze with curiosity. As he approached, Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow. Old Chen, what is the nature of your relationship with Senior Jiang? Just friends. Ji Xiao looked incredulous. Senior Jiang is so ethereal. I refuse to believe you only want to be friends with her. We are both men. What are you pretending for? Chen Yan retorted with 4 words. Believe it or not. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Muhe's silhouette appeared at the end of the path. She carried a pink backpack, donned sunglasses, and was dressed in a white t-shirt, white skirt, and white shoes and socks. Her entire outfit, coupled with her porcelain-like delicate skin, exuded a crystalline, flawless aura. What drew even more attention was her dual ponytail swaying as she walked, a perfect blend of youthful exuberance and feminine beauty that was utterly captivating. Ji Xiao clicked his tongue. Old Chen, you need to step up your game. If you can win over Senior Jiang, it will also bring me honor as your brother. Chen Yan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Xiao but chose not to respond. As Jiang Muhe approached, her steps light and airy, she suddenly halted just under 2 meters away from Chen Yan, then leaped forward, losing her balance and landing directly in his arms. The unexpected scene compelled Ji Xiao to silently turn away, a smirk dancing on his lips. Is this what friendship looks like? Huh. Not a soul would believe it. Chen Yan steadied Jiang Muhe, saying, Senior, please walk carefully, jumping around like that. Aren't you afraid of falling? Her laughter was enchanting. Not at all. Chen Yan shook his head in exasperation. I've already booked the train tickets for 2 hours from now. Should we grab a bite first? I'm not hungry. Then shall we head straight to the station? All right. In a few brief exchanges, they finalized their plans. As afternoon approached, the trio arrived outside the bus station. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Muhe's pink backpack had already found its way onto Chen Yan's shoulder. Just as Chen Yan was about to step forward with his suitcase, he felt a tug at his clothing. He glanced down and beheld the radiant little hand of Jiang Muhe. Senior, what's the matter? Jiang Muhe pointed towards an ice cream shop by the roadside. Chen Yan, I wish to have that. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao raised his arms in excitement. Old Chen, I want some too. Chen Yan shot a disapproving glare at Ji Xiao. What are you doing? You're already quite plump. Do you really need more? After this, he turned to Jiang Muhe with a smile. Senior, let us go. I'll take you to buy some. Ji Xiao thought to himself, what an audacious fellow. How can he be so hypocritical? Upon entering the ice cream parlor, Ji Xiao elbowed Chen Yan aside and leaned over the freezer, peering at this flavor and that. He flashed a grin at the female attendant. Excuse me, what is the most expensive ice cream you offer? The attendant responded politely, Jiangda. I'll have a serving. Ji Xiao replied, his expression one of triumph. After all, when out and about, one must strive for the best ice cream. A few minutes later, the trio emerged from the shop. Jiang Muhe led the way, cradling a box of Jiangda, savoring it with delicate bites, her brows arching with delight. Behind her, Chen Yan and Ji Xiao each held a small pudding. Ji Xiao stared enviously at the Jiangda in Jiang Muhe's hands, then glanced at his own modest pudding, lamenting. Old Chen, is this what you consider a test for a leader? What leader could withstand such a temptation? Chen Yan smirked. Some food is better than none. Why complain? He quickly stepped forward to align himself with Jiang Muhe. Senior, is it delicious? Jiang Muhe's cheeks glowed with a radiant smile. It's very tasty, Chen Yan. Would you like to try? Even with sunglasses shielding her eyes, her smile remained enchanting, like a refreshing breeze on a scorching summer day, soothing the soul. You just enjoy it. Before entering the station, a receipt slipped from Chen Yan's hand, glimmering in the sunlight, with the figures clearly visible. Total spending, 51 yuan. Agendas, 50, 2 small puddings, 1. Chapter 109. Behold that thing. It truly harms the body. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the bus slowly departed from the station, heading towards Liaoshan. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a radiant glow on Jiang Muhe's profile and hair, creating an ethereal ambience. She gazed out at the rapidly retreating trees for a moment before yawning involuntarily. Chen Yan cast a puzzled glance her way. Junior, did you really sleep until the afternoon and still feel tired? Jiang Muhe rubbed her weary eyes, having stayed up late the previous night. Up late doing what? Watching films. Chen Yan's expression stiffened as he gestured for silence, instinctively lowering his voice. Haven't I told you that things shouldn't be watched too much? Excessive viewing harms the body. Harms the body. Jiang Muhe questioned, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it just bad for the eyes? It's not merely the eyes, it's the body. Chen Yan asserted earnestly. You really should watch it too much. Jiang Muhe pouted slightly, but the films are so captivating, so interesting. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yan attempted to reason with her. Junior, you're still young. In a few years, you won't think that way anymore. You will find it rather mundane. Just like that, devoid of excitement. Who is still young? Jiang Muhe straightened her back defiantly. I'm not that young. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Compared to their previous fleeting encounter at the arcade, this moment was entirely different. The proximity allowed him to observe Jiang Muhe clearly, and an uncontrollable conclusion flashed in his mind. The junior's figure was undoubtedly comparable to Wang Weigong's. Ahem. Chen Yan awkwardly averted his gaze. Junior, you misunderstood me. I wasn't implying that. That part of you is small. I meant you were young. Jiang Muhe lifted her chin, unconvinced. You're only a few months older than me. Even a day makes a difference, Chen Yan replied with earnestness. It's natural to feel curious about new experiences, but one must learn to control their desires. The distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability of humans to manage their desires, while animals cannot. Do you understand? Desires? Jiang Muhe was bewildered. Chen Yan, what are you even talking about? What does watching films have to do with desires? Of course, it is related. Chen Yan said with a slight smirk. If there were no desires, why would one want to watch films? Without hesitation, Jiang Muhe answered, because they are visually appealing. Chen Yan sighed wearily, choosing not to say anything further. Discussing such topics with a girl on the bus was rather inconvenient. He resolved to provide Jiang Muhe with a proper education on such matters when the opportunity arose. Watching that thing truly harms the body. Before long, fatigue enveloped Jiang Muhe, and her little head tilted, resting against Chen Yan's shoulder as she fell asleep. Chen Yan jolted slightly, cautiously adjusting her arm to let her lean against the window on the other side. Once he completed this action, he exhaled silently in relief. Noticing Jiang Muhe's slightly furrowed brows, he felt a twinge of conflict within. However, the shoulder truly should not be leaned upon. His resolve was rather steadfast. Yet even the most unyielding heart could falter under such trials. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Muhe appeared to feel uncomfortable, her delicate form leaning once more against Chen Yan's shoulder. This comfortable position gradually eased the furrow in her brow. Chen Yan pursed his lips and ultimately sighed in resignation. It was of little consequence. They had already held hands, so resting her head on his shoulder was merely a natural gesture among friends, completely ordinary. In the rear, Ji Xiao was busily capturing the moment on his phone, snapping pictures of the pair. Upon noticing his actions, Chen Yan's expression darkened. Ji Xiao, unhurried, tucked his phone away and gave Chen Yan a thumbs up, flashing a broad grin. Ah, what a delightful camaraderie they shared. At 7:30 in the evening, outside Liaoshan bus station, the night had fallen. The trio exited the station, and Li Yang, who had been waiting for some time, approached with purpose. Miss, why didn't you inform me of your return in advance? Traveling by bus can be arduous. It was not arduous at all, Jiang Muhe said, waving her delicate hand. I merely napped on the bus and awoke upon arrival. It was quite effortless. Chen Yan glanced down at a small damp spot on his right shoulder, his expression peculiar. Indeed, it had not been taxing. At that moment, his right shoulder still tingled slightly. Li Yang refrained from further comment and assisted the three in stowing their luggage. As they prepared to board the vehicle, Ji Xiao intended to sit in the back with Chen Yan. Just as he opened the rear door, a small hand blocked his path. Ji Xiao looked at Jiang Muhe, his expression forlorn. Senior, I understand your bond with Chen Yan is strong. But isn't it a bit heartless to only send him off and not me? Jiang Muhe pointed ahead. You, sit in the front. Oh, understood, Ji Xiao quickly realized. Awkwardly scratching his head, the vehicle started, the interior dimly lit. Jiang Muhe's small hand began to explore in the darkness, eventually finding and grasping Chen Yan's right hand. Chen Yan's eyelids twitched, and he subtly withdrew his hand. He had hoped this would deter her, but to his surprise, as soon as he pulled away, Jiang Muhe leaned in closer. She then took hold of his hand resting on his lap again, her brows arching as she chuckled softly. A hint of playful innocence in her laughter. Chen Yan glanced ahead, reasoning that the darkness would obscure their actions, and thus, he refrained from further rejection. Li Yang first dropped Ji Xiao off at his home before driving to the entrance of Chen Yan's community. After parking by the roadside, he turned on the interior light, only to find Jiang Muhe and Chen Yan's hands intertwined. Chen Yan, Li Yang called. Uncle Li, what is the matter? Chen Yan replied. Li Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on their clasped hands. While holding hands was one thing, but their fingers were interlaced. Chen Yan followed Li Yang's line of sight and instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly retracting his hand and coughing awkwardly. Before he could explain, Jiang Muhe interjected, Chen Yan's hands are cold. I'm just warming them up. Chen Yan hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, my hands are cold. Li Yang muttered under his breath. In the middle of summer, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, cold hands? If you're going to fabricate an excuse, at least choose a more plausible one. Miss, you stay in the car. Chen Yan, step down. I have something to discuss with you. Aware that evasion was futile, Chen Yan decided to face the situation with composure. He alighted from the vehicle, retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, and approached Li Yang. Uncle Li, what is it that you wish to convey? Li Yang's gaze was piercing. Chen Yan, I implore you to speak the truth. Are you and the young lady involved in a romantic relationship? Chen Yan shook his head vigorously, vehemently denying. No, Uncle Li. Please do not misunderstand. My relationship with the senior is purely platonic. We are merely friends, without any romantic entanglement. Li Yang's brow furrowed deeply, his expression towards Chen Yan decidedly unkind. Chen Yan felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and managed a forced smile. Uncle Li, I shall take my leave now. Please drive safely. Wait, is there anything else? Li Yang sighed heavily. I can turn a blind eye to what occurs between you and the young lady. Regardless of whether you are in a relationship, I have but one request of you. What request might that be? Do not mistreat her. Chen Yan's expression turned earnest. Uncle Li, you need not worry. How could I possibly mistreat the senior? After all, I am a man of integrity. A man of integrity? Li Yang burst into laughter. Ha! What a splendid claim. Ha ha! Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly as he threw out 4 words and turned to enter the car. What utter nonsense! Once the vehicle had departed, Chen Yan finally secured his suitcase, greeted the security guard at the entrance, and walked into the community. The evening breeze rustled the treetops, creating a gentle sound, accompanied by his mutterings. Why am I not a man of integrity? Even if the King of Heaven came, I would still be a man of integrity. Chapter 110. What distinction does this hold? Early the next morning, the cicadas began their incessant chorus. Just past 7, Chen Yan roused himself from slumber, freshened up, and took a brisk jog around the neighborhood. As he was about to head out to procure some breakfast, he noticed Jiang Muhe squatting by the roadside. Her head hung low, her twin ponytails slightly disheveled. She yawned languidly, exuding an air of fatigue that made Chen Yan shake his head in disbelief. Approaching her, he pulled her upright. Senior, when did you arrive? Jiang Muhe, propping her eyelids with her hands, replied, around 5 this morning. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's expression shifted dramatically. So, you've been waiting at the community entrance for 2 hours? Jiang Muhe nodded. Chen Yan sighed, you know the password to my house. Why didn't you just go in? With a pout, she retorted, you said I shouldn't just waltz into your place. Chen Yan rolled his eyes. You used to come in freely before. That was then. This is now, Jiang Muhe replied, tilting her head. I've grown up and matured. Grow up, my foot. He muttered, playfully tapping her on the head before taking her hand and leading her back into the community. He guided her back home, pressing her onto the sofa. Sleep for a bit. I'll go get breakfast. Jiang Mu raised her hand. I want sweet potato pancakes and sesame balls. Only buns are available. Take it or leave it. Oh. Once Chen Yan left, Jiang Mu yawned and sauntered into his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed, quickly drifting into slumber. When Chen Yan returned, he noticed the absence of Jiang Mu on the sofa, and his intuition led him to the bedroom door. Sure enough, there she lay, sweetly asleep. At that moment, Chen Yan's feelings were a whirlwind of complexity. Did she really trust him this much? After all, he was a man. Could she not afford him a modicum of respect? Though he grumbled internally, he stepped into the bedroom, retrieving a thin blanket from the end of the bed and draping it over Jiang Mu. However, the blanket was too flimsy to adequately cover her impressive figure. Eyes averted. Eyes averted. By 10:30 in the morning, Jiang Mu stirred, sitting up to find the blanket slipped off her. Her eyes sparkled as she noticed Chen Yan's voice call from the dining area. Breakfast is on the table. I'm not. Before she could finish her protest, her stomach audibly betrayed her with a growl. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Chen Yan on the sofa, silently making her way to the dining table. Upon seeing the sweet potato pancakes and sesame balls laid out before her, her lips curled into a smile, radiating innocence. Chen Yan approached the table, addressing her gently, Senior, I merely asked you not to accompany me to the countryside. Did you really need to wait outside my community since 5 in the morning? Of course, Jiang Mu replied, swallowing her food, her eyes glinting with determination. You clearly agreed before. Why the sudden change of heart? Her gaze was remarkably clear, as if it could penetrate the very essence of the world. After locking eyes with her for a few seconds, Chen Yan awkwardly averted his gaze. Junior, my intention in stopping you is for your own good. I had promised you before, but yesterday Ji Xiao informed me that the reason he summoned me to the countryside was primarily to assist his grandparents with the autumn harvest. Do you know what the autumn harvest entails? It is quite exhausting. If it were merely a trip to the countryside for leisure, I would certainly take you along. But this time it is work, and the conditions there are rather poor, with an abundance of mosquitoes. It would be best if you refrained from joining me. Once I return, I shall take you to the amusement park for a ride on the carousel, all right? Not all right. Jiang Yu shook her head, circling the dining table to Chen Yan's side, grasping his left hand and shaking it playfully. I want to go, Chen Yan. You are the best. Please take me. Her pitiful little eyes, her adorably vulnerable demeanor, her soft, delicate voice. It was utterly irresistible. In this state, Jiang Mu was an absolute charm to anyone, regardless of gender. Chen Yan pressed his dry lips together. Junior, please, don't act like that. I prefer your rebellious side. Rebellious? Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening. I understand now. With that, she dashed into the kitchen. Chen Yan was left in confusion, wondering, what did she understand? His bewilderment did not linger for long. The moment Jiang Mu emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, Chen Yan was left utterly speechless. She raised her small hand, the cold steel glinting, and declared, Take me to the countryside, or else I'll chop you. Chen Yan's brows twitched in agitation as he pointed towards the kitchen doorway. Now, immediately. Put the knife back. Jiang Mu, her delicate face adorned with confusion, questioned, Isn't this rebellious enough? I won't say it twice. 3, 2. As Chen Yan counted to 2, Jiang Mu quickly turned and hurried back to the kitchen, returning the knife to its rightful place. When she came back to the dining table, a hint of grievance lingered in her eyes. Chen Yan, what is it? You are quite difficult to please. With that, Jiang Mu rolled up her jeans to reveal a slender leg wrapped in black stockings, weakly complaining, I'm wearing stockings and, following your request, playing a role. Yet you still scold me. You're a bad person. A wicked person. Chen Yan slapped his forehead in exasperation. He accepted the matter regarding the stockings, but the notion of roleplay had nothing to do with him at all. Roleplay typically involves uniforms. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu, with the knife in hand, was in an entirely different realm. How could she possibly connect the two? As for scolding her, indeed. His tone had been a touch harsh, but it couldn't all be blamed on him. Jiang Mu brandishing a knife in front of him was genuinely unnerving. Junior, I want to go to the countryside with you. Fine, let us go. Ultimately, Chen Yan could not withstand Jiang Mu's persistence and reluctantly nodded. All right, fine. I will take you. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Mu's face lit up with a radiant smile. Hey, Chen Yan, I knew you were the best. Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly. The speed of her changing expressions was truly astonishing. Just a moment ago, she had labeled him a villain. And now he was suddenly the best? With a wry smile, Chen Yan gestured toward the remaining half of the purple sweet potato cake on the table, urging her to finish it. All right. Jiang Mu picked up the cake and took a hearty bite, her cheeks puffing up adorably, her bright eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Once she finished, Chen Yan handed her 2 napkins to wipe her mouth. Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled mischievously, neither speaking nor making any move to take the napkins. Chen Yan waved the napkin in his right hand in front of her. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Jiang Mu crossed her hands, resting them on the table, leaning slightly forward with her delicate chin raised. Chen Yan was momentarily bewildered. What was this supposed to mean? You help me wipe. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yan finally replied, Junior, this is not appropriate. Jiang Mu chirped back, we are friends, and it's entirely reasonable for friends to help each other wipe their mouths. Hurry up. Chen Yan intended to refuse, but as he gazed at Jiang Mu's soft, pink lips, his hands acted of their own accord, almost as if possessed. And he ended up helping her wipe her mouth. The moment he finished, he instantly regretted it. What kind of friendship was this? Deceive ghosts with that. This was no different from being in a relationship. Chapter 111. The twin tails can enhance attack speed after Chen Yan tidied up the dining table. He approached the bedroom door and found Jiang Mu lying on the bed again. Leaning against the doorframe, he cleared his throat. Jiang Mu opened her eyes and cast a puzzled glance towards the entrance. What is the matter? Junior sister, could you please get up and come to the bathroom? The bathroom? Jiang Mu's expression was adorably confused. Are you going to help me take a shower? Chen Yan stumbled slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Help her? Bathe? She certainly had a bold way of speaking. Never mind, children often speak without restraint. Get up. With those 2 words, Chen Yan turned and walked towards the bathroom. Jiang Mu lifted the blanket covering her and muttered softly, I'll get up. No need to be so fierce. Upon entering the bathroom, Chen Yan pointed at the sink. Stand here. Isn't it uncomfortable to shower while standing? She complained. Why doesn't your home have a bathtub? Chen Yan's expression darkened as he placed his hands on Jiang Mu's shoulders and gently guided her to the sink. We're not here to wash your hair. It's a tangled mess. Let me help you fix it. As he spoke, he grasped the left side of her ponytail, untied the hair tie, and removed the colorful ribbons woven into her hair. He glanced around the sink but found no comb, only then recalling that he rarely combs his own hair. When his sister was at home, they had a wooden comb, but she took it with her when she went abroad. With no other option, he decided to use his fingers as a makeshift comb. Strands of her silky hair slipped through his fingers. The soft texture gradually softened Chen Yan's gaze. Junior sister. Girls should pay attention to their appearance. You should at least comb your hair before going out. Jiang Mu pouted. This ponytail was styled by Bao Zhu before she left. She said boys all like girls with twin tails. I don't know how to braid hair, and if I take it apart, it's gone. Who says boys all like girls with twin tails? Don't you like them? Chen Yan's expression was peculiar. It wasn't that he disliked them. Twin tails indeed looked lovely, but hair in disarray needed to be tidied up, didn't it? Yes. Jiang Mu's brows arched playfully. Chen Yan, once you tidy it up, could you help me braid twin tails? I can't. There are tutorials online. If you can't do it, you can learn. Then why don't you learn? Faced with Chen Yan's retort, Jiang Mu blinked her clear eyes. It's too troublesome. I don't like complicated things. Her tone was undeniably self-assured. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. Beauty comes at a cost. You want to be beautiful but don't want to deal with the hassle? Your little calculations are quite clever. Jiang Mu tilted her head back, and at that moment, the distance between her and Chen Yan was merely a foot. Chen Yan felt his lips dry. Taking a step back. What are you doing? Jiang Mu grasped Chen Yan's left hand and gently shook it. You're the best. I'm begging you. Her soft voice was utterly disarming. Even though Chen Yan's resolve was firm, he found it hard to withstand her plea. All right, I'll learn. But if it doesn't look good, you can't hold it against me. Jiang Mu smiled. I want tea. Everything you do looks great. Turn around. Okay, instructor. Instructor? Jiang Mu tilted her head, winking at Chen Yan's reflection in the mirror. Indeed, if you weren't a drill instructor, why would your tone be so harsh? Chen Yan struggled to pull the corners of his mouth upward. Goodness, how had she learned to be so subtly sarcastic? That said, he never intended to be stern with Jiang Mu. It was simply that her impact was overwhelming. Her current sweet demeanor was even more disarming than when she was cold and aloof. When she was distant, she was merely an object to admire from afar. In her sweet softness, she incited far more inappropriate thoughts. Goodness! Chen Yan was startled by his own musings, shaking his head vigorously before turning to leave the bathroom. Senior, I'll search for some tutorials online. Just wait a moment. Jiang Mu watched Chen Yan flee in disarray, her brow arching downward. Oh no, the instructor is upset. As noon approached, Chen Yan supported Jiang Mu's shoulder. Glancing from left to right, circling around her several times. He was quite pleased with the results of nearly an hour's work. "Senior, I think it looks quite good. Why don't you take a look in the mirror?" Jiang Muhe stepped into the bathroom, glancing at her reflection in the mirror above the sink, a radiant smile blooming on her cheeks. "It looks lovely, not inferior to what Baozhu could do." Upon hearing this compliment, Chen Yan, leaning against the bathroom door, couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, as Jiang Muhe casually uttered her next words, his smile solidified into a grimace. "Chen Yan, you're really amazing. From now on, I'll entrust you with the task of styling my pigtails." So it's settled then." Chen Yan's expression turned bittersweet. Why was she relying on him? "Senior, pigtails are fine occasionally. As the saying goes, flowers come in many colors. Girls should try different styles. Their clothing and grooming shouldn't be monotonous. 3 times a week would suffice." Upon hearing Jiang Muhe's response, Chen Yan felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall, perplexed by her fondness for pigtails. After some serious contemplation, Jiang Muhe shook her head. "I generally like them, but Baozhu said that pigtails are better for girls." "What is so good about them?" "Baozhu said pigtails can increase attack speed." In an instant, Chen Yan's face darkened like coal. Pigtails can increase attack speed? What a revelation. After a considerable pause, he managed to suppress his urge to curse, speaking in a low tone. "Senior, once the break is over and we return to school, could you please introduce me to your roommate? Particularly this girl named Baozhu." "Li Baozhu?" "Yes, especially this girl named Li Baozhu. I'd like to have a conversation with her in person." "Sure." At this moment, Jiang Muhe was entirely focused on her pigtails, oblivious to the hidden irritation in Chen Yan's tone. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, causing Jiang Muhe's face to flush. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Chen Yan was both amused and exasperated. The next move he made was entirely instinctive, without a second thought. He grasped her delicate, ethereal hand and led her out of the bathroom to sit on the sofa. "Wait at home. I will go fetch some food." Jiang Muhe obediently nodded. Upon exiting the unit, Chen Yan paused, belatedly sensing something amiss. Just a moment ago, it seemed he had taken the initiative to hold Jiang Muhe's hand. In the next instant, Chen Yan raised his right hand high and brought it down sharply onto the back of his left hand. "Damn it! What an unworthy, shameless fellow, how could you take such liberties? Did I ask you to hold my hand?" The slap he delivered was undeniably forceful. He gazed at the imprint left on his hand, his tone laced with a subtle threat. "If you dare to be so presumptuous again, believe me, I'll make you regret it." With that, he tossed his head back and hummed a little tune as he strode towards the entrance of the community. Chen Yan was well aware of Jiang Muhe's dietary preferences. Having grown up vegetarian, she relished any dish that contained meat. "Boss, I would like a portion of shredded pork with green peppers, a dry pot chicken, and a plate of sliced beef, without ginger, please. Also, 2 servings of rice to go." The total came to 142 yuan, but the boss rounded it down to 140. For Chen Yan, this meal represented a considerable expense. If he were alone, a 5 yuan fried rice would suffice to satiate his hunger. However, with the junior sister present, he felt compelled to indulge in something better. It was acceptable to deprive himself, but not to shortchange her. Chen Yan had been acutely aware of the 83,000 yuan he owed Jiang Muhe. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to repay her, he was now hesitant to broach the subject, fearing that this little ancestor might conjure some unforeseen trouble. In addition to the debt, Jiang Muhe had also secured a spot for him at Jiangda University's station and even had a direct hand in his winning an award at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. In every scenario, he was the beneficiary. Chen Yan wished to reciprocate Jiang Muhe's kindness, yet it seemed she wanted for nothing. After much contemplation, he could only think of one way to express his gratitude, through generous offerings of food. Chapter 112. Shaoji and Chen junior sister, do take your time. "There's no one competing with you," Chen Yan remarked, observing Jiang Muhe's ravenous consumption at the dining table. A quiet chuckle escaped him, mingled with a sense of wonder. Indeed, beauty renders everything appealing, even the most uncouth of manners. Jiang Muhe mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement, deftly lifting a piece of chicken to her lips. The arc of her brows conveyed a hint of delicacy, yet an additional touch of innocence. At this moment, it was perfectly balanced, charmingly naive, exuding an endearing quality. After swallowing the last morsel of rice, Jiang Muhe set down her chopsticks, her pretty face adorned with satisfaction. A soft belch escaped her, eliciting amusement from Chen Yan. Noticing the fleeting smile that graced his face, Jiang Muhe's eyes narrowed playfully. "You mustn't mock me. Do you comprehend the allure these dishes hold for me? Is it wrong for me to indulge a little more?" Who said it was wrong? Chen Yan replied, putting down his utensils with a smile. Junior sister, I admit I was laughing at you just now, but it was not because you ate too much. Rather, it was your cuteness that amused me. Cuteness? Jiang Muhe's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Is it that no one loves me? Chen Yan was taken aback. What a peculiar notion. Seeing Chen Yan fall silent, Jiang Muhe tapped the table lightly, and the earlier scene unfolded anew, her hands resting flat, her petite form leaning forward. Wipe my mouth. Junior sister. Chen Yan began to refuse, but the words faltered on his lips. Oh well. After all, he owed her this indulgence, so he relented. With that thought in mind, he took a napkin and gently wiped her mouth. Subsequently, he opened a newly purchased pack of Waha, retrieving a bottle and inserting a straw before presenting it to her. Would you like to drink? Yes. Jiang Muhe beamed as she accepted it. As the sweetness of the drink spread across her palate, dimples appeared on either side of her cheeks, akin to a refreshing breeze of summer, bringing a sense of coolness and delight deep within one's heart. Chen Yan, momentarily entranced, gazed at this enchanting scene, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his head, his emotions swirling in a complex dance. Encountering such pure beauty was indeed a rare fortune, yet his own constitution. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Xiao arrived. Upon entering the room, he pointed at the door and inquired, Old Chun. When I came to find you at the beginning of the semester, I meant to ask but never had the chance, why did you replace your door? It appears to be of excellent quality, surely not inexpensive. You, typically so stingy, actually splurged on such a fine door? Have you struck it rich? Chen Yan gestured towards Jiang Muhe, lounging on the sofa. She chose it. Following Chen Yan's indication, Ji Xiao's gaze landed on Jiang Muhe, who was enjoying her Waha, and his expression transformed with intrigue. Senior sister, you are here too? Am I not allowed to be? She replied. Of course you are, he stammered. But a mere glance from her sent a chill down his spine. Why is it so cold in here? Only Chen could withstand this. Ji Xiao pulled Chen Yan aside a few steps and quietly inquired, what is the situation? Why is Sister Jiang at your home? Well, I've arranged for the car, and it should be here shortly. You can't possibly be suggesting that Sister Jiang is also joining us to the countryside. Congratulations. You answered correctly. Ji Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old Chun, our trip to the countryside isn't for leisure. We are going there to work. Besides, the rural environment is quite harsh, and someone as delicate as Sister Jiang wouldn't be able to endure it. You must not bring her along. As soon as he spoke, a chill crept down his spine. He slowly turned around, his legs turning to jelly. 2 meters behind him, Jiang Muhe's eyes glimmered with coldness. Could you repeat what you just said? Ji Xiao swallowed hard. As sister, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. After speaking, he tugged at Chen Yan's sleeve. Old Chen, did you hear what I said? Chen Yan, seeing the pleading look in Ji Xiao's eyes, smiled and replied, No, you didn't say anything at all. Ji Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile at Jiang Muhe. Sister, you heard it too. Old Chen can vouch for me. I truly didn't say anything. Jiang Muhe glanced at Chen Yan and then fixed her gaze back on Ji Xiao. Then may I accompany you? Ji Xiao nodded vigorously. Absolutely, very much so. Jiang Muhe said nothing further, turning back to the sofa, hugging her doll. Ji Xiao let out a sigh of relief and gave Chen Yan a thumbs up. Chen Yan, puzzled, asked, What does that mean? Old Chen, Ji Xiao spoke earnestly. I have to confess, although your academic performance is exceptional, I've never felt inferior to you, even after you became the provincial champion. But now, my perspective has changed. You truly are superior to me, able to harmonize even with a girl like Sister Jiang. I'm impressed. Chen Yan opened his mouth, wanting to reply, but was at a loss for words. In truth, Jiang Muhe was not aloof at all. On the contrary, she was soft and endearing. Delightfully sweet, a quintessential charming girl. But how could one explain such a sentiment? Even if he were to reveal the truth to Ji Xiao, it was unlikely he would believe it, so he chose not to pursue the matter. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the three of them boarded a taxi headed towards Baiyun village, more than 30 kilometers from Liaoshan. Upon reaching the outskirts, they observed the golden cornfields, where farmers toiled diligently, wielding sickles to cut down stalks of corn, their clothes soaked in sweat. Jiang Muhe, seated in the back beside Chen Yan, leaned against the window, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she took in the scene outside. At 2:20 in the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. After disembarking, Chen Yan, carrying his backpack, noticed Jiang Muhe's empty hands and was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Little sister, did you forget to bring clothes? Jiang Muhe blinked. Do I need to bring clothes? Chen Yan rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat guilty. I forgot to mention that we will be staying at Grandpa and Grandma G's house for a few days. It's no trouble. After all, the distance to the city center isn't far. If needed, I can take you back to Liashan later. Ji Xiao curled his lips. A hint of jealousy in his tone. Old Chen, your tone when speaking to Sister Jiang is quite gentle, isn't it? After knowing you for so many years, I've never heard you speak to me in such a manner. Must you be so double-standard? Nonsense, Chen Yan retorted. Look at you. This is how you talk to your friends, huh? A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Yan's mouth. Little Ji, are you tough enough to take a hit? Upon hearing the nickname Little Ji, Ji Zhao's brows twitched. If it weren't for Jiang Muhe being present, he would have certainly engaged in a fierce argument with Chen Yan. I am Little Ji, so you must be Big Chen. Ji Xiao shot back. Chen Yan chuckled heartily, tilting his head back and placing his hands behind him. I am proud of my stature. You, on the other hand, are you proud? Ji Xiao, this is truly a heart-wrenching blow. At that moment, Jiang Muhe suddenly interjected, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. What does Little Ji, Big Chen mean? What are you talking about? As soon as the words left her mouth, both Chen Yan and Ji Xiao instantly fell into an awkward silence, synchronously raising their hands in a gesture of denial. We didn't say anything. Nothing at all. Just some playful banter between brothers. However, such matters should never be disclosed, especially since Jiang Muhe was present. Explaining it to her would be utterly inappropriate. Since they chose to remain silent, Jiang Muhe did not press further. Noticing the air filled with a fine dust, she pinched her nose with one hand and took Chen Yan's hand with the other. Big Chen, let's go. Oh, and Little Ji, you lead the way. Chen Yan. Ji Xiao. Chapter 113. The charming junior and the beautiful senior. Very well, Senior Jiang. Ji Zhao's expression stiffened for a brief moment before he quickly regained his composure. When Chen Yan referred to him as Little Ji, he felt ready to fight tooth and nail, but when Jiang Muhe called him Little Ji, he could only acquiesce. This person was truly not someone he could afford to provoke. Not to mention, even the cold glint in Jiang Muhe's eyes filled him with trepidation. Chen Yan chuckled teasingly, remarking that he was being hypocritical, to which Ji Xiao retorted, aren't you the same? Having grown up together since childhood. Both of them were well aware of the underlying meaning. Ji Xiao shot him a glare, then slowed his pace to glance at Jiang Muhe, his voice dropping to a near whisper. How can it be the same? In what way is it different? Of course, it is different. You are undoubtedly being hypocritical, while I am merely trying to preserve my life. Hearing Ji Zhao's explanation, Chen Yan laughed heartily. Little Ji, in truth, Senior Jiang is not as you perceive her. However, he was abruptly interrupted mid-sentence, for Ji Xiao had halted in his tracks. Casually picking up a half-brick from the roadside, his gaze towards Chen Yan laden with menace. Chen Yan promptly changed his tone. Old Ji, why are you picking up bricks? Just throw it away. It's covered in dirt. Ji Xiao sneered, raising the brick. I'm not doing anything. I'm just preparing to smash a dog. Chen Yan glanced around, bewildered. Where's the dog? Where is it? Far in the distance, yet close at hand. This phrase did not originate from Ji Xiao but from Jiang Muhe herself. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Senior, you cannot speak of Ji Xiao in such a manner. Although he does tend to act like a dog at times. Jiang Muhe interjected with a light voice. I wasn't referring to Little Ji. Chen Yan frowned. Then you shouldn't speak of yourself like that either. Jiang Muhe's gaze held a hint of playful reproach. After a few moments of silence, she parted her lips. Chen Yan, do you think there exists a possibility? What possibility? I am speaking of you. As soon as Jiang Muhe uttered this sentence, Chen Yan was utterly dumbfounded. Ji Xiao threw his head back and laughed. Old Chen, did you hear that? Senior Jiang truly has an eye for talent. No, an eye for dogs. Chen Yan was left speechless, giving Ji Xiao an exasperated glare before pulling Jiang Muhe aside a few steps. Senior, haven't I treated you well enough? Very well. Then why do you say I am a dog? You are indeed a dog. Jiang Muhe retrieved her phone from her bag, opened WeChat, and found the note she had saved for Chen Yan. See, look at this. Upon seeing the note that Jiang Muhe had saved for him, Chen Yan was left utterly speechless. The dog who loves looking at legs? This was excessive. Taking a deep breath, he snatched Jiang Muhe's phone and swiftly altered the note with a few taps. He changed it from the dog who loves looking at legs to the charming junior. Afterward, he returned the phone to Jiang Muhe. Jiang Muhe gazed at the new note, puzzled. Huh? Why did you change the note? Wasn't the previous one good? Certainly not. What was wrong with it? What was right with it? In response to Chen Yan's rhetorical question, Jiang Muhe slightly pursed her delicate lips. Dogs are so adorable. They're quite delightful. Chen Yan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and earnestly explained, Junior, in this era, The term dog carries more negative connotations than positive. Is that so? Jiang Muhe said nothing further. After putting away her phone, she extended her small hand towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Your phone. Let me see how you saved my contact. Understanding Jiang Muhe's intention, Chen Yan retrieved his phone and handed it to her. Junior, I saved your name as it is. Jiang Muhe took his phone and began to tap on the screen, altering the contact name to Beautiful Junior. After making the change, she seemed unsatisfied. Pondering for a moment before modifying Junior to Senior. Beautiful Senior. Standing nearby, Chen Yan's brow twitched. He was acutely aware of the implications of Junior and Senior. While it was true that the Junior was indeed quite ample, this adjustment felt somewhat excessive. Junior, I believe Beautiful Junior is quite fitting. I'm not small. Before Jiang Muhe could finish her sentence, Chen Yan interrupted. The term Junior refers to age, nothing more. Oh, then that's acceptable. Upon hearing Chen Yan's clarification, Jiang Muhe reverted the contact name back to Beautiful Junior, finally satisfied as she returned the phone to him, a smile gracing her lips, radiating beauty. A few meters away, Ji Xiao, witnessing their endless whispering, could no longer contain himself and cleared his throat, interjecting, should we head to my grandfather's house? Without waiting for Chen Yan's response, Jiang Muhe waved her hand. Little Ji, lead the way. Ji Xiao felt a sense of despair. If it weren't for old Chen incessantly calling him Little Ji, Senior Jiang would never refer to him as such. It was all old Chen's fault. Curse you. Old Chen. Baiyun village is not large, comprising just over 100 households. In recent years, as the economy has revived, most young people have ventured out to seek their fortunes, leaving primarily the elderly and children behind. Moreover, as it is currently the busy farming season, the trio encountered no one while traversing the village, except for the local dogs. Walking along the main road that cuts through Baiyun village for about 7 or 8 minutes, they came upon a small hillock. Describing it as a hillock would be an understatement. It resembled more of a small mound. At the base of the mound, a half-height wall made of stones was constructed, likely to prevent landslides during heavy rains, with 2 households residing atop the mound. Treading along the pebble-paved path, the 3 ascended the mound and arrived at a house on the southern side, revealing 3 brick and tile rooms, with a fence made of bamboo poles surrounding the yard. Grandma, Grandpa, I'm here. Upon entering the yard, Ji Xiao called out to the main house. Soon, a frail, silver-haired elderly woman emerged from within. This woman was Ji Xiao's grandmother, Zhao Ailan. Adjusting her reading glasses, she finally recognized her grandson, and a smile spread across her wrinkled face. Little Ji, you're here. Come inside. Grandma has saved you lots of delicious food, just waiting for your arrival. Ji Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, supporting his grandmother's arm. Grandma, allow me to introduce these 2. He paused, gesturing around Jiang Muhe to Chen Yan. Grandma, this is Chen Yan, who visited our home a few years ago. Do you remember him? Zhao Ailan smiled and nodded. Ah, Young Chen. Of course, I remember. That summer, you and Young Chen set off firecrackers and ended up blowing up the cesspool at Old Sun's house. He chased you around the village with a broom for over 2 hours, nearly fainting from heat exhaustion. Both Chen Yan and Ji Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment. How could Grandma still recall such an incident from years ago? Chen Yan stepped forward. Grandma, I was merely an accomplice in that affair. The firecrackers were purchased by Ji Xiao, and he was the one who lit them. I had no part in it. Hearing this, Ji Xiao's expression twisted in indignation. Old Chen, have you no shame? Chen Yan maintained his composure. Old Ji, is what I said not the truth? Ji Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration. True, the firecrackers were my purchase, and the spark was indeed my doing. But did I instruct you to throw them into Old Sun's cesspool? That is irrelevant. Their playful banter elicited a kind smile from Zhao Ailan, who then turned her gaze to Jiang Muhe, her eyes brimming with astonishment. What a lovely girl, she exclaimed. Young Ji, Young Chen, who is this young lady? Upon hearing Zhao Ailan's inquiry, Chen Yan and Ji Xiao ceased their quarrel. Chen Yan stepped beside Jiang Muhe and introduced, Grandma Zhao, this is my friend Jiang Muhe, who is also my senior at university. Jiang Muhe removed her sunglasses, took a couple of steps forward, and greeted, Hello, Grandma. I am Jiang Muhe, a friend of Chen Yan. You can call me Xiao Jiang. Her porcelain-like visage, smooth fair skin, willow-like brows, and eyes bright as stars on a clear night were all testaments to her extraordinary beauty. Zhao Ailan grasped Jiang Muhe's hand, her gaze reflecting admiration. Xiao Jiang, I have saved many delicious treats for you, waiting for your arrival. Come, let us go inside. With that, she pulled Jiang Muhe towards the house. Ji Xiao interjected, Wait, weren't those treats meant for him? Observing Ji Xiao's dismay, Chen Yan stifled a chuckle and patted Ji Xiao on the shoulder. Do not be disheartened. After all, who can resist the charm of our senior? Ji Xiao sighed in genuine admiration. That is indeed true. Then, a spark of curiosity ignited in his eyes as he inquired. Old Chen, why does Jiang Xuejie hold you in such high regard? Her demeanor towards you is entirely different from how she treats others. Chen Yan's response was succinct. Personal charm. How utterly nauseating. Chapter 114. This affection is not that affection. Many years ago, the old house had small windows that permitted little light. After Chen Yan and Ji Xiao stepped inside, the illumination noticeably diminished. The humble dwelling was divided into 3 small rooms. Upon entering, one found a compact living room of about 10 square meters. To the left lay the sleeping quarters, while the right room served as a storage space. As Chen Yan lifted the curtain, he beheld Zhao Alan seated on the kong, holding hands with Jiang Muhe. Between them rested a red plastic bag brimming with an assortment of snacks. Zhao Alan beckoned him. Xiao Chen, come sit. Without hesitation, Chen Yan entered the inner room, casually retrieving a stool from the corner and settling down beside the kong. Grandma, it's been years since my last visit. How's your health? He inquired. Zhao Alan handed him a packet of potato chips. I'm doing quite well, able to jump around without any ailments. Though I do have hypertension and must avoid many foods, I often crave snacks. Chen Yan accepted the chips, tearing open the package before offering some to Jiang Muhe. Senior, you've likely never tasted this. Give it a try. Zhao Alan chuckled. Xiao Chen, you're quite the joker. What era is this? Who hasn't he eaten potato chips? Even old Ji, with his antiquated ways, has indulged. Grandma, I've never had them, Jiang Muhe replied. Ah? At the sound of her voice, Zhao Alan's laughter vanished, replaced by surprise on her aged face. Xiao Jiang, you're in college now, and you've never tasted potato chips? Indeed, Jiang Muhe nodded. I know about them. My mother says they are junk food and forbids me from eating them. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhao Alan felt a pang of sympathy. She took the chips from Chen Yan and placed them on Jiang Muhe's lap. Xiao Jiang, try them. They taste delightful. Who cares about junk food? That writer, Zhou Shuren, often said that indulging in junk food brings joy to life. Hearing this, Chen Yan chuckled softly. The old lady is quite in tune with modern trends. Jiang Muhe felt both tempted and conflicted, giving Chen Yan a subtle wink. He smiled and nodded, urging, go ahead, but remember to thank Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled with joy as she picked up a chip and took a bite, the crisp sound delightfully resonant. Her brows lifted in delight. Chen Yan, this is delicious. Chen Yan's gaze softened with affection. If you like it, feel free to have more. Zhao Alan watched them with a broad smile, her perceptive nature allowing her to discern the underlying sentiments. Xiao Chen, it seems your relationship with Xiao Jiang is more than mere classmates, is it not? Before Chen Yan could respond, Jiang Muhe chimed in. Grandma, aside from being classmates, Chen Yan and I are good friends. Good friends? Zhao Alan's white brows twitched. Is there no other relationship beyond that? At her words, Chen Yan sensed an awkwardness in the air and quickly interjected. Grandma, how many acres of land do we have? Zhao Alan glanced at him, her smile deepening slightly. At times, it is not always necessary to seek an answer. An attitude can serve as an answer in itself. How much has been harvested from the 3 acres? Not yet. Where is Grandpa? He has gone to play cards. Ji Zhao's grandfather, Ji Songhai, is in his 60s. He suffered from a car accident in his youth, leaving him with chronic ailments that prevent him from doing heavy work. Thus, Ji Songhai spends his time fishing and playing cards, with the latter occupying more of his hours. It is not a vice of gambling. The elderly gentleman wager modestly, often exchanging a cigarette for each round, primarily to pass the time. Chen Yan chuckled and spoke. Ji Xiao and I will get started early tomorrow morning. We should be able to bag the corn and bring it home by the end of the day. Oh, no, that won't do, Xiao Chen. You and Xiao Jiang are guests. The work in the field should be handled by me and Xiao Ji. Grandma, please don't treat me as an outsider. Chen Yan interjected before Zhao Alan could finish. I am here to work. At that moment, Ji Xiao entered with a smile, adding, exactly, Grandma. You needn't worry about the field work. Old Chen and I can manage it in a day. Zhao Alan relented, saying, fine, then you may work. And I will handle the logistics. Tomorrow at noon, we shall have chicken. I will prepare beer duck for you. Jiang Muhe blinked. Aren't we having chicken? Why beer duck? Ji Xiao shrugged and explained to Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe. Don't mind her. My grandmother has always been this way. Despite her age, she remains quite humorous. Zhao Alan shot her grandson a glare. Little Ji, don't tarnish your grandmother's reputation. What humor? This is called being funny. In her youth, She was renowned as the funniest woman within 10 miles. Ji Xiao, Chen Yan, is it truly possible to speak of such matters with such pride? While the two were left speechless, Jiang Muhe found no issue with it and even concluded, Grandma is funny, right? Zhao Ailan laughed heartily. Yes, indeed. She gently caressed Jiang Muhe's smooth little hand, exclaiming, Xiao Jiang, your skin is so tender, like milk. In my entire life, I've never seen such a beautiful girl as you, even more stunning than the stars on television. Jiang Muhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging her own youth and beauty. Chen Yan facepalmed. When it comes to self-awareness and beauty, the senior student will never let anyone down. Ji Xiao's lips stretched into a grin as he whispered to Chen Yan, Old Chen, has Jiang Shuizhui always been this confident? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. She is indeed young and beautiful. That is an undeniable fact. Ji Xiao. There is truly no counterargument to that. Zhao Ailan was thoroughly amused by Jiang Muhe's straightforward manner of conversation. After her laughter subsided, she gently patted the back of her hand. Xiao Jiang, do you like small animals? Jiang Muhe instinctively nodded. Yes. To what extent do you like them? So much that I drool. Zhao Ailan did not ponder much further, her smile unwavering. Xiao Jiang, this time you have truly arrived. Not long ago, my grandmother's dog had just given birth to a litter of puppies, and I plan to take one back with me when I return. Jiang Muhe discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yan, shaking her head gently. Grandma, no need. I already have a dog. Chen Yan was not blind, and he certainly noticed the subtle gesture of the senior student. Others may be oblivious, but his heart was as clear as a crystal. Zhao Ailan paused, then continued to inquire, Oh, I see. Besides puppies, what other small animals do you like? Many, Jiang Muhe replied, counting on her fingers. For instance, steamed lamb, braised bear's paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, fragrant small intestines, dried meat, assorted cold dishes, smoked chicken belly, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail, braised assorted delicacies, braised gosling, mountain chicken, rabbit meat, vegetable python, silver fish, steamed hairy crab, duck stir-fry, duck waist, duck strips, and cold duck shreds. Zhao Ailan was momentarily speechless. Ji Xiao remarked, Do you truly mean this fondness? Chen Yan cleared his throat and silently closed his eyes. Here we go again. She was listing her culinary preferences. Strictly speaking, she was not lying. However, this affection was not for companionship. Rather, it was a love for cuisine. Noticing the astonished expression on Zhao Ailan's face, Jiang Muhe spoke once more, Grandma, I'm not deceiving you. I genuinely adore these small animals, to the extent that I wish to see them at every meal. In that moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 115. I truly cannot bear it. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Ailan finally broke the tranquility. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Chen Yan quickly interjected to alleviate her embarrassment. Grandma, where will we be staying tonight? Perhaps we should tidy up the rooms first? Oh right, how could I have forgotten about that? Zhao Ailan replied, smoothly continuing the conversation. I initially thought only Xiaoji would come, never anticipating that both you and Xiao Jiang would join us. Consequently, I only managed to organize the storage room over there. How about this? You and Xiao Jiang can stay in the eastern room. It is beds, and with a little tidying up, it will be ready for you. Come. I shall lead you there. She rose, glancing at her grandson. Xiaoji, go fetch your grandfather from the store. That old man spends all day playing cards and shows no interest in anything else, not even the village's elderly ladies dancing at night. Honestly, it's not like I'm forbidding him from watching. Understanding his grandmother's nature, Ji Xiao felt compelled to interrupt her before she continued. Grandma, I'll go get Grandpa right away. You should speak less. At your age, there is no need for so many words. With that, he turned and left, not daring to give her the opportunity to respond. Oh, this child. Chen Yan suppressed his amusement. Grandma, please guide me and the senior sister to the eastern room. While we still have time, I'll start cleaning it up. All right, Zhao Ailan nodded, leading the two to the eastern room. Although it was smaller than the main house, it was not partitioned. In the corner stood a double bed, covered with worn sheets, while various odds and ends cluttered the floor. The conditions in the countryside are rather humble. Xiao Chun, Xiao Jiang, I hope you can bear with it. Grandma, the conditions are manageable, but Chen Yan's gaze lingered on the solitary bed, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Is this really the only bed? Zhao Ailan chuckled and nodded. Yes, this bed is primarily used by Xiaoji's parents when they return for the holidays. But Chen Yan's expression turned pained as he pointed to Jiang Muhe and then to himself. Grandma, there are distinctions between genders. How can we share a bed? That's easily resolved, Zhao Alan replied. Xiao Qin, your grandfather was a carpenter for 2.5 years in his youth. There are some old wood planks in the shed. Once he returns, I will ask him to make you a bed. It should be ready in 3 to 5 days. Before concluding, Zhao Alan inquired, Xiao Qin, what do you think of that? Chen Yan could only think, this is deliberate. Noticing Chen Yan's exasperation, Zhao Alan waved her hand with a smile. All right, Xiao Qin, I won't tease you any longer. Actually, the western room. Before she could finish, Jiang Muhe interjected. It's all right, one bed is fine. A bed this large can accommodate 2 people. At this statement, Zhao Alan fell silent, the abruptness of her pause unmistakable. Chen Yan face-bombed. Senior sister, what are you joking about? How can we sleep on one bed? Jiang Muhe, hands behind her back, tilted her head. Oh, how unfortunate. What? As we lay in bed, such an endearing scene unfolded with Jiang Muhe, eliciting both amusement and a hint of exasperation from Chen Yan. He cast a glance at Zhao Alan, guiding Jiang Muhe a few steps aside, and murmured, Junior, we cannot share the same bed. Have you not learned the saying about the propriety between men and women? Indeed, I have, Jiang Muhe replied, her gaze wandering to the various farming tools scattered on the floor of the east room. With a composed demeanor, she countered, Are we not friends? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan instantly anticipated the direction of Jiang Muhe's forthcoming remarks. We are friends, but... Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Jiang Muhe lifted her head to gaze at Chen Yan and declared, That simplifies matters. It is quite reasonable for friends to share a bed. Chen Yan, indeed. She is employing that tactic again. This time, he could not concede, as it was a matter of principle. Junior, I find it unreasonable. Wherein lies the unreason? Faced with Jiang Muhe's innocent gaze, Chen Yan stammered for a considerable time, failing to articulate a coherent response. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Jiang Muhe declared, Then it is settled. She then smiled politely at Zhao Alan, saying, Grandma, it's perfectly fine for 2 people to sleep together. Zhao Alan wore a peculiar expression. Glancing between Jiang Muhe and Chen Yan, her tone laced with skepticism, Are you certain? Yes, absolutely not. Jiang Muhe and Chen Yan spoke in unison, yet their answers diverged. Ahem. Zhao Alan's expression grew increasingly odd as she pondered. Chen, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. She then turned and exited. Once Chen Yan found himself in the courtyard, he was immediately met with Zhao Alan's pointed inquiry. Chen, what on earth are you thinking? Such a beautiful girl like Jiang Muhe has taken an interest in you, and you seem reluctant? Do you believe she is unworthy of you? The barrage of questions left Chen Yan utterly bewildered. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure and helplessly explained, Grandma, it is not as you perceive. We are merely friends. Huh? Seeing Zhao Alan's disbelief, Chen Yan felt compelled to reaffirm, Grandma, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My relationship with the senior is strictly platonic. Zhao Alan retorted, Chen, do you consider me a fool? Chen Yan was taken aback. Grandma, why would you say that? Zhao Alan glanced towards the door of the east room and lowered her voice. A girl like Jiang Muhe is willing to share a bed with you. And you dare claim you are just friends? Truly, we are just friends. If you doubt my word, when Ji Xiao returns, you may inquire with him. He can vouch for me. Is that so? As true as a needle. Seeing that Chen Yan appeared earnest, Zhao Alan was nearly convinced, muttering to herself, Strange. If they are merely friends, then how could Jiang Muhe? Suddenly, she clapped her hands decisively. Jiang Muhe is enamored with you. Chen Yan let out a weary sigh. Grandma, it's not as you think. Senior sister simply has a rather unique way of thinking. I'm discussing serious matters with you. Why are you talking about roads? Zhao Alan remarked. Then her curiosity piqued. Little Chen, what exactly is this peculiar way of thinking? Chen Yan, unable to maintain his composure, replied, Grandma, I need to tidy up the room first. Zhao Alan shook her head quietly. This child, little Chen, truly cannot be guided. She sighed deeply and went to catch a chicken from the coop, declaring, We will have chicken for dinner tonight. In the east room, Chen Yan busied himself sweeping the floor while Jiang Muhe was engrossed in examining various tools scattered about. She seemed particularly fascinated by implements with handles, such as small shovels, large shovels, iron rakes, sickles, and the like. After finishing his sweeping, Chen Yan looked up to see Jiang Muhe swinging a small shovel, as if attacking the air, causing his breath to catch. Junior sister. Huh? Put that down. Jiang Muhe reluctantly complied, setting the shovel down with lingering attachment. Chen Yan let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was a remnant of past trauma, Or perhaps it was due to that previous unforgettable inquiry he had made. He had asked her if she would use a knife to attack him if one were placed by the roadside. Her response had left a lasting impression on him. She said, "A knife has a handle, making it more convenient than a brick." Hence, now, witnessing Jiang Muhe wielding such potentially aggressive tools filled him with unease. Chapter 116. The God of the Three-Wheeled Vehicle on a Kinishan. Chen Yan, what is the matter? Please don't be harsh with me. Senior, I'm not being harsh. I'm just afraid. Upon hearing Chen Yan's response, Jiang Muhe seemed to comprehend something, and a charming smile flickered across her bright eyes. Afraid? Are you fearful that I might strike you with something? What else could it be? Chen Yan set down the broom and dustpan, raking his fingers through his hair at the back of his head. Look at this. The wound is still there. How could I not be afraid? Jiang Muhe stood on tiptoe, resting her hands on Chen Yan's shoulders, gazing at the scar on the back of his head, her delicate face reflecting remorse. I'm truly sorry. I didn't think much at that moment. Seeing you pin a girl to the ground, I assumed you were being a rogue. In a moment of folly, promise me, next time, don't act on impulse. Chen Yan gently patted her small head, speaking earnestly. It is often said that what we hear may be deceptive, while what we see is the truth. Yet, reality proves that seeing does not always equate to truth. In the future, when faced with any situation, ensure you discern the facts before responding. Had it been someone with a temper, they would have surely turned your life upside down. Jiang Muhe shook her head, insisting that one tea happened. My family is quite wealthy. Chen Yan, is that truly what you meant? Never mind. Discussing such profound matters with a junior feels akin to playing music to a cow. Chen Yan fetched a chair, inviting Jiang Muhe to sit comfortably. All right. Jiang Muhe nodded obediently. Chen Yan resumed sweeping the floor, and upon finishing, he tirelessly ripped off the old bedsheet, filled a basin with water, and wiped away the dust from the bed. Jiang Muhe rested her chin on her small hands, gazing at the industrious Chen Yan in a daze. After Zhao Ailan finished slaughtering the chickens, she brought bedding for the two. Upon entering, she was greeted by this scene. Little Chen, you're quite capable, aren't you? Very impressive. Jiang Muhe chimed in. Grandma, Chen Yan is quite diligent. Chen Yan glanced back at Jiang Muhe. Senior, didn't I mention that you shouldn't use the term diligent when referring to boys? Jiang Muhe covered her mouth, insisting, I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything? Chen Yan, exasperated, accepted the bedding from Zhao Ailan. Grandma, it's been over half an hour. Why haven't Ji Shao and Grandpa returned yet? Zhao Ailan sighed. Little Chen, I'll help you make the bed shortly. Why don't you check at the store? If I'm not mistaken, Little G must have joined a game with a few old men. He often does this. There's a tricycle in the yard. You can ride it. All right. Chen Yan placed the bedding on the bed before heading to the yard, where he immediately spotted the electric tricycle parked under the grass shed. Then, he noticed Jiang Muhe behind him. Senior, are you going to? MHM. Jiang Muhe stepped forward, tugging at the hem of Chen Yan's shirt. Here. You're the only person I know. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Chen Yan didn't refuse, deliberately leaving a space for Jiang Muhe. Come, hop on. Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled as she sat beside Chen Yan on the vehicle, glancing around eagerly. How does one operate this thing? It's quite simple. As Chen Yan operated the vehicle, he explained, Junior sister, this contraption is formally known as an electric tricycle, colloquially referred to as A3 bounce. Look here, this is the keyhole. Turn the key, and this handle is the throttle. Twist it, and off we go. With that, he abruptly twisted the throttle, and the tricycle surged out of the grass shed. Rather than feeling fear, Jiang Muhe's cheeks flushed with excitement. Chen Yan, let me try? Let me try? She urged. Chen Yan did not refuse her request. They switched positions, with Chen Yan grasping the left handle, unconcerned about any potential mishaps. Junior sister, twist the throttle freely. Today, I'll let you experience the sensation of speed. Jiang Muhe nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right. Just as she spoke, she twisted the throttle fully, and the tricycle instantly reached its maximum speed. However, under Chen Yan's control, they descended the dirt mound smoothly. Chen Yan, this isn't fast enough. Junior sister, do you see that button over there? We're currently in low gear. We can shift gears. The mid-range isn't fast enough either. Then let us go for the highest gear. Well, this is good. This is good. The wind made Jiang Muhe squint her eyes. Chen Yan, driving this fast won't cause an accident, will it? No, he replied confidently with a smile. Junior sister, I have a resounding title. Do you know what it is? What? The God of the Three Bounce of Cheoming Mountain. Impressive. A few minutes later, on the roadside, Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe stared wide-eyed at each other beside an overturned tricycle. Junior sister, why did you twist it so fast? Didn't you tell me to twist it? Did I say that? Jiang Muhe's gaze turned somber as she stood up. Dusting off her clothes and muttering softly, you promised to let me experience the thrill of speed. How did it turn into a face full of dirt? This isn't fun at all. Chen Yan coughed awkwardly. Junior sister, you can't blame me. It's only because you were going too fast. This incident teaches us that speed should not be excessive, or else accidents can occur. Jiang Muhe pointed at the overturned tricycle. Chen Yan, what do we do about this? This ditch is rather deep. I doubt we can get it out ourselves. We should call for help. Chen Yan patted his trousers, walked to the vehicle, pulled out the key, and helped Jiang Muhe climb from the ditch back onto the road, feeling relieved. What good fortune we have. What do you mean? To plunge into such a deep ditch and emerge unscathed. What more could one ask for in luck? Jiang Muhe hooked her pinky around Chen Yan's and shook it gently. Since childhood, my luck has never been poor. Tilting her head, she continued, in the past. I even had thoughts of jumping off a building to see if I would die. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned. That is quite hard to process. Junior sister. Promise me. Never engage in such reckless behavior again. All right? All right. Jiang Muhe, without a hint of hesitation, agreed and paused. Proposing a fair exchange, I will promise you one thing, and you must promise me one in return. Very well, speak your request, came the reply. I have yet to formulate my request. I shall inform you once I have. Agreed. Chen Yan, without further contemplation, accepted and took Jiang Muhe's hand, heading towards the shop in Baiyun village. Inside the shop, Ji Xiao sat before a card table, 3 cards laid out before him. He turned slightly, casting a glance over his shoulder, and spoke reassuringly, Grandfather, fret not. I shall surely win back the cigarettes I previously lost. Ji Songhai, clad in a black hat and sporting a long beard, addressed the 3 elderly gentlemen at the table, Old Li, Old Kong, and Old Ding, saying, do not celebrate prematurely. The outcome remains uncertain. The 3 elderly men exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions carefree. Let us reveal the cards. Ji Xiao flipped over his 3 cards, only to feel a wave of despondency wash over him. His previous confidence had been thoroughly dashed. A 7, an 8, and a 10? Unsurprisingly, he had lost. Embarrassed, Ji Xiao rubbed his hands together and asked, Grandfather, do you have any cigarettes left? Ji Songhai rummaged through his pockets, producing 2 cigarette boxes, one empty, the other containing a solitary cigarette. At this sight, Ji Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps you should take this one, Grandfather? When he had arrived, his grandfather had only lost a few cigarettes, but now, alas, why did he insist on playing with these old men? Ji Songhai shot his grandson a reproachful glare. You lost those cigarettes. You must win them back for me. Grandfather, would it suffice if I buy you 2 boxes? No. This is not merely about the cigarettes, Ji Songhai retorted, his expression stern, his finger tapping rhythmically on the table. This is a matter of pride. As the gambling deity of Baiyun village, when have I ever lost? You, as my grandson, must not lose either. Old Li, Old Ding, and Old Kong took turns to tease him. When did you become the gambling deity of Baiyun village, Old Chi? Haha, surely he has named himself. Indeed. It seems that as one ages, one becomes increasingly shameless. Ji Songhai shot them a glance, whether self-appointed or not. What concern is it of yours? Ji Xiao's expression was one of despair. What to do? His grandfather had but 1 cigarette left, meaning only 1 opportunity remained. Yet today his luck was abysmal. Just then, Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe entered the shop, hand in hand. The appearance of the 2 felt like a beacon of hope to Ji Xiao. Old Chen, come quickly. Chapter 117. Is this little girl related to the refrigerator? Grandfather Ji, Chen Yan approached with Jiang Muhe and greeted Ji Songhai. Having already learned from his grandson that Chen Yan had come to assist with the corn harvest, Ji Songhai was not taken aback. He smiled warmly and nodded, his gaze then falling upon Jiang Muhe, his eyes reflecting evident astonishment. This girl is truly stunning. Chen Yan introduced, Grandfather, this is my university senior, Jiang Muhe. You may call her Xiao Jiang. Senior? Ji Songhai glanced at the hands intertwined between the 2, musing internally about the modern youth's playful nature. If she is his girlfriend, why refer to her as a senior? At Chen Yan's prompting glance, Jiang Muhe politely smiled. Hello, Grandfather. I am Xiao Jiang. Ah, hello. Ji Songhai beamed at the address, quickly fetching a stool. Come, Xiao Jiang, sit. Chen Yan coughed lightly. Grandfather, Grandma wants me to call you and Ji Xiao back home. Perhaps we should not linger? Ji Songhai waved his hand dismissively. No rush. There is still ample time. Xiao Chen, you've arrived just in time. Help me settle this. I was having a splendid time until this young Ji arrived, usurping my position and depleting my cigarettes. Don't you think he deserves a good thrashing? Chen Yan chuckled awkwardly. Well, if Xiao Ji doesn't win back my cigarettes today, I might just have to remind him of how I dealt with his father back in the day. Hearing his grandfather's words, Ji Xiao resignedly vacated his spot and pulled Chen Yan down to sit. I merely wanted to enjoy a few rounds. Who would have guessed my luck would be so abysmal? After dozens of games, not a single win, and my cards continue to diminish in value. With that, he patted Chen Yan on the shoulder. Old Chen, I'm counting on you. Chen Yan shot Ji Xiao a disapproving look. You called me over to ask grandfather to return home, and this is how you do it? Ji Xiao laughed awkwardly, not daring to respond. Chen Yan shook his head in exasperation. So, what game are you playing? Ji Xiao quickly explained, we're playing Jiangda. The minimum bet is 1 cigarette, and the limit for a single hand is 5 cigarettes. But don't worry, these old fellows play conservatively, usually only betting 1 cigarette before revealing the cards. How many cigarettes are left now? 1. Chen Yan, just 1 cigarette? That means he can only place the minimum bet and lacks the qualification to reveal cards. How will you proceed? Ji Xiao realized the predicament. Without hesitation, he turned to the counter to purchase a box of 10 yuan red flag canal cigarettes. This action immediately drew Ji Songhai's reprimand. Grandson, with just 1 cigarette left, even the most skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. If you wish to turn the tide, at least 2 are required. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing his grandson's explanation, Ji Songhai shook his head subtly. Xiao Chen, are you capable? If not, step aside, I will take over. Of course, I am capable. A man must never admit to inadequacy, regardless of the circumstance, location, or endeavor. Chen Yan confidently assured him, Grandfather, my luck has been turning. I'm quite fortunate lately. Just watch, I will certainly win back what Ji Xiao lost. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao understood the situation, pressed down a cigarette, and said, Come, let us continue. Deal the cards. The 3 old men were eager to proceed, their luck having been remarkably good, naturally welcoming the opportunity for more cigarettes and enjoyment. In the first round, 3, 6, 9, loss. In the second round, 2, 4, 8, loss. In the third round, 2, 4, 6, loss. 3 consecutive rounds of cards left Chen Yan without a single chance to reveal his hand. The cards were simply too meager, denying him even the opportunity to attempt a clever play. Lao Li, Lao Kong, and Lao Ding were grinning from ear to ear. This lad is impressive. Indeed, he recognized when to leave. That was commendable. Child, why not just buy each of us old fellows a pack of cigarettes? Let us not prolong this any further. We can all go home. Chen Yan, a blatant mockery. Cough. He rose and cast a wry smile towards Ji Songhai behind him. Grandfather, perhaps you should take over. Indeed, one mustn't speak too boldly too soon. The confidence he had when sitting down had now transformed into a stinging embarrassment as he stood up. Ji Songhai, who had been eagerly watching, took a seat at the card table. Xiao Chen, Xiao Ji, allow your grandfather to show you the prowess of the gambling master from Bayan Village. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan wore a peculiar expression. Unbeknownst to him, an unsettling intuition stirred within him. Ji Songhai was also destined to lose. Those who boast first often find themselves humbled. Just as he had. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt someone tugging at his clothing. Turning to glance at Jiang Muhe, he inquired with confusion, Senior, what's the matter? Jiang Muhe pointed at the card table. What game are they playing? Jiangda. The rules are quite simple. After Chen Yan explained the game, Jiang Muhe grasped the rules. Resting her chin in her palm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, it soon became evident that Chen Yan's intuition was not misplaced. Ji Songhai began his turn and also lost 3 consecutive rounds. Though his hands were not lacking, with each round yielding progressively larger cards, there was always someone with an even superior hand. Coincidentally, the other 3 players each won a round, sharing the fortune evenly. With 2 cigarettes lost per round, 6 cigarettes were gone after 3 rounds. Alongside the 3 Chen Yan had forfeited, a significant portion of the freshly purchased pack vanished. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the 3 old men grew louder with each passing moment. Ji Songhai, his face darkened, exclaimed, What are you all laughing at? It's merely luck. Lao Li retorted, Then why don't you try your luck? Lao Kong added, Indeed, no one is stopping you. Lao Ding chimed in, Isn't it about luck when playing cards? Is there reason to be had? Ji Songhai, deal the cards. Predictably, he lost 3 more rounds, forfeiting another 6 cigarettes. Including the single cigarette left from before, he He now had a total of 6 remaining. In these 3 rounds, the other 3 players continued their streak of winning 1 round each, a coincidence that could not have been more perfect. Ji Songhai's face flushed with frustration. I refuse to believe in this misfortune. Let us go again. Chen Yan hurriedly called for a halt and addressed Ji Songhai, grandfather. How about letting my senior give it a try? She has always had good luck. Perhaps she can win back the cigarettes you lost before. Xiao Jiang? Yes. Fearing that Ji Songhai would refuse, Chen Yan quickly waved to Jiang Muhe. Senior, would you like to play a couple of rounds? After all, the tricycle is still in the ditch. Chen Yan was eager not to waste too much time at the shop. The pressing matter was to retrieve the tricycle from the ditch. Jiang Muhe approached Ji Songhai's side, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I've never played this before. Is that all right? The frown on Ji Songhai's face dissipated, and he cheerfully replied, Of course, Xiao Jiang. Don't feel any pressure. Winning or losing doesn't matter. What counts is participation. As he spoke, he stood up to make space. Thank you, grandfather. Jiang Muhe expressed her gratitude and took a seat at the card table, mimicking Ji Songhai's earlier actions as she gracefully shuffled and dealt the cards. The 3 elderly men exchanged glances, their faces marked by curiosity and doubt. Old Ji. Whose girl is this? She is truly beautiful, like a painting. She's certainly isn't from the village. Our village girls don't look like that. Old Ji. Is she your relative? Their inquiries gave Ji Songhai, who had been feeling downcast, a chance to respond. What does it matter? Let us just play cards and stop asking so many questions. Focus on dealing. As the cards were shuffled, the 3 old men teased Jiang Muhe. Girl, if you lose, you mustn't cry. Yes, no crying allowed. That's right, we old men aren't good at comforting girls. Jiang Muhe shot them a cold glance. Her haughty demeanor evident for just a moment, causing the temperature in the small shop to drop several degrees. The 3 elderly men shivered in unison, their smiles freezing in place, and even their stooped backs straightened a little. This girl, is she made of ice? So cold. This scene made Ji Xiao secretly grin. Arrogant, are we? Keep being arrogant. These 3 old men had no idea who they were dealing with. Although Jiang Muhe was a student at Jiangda University, her reputation preceded her. Tales of her prowess circulated among nearby universities. Even in the technology university where Ji Xiao studied, discussions about Jiang Muhe, the ice mountain flower of Jiangda University, were common. Ultimately, the consensus on Jiang Muhe could be summed up in 8 words: as beautiful as a celestial being, as cold as ice. Chapter 118. I do not desire what belongs to others. Yours will suffice. All eyes at the card table were fixated on Jiang Muhe. Old Li was the first to speak. Girl, it's your turn to talk. Jiang Muhe glanced sideways at Chen Yan, confused by her intent. Chen Yan was about to inquire when Old Ding's voice interrupted. Child, you have 2 choices now. You may either reveal your cards and then decide whether to wager, or you can conceal your cards and play blindly. If you choose the latter, you will play 1 chip, while those who reveal their cards must play 2. If you play 2 chips, those who reveal will have to play 5. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Jiang Muhe's eyes. Is that permissible? Old Kong nodded. Certainly. It is an established rule. So which option will you choose? After a moment of contemplation, she decided on the second option, deeming it more advantageous. With that, she extended her hand towards Chen Yan. The chips, please. Chips. Chen Yan momentarily faltered, taken aback, before realizing that Jiang Muhe was asking for cigarettes. He quickly shot a glance at Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao handed over the remaining 5 cigarettes along with the box to Jiang Muhe. However, Jiang Muhe, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, did not take them. This left Ji Xiao somewhat perplexed, prompting him to cautiously inquire, Senior Jiang, what is the matter? Jiang Muhe pointed at Chen Yan. Give the cigarettes to him. Although Ji Xiao was filled with doubt, he dared not refuse Jiang Muhe's request and passed the cigarette box to Chen Yan. Chen Yan received the box, equally bewildered, unable to decipher Jiang Muhe's intentions. In the next moment, a radiant smile graced Jiang Muhe's captivating face as she chirped, Chen Yan, hand me the cigarettes. Chen Yan offered the box to Jiang Muhe, his tone laced with confusion. Junior, why didn't you take them when Ji Xiao offered them? Jiang Muhe explained, I do not wish for the belongings of others. Yours will suffice. Chen Yan coughed repeatedly. Ji Xiao, instantly retreating into himself, thought, oh, so this is how we are playing? Jiang Muhe retrieved a cigarette and placed it in the fruit bowl on the table, declaring her blind play, 1 chip. The 3 old men exchanged glances, instinctively picking up their cards to reveal. Blind play? Huh. They never engaged in uncertain battles, nor did they play uncertain hands. Even if the opponent was merely a young girl and a novice at this game, they could not afford to underestimate her. It was said that there was a protective grace period for novices. The more inexperienced, the more cautiously one must respond. As the three men simultaneously revealed their cards, Jiang Muhe could not suppress a mocking remark. Look at little Jiang. It's her first time playing, yet she dares to play blind. While you all are more timid than mice. How embarrassing. Old Li, after examining his cards, smiled confidently. Old Ji, what do you understand? This is the art of knowing oneself and one's opponent to achieve victory in 100 battles. As he spoke, he tossed 2 cigarettes into the fruit bowl. You called me timid, did you not? Very well, I shall match that. Old Ding chuckled heartily. Since Old Li is in, I shall follow suit. Old Kong smiled knowingly. Since you both are participating, it would be remiss of me not to join. I will match as well. Thus, all 3 revealed their cards, each opting to match the bet. Upon witnessing this situation, Jiang Muhe was about to remind Jiang Muhe to refrain from being overly reserved. However, Jiang Muhe's actions were swifter. As soon as Old Kong finished his turn, she tossed 2 cigarettes into the fruit bowl. Another round of concealment, followed by yet another bet. I shall join as well. Who fears whom? Observing this development, not only Jiang Muhe, but also Chen Yan and Ji Xiao sensed that something was amiss. Particularly Ji Xiao, who had played numerous rounds with these 3 elders, even when they possessed a formidable hand that would merely wager 2 cigarettes at most. Yet now, they were wagering 5 without so much as a blink. A powerful hand. Undoubtedly a superlative one. Senior Jiang, another round of concealment. Ji Xiao clicked his tongue and silently closed his mouth. It was futile. The matter had reached this point. Losing was simply losing. In contrast, Chen Yan was filled with confidence in Jiang Muhe. Even if the 3 elders held substantial cards, so what? Our junior is a personification of luck. Who could rival her fortune? I shall join. I shall join too. If you all are unafraid, then I shall be even less so. Seeing the 3 once again place their bets, Jiang Muhe intended to continue her concealment, yet her cigarettes were depleted. She winked at Chen Yan, then waved the cigarette box in her small hand, seeking a refill, if permissible. Just as her words fell, Jiang Muhe retrieved an unopened pack of honkik from his pocket. He was poised to hand it to Jiang Muhe, but recalling the earlier awkward moment when his grandson had offered a cigarette, he diverted his hand midair and presented it to Chen Yan instead. Little Chen, here, let our young Jiang have her fun. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Chen Yan accepted the cigarettes, unwrapped the package, and said, Junior, just have a bit of fun. Don't get too carried away. Such a simple game. How could one possibly get carried away? Jiang Muhe continued her journey of concealment. Ji Xiao approached his grandfather, his tone tinged with mild grievance. Grandfather, why do you still hide cigarettes? Jiang Muhe shot a glance at his grandson. Not hiding. Do you wish for you to lose everything? Ji Xiao pouted. Then why have you taken them out now? In this scenario, Senior Jiang was practically destined to lose. Losing is merely a trivial matter. Jiang Muhe beamed with a smile. Little Jiang enjoys playing, so let her play. Her happiness is what matters. Ji Xiao. A blatant double standard. Amidst their conversation, Jiang Muhe had concealed her cards for the 10th time, with all of the elders' cigarettes now resting in the fruit bowl at the center of the table. Ahem, young lady. That should suffice. Why not reveal the 3 hands? One more concealment. The 3 elders exchanged glances. Jiang Muhe produced her last 2 cigarettes, declaring, May I reveal my cards? Indeed. Absolutely. This is good. This is splendid. As the 3 of them collectively breathed a sigh of relief, they simultaneously broke into confident smiles. Old Li was the first to speak. I am certain of my victory. Old Ding scoffed. I would claim victory too, without a decent hand. Would I still be here betting? Old Kong waved his hand. You 2 needn't quarrel. Today, all the cigarettes in this bowl are mine, and none shall snatch them away. Reveal your cards. Old Li, 3 of a kind, 3 2s. Old Ding, 3 3s. Old Kong, 3 5s. Upon seeing the cards from the 3 families, Jiang Muhe and his grandson Ji Xiao both closed their eyes. Old Kong burst into laughter. Forgive me, all these cigarettes now belong to me. Old Li and Old Ding wore expressions of regret. One must not act impulsively. Wait a moment, Chen Yan interjected. We haven't revealed our cards yet. The outcome remains uncertain. He approached the table, ready to flip over Jiang Muhe's cards, but as soon as his hand brushed against them, he suddenly recalled his unfortunate fate and quickly withdrew his hand, saying to Jiang Muhe, Senior, please reveal the cards. All right. Are you confident? Upon Chen Yan's inquiry, Jiang Muhe responded with conviction, My hand is certainly a 3 of a kind, and it surpasses everyone else's. With that, she revealed her 3 cards. 2, 3, 5? Huh. Why isn't it a 3 of a kind? Just as Jiang Muhe questioned her existence, the others stared wide-eyed. She stood up on tiptoe, gripping Chen Yan's shoulder as she whispered, logically, it should indeed be a 3 of a kind. I'm not sure where it went wrong. My apologies. Chen Yan wore a peculiar expression, casting a discreet glance at his left hand that had touched the cards. Is it really that mysterious? Senior, you haven't lost. But I have. Didn't you say 3 of a kind is the highest? I have only single cards. In normal circumstances, this would hold true, yet there is an exception. What exception? That is when 3 of a kind faces 2, 3, and 5, 2, 3, and 5 beats 3 of a kind. Jiang Muhe's one-stem eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. So, I won. Chen Yan smiled and nodded. You won. Ji Songhai's laughter boomed as he approached the table, gathering all the empty cigarette packs, teasingly saying, Old Li, Old Ding, Old Calm. Why do you all look so glum? Come now, have a smoke. Old Li, Old Ding, Old Calm. 3 families with 3 of a kind, beaten by 2, 3, and 5? Unbelievable. And smoke? What nonsense. The 3 men, their faces darkened, rose to leave. Chen Yan observed Ji Zhao's amusing expression and chuckled to himself. Didn't I say that Senior S luck is always quite good? I was lying, was I? Ji Zhao smirked. What a revelation, indeed. Chen Yan, bemused, remarked. Please speak more normally and refrain from using too much internet slang. Then allow me to rephrase. Ji Zhao took a deep breath and stated earnestly, Senior Jiang's luck is akin to a sparrow pecking a cow's backside, a remarkable feat. Chen Yan, never mind, let it be. What matters is that the 3 of them are currently in disarray. Chapter 119. My little senior, I shall pamper her on the way home. Ji Songhai held a cigarette and incessantly praised Jiang Muhe. Jiang Muhe remained unresponsive, her demeanor cool and aloof, which left Ji Songhai feeling somewhat awkward. Chen Yan quietly reminded, Little senior, your grandfather is speaking to you, at least acknowledge him. He continued, Do you not recall how I taught you to smile when engaging with others? Have you forgotten so soon? Oh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe's icy demeanor vanished in an instant as she offered Ji Songhai a polite smile. Then, there was nothing more. Observing this, Chen Yan shook his head in resignation. It appeared that transforming the little senior would be a formidable challenge. After walking for a while, Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe simultaneously halted, their gazes drawn to a deep ditch by the roadside. Ji Zhao approached, asking, Old Chen, why have we stopped? As the words left his mouth, he noticed a tricycle in the ditch. Oh dear, who drove this into the ditch? Truly a talent. Ji Songhai glanced into the ditch and laughed heartily. Indeed, a remarkable individual. This road is not narrow, how could one end up in the ditch? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, peering at the tricycle in the ditch. This vehicle seems oddly familiar. Ahem. Chen Yan awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Grandfather. That is our family's tricycle. Ji Songhai. Ji Zhao shot a knowing glance at Chen Yan. Old Chen, so you were the one behind this talent? Before Chen Yan could respond, Jiang Muhe interjected. This has nothing to do with Chen Yan. It was the god of the 3-wheeled vehicle from a Qin mountain who drove it into the ditch. The god of the 3-wheeled vehicle from a Qin mountain? Ji Zhao asked. Utterly perplexed, who is that? Jiang Muhe turned her back, gazing off to the side. I'm not sure, but I believe. Their surname is Chun. Chen Yan could only smile wryly. The current form of Jiang Muhe was undeniably, adorably mischievous. Ultimately, with the collaboration of the 3 men, they managed to lift the tricycle out of the ditch. Apart from minor scratches on the front, the vehicle was in fine condition. Inserting the key revealed everything was functioning normally. In the evening, as Jiang Muhe savored the roast chicken prepared by Zhao Ailan, her eyes widened in delight. Wow. This is delicious. Zhao Ailan eagerly served Jiang Muhe more dishes, insisting, if it's tasty, eat as much as you like. There is plenty of food at Grandma's. Thank you, Grandma. Jiang Muhe paid no mind to her eating manners, indulging heartily, her mouth smeared with grease. Chen Yan set down his utensils and took a napkin to wipe the grease from her lips, saying, Little senior, take your time. There is more than enough for you. Jiang Muhe replied, but her eating pace did not slow in the slightest. This compelled Chen Yan to put down his bowl after a few bites to help her wipe her mouth once more. There was no other choice. One must pamper their little senior. This scene brought broad smiles to Zhao Ailan and Ji Songhai, while Ji Zhao wore a perplexed expression. Friends? Friends, indeed. This was clearly a budding romance. After the meal, Ji Zhao noticed Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe entering the East Room together. his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as he hurried to find his grandmother, who was busy washing pots. Grandma, does old Chen and Sister Jiang stay in the same room at night? Yes. Isn't there a bed in the West Room? Yes. Then why do they need to share a room? While Zhao Ailin, who was scrubbing the pot, heard her grandson ask question. She shook the water off her hands and replied with a smile, you should ask Xiao Chen and Xiao Jiang that question. If I ask Grandma, who will Grandma ask? Ji Xiao. In the East Room, sitting by the bed, Jiang Muhe took off her shoes, her delicate feet clad in black stockings swaying gently. Chen Yan stole a glance before diverting his gaze, fidgeting here and there, a classic case of idle curiosity. Chen Yan, could you turn on a hotspot for me? Out of data? I forgot to connect to the Wi-Fi while watching videos these past couple of days and just realized my phone is out of balance. I want to top up some credit. Chen Yan's brows furrowed as he sat down beside the bed, solemnly advising, Junior, you really shouldn't spend all your time watching videos. Jiang Muhe supported herself with her left hand on the bed, her head tilting in confusion as she blinked. Why? Because. Chen Yan opened his mouth. It doesn't quite suit your temperament. Jiang Muhe, bewildered, asked, what do you mean it doesn't suit my temperament? Literally. I don't understand. Junior. For such an ethereal girl like you, why do you enjoy watching videos? Because they are interesting. As their conversation progressed, they found themselves once again at an impasse. Chen Yan, looking exasperated, was determined not to give up. He needed to guide the bewildered Junior back onto the right path. Suddenly, a cough echoed from outside. Upon recognizing Ji Zhao's voice, Chen Yan took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Muhe, saying, here, you handle it. I'll step outside for a moment. Under the locust tree on the left side of the courtyard, Ji Zhao leaned against the trunk, his gaze fixed intently on the door of the East Room. The moment Chen Yan emerged, he waved urgently. Old Chen, over here. Chen Yan approached, asking, what's up? Ji Zhao exploded. What's up? You dare to ask me what's up? Old Chen, are you not going to come clean about your situation with Sister Jiang? Chen Yan, puzzled, replied, I'm just friends with the Junior. You know that, right? Ji Zhao's lips twitched. Just friends, huh? All right, old Chen. Your stubbornness is tougher than diamond. Even 500 years after your death, your bones will turn to dust, yet your mouth remains resolute. Chen Yan shrugged innocently. I'm not being stubborn. We are just friends. Huh? Ji Zhao laughed in frustration. What kind of friend helps clean up after meals? What kind of friend shares a bed? Old Chen, do you really think that that's just being friends? Are you misunderstanding what just friends means? Chen Yan lightly remarked. Helping to clean up isn't a big deal. And sharing a bed? I can't be blamed for that. Grandma's house only has this one spare bed left. I can't possibly sleep on the floor, can I? Nonsense. There is another bed in the West Room. Old Chen. It's perfectly normal to have feelings for someone as beautiful as Sister Jiang. I just don't understand why you insist on being so obstinate. Chen Yan was taken aback. Was there indeed a bed in the West Room? If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan let out a sigh of relief. This would be manageable. Very well, I shall tidy up the bed in the West Room and sleep there tonight. Old Chen, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? With that, Chen Yan playfully tapped Ji Zhao on the head, causing him to grimace in pain. You are the one who's lost your mind. I didn't say anything wrong. Senior Jiang has already agreed to share a room with you. Why would you forsake such a splendid opportunity for the West Room? Are you out of your wits? Cease your fantasies, Chen Yan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Ji Zhao. Firstly, I am sharing a room with Senior Jiang because my grandmother neglected to inform me that there was a bed in the West Room. Secondly, Senior Jiang and I are merely friends, not what you are imagining. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Ji Zhao scratched his head, then hurried off to verify the details with his grandmother. When Zhao Ailin learned of the situation, without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed a hammer from the corner and made her way outside. Grandma, where are you going? Ji Zhao called after her. I'm just going to get some exercise after dinner. I ate too much. Chapter 120. Heed Chen Yan's words in the East Room, upon the bed. Jiang Muhe sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, the white headphone wire and strands of her hair languidly cascading before her. Her brows arched slightly, a smile occasionally gracing her lips, her laughter soft and sweet. As Chen Yan entered the room and beheld this scene, his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. A daring hypothesis blossoming in his mind. Could it be that the Junior was indulging in a film? Upon reaching the bedside, Chen Yan cleared his throat deliberately. Yet, Jiang Muhe remained oblivious, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon her phone screen. In exasperation, Chen Yan tapped the bed. Junior, Junior. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Muhe removed her left earphone and, Without waiting for Chen Yan to inquire, extended an invitation. Come, join me on the bed to watch a film. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. If the roles were reversed, Jiang Muhe's current demeanor would undoubtedly be deemed inappropriate. Noticing Chen Yan's immobility, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, the film I've chosen is quite entertaining." Chen Yan's chest heaved with intensity, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Junior, could you tone it down a bit? Even if we are to watch a film, should you not at least conceal it from view? Why should I hide it?" Jiang Muhe's eyes brimmed with perplexity. Is watching a film something shameful? It is not. Not at all. Faced with Jiang Muhe's innocent and clear gaze, Chen Yan found his irritation dissipating. Taking a seat at the edge of the bed, he advised, "Junior, listen to me. Given your disposition, engaging in such activities ought not to be associated with you." Jiang Muhe blinked. "Why not? You are ethereal. You should remain untouched by the mundane, so why indulge in such sordid films?" At Chen Yan's conclusion, a look of bewilderment crossed Jiang Muhe's face. Untouched by the mundane? That would lead to starvation. Also, how is watching a film sordid? Directors create films for viewing, do they not? Chen Yan rubbed his temples. Discussing such matters with Jiang Muhe left him feeling like a scholar confronting an army, utterly at a loss for words. "Chen Yan, why have you fallen silent again?" Chen Yan sighed. "I find myself at a loss." "Very well, you may watch. I shall sleep in the West Room tonight." Jiang Muhe tilted her chin slightly. "All right, but would you care to accompany me for a while?" Chen Yan was struck by her unwavering enthusiasm for watching films. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Muhe climbed to the bed's edge and tugged at him gently. He was caught off guard and fell onto the bed. A fleeting glance at Jiang Muhe's phone screen left him utterly stunned. "Wait, is this a film? Junior, is this what you meant?" As the words left his lips, a headphone was placed onto his left ear. Jiang Muhe nestled beside him, raising her phone. "This film is titled Raise Your Hands. It's quite humorous. Have you seen it?" Chen Yan opened his mouth, his feelings a tangled web of complexity. Why is it that what is clearly a movie becomes a mere film when it passes through your lips, junior sister? Ahem, tell me, is it possible that this thing is indeed called a movie? I know, right? Jiang Muhe blinked innocently, somewhat adorably. After all, a movie is just a film, isn't it? Chen Yan chuckled awkwardly, conceding that there was a grain of truth in her words, yet he preferred to stick with movie henceforth. All right then, Jiang Muhe replied, though she remained puzzled, obediently acquiescing. If a reason were necessary, it would be. Chen Yan's words must be heeded. Noticing that there were still over 10 minutes left in the movie, Chen Yan decided to accompany Jiang Muhe until the end. However, as they watched, his thoughts began to drift away from the film. The enticing fragrance in the air, her porcelain skin, and her alluring curves. Although Chen Yan usually exhibited a mature demeanor, he was, after all, merely an 18-year-old youth, brimming with youthful vigor. With a breathtakingly beautiful girl lying beside him, he found it quite overwhelming. Thus, he silently turned away, opting for the solace of ignorance. Hey, what are you looking at over there? Jiang Muhe inquired after the movie concluded, finally noticing Chen Yan's diverted gaze. Oh, nothing, Chen Yan replied, sitting upright and gesturing towards the doorway. Junior sister, the West Room still needs tidying up. Once that's done, it will be time for bed. You should retire early. I'll take my leave now. I'll go too. What do you intend to do? Jiang Muhe raised her delicate hand. I'll help you with the chores. Chen Yan glanced at her fair, dainty fingers and replied, No, I can't possibly let you do such work. I mean, these tasks are not suitable for you. You should rest instead. Jiang Muhe donned her shoes, tilting her head to stare at Chen Yan with earnest determination. My family is wealthy, but that doesn't mean I am a pampered young lady. Don't underestimate me. I am capable of working. Chen Yan smiled wryly, junior sister. That is not what I meant. Before he could finish, Jiang Muhe strode towards the door. Chen Yan hurriedly followed her. Upon entering the West Room, they were both taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. The floor was strewn with wood shavings and fragments, and Zhao Ailan was shouting about 40. Her voice echoing in the disarray. As for the bed, it was non-existent. Upon noticing their arrival, Zhao Ailan quickly discarded the small hammer in her hand, wiping the sweat from her brow. What brings you here? Chen Yan's lips twitched involuntarily. Grandma, where is the bed in the West Room? Zhao Ailan feigned ignorance, little Chen. There is no bed in the West Room. Who told you there was a bed? Chen Yan surveyed the severed bed slats scattered across the floor, along with the headboard Zhao Ailan had yet to demolish in the corner. His forehead creased with frustration. Grandma, why on earth did you destroy the bed? Zhao Ailan's aged face momentarily displayed embarrassment, quickly replaced by her usual demeanor. Little Chen, Believe it or not, this matter has nothing to do with me. As she spoke, she pointed to the hammer on the floor. It acted on its own. I couldn't stop it. Chen Yan, Jiang Muhe, with eyes brimming with curiosity, stepped forward and picked up the hammer discarded by Zhao Alan. Grandma, is it fun to smash the bed? Can I give it a try? Just as Zhao Alan was momentarily bewildered, Jiang Muhe, holding the hammer, approached the bedside in the corner, raised it high, and exclaimed, 80. Bang. Perhaps due to the age of the bed's headboard, its interior had long since rotted. With a single strike, the headboard split cleanly in two. The impact was instantaneous, extraordinarily intense. Chen Yan closed his eyes, feeling a profound sense of despair as he cradled his head in his hands. What on earth was happening? What was this commotion about? When the hammer slipped from Jiang Muhe's grasp and struck the ground, it produced a crisp sound. She raised her right hand, fixating on her palm incessantly. Noticing her actions, Chen Yan strode forward, his tone laced with a hint of concealed urgency. Senior, what's wrong with your hand? Zhao Alan hastily approached as well, her eyes filled with concern. Are you hurt? Under their watchful gazes, Jiang Muhe gently shook her head and slowly uttered 3 words. My hand is numb. Chen Yan, Zhao Alan. Chapter 121. Methods for eliminating dust mites. Noticing Chen Yan's unusual behavior, Jiang Muhe raised her right hand and waved it in front of him. I'm not joking. My hand has truly gone numb. Chen Yan's lips curled slightly. Senior, while your hand is numb, I feel quite numb as well. What does that mean? Chen Yan, disinclined to elaborate, turned to Zhao Alan and said, Grandma, could you please fetch me some bedding? Zhao Alan, her face adorned with a gentle smile, replied, Little Chen, the bed is broken. What use do you have for bedding? Chen Yan pointed to the fractured bedboard on the floor. These patched pieces are still usable. I'll sleep on the ground. Zhao Alan was taken aback. How could you possibly sleep on the floor? I can manage. I kindly ask for your help, Grandma. Zhao Alan opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, I truly cannot manage this. After a while, Zhao Alan returned with the bedding. Observing Chen Yan as he spread the sheets, she felt a desire to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. At her age, having exerted herself with physical labor earlier, she now felt fatigued and decided to rest after placing the bedding down. After all, she had done her utmost. Once Chen Yan arranged the bedding, he turned to glance at Jiang Muhe, who was busy sweeping the floor, suppressing a smile. It was evident from her awkward movements that she seldom engaged in such tasks, exuding an air of clumsiness with every action. Senior, huh? Jiang Muhe noticed the amused look in Chen Yan's eyes. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Chen Yan stepped forward, took the broom and dustpan from her hands, and gestured towards the door. Go back to sleep. Oh, Jiang Muhe looked at the makeshift bed made of wooden planks, then at Chen Yan, her steps revealing a hint of reluctance as she departed. Chen Yan closed the door, and upon lying down, he felt the sheets were damp. Tossing and turning, he found it difficult to drift off, and before long, an itch began to arise on his body. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yan appeared at the door of the east room, knocking gently. Upon seeing Chen Yan outside, Jiang Muhe's eyebrows lifted in an instant. Can't sleep? Would you like to share a bed? Chen Yan's lips twitched as he entered the room, making a beeline for the bed to check the sheets and blanket. Chen Yan, what are you doing? My bedding over there feels a bit damp and is causing some itchiness. It probably hasn't been aired out in a long time and has developed dust mites. I wanted to see if yours is the same. After inspecting for a moment, he said, Fortunately, your bedding seems fine. You should rest now. Dust mites? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled. I have a solution. Chen Yan's foot, which had been lifted, returned to the ground. What solution? You'll find out shortly. Jiang Muhe pulled Chen Yan into the west room. Amidst his puzzled gaze, she laid down on the bedboards on the floor, pulling the blanket over her head. The next moment, peals of laughter erupted. Chen Yan was left utterly bewildered. What is going on? Senior Shu, upon hearing Chen Yan's voice, Jiang Muhe revealed her head, placing her delicate finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Wait until I'm done with something important. With that, she once again covered her head with the blanket. The melodious laughter continued to ring out. Chen Yan was left utterly perplexed. Is this some sort of ritual? 3 minutes later, Jiang Muhe lifted the blanket covering her and gestured an OK sign to Chen Yan, indicating that all was well. Chen Yan, with a dazed expression, responded. Huh? Jiang Muhe pointed at the blanket, her demeanor quite earnest, stating, The mites have been rendered helpless by my laughter. Give it a try. I assure you it won't itch anymore. Chen Yan, taken aback, pondered her sincerity. He was genuinely curious about the bizarre theories of his junior, wondering where she had gleaned such notions. Could mites truly perish from laughter? Jiang Muhe raised an eyebrow. Do you not believe me? I believe, Chen Yan quickly nodded, feigning calmness as he uttered insincere words. Junior, you are truly remarkable. A smile graced Jiang Muhe's exquisite face. Just a little sprinkle of water, now. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Good night. As he closed the door, Chen Yan recalled the earlier scenes, a smile involuntarily blossoming on his face. His junior was indeed endearing. After lying down once more, he inhaled the lingering fragrance of the blanket, and perhaps influenced by his mind, he truly felt no itchiness at all. The following day, shortly past 5 in the morning, daylight had already broken. Chen Yan roused Ji Xiao, and without even having breakfast, they hopped onto their 3-wheeled cart and headed to the fields. During the busy farming season, the early morning was the optimal time for work. After a brief period, Ji Xiao, drenched in sweat, plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. Old Chun, I can't go on. I'm done for. Chen Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, teasingly remarked, I've told you repeatedly, a frequency of 3 times a day can lead to exhaustion. Yet you refuse to heed my warning. Just look at how frail you become. Nonsense. When have I ever done it 3 times in a day? At most once. The moment the words escaped his lips, Ji Xiao regretted them, hastily correcting himself. Old Chun, I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean by turn to ashes? What does 3 times a day have to do with anything? Chen Yan chuckled heartily, continuing to wield his sickle, diligently advancing in his task. This was his first experience with such agricultural labor. Initially, he was somewhat clumsy, but as he progressed, he gradually became more adept. What to do when tired? Simple. Just motivate oneself. Chen Yan was acutely aware of his desires, and the answer was succinct: money. He reminded himself that each corn stalk he cut down equated to $1 earned, fueled by the prospect of earning. His pace with the sickle not only remained steady but quickened. After a brief 7 or 8-minute respite, Ji Xiao found himself lagging over 20 meters behind Chen Yan. Observing Chen Yan's fervor, Ji Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment and resumed his work. By around 9 in the morning, the 3 acres and 3 tints of corn had all been harvested. Without pause, Chen Yan began to shuck the corn. Witnessing this, Ji Xiao felt on the verge of tears. Old Chun, could you not be so relentless? This is my family's land. Your fervor is quite overwhelming. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Yan replied, hurry up and finish. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can rest. The weather will only get hotter. Don't procrastinate tasks meant for today until tomorrow. We'll work. Ji Xiao gritted his teeth and continued. As time passed, the temperature steadily rose. Creeping past 11 in the morning, Zhao Ailin appeared at the field with Jiang Muhe. Observing the corn stalks that had been entirely felled, Zhao Ailin was taken aback. These children truly exhibited remarkable diligence. She exclaimed, Little Ji, Little Chen, it is far too hot. You should return home to rest. There has been no rain for several days, so there is no need to rush in harvesting the corn. Come back tomorrow morning when it is cooler. In truth, Zhao Ailin felt a twinge of embarrassment. She usually rose at 6 or 7 in the morning, but for some reason, after a taxing night, she had slept soundly until 11. While the 2 children labored in the fields, she, an elderly woman, had indulged in a leisurely slumber. Such an admission would surely be a source of shame. Ji Xiao glanced up at Chen Yan, who was working diligently, and replied loudly, Grandma, we will finish soon. You go back first. Old Chun and I will return once we are done. Zhao Ailin produced a stack of cash wrapped in cloth. Extracting a 20 yuan note. Little Jiang, go to the store and buy some iced water. These 2 children are so focused on their work that they haven't even thought to bring water. They must be parched by now. After speaking, she grabbed a sack from the tricycle and began filling it with corn from the field. Jiang Muhe looked at the money in her hand, and then at the tricycle parked nearby, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Grandma, can I ride the tricycle? Yes, but drive slowly. All right. With a beaming smile, Jiang Muhe approached the tricycle, turned the key, and as soon as she settled onto the leather seat, she instantly jumped off. As if jolted, Zhao Ailin cast a puzzled glance her way. Little Jiang, what is the matter? Jiang Muhe's face was flushed with grievance as she stared longingly at the leather seat of the tricycle. Grandma, it's too hot for my bottom. Chapter 122. Wheat juice. What a charming scene it was, as a smile spread across Zhao Ailin's aged visage. She hastened forward, playfully admonishing her granddaughter. Oh dear. I forgot to remind you that black absorbs heat. On such a sweltering day, sitting on a sun-heated seat must be quite unbearable. Jiang Muhe patted her derriere, relieved to be clad in denim. Had she worn a skirt, it would have surely scorched her. She muttered softly, I'm fine, Grandma. Please continue with your tasks. I shall go fetch some water. Not taking the bike? No. Little Jiang, wait a moment. Zhao Ailan called out, removing her straw hat and placing it atop Jiang Muhe's head. With her weathered hands, she brushed off some dust from her granddaughter's clothing and gently pinched her fair cheek. Fretting that such a delicate face might tan under the sun, Jiang Muhe took off the hat and returned it to her grandmother, saying, Grandma, I have fair skin. I want to tan. You should wear it instead. I'm off to buy water now. With that, she skipped away. Zhao Ailan watched her with affectionate eyes, murmuring to herself, if only little Jiang were my granddaughter, I would gladly drive a luxury car and live in a grand mansion. The Ji family's land was just on the village's outskirts, not far from the shop. After a brisk 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Muhe arrived at the store. The owner, Bai Shufang, a woman in her 40s, looked up from wiping the counter as she heard the commotion. Upon recognizing the beautiful young girl from the previous day, her eyes sparkled with delight. In all her years, she had never encountered such a lovely girl. Well, this was only the second time, as both encounters had been with Jiang Muhe. What would you like to buy, dear? I'd like some water. Jiang Muhe placed 20 yuan on the counter. Ice water, please. Bai Shufang opened the freezer, only to feel a bit embarrassed. I'm afraid we've run out of ice water. We only have room temperature. I don't want room temperature. Jiang Muhe approached the freezer and spotted juice. This will do. How much for a bottle? 350. Auntie, could you give me a discount? How about 6 bottles for 20? That's fine. Bai Shufang's willingness surprised Jiang Muhe. Really? With a warm smile, Bai Shufang replied, You know what? Let us make it 7 bottles for 20 since I'm in a good mood today. Thank you, Auntie. Her soft, mellifluous voice made Bai Shufang chuckle, a pleasing appearance paired with a delightful voice. However, due to the weight of the juice, Jiang Muhe hadn't walked far before her right arm began to ache. The sun was particularly fierce, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Seeking refuge in the shade of a tree, she caught sight of the juice in the plastic bag and couldn't help but lick her lips. 1 bottle. Should be fine, right? Gulp, gulp. Why isn't this juice sweet? But it's quite refreshing. Gulp, gulp. After consuming 3 bottles in quick succession, Jiang Muhe contentedly burped and wobbled her way back to the field. Zhao Ailan summoned her grandson and Chen Yan to the field. Upon their approach, the trio immediately detected something amiss with Jiang Muhe. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed and her gaze was wandering. Chen Yan, noticing her rosy complexion, hastily inquired, Senior, are you feeling dizzy or breathless? Jiang Muhe blinked and admitted, I do feel a bit lightheaded. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan felt a pang of concern and asked Zhao Ailan, Grandma, is there a clinic in the village? I believe she might be suffering from heat stroke. Acknowledging the urgency, Zhao Ailan replied, Yes, there is. Let us go. I'll take you there. Chen Yan helped the crouching Jiang Muhe to her feet, observing her unsteady stance. He disregarded any notions of propriety and lifted her into his arms. However, after just a few steps, he caught a familiar scent emanating from her, prompting him to pause. Zhao Ailan, who had walked a distance of over 10 meters, called out, Xiaochen, why have you stopped? Hurry up. Chen Yan gently set Jiang Muhe down and said, Grandma, please wait a moment. He supported her shoulder with one hand while the other waved in front of her eyes. Senior, what did you drink? Just as she was about to respond, she let out a burp. Chen Yan sniffed the air and felt increasingly convinced of his earlier suspicion, his lips twitching slightly. Jiang Muhe licked her lips and explained, It was juice, but not very sweet. After drinking it, I felt light as a feather, as if I could soar. She added playfully, Chen Yan, remember to tie my feet with a rope later. Gravity seems ineffective on me now. Do you think I might become an immortal? Her adorable declaration left Chen Yan both amused and exasperated. He helped her to the tricycle and opened a black plastic bag on the seat. His conjecture was confirmed. Inside the bag were 4 glass bottles, each labeled wheat juice. Chen Yan shook his head, internally criticizing the brewery. Why call it wheat juice? It's just beer. Isn't that misleading for children? When Ji Xiao and Zhao Ailan noticed the 4 bottles of wheat juice on the seat, they exchanged glances in surprise. So, it wasn't heat stroke after all. Chen Yan smiled apologetically at Zhao Ailan, saying, Grandma, I must have misjudged. She isn't suffering from heat stroke, but rather has been sneaking beer. Zhao Ailan burst into laughter, reassured, as long as she is fine, that's what matters. Jiang Muhe, once more letting out a drunken burp, protested, No. I didn't sneak beer. I had juice. Yes, you had juice, Chen Yan replied, not wishing to argue further with her inebriated state. He drove the tricycle to a nearby sycamore tree, neatly arranged 2 burlap sacks on the seat, and helped Jiang Muhe sit atop them. After completing these tasks, Chen Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at his sweat-soaked shirt. He picked up a bottle of beer and handed it to Ji Xiao while holding another bottle against his face, the chill from the glass providing a refreshing reprieve. In stark contrast, Ji Xiao appeared more unfortunate, resembling someone who had just emerged from a pool. After receiving the beer, he imitated Chen Yan's actions to cool himself down. After a brief pause, Ji Xiao inquired, "Old Chen, how do we open it without a bottle opener?" It seemed a genuine concern. Chen Yan was initially taken aback, then turned to Jiang Muhe, who was leaning against the tricycle handle, and asked, "Senior Jiang, how do you open beer?" "No. How do you open juice?" Jiang Muhe looked up, her innocent eyes blinking. "It's quite simple, don't you know?" Chen Yan's face betrayed his embarrassment. "How is it simple? If you're capable, why don't you show me?" Jiang Muhe took the beer that Chen Yan handed her and, with a swift bite, popped the cap off. "See, isn't that simple?" "Chen Yan, Ji Xiao, what remarkable teeth you have." Ji Xiao passed the beer to Jiang Muhe. "Senior, could you help me open one as well?" Jiang Muhe remained leaning on the handle. "Figure it out yourself. I'll only help Chen Yan." Ji Xiao was left in tears. Were they distinguishing between him and the others, leaving him feeling superfluous? Zhao Ailan, approaching with a smile, chimed in, "Little Ji, let Grandma help you." Ji Xiao looked skeptical. "Grandma, can you really? At your age, don't risk breaking your teeth." "Nonsense. If little Jiang can do it, so can Grandma." Zhao Ailan took the beer from her grandson and brought it to her lips. With a crunch, it was not the cap that broke, but half a tooth. "Ji Xiao, Chen Yan." Zhao Ailan set down the beer, clutching her left cheek. "Oh dear, my tooth." Hearing the commotion, Jiang Muhe looked up in confusion, spotting the half-tooth in Zhao Ailan's palm, her eyes glimmering. She retrieved an unopened bottle of beer from a plastic bag. "Grandma, you've got it wrong. You need to use your right teeth, not the left. Watch me. I'll show you how." With that, she swiftly bit down and opened the cap with ease. This scene left Zhao Ailan in doubt. Was it truly that simple? Perhaps it was worth a try? With a crunch, the cap was opened. Zhao Ailan gazed at the cap in her palm, alongside a whole tooth, deep in thought. The method was indeed effective, but the cost was equally significant. Chapter 123. Is making friends like this illegal? As the clock struck just past noon, a group of 4 returned home. Ji Songhai presented a chilled watermelon, exclaiming, "Come, come, enjoy the watermelon. Xiao Chun, Xiao Ji, you two have worked the hardest, so indulge yourselves." "Thank you, Grandpa." Xiao Chun replied, not hesitating to seize the fruit. He observed Jiang Muhe, who was secretly swallowing her saliva, and couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly. In the next moment, he extended the watermelon towards her. "Senior, here, have some watermelon." After basking in the sun for so long, Jiang Muhe's earlier tipsiness had faded. She gazed at the watermelon offered by Chen Yan, unable to resist licking her lips. However, she did not take it. Chen Yan, puzzled, prompted, "Aren't you going to eat?" Jiang Muhe shyly lowered her head, confessing, "Grandpa didn't he let me eat. Besides, I didn't he do any work. I only bought water, and ended up getting beer instead." Chen Yan couldn't he help but laugh, exchanging a knowing glance with Ji Songhai. Ji Songhai slapped his forehead, saying, "Xiao Jiang, you should eat. It's just watermelon, not a precious item. Just enjoy it." "Grandpa, I didn't he do any work," she protested. "Even if you didn't he work, you can still eat. A guest is a guest. Xiao Jiang, since you are at Grandpa's house, you are a guest. Surely, I wouldn't he deny a guest some watermelon, would I? Eat your fill, there is plenty more." "Thank you, Grandpa." Filled with joy at Ji Songhai's permission, Jiang Muhe graciously accepted the watermelon from Chen Yan. With a playful expression, she exclaimed, "Ah, in the name of the moon, I shall punish you." Ji Xiao, who was in the midst of eating watermelon, nearly choked, his expression utterly priceless. He struggled to swallow and moved his stool to sit beside Chen Yan. "Old Chen, does Jiang Xuedra have a split personality?" Chen Yan took a bite of the watermelon, asking, "What split personality?" Ji Xiao gestured with his chin. "Just look. Jiang Xuedra is usually as cold as ice, and now she is acting all cute and soft. Does that have anything to do with you?" Chen Yan replied coolly, returning to his watermelon. Ji Xiao secretly rolled his eyes, muttering, "Fine, eat your watermelon." Seeing his wife silently staring at the watermelon, Ji Songhai inquired, "Ailan, why aren't you eating?" Zhao Ailan began, her teeth subtly aching. "I don't feel like eating right now. You all go ahead." Ji Xiao suppressed a laugh and quietly explained the situation to his grandfather. Once Ji Songhai understood the context, he felt a mix of amusement and restraint. After finishing the watermelon, Ji Songhai served up the prepared beer duck. "Come, try Grandpa's cooking. Eating beer duck with noodles on such a hot day is an absolute delight." Chen Yan wiped Jiang Muhe's mouth and said to Jiang, Grandpa, please refrain from killing chickens and ducks anymore. It's not easy for you and Grandma to raise them. Let us save them for the new year. Oh, what nonsense is that? Jiang's expression turned sour. Xiao Chen, you specifically took a holiday to help your grandpa. Isn't it only right to eat some chicken and duck? Chen Yan chuckled, choosing not to argue further. He picked up a bowl and served half a bowl of noodles, handing it to Jiang Muhe. Senior, you serve yourself the dishes. Take as much as you want. But don't waste any, understood? Jiang Muhe obediently nodded, her gaze fixated on the bowl before her. Noticing her dazed expression, Chen Yan waved his hand in front of her eyes, reminding her that the noodles would clump together if she didn't hurry to serve herself some vegetables. Jiang Muhe pointed at the bowl, exclaiming, Chen Yan, this bowl is so large and round. Coincidentally, at that moment, Jixiao was lifting a long strand of noodles from the basin. Observing this, she pointed again, these noodles are both long and wide. Chen Yan remained silent. Jiang burst into laughter, little Jiang. This is the famed big bowl wide noodles, perfectly paired with beer duck. You must give it a try. Jiang Muhe served herself some vegetables, and upon tasting the duck for the first time, her brows lifted in delight. It was delicious. While eating his noodles, Chen Yan took it upon himself to wipe the grease from her mouth, resembling a caring older brother. Take your time, senior sister. You've got oil all around your mouth. Jiang Muhe mumbled in response, aren't you here to help? Chen Yan coughed awkwardly, choosing not to comment further. Jiang and Zhao Alan exchanged glances, both wearing amused expressions. These two little ones. Utterly peculiar, without a doubt. Jixiao squatted on the ground, her back turned to the table as she devoured her noodles, occasionally sneering inwardly at Chen Yan. He claimed they were merely friends, yet his actions belied that claim. What friends behaved in such a manner? The most frustrating part was that she couldn't even inquire about it. Questioning would lead to complications. After the meal, Chen Yan settled onto a bench in the cool pavilion. Due to the elevated terrain, he could see nearly half of Baiyun village from his vantage point. On his left sat Jixiao, and on his right was Jiang Muhe. With her clear eyes slightly squinted, Jiang Muhe slowly leaned her head against Chen Yan's shoulder, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Chen Yan contemplated waking her but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Let it be. It wasn't the first time. Jixiao gazed into the distance, reflecting, Old Chen, life in the countryside is quite wonderful. The pace here is slow, and to the wealthy, it seems like a paradise. Chen Yan remained silent, merely smiling. Jixiao raised an eyebrow. What are you laughing at? Isn't that the truth? Everything has two sides. The desolation seen through the eyes of the poor appears as heaven to the rich. Chen Yan shared his perspective, Old Ji. Your observation that the wealthy view the countryside as a sanctuary is spot on. Only those with wealth could think that way. Those who have always lived here strive to escape. To sum it up succinctly, wealth equates to a sanctuary, while poverty equates to desolation. The statement was straightforward yet profound. Jixiao looked surprised. Old Chen, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Chen Yan chuckled. Otherwise, how would I be the top scholar in the province while you only made it to a second-tier university? Jixiao clutched his chest. Old Chen, that's not fair. Mid-sentence, he noticed Jiang Muhe sleeping against Chen Yan's shoulder, his lips curving into a grin. Old Chen, take a look at yourself. Do you really have an ordinary friend like Jiang Xuedra? The term ordinary friend was pronounced with particular emphasis. Indeed, I do. In regard to this matter, Chen Yan could not be bothered to elaborate. Is it a crime to forge friendships in such a manner? Everyone possesses their own unique approach to friendship. This is how I have befriended the junior. Jixiao internally scoffed, pretending. At that moment, a man in his 30s emerged from the neighboring courtyard, slender and approximately 1.7 meters tall. He carried a basin of mung bean soup and made his way directly to the pavilion within this courtyard. Jixiao here. This is the chilled mung bean soup I prepared. The weather is unbearably hot. You and your companions should indulge in it to alleviate the heat. Jixiao expressed gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Li. You are too kind. The man waved his hand and smiled. Jixiao. Your grandpa's son mentioned before his departure that he wished to make you mung bean soup. I am merely fulfilling a wish of his. Be sure to drink it while it's still cool. All right, Uncle Li. After the man departed, a hint of melancholy crossed Jixiao's face. Old Chen, you might not be aware, but grandpa's son passed away last year. Chen Yan sighed deeply, refraining from responding. Jixiao continued with a sigh. The man just now was Li Ji, who has cared for grandpa's son over the years, much like a son. Just this morning, while shucking corn, Grandma mentioned that after grandpa's son's passing, he left the estate. the house, and his meager savings entirely to Li Ji. Since the news spread, villagers have had much to say. Many believe that Li Ji's care for Grandpa's son was motivated solely by the inheritance of this property. Old Chen, what is your perspective on this matter? I observed quietly. Ji Xiao rolled her eyes and asked, honestly, do you think Li Ji's care for Grandpa's son was genuine or feigned? Chen Yan retorted, how many years has Li Ji cared for Grandpa's son? According to Grandma, it seems to be around 7 or 8 years. As Ji Xiao finished speaking, Chen Yan's voice followed. 7 or 8 years. How many 7 or 8 years does one experience in life? The question of authenticity is secondary. The fact remains that Li Ji has cared for Grandpa's son for 7 or 8 years. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Chapter 124. Help me wash with my hands. Does a gentleman discuss actions rather than intentions? Upon hearing this phrase, Ji Xiao nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner. A hint of awkwardness in his smile. Old Chen, I believe you make a valid point. Indeed, how many 7 or 8 years does one experience in life? After this moment of reflection, he rose to fetch 3 small bowls from the house, filled them with mung bean soup, and handed one to Chen Yan. Here, give it a try. Chen Yan graciously accepted and took a sip, the icy texture providing an exquisite relief in such sweltering weather. Junior sister, wake up. Awakened. Jiang Muhe rubbed her eyes, appearing quite bewildered. What is it? Chen Yan offered her a bowl of mung bean soup, saying, here, taste this. Jiang Muhe cradled the bowl and took a small sip. The drowsiness in her mind receded like the ebbing tide, her brows involuntarily curving into a smile. This delightful expression elicited a chuckle from Chen Yan. Is it delicious? Jiang Muhe nodded eagerly. It's very good. Ji Xiao observed the tender exchange between the two, feeling a twinge of envy. Well, I suppose I shall just enjoy my mung bean soup. The familiar flavor invoked a wave of melancholy within Ji Xiao as he reminisced. Old Chen, you may not know, but every summer vacation, I would visit my grandparents. Each time I returned, Uncle Sun would always prepare mung bean soup for me. Just last year, he was still chatting and laughing with me under this cool canopy. Who would have known? This was the first time Chen Yan witnessed Ji Xiao in such a state, and he spoke words of comfort. Take it easy. Life and death are part of the natural order. It is a reality from which no one can escape, the ambiguity of 10 years in life and death. Ji Xiao cast a despondent glance at the adjacent tile-roofed house. Not 10 years, merely 1. As the two conversed, Jiang Muhe, sipping her mung bean soup, interjected. The ambiguity of 10 years in life and death, and 1 year is a mere 0. 2 ambiguity. Such a statement left Chen Yan and Ji Xiao exchanging bewildered glances. The phrase good arithmetic, involuntarily surfacing in their minds. Noticing their peculiar stares, Jiang Muhe raised her chin slightly. I am aware that my mathematics is quite proficient. You need not be so astonished. Chen Yan, Ji Xiao, are you surprised? No, they were simply at a loss for words. Chen Yan's lips twitched awkwardly. Junior sister, I must admit, I did not realize you possessed such humor. What humor? And nothing. Just enjoy your mung bean soup. Upon finishing her soup, Ji Xiao retreated to the house to sleep, though this was merely an excuse. He certainly did not have any masochistic tendencies. Remaining here would only cause him to shine. Clearing his throat, Chen Yan inquired, Junior sister, aren't you feeling sleepy? I am. Then perhaps we should each return to our own rooms. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Muhe leaned against his shoulder, her eyes gently closing. I'll just rest for a moment. From his vantage point, Chen Yan could distinctly see her long eyelashes and delicate, fair skin. Yet the words of refusal teetered on the edge of his lips, unable to be voiced. After a brief pause, the soft rhythm of Jiang Muhe's steady breathing filled the air. Chen Yan silently withdrew his gaze, a sense of resignation and compromise flickering across his brow. Let her sleep. So be it. After all, such occurrences were not unprecedented. Who could blame her for being the junior sister? He reached for the fan beside him, gently stirring the air. His concern was not for her comfort, but rather a result of idle hands. The warm breeze tousled Jiang Muhe's hair, and from a perspective hidden from Chen Yan, a faint smile graced her lips. In the heart of summer, amidst the chorus of cicadas, 2 silhouettes nestled together on a bench beneath a cooling canopy, harmonizing beautifully with the season. As dusk settled, Chen Yan summoned Ji Xiao, and the two of them drove a tricycle to the fields, diligently bagging the freshly husked corn cobs. After making over a dozen trips, returning home with their harvest, the clock had already ticked past 9. Having dined, Chen Yan took a shower. The rural bathing facilities were rudimentary, merely an outdoor cubicle fashioned from asbestos tiles, devoid of a showerhead, requiring him to fill a basin with water in advance. After washing, he felt somewhat revitalized, though his hands and legs trembled from the exertion. The labor in the fields was indeed a strenuous endeavor for someone unaccustomed to such toil. Upon returning to the west room and lying down, a knock on the door interrupted him. Enduring the ache in his body, he rose to open it, taken aback to find Jiang Muhe on the other side. Junior sister. What brings you here so late? Jiang Muhe gestured to her attire. Chen Yan, I have no clothes to change into, and I haven't bathed in 2 days. What should I do? Only then did Chen Yan recall her lack of a change of clothes. It's rather late, and I have no solution at hand. Perhaps you could bear it for one more night? I will take you back to Liaoshan in the morning. Would that be acceptable? Absolutely not. Jiang Muhe pouted, her discomfort palpable from the sweat that clung to her skin. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Chen Yan's damp hair, her voice soft yet resolute. You can bathe. Yet I must endure? This is unjust. I protest. Chen Yan forced a smile, raising his hands in explanation. You lack a change of clothes. And the bathing conditions here are quite poor. I had to pour water over myself with a ladle. Jiang Muhe interjected. I can wear your clothes. You brought several sets, did you not? Chen Yan sighed. Junior sister, while you may wear my clothes, what about the garments underneath? I shall not wear them. Seeing Chen Yan's bewildered expression, Jiang Muhe offered an explanation. I called Aunt Lu. She has prepared clothes for me and sent Uncle Li to deliver them. He is on his way and will arrive in just over an hour. A brief time without undergarments will not be fatal. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Junior sister, please clarify such matters in advance next time. How could I possibly know if you do not specify? I thought. His words trailed off into silence. Chen Yan had indeed heard Jiang Muhe mention Aunt Lu on several occasions. According to her, Aunt Lu had been responsible for her clothing and daily needs since childhood, while Li Yang managed her transportation. Jiang Muhe extended her petite hand, inquiring, where are the clothes? Without uttering a word, Chen Yan swiftly turned, grabbed his backpack, and produced a clean t-shirt and shorts, handing them to Jiang Muhe. Senior, these clothes might be a bit large for you. It's fine, Jiang Muhe replied, accepting the garments and making her way outside. As she reached the door, she glanced back at the still stunned Chen Yan, tilting her head and saying, come on. Come. Chen Yan blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Jiang Muhe replied matter-of-factly. What else could it mean? Naturally, you are to assist me with my bath. Did you not mention there was no shower? I have never bathed using a ladle. You must help me. Chen Yan froze in disbelief. She asked back. Does she truly not possess the understanding of the propriety between the genders? One might wonder, which man could withstand such a trial? Ahem. Senior, while I can lend you the clothes, the matter of bathing, I truly cannot assist you. You are a girl, and how could I possibly help you bathe? Use your hands to assist me. Chapter 125, not very big, yet quite domineering senior. Are you going to refuse me? Gazing into Jiang Muhe's pitiful little eyes, Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words. The refusal he sought to articulate simply would not escape his lips. However, the notion of assisting Jiang Muhe with her bath seemed utterly absurd. He gritted his teeth, ultimately mustering the resolve to nod his head. Indeed, he could not acquiesce to such a request. Jiang Muhe pouted, fixating her gaze on Chen Yan for over 10 seconds before suddenly stating, can you wait outside? It's quite dark at night. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him and readily nodded in agreement. Of course, in truth, even if Jiang Muhe had not made such a request, he would have acted in the same manner. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Yan had prepared the water for Jiang Muhe's bath. He scooped some water with a ladle, demonstrating the process with gestures, teaching through action. Have you got the hang of it? Take your time, don't rush. Be careful, the slippers get slippery when wet, do not fall. Oh, you are so naggy. Senior, when you rinse, it's best to keep one hand on the wall. I know, now go out, quickly. I need to change. All right, just be careful. With lingering concern, Chen Yan offered one last piece of advice before securing the other side of the door with a metal rod. Listening to the rustling sounds of her undressing from within, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How was this any different from raising a daughter? Before long, the sound of splashing water filled the air. Chen Yan stood vigil outside, unwilling to stray even a step away. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ji Xiao approached with some clothes in hand. Upon spotting Chen Yan waiting outside, coupled with the sounds of water emanating from the bathing area, she instantly understood the situation and promptly turned back into the house. Bathing may be a trivial matter, but the happiness of a brother is indeed a significant one. After waiting for over half an hour, the water sounds ceased. A few minutes later, Jiang Muhe shook the door. Chen Yan, I'm done. Open the door. Chen Yan hurriedly rose to remove the metal rod, and soon after, Jiang Muhe emerged, clutching her changed clothes. The oversized t-shirt she wore accentuated her petite frame, and though she donned mere shorts, they draped past her knees, revealing her delicate, alabaster calves. Her long hair clung to her attire, droplets of water cascading down. Despite being the most ordinary of outfits, she exuded a unique charm in it. "Senior, look at your hair. It's as if you haven't dried it at all," Chen Yan chided gently, leading Jiang Muhe into the West Room. He retrieved a clean towel from his backpack and, standing behind her, began to dry her hair. He was unaware of the tenderness in his gaze at that moment. Jiang Muhe squinted her eyes slightly. "Chen Yan, do you have work tomorrow?" "Yes, I need to transport the corn stalks from the field back home, then plow the land, sow seeds, and water them." Upon hearing Chen Yan's response, Jiang Muhe's brows knitted in concern. There is still so much to do? What else is there? As he continued to dry her hair, using his fingers to comb through it, he half-joked, though farming may not yield substantial profits, it certainly is laborious. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Muhe suddenly remarked, "Chen Yan, do you believe that I possess magic?" Chen Yan chuckled and shook his head. "Senior, do you truly think I would believe such a thing?" Jiang Muhe turned around, tilting her head upward. "You must believe me." Chen Yan gently dabbed her head with a towel, teasingly responding, "You're quite small, yet rather domineering." Jiang Muhe pouted, "I am quite tall." Chen Yan rolled his eyes discreetly, playfully brushing her pert nose. "Stop insisting you're tall. I meant you're petite, not in other aspects. I'm not small. My height is 165 centimeters, which is above average among girls. How am I small? Forgive me, but I stand at 183 centimeters. In comparison, you are indeed quite small. Are you not convinced?" Jiang Muhe huffed defiantly. "Chen Yan, I truly can perform magic. Just wait and see." Chen Yan, with a smirk, placed the towel down. "What kind of magic can you perform? I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out tomorrow." "Very well, I shall await your revelation." Chen Yan tucked her hair behind her back. "All right, go rest. When Uncle Li arrives, call me so I can fetch your clothes." Jiang Muhe blinked rapidly, and in the next moment, she slipped off her slippers and stood on Chen Yan's bed. To call it a bed would indeed be an overstatement. It was merely a few mismatched wooden planks haphazardly assembled, serving the sole purpose of keeping the blanket off the floor. "Senior, what are you doing?" Jiang Muhe clutched Chen Yan's pillow, gazing at him eagerly. "I left my phone in the other room. Could you please fetch it for me?" Chen Yan looked skeptical. "But what about returning?" "No." Jiang Muhe shook her head vigorously. "I'm shy, and I didn't sleep well last night. I want to sleep with you tonight." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan firmly refused. "That's not possible." Jiang Muhe bit her tongue in annoyance, defiantly declaring, "If you don't agree, I will bite my tongue off." Chen Yan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Truth be told, he was aware that Jiang Muhe was merely being petulant, yet he did not dare provoke her. Given her temperament, anything could happen, and if she were to follow through on her threat, it would indeed be a catastrophe. You. I never said I wouldn't agree. Senior, please don't act rashly. You're in the prime of your youth. Why would you do such a thing? So you agree? I might just bite it. I agree. I shall comply." Once Chen Yan provided his affirmative answer, Jiang Muhe broke into a radiant smile, pointing her little finger. "Now, go fetch my phone. I want to watch something." Chen Yan sighed in exasperation, emphasizing, "That thing is called a movie." Jiang Muhe blinked, promptly correcting herself. "Go fetch my phone. I want to watch a movie." Chen Yan, feeling utterly defeated, sighed again, realizing that the matter was now settled, and no words could alter the outcome. Upon receiving her phone, Jiang Muhe patted the space beside her and called out to Chen Yan, "Come over and watch a movie with me." "No, I won't watch it. If you insist, I might as well bite my tongue and end it all." Chen Yan replied, "Well, that's quite the dramatic threat, isn't it? You can't just resort to such extremes." Noticing Chen Yan's silence, Jiang Muhe playfully poked her chin with her pinky finger and asked, "So, will you accompany me to watch the movie?" I suppose I will." Chen Yan reassured himself internally. It's just a movie, after all. What could possibly happen? Even if something does, I'm merely obliged. Once Chen Yan settled beside Jiang Muhe, he found an earphone nestled on his left ear. In the next moment, a small head rested against his shoulder, accompanied by a soft, sweet voice. "This movie is called A Clever Escape, and it's quite hilarious. Here, take the phone." As Chen Yan accepted the phone and pressed play, his thoughts wandered far from the film. Stealing a glance at the upperclassman resting on his shoulder, he felt a sudden jolt. Why did it feel so much like being in a romantic relationship? No, He quickly dismissed the idea. This was merely friendship. No matter how one might spin it, he and the upperclassmen were simply forging a friendship. Chapter 126, Little Senior Sister. I cannot look after you for a lifetime, can I? In this somewhat ambiguous, yet warm atmosphere, Chen Yan endured a rather excruciating half-hour. Suddenly, the phone playing the movie lit up with an incoming call. Upon seeing the name Uncle Li, Chen Yan exhaled in relief and stood up, saying, Little Senior Sister. It seems Uncle Li has arrived. He is probably at the village entrance. I will go fetch your clothes. I'll go too, Jiang Muhe interjected. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's expression turned peculiarly awkward. Little Senior Sister, you're not wearing any clothes. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't go? Jiang Muhe glanced down at the clothes she was wearing, initially taken aback before comprehending the underlying meaning of his words. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, It's fine. It's nighttime, and there shouldn't be many people outside at this hour. Not wishing to press further, Chen Yan extended his hand towards her. Jiang Muhe gazed at his hand, her obsidian-like eyes blinking in a slightly naive manner. Noticing her daze, Chen Yan retracted his hand with a hint of disappointment. Little Senior Sister, you are the one who isn't holding my hand. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Muhe swiftly stood up, grasping his left hand with both of hers. Her brows slightly raised. I will hold it. I will. Chen Yan pressed his lips together and averted his gaze, suggesting, Shall we go? Once outside. The sudden dimness enveloped Jiang Muhe, rendering her vision nearly non-existent and stirring a sense of anxiety within her. Sensing the warmth of her hand in his, Chen Yan deduced her feelings and gently reassured her, It's all right. I am here with you. Even if the sky were to fall, I would be the one to hold it up, so there's no need to be afraid. I'm not afraid, she stammered, her tone betraying her nervousness, which made Chen Yan chuckle inwardly. All along, he had thought Little Senior Sister was fearless, yet here she was, afraid of the dark. After descending the mount, the pair walked along the main road of Baiyun village towards the village entrance. After a short while, their eyes adjusted to the darkness, and visibility gradually improved. The chirping of crickets and the distant barking of dogs resonated around them. The warmth of Chen Yan's hand began to alleviate Jiang Muhe's tension. Chen Yan, once you finish your farm work, will you take me to the neighboring town to watch a play? She asked. Taken aback by her question, Chen Yan halted and replied, Little Senior Sister, how do you know there's a play in the neighboring town? My grandmother told me. That is fine. But I estimate I will still be busy for at least 2 more days. If you can't wait, you can have Uncle Li take you to see the play. No. Jiang Muhe immediately shook her head, refusing his suggestion. I want you to take me. If you don't go, then I won't go either. Chen Yan chuckled. So you're dependent on me now, are you? Yes, Jiang Muhe replied with a proud lift of her chin. Chen Yan, you are my only friend. If you don't look after me, who will? This declaration left Chen Yan both amused and perplexed. Little Senior Sister, I cannot look after you for a lifetime, can I? Hearing this, Jiang Muhe's eyes flickered. Why not? We are friends. Can't friendship last forever? Noticing her lowered head, Chen Yan reached out to tousle her hair. Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? The truth. The truth is, it is quite challenging. A lifetime is too long. Perhaps friendships can endure for a while, yet various reasons can arise, causing these bonds to fade over time. Especially for friendships like ours, for instance. If you were to marry in the future, I would certainly have to maintain a distance. Jiang Muhe bit her lip, remaining silent. However, she secretly made a decision in her heart. Baiju once said that friendships cannot last forever. She had doubted this before, but now even Chen Yan spoke similarly, forcing her to believe it. Since friendships cannot endure eternally then, as they approached the village entrance, Chen Yan noticed the glow of car headlights and urged Jiang Muhe to quicken her pace. Uncle Li, leaning against the car door, looked up upon hearing the sound, his gaze immediately drawn to the young lady clad in male attire, his expression complex and filled with an unspoken sigh. Li Yong nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving a compact suitcase from the trunk. After handing the suitcase to Chen Yan, he turned to Jiang Muhe and cautioned, Miss, Sister Lu has prepared 3 outfits for you, along with some mosquito-repellent scented headbands. There are quite a few mosquitoes in the countryside, so remember to wear them, understood? All right, Jiang Muhe replied coolly as always, gesturing towards a large stone nearby. Wait for me over there. I need to discuss something with Uncle Li. Chen Yan thought little of it, dragging the suitcase to sit by the stone, gazing at Jiang Muhe standing before the car. Under the car's headlights, her calves glowed with an almost ethereal whiteness. Wow, how does Senior Sister maintain such flawless skin? It's too fair. Li Yong first glanced at Chen Yan, then his attention returned to the young lady before him. Without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Mu's voice emerged first. Uncle Li, I would like to request your assistance with something. Miss. There is no need for formality between us. Simply state your request, he replied. Jiang Mu glanced back at Chen Yan, lowering her voice unconsciously. Uncle Li. May I trouble you for a favor? Certainly, I will take care of it. Upon learning the nature of her request, Li Yang's already complex expression deepened, revealing a sense of conflict. Miss, may I speak candidly? Jiang Mu nodded. Li Yang took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor. Miss, I understand I should not interfere in your personal matters, but Sister Lu and I are entrusted by Madam, and we consider ourselves somewhat of your guardians. You are too innocent. There are some things that must be said. Uncle Li, please speak freely. Miss, you are now a sophomore. It is permissible to date. And that is your freedom. Although Madam forbids you from dating, Sister Lu and I will certainly turn a blind eye. However, there is one condition. You must cherish yourself. Even if feelings deepen and you take that final step, always remember, protection. Dating? Jiang Mu was bewildered, shaking her head slightly. Uncle Li. Chen Yan and I are merely friends, regardless of what the future holds. For now, we are indeed friends. Oh, by the way, what do you mean by protection? Li Yang opened his mouth, his expression awkward. He found it quite inappropriate to discuss such matters, and resolved that when the time permitted, he would have Sister Lu explain the intricacies of relationships to the young lady. With this decision made, Li Yang's demeanor returned to normal. It's nothing, Mississippi. You should return to rest early. By the way, has Madam been in touch with you lately? Jiang Mu's face remained impassive. No. Li Yang offered an awkward smile. The Madam must be quite busy abroad, hence. Jiang Mu interrupted softly. I am not a child. If she isn't contacted me, then so be it. It's nothing. As she spoke, she shrugged her delicate shoulders. Mother understands me. She knows I am not dependable. She is preoccupied with earning her retirement funds and has no time to call me. This is quite normal. Li Yang's expression turned peculiar. Miss, please do not speak of yourself that way. You are exceptional. Jiang Mu did not take his words to heart. She softly instructed, Uncle Li. Remember the matter I entrusted to you. Drive safely on your way back. Goodbye. With that, she skipped over to Chen Yan, tilting her head. Let us go back. Chen Yan pulled the suitcase and waved at Li Yang. Uncle Li, take care on the way back. Li Yang smiled and nodded. However, once the pair gradually disappeared at the village's entrance, the smile on his face quickly turned into a bitter grimace. Return? How can I go back without properly attending to the matters the young lady entrusted to me? Chapter 127. The Innocence of the Junior Sister Upon Returning. Chen Yan led Jiang Mu directly towards the East Room. Just as they approached the door, Jiang Mu suddenly halted. Chen Yan, have we entered the wrong room? We haven't. Don't you reside in the East Room? Halfway through his sentence, Chen Yan realized, turning back to Jiang Mu with a hint of curiosity in his tone, Junior sister. What would you do if I insisted you sleep in the West Room? Jiang Mu blinked. I would bite my tongue and perish. Chen Yan, all right then. Ah. The same tactic again. Coughing lightly, he admitted, indeed, we have erred in our choice. Let us proceed to the West Room. With no other option, he complied. Once inside, Chen Yan flicked on the light and dragged his suitcase to the foot of the bed, then turned to leave without a glance back. Observing this, Jiang Mu called out to him. Hey, where are you going? Junior sister, aren't you going to change your clothes? Of course I am. Then I must step outside. Why? The unexpected question left Chen Yan momentarily speechless. How could she possibly ask him why? Such an obvious inquiry. Fine, I won't leave. You may change, he conceded. Though he was curious whether Jiang Mu was truly as innocent as she appeared or merely teasing him, he found it hard to believe she would actually change in front of him. Soon, he realized his mistake. Jiang Mu, without any reservations, lifted her t-shirt, revealing her slender waist. If one had to find a word to describe it, it would be delicate. Just a fleeting glimpse made Chen Yan hastily shut his eyes and turned to exit the room. Jiang Mu watched the swaying door. Her eyes filled with confusion as she murmured, Didn't we agree you wouldn't leave? Why is he breaking his promise? I still need him to fetch my clothes. Outside, Chen Yan crouched on the ground, gripping his hair in despair, questioning the very essence of existence. Through this incident, he confirmed one truth. Junior sister was remarkably innocent, like a pristine sheet of paper, untouched by the stains of society. Lost in thought, the door behind him creaked open. Jiang Mu peeked out. Chen Yan, come inside. At the sound of her voice, Chen Yan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He didn't even dare to glance back. Junior sister, have you changed? I have. Just those three simple words allowed Chen Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to see her, adorned in a knee-length black dress that made her appear as ethereal as a jade figure, her flawless face radiating innocence, albeit somewhat marred by the oversized slippers on her feet. With a mere glance, Chen Yan lowered his gaze, silently entering the room and sitting on the bed. Before Jiang Muhe could speak, he yawned and declared, "Junior sister, I am tired. You may sleep inside, and I shall rest outside." "All right." Jiang Muhe approached the bedside, placing her discarded clothes atop the wooden chest on the right. "Chen Yan, do you have any clean clothes to change into?" "I do not." "Then I shall wash this outfit tomorrow." "Can you wash clothes?" "I can." Gazing at Chen Yan with a look of astonishment, Jiang Muhe confidently nodded, asserting that doing laundry is quite simple, as Aunt Lu had instructed her on the 5 essential steps. Intrigued, Chen Yan inquired, "What are these 5 steps?" "First, open the washing machine. Second, place the clothes inside. Third, pour in the detergent. Fourth, close the washing machine. And lastly, start it." "Senior, might it be possible that there is no washing machine here?" The following day, Chen Yan was abruptly awakened by the sound of knocking at her door. Sitting up, she reached for her phone beside her and glanced at the time. "Wow, it's nearly 8 in the morning. Old Chen," came the voice from outside. "Coming." Chen Yan responded, instinctively glancing at Jiang Muhe, who was still asleep, and found herself unable to look away. In that moment, Jiang Muhe lay on her side, her black dress accentuating her exquisite curves, her porcelain-like face serene, hair cascading across her body and pillow. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her slightly parted lips seemed to whisper sweet nothings. This scene resembled a beautiful painting, tranquil and ethereal. Old Chen, old Chen." The voice of Ji Xiao drew Chen Yan back to reality. She quickly pulled up a blanket over Jiang Muhe, slipped on her shoes, and made her way to the door. Ji Xiao, seeing the sleep-laden expression on Chen Yan's face, playfully teased, "Old Chen, the sun is almost up. Haven't you had enough sleep? What is going on? You were lively yesterday, and now you seem so lethargic. Go away." The glaring sunlight hit Chen Yan's face, prompting her to stretch lazily. "I must admit, I am quite exhausted. My entire body aches." Without saying a word, Ji Xiao limped a few steps in front of Chen Yan. "Look at me. I'm nearly incapacitated." Chen Yan chuckled. "How about we take the morning off? Grandma mentioned there hasn't been any rain these past few days, and all the corn has been harvested, so there is no rush. We can head to the fields in the evening to gather the corn stalks." Ji Xiao shrugged. "I wasn't planning to work in the fields anyway." "Then why did you wake me up?" "To eat watermelon." Ji Xiao pointed at the watermelon on the wooden table in the shade, grinning. "Last night before bed, I soaked this watermelon in the well, and now it's perfectly chilled. But if you don't want any, feel free to go back to sleep." Chen Yan, moistening her dry lips, replied with a single word, "Eat." "I knew it." Ji Xiao exclaimed with an expression of certainty. "Go, call Jiang Shuejie. We can't forget her when it comes to watermelon." Clearing her throat, Chen Yan hesitated. "You cut the watermelon first. I'll go call her shortly." "What are you waiting for?" Ji Xiao rolled her eyes. "The watermelon is cool right now. If we delay, it won't taste as good. Hurry up and call her." A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen Yan's face as she said, "Old Ji, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Do you believe that a man and a woman sharing a room can experience nothing at all?" "I do." Upon hearing Ji Xiao's response, Chen Yan felt a sense of relief, but the next moment, Ji Xiao's voice echoed in her ears once more. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is undoubtedly this man who is lacking." Chen Yan's expression darkened in an instant. "What kind of remark is that? Lacking? What utter nonsense." Noticing the rigidity of Chen Yan's countenance, Ji Xiao momentarily found himself at a loss, blinking in confusion. "Old Chen, why has your face suddenly taken on such a ghastly hue?" I wasn't referring to you. I was merely responding to your earlier inquiry." Ji Xiao shook his head vigorously and declared, "A man's strength is matched by a woman's support. When a woman is strong, a man finds himself at rest. If nothing transpires, it can only indicate that the man's prowess has sunk to a horrifyingly abysmal level, commonly referred to as impotence." At that precise moment, a gentle voice floated in from the room, tinged with a hint of languor, as if just awakened. "Chen Yan, you all are so noisy. I want to take a nap." In an instant, Ji Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and it took him a while to grasp the situation. Old Chen. "Have you managed to win over Sister Jiang?" Chen Yan, wearied, closed his eyes. Now he was truly at a loss. No amount of cleansing in the Yellow River could absolve him of this predicament. Chapter 128. Your pain, grandmother cannot perceive old Ji. Listen to my defense. "No, allow me to elucidate." "Elucidate what?" Ji Xiao chuckled meaningfully. "Old Chen, as men, we all understand. Chen Yan gazed at Ji Zhao's lewd grin and smacked his forehead in despair. Oh no, this fellow never believed that he and the junior sister were merely friends. And now this incident only muddied the waters further. Jiang Muhe, still drowsy, approached the door, her gaze directed at the two with evident displeasure. Can't you be a bit quieter in the morning? Ji Zhao's attitude in admitting guilt was remarkably proactive. Senior Jiang, it was unintentional. I merely wished to invite you and old Chun to enjoy some watermelon. I had no idea you were still asleep. I sincerely apologize. I'll take my leave. Please continue your rest. With that, he couldn't resist winking at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, this rascal's mind is undoubtedly filled with impure thoughts, devoid of any wholesome content. Watermelon? Jiang Muhe keenly seized upon the focal point, stepping forward to naturally grasp Chen Yan's hand and shake it. I want to eat watermelon. Ji Zhao's grin widened as he observed their intertwined hands. In contrast, Chen Yan sighed dramatically, feeling utterly resigned. If you wish to eat, then eat. With that, he shot a glare at Ji Zhao. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and cut it. Ji Zhao's mouth twitched. Hey, you heartless fellow. Fine. For Senior Jiang's sake, I shall not stoop to your level. With that, he hurried off to cut the watermelon. Chen Yan glanced at Jiang Muhe, wanting to say something but uncertain of what to express. After all, it seemed there was indeed some ambiguity in their relationship. No wonder Ji Zhao would think otherwise. Junior sister, what is our relationship? Friends, Jiang Muhe answered. Upon hearing her response, Chen Yan's worries dissipated in an instant. See, the junior sister is quite perceptive. Although their bond was somewhat close, friends were simply friends. Jiang Muhe looked on with curiosity. Why do you ask? Do you not wish to be friends with me? No, that's not it. Chen Yan chuckled and shook his head. Junior sister, you possess beauty, talent, and wealth. Having a friend like you is indeed a fortune I have cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Jiang Muhe's heart bloomed with joy, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, do continue. Chen Yan, eat watermelon. Flatter me. Keep it coming. I haven't had my fill yet. I shall go eat watermelon now. I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth. You can help me. No refusals. All right then. 7 or 8 minutes later. With Chen Yan's assistance, Jiang Muhe completed her morning routine. Upon arriving at the cool pavilion, Ji Zhao promptly presented her with the freshly cut watermelon. Observing Chen Yan helping Jiang Muhe wipe her face, his heart filled with admiration. A devoted husband. Could it be any less than this? Chen Yan noticed Ji Zhao's peculiar gaze and explained, unfazed and without a hint of embarrassment, the junior has inadequate self-care abilities. As her friend, it is only natural for me to look after her more closely. Please do not overthink this. Such an explanation, as transparent as it was, prompted Ji Zhao to curl her lips in disdain. Hey, is this amusing? As the trio indulged in watermelon, Zhao Ailan drove her tricycle into the yard. Appearing somewhat lost in thought, she took a few steps before halting, muttering incessantly to herself. Observing her grandmother's odd demeanor, Ji Zhao hurried over to inquire, Grandma, what is the matter? Zhao Ailan looked up, bewildered, and exclaimed, Little Ji, it's haunted. Ji Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean haunted? Grandma, what are you talking about? Zhao Ailan opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words, and walked over to sit at the wooden table beneath the awning. Chen Yan offered her a slice of watermelon, asking, Grandma, what is troubling you? Zhao Ailan raised her hand and slapped her thigh, oddly feeling no pain, which prompted a sigh of relief. It's indeed a dream. I knew it couldn't be real. Ji Zhao winced, gasping in shock, Grandma, why did you hit me? Realizing her mistake upon hearing his voice, Zhao Ailan chuckled apologetically, Sorry. After saying this, she raised her hand again, delivering another slap. Ji Zhao's eyes widened, his mouth twitching in disbelief. At that moment, he felt on the verge of tears. Grandma, I haven't done anything wrong. If you must hit me, at least provide a reason. Zhao Ailan shrugged, saying, Little Ji, look at what you're saying. Did I not just apologize to you twice? 1 apology corresponds to 1 slap. 2 apologies equal 2 slaps. There is nothing unreasonable about that, is there? Ji Zhao was left speechless. Did I agree to this transaction? Zhao Ailan winked at her grandson, asking, Little Ji, does it hurt? Ji Zhao glanced at the 2 clear handprints on his thigh, feeling utterly defeated as he replied, Of course it hurts. Then that proves it isn't a dream. Hearing her grandmother's mutterings, Ji Zhao suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and said gently, Grandma, if you wish to ascertain whether you are dreaming, why not slap yourself instead of hitting me? Grandma fears pain. I fear it too. You feel pain, but Grandma does not. This reasoning was utterly absurd. Ji Xiao chose to remain silent, quietly distancing himself, feeling somewhat reassured. Grandma, what is really going on? Why are you so unusual this morning? Zhao Ailin frowned and replied, Little Ji, the corn stalks in our field have vanished. Not only that, but the land has been plowed by someone, and seeds have even been sown and watered. Both Chen Yan and Ji Xiao widened their eyes in shock. Chen Yan was the first to react, speculating, Grandma, could it be that the neighbors mistakenly planted in our field? No. Zhao Ailin slowly shook her head. I have inquired thoroughly. Only a few households in the village have sown seeds, and none have erred in their planting. It is indeed peculiar. Having cultivated land for a lifetime, I have never encountered such an uncanny occurrence. Chen Yan and Ji Xiao exchanged perplexed glances, both utterly baffled. Just as the three were enveloped in confusion, Jiang Muhe, who was enjoying a slice of watermelon, raised her hand to speak. I know, she declared. The moment her words escaped, they instantly captivated the trio's attention. Chen Yan stifled a laugh. Senior, what do you know? Jiang Muhe blinked and replied, Chen Yan. Do you remember what I told you last night about my ability to perform magic? Before I went to sleep, I made a wish for the deities to assist with the farm work, and to my astonishment, it seems my wish has indeed come true. Chen Yan responded. Such claims would hardly deceive even a ghost. Do you think me a fool, senior? Jiang Muhe retorted. Do you not believe me? Well, I do not, he admitted. If you do not believe me, then I shall bite my tongue and end my life. Chapter 129. I don't care. I want twin tails. I want to increase attack speed in such a scene. Zhao Ailin and Ji Xiao exchanged bewildered glances. Biting one's tongue to end it all. What does this even signify? A form of amusement? After exchanging glances for over 10 seconds, Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe ultimately conceded. All right, I believe you. Is this acceptable? The dismissive tone elicited a displeased huff from Jiang Muhe, whose voice suddenly softened. I'm not joking. This was actually arranged by Uncle Li at my behest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was reminded of the scene at the village entrance the previous night, where the senior girl whispered to Liang, and her declaration of possessing magical abilities. As all these strands intertwined, it became rather reasonable. Zhao Ailin's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Jiang, did you indeed arrange for someone to work in the fields? Yes, Jiang Muhe affirmed with a nod. Chen Yan and Xiao Ji have done so much work. I couldn't assist at all, so I found someone to complete the remaining tasks. Hiring someone equates to my own labor. Thus, Grandma can consider the fieldwork as my contribution. Am I not impressive? Her innocent eyes and eager demeanor were somewhat comical to Zhao Ailin, who chuckled incredulously. Xiao Jiang, there are only 3 acres of land at Grandma's place. The profit from growing corn isn't even enough to cover the wages for hiring help. Before she could finish, Jiang Muhe interjected, Grandma, that's not important. Zhao Ailin was taken aback. Not important? Then what is? Jiang Muhe pointed at Chen Yan. It's important that he accompanies me to watch the grand performance. Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly, upon learning that all this was Jiang Muhe's doing. He could surmise her intentions. Zhao Ailin glanced at the silent Chen Yan, her expression peculiar. Xiao Chen, come with me. I need to discuss something with you. Sure. Once they reached the duck's nest, Zhao Ailin spoke first. Xiao Chen, could you kindly inquire how much Xiao Jiang spent hiring help? Grandma cannot allow her to bear that expense. I will cover it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan quickly waved his hands. Grandma, no need for that. It truly isn't necessary. How can it not be? Zhao Ailin replied earnestly. While Grandma's land is limited, collecting corn stalks, plowing, planting, and watering must be completed in a single night. At least 7 or 8 people are required. Hiring that many is no trivial sum. Really, it's unnecessary. Chen Yan patiently explained. Grandma, actually, the senior girl meant well and wanted to help. However, her method of assistance isn't really acceptable for us. But speaking of help, we naturally do what we can, and since Ji Xiao and I are capable, we lend our strength. The senior girl, she has wealth. Spending a little is no burden for her. Please don't feel too guilty. At this point, he chuckled softly. Grandma, you might not know, but the senior girl is quite affluent. This amount is negligible for her. The reason she did this was simply to persuade me to take her to the neighboring town to see the grand performance. That's the one do, Zhao Ailin insisted. You and Xiao Jiang are guests at Grandma's home. How can one expect guests to pay? This expense, Grandma must cover for Xiao Jiang. Chen Yan's brows slightly furrowed as he shifted the conversation. Grandma, do you wish to bring joy to the little junior, or would you prefer to see her disheartened? It was an obvious choice. Of course, Grandma wanted to see Xiao Jiang delighted. Zhao Ailin chuckled as she spoke. her heart warming at the sight of Xiao Jiang's fair, radiant face, which bloomed with a smile like a flower. To be frank, the moment Grandma beheld Xiao Jiang's laughter, her spirits soared. With a grin, Chen Yan remarked, "Grandma, giving her money will not make her happy. I'll take her to see a grand performance, and she will certainly be overjoyed. This afternoon, I shall escort her to the neighboring town for the show. As for the matter of money, please, let us not speak of it again. If you insist, I shall take the little junior back to Lianshan immediately." "Wait, don't." As soon as Zhao Ailan heard Chen Yan's intention to depart with Jiang Muhe, her tone shifted instantly. "Grandma, won't you mention money anymore? Just don't take Xiao Jiang back to Lianshan. I haven't had enough of her yet." After achieving his goal, Chen Yan nodded with a smile. "Grandma, as long as you refrain from mentioning money, the little junior and I will remain here until the holiday concludes. It's a promise." Once the agreement was made, Chen Yan returned to the pavilion and immediately noticed the look of distress on Jiang Mu's face. He said nothing but exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Xiao, who promptly rose to leave. "Little junior, you seem rather uncontent," he observed. Chen Yan, did I err in seeking help for the farm work? I noticed Grandma seemed to say something to you over there. Nobody claims you were in the wrong. Both Grandma and I understand your intentions were noble." Chen Yan gently caressed Jiang Mu's hair, explaining softly, "For someone of Grandma's age, avenues for earning are scarce. Typically, they rely on the filial piety of their children. Yet they do not wish to burden their offspring. Thus, farming becomes their primary source of income. A mere 3 acres yield only 4 to 5,000 yuan a year. Likely insufficient to cover the wages of those you hired last night." He paused, ruffling Jiang Mu's hair. "Even though the money was yours, Grandma would still feel the pinch. Just a moment ago, she insisted I inquire about the cost of hiring help, claiming she wanted to reimburse you. I don't want the money." Jiang Mu quickly shook her head, unconsciously grasping Chen Yan's hand. "I merely wish for you to take me to see the grand performance." Chen Yan chuckled. "I have already persuaded Grandma to abandon that notion. However, it would be wise to avoid relying on money for everything. There will come a day when it runs out." In the midst of his speech, Jiang Mu suddenly lifted her head. "If I indulge in frivolities rather than aspire for greatness, my family's wealth is inexhaustible." Chen Yan, got it. This line of reasoning does not apply to the little junior. Cough. Little junior, just how affluent is your family? Very, very wealthy. And my mother continues to earn more. Would you like some? I can share. After exchanging a few words, Chen Yan adeptly sidestepped the topic. "Little junior, weren't you eager to visit the neighboring town for the grand performance? Once the weather cools a bit this afternoon, I shall take you." "Really?" "Absolutely. You're truly wonderful." After exchanging customary compliments, Jiang Mu's clear eyes sparkled as she continued. "Could you help me braid my hair? The mosquitoes here are numerous, and I have several welts on my arms. When you braid my hair, please remember to weave in the aromatic hairband that Aunt Lu prepared. It wards off insects." Braiding hair is quite akin to holding hands. Once you experience the first time, countless repetitions follow. All right. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Chen Yan gazed at his handiwork with great satisfaction, boasting, "Not bad. My hair braiding skills are improving." Jiang Mu picked up a palm-sized mirror to inspect her reflection, her lips curving downward. "What is good about it?" "It looks terrible." "What do you mean?" Chen Yan replied, "It's exactly what you wanted. I made pigtails. Not a braid." "Almost the same," Jiang Mu pouted, her voice sweetly protesting. "I don't care. I want pigtails. I want to increase my attack speed." Chen Yan's expression darkened in an instant. What an increase in attack speed. Chapter 130. As Chen Yan remained silent, Jiang Mu waved her hand in front of his eyes. "What are you doing?" With her twin ponytails, she added, "Increase the attack speed." Chen Yan felt a wave of frustration, but gazing at the innocent expression of the junior, he could not muster any anger. After several deep breaths, he forced a smile. "Junior, once we return to school, you must introduce me to your roommate named Li Baozhu." "All right. Why?" Jiang Mu's eyes flickered with caution. "Chen Yan, you are my friend. You cannot befriend Baozhu." As she trailed off, her voice grew fainter until it was no more. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. "It's not about friendship. I merely wish to meet her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu let out a quiet sigh of relief, nodding slightly. Fine. In truth, she was unsure of what made her anxious. She simply did not want Chen Yan to befriend other girls. He was her only friend, and she hoped to remain his sole companion, at least as his only friend of the opposite sex. "Junior, let's refrain from discussing increasing attack speed in the future, shall we? Why can't we talk about it?" "Because." Chen Yan opened his mouth, struggling to find the right words to explain his feelings to Jiang Mu, his expression tinged with bitterness. There's no reason. Just listen. Yet increasing attack speed sounds delightful. Bayubiu, Chen Yan wearily closed his eyes. This is no longer a suitable topic for discussion. Noticing Chen Yan's apparent unhappiness, Jiang Muhe quickly changed her tune. I want to bring it up again. Please don't be upset. Chen Yan shook his head. I'm not angry. Jiang Muhe pouted. Muttering softly, with that stern face, how can you say you're not angry? I don't believe you. With a sigh, Chen Yan chose not to elaborate. Instead, he silently unraveled the braid he had just styled for Jiang Muhe, transforming it into twin ponytails. He truly was not angry, merely troubled. This Li Baozhu, instead of imparting useful knowledge, only taught her such misguided notions. He had to meet her and offer a word of caution. Otherwise, at this rate, his junior would surely be led astray. After a few minutes, the twin ponytails were complete. Jiang Muhe gazed at her reflection in the mirror, beaming with joy. She raised her small hand and pointed at Chen Yan's nose. Baiyu Chen Yan, exasperated, playfully tapped her on the head. Jiang Muhe winced, clutching her head with both hands. No more Baiyu, please. Don't hit my head. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Chen Yan felt a pang of sympathy and gently ruffled her hair. Stop being mischievous. You must listen. Jiang Muhe nodded vigorously, her entire demeanor radiating compliance. I'm the most obedient. I'm the most obedient. Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. And as he looked at Jiang Muhe, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. The knee-length black dress accentuated her admirable figure. And with the twin ponytails framing her face, her previously aloof aura softened considerably. Especially her pair of clear, flawless eyes, undeniably reminiscent of a naive little rabbit. Or rather, a great white rabbit. Suddenly, an unexpected sound jolted Chen Yan back to reality. Jiang Muhe bashfully lowered her head, her delicate feet, wrapped in snowy socks, restlessly kicking about. Hungry? A bit, yes. Change your shoes. I shall ask Grandma to prepare something delicious. Chen Yan chuckled teasingly, after all. You completed the farm work last night. In terms of contribution, yours surpasses mine and Ji Zhao significantly. Jiang Muhe lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes blinking rapidly. Really? I also think I am quite impressive. Chen Yan's laughter faded, her expression subtly shifting. She truly cannot discern flattery from criticism. Upon learning that Jiang Muhe was hungry, Zhao Ailin immediately headed to the duck coop, picking up a duck while calling for Ji Songhai to prepare the pot of water. Around 11 in the morning, in the cool shed, Zhao Ailin placed a bowl of noodles before Jiang Muhe, saying, Little Jiang. Grandma noticed you enjoyed the beer duck quite a bit yesterday, so she had Grandpa make another pot. Come, eat up. Thank you, Grandma. Jiang Muhe licked her lips and winked at Chen Yan. Can I eat now? Upon hearing this, the other three cast meaningful glances at Chen Yan. Chen Yan smirked slightly. Junior, there's no need to ask me about such matters. If Grandma says you may eat, then you simply should. But you didn't tell me to eat. I'm listening to you. Chen Yan cleared her throat. Eat. Go ahead. All right. Jiang Muhe's brows arched, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. Her adorable demeanor melted the hearts of Ji Songhai and Zhao Ailin across the table. The elderly couple exchanged glances, looking at Jiang Muhe and then at their grandson. Their expressions filled with defeat. Noticing the gaze of his grandparents, Ji Xiao appeared perplexed. Grandpa, Grandma, why are you looking at me like that? Ji Songhai sighed deeply. Saying nothing, Zhao Ailin spoke with a hint of regret. Little Ji, how wonderful it would be if you were a girl. Ji Xiao rolled his eyes. Grandma, please abandon your fantasies. Even if I were a girl, I could never compare to Senior Jiang. You and Grandpa should resign yourselves to the fact that you will never have a granddaughter like her. Zhao Ailin and Ji Songhai exchanged a knowing look and simultaneously set down their bowls and chopsticks. Ji Songhai remarked, Ailin, I have been feeling a bit restless lately. My hands are itching. Zhao Ailin responded, how coincidental. I feel the same. My hands are itching terribly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao swiftly moved to a corner, retorting, Grandpa. Grandma, please don't take offense at my words. The truth may sound harsh, but it remains the truth. Zhao Ailin glanced at her grandson. So you want to make an effort? Ji Xiao was taken aback. Make an effort? For what? Zhao Ailin pointed at Jiang Muhe. Strive to find a girlfriend as beautiful as little Jiang. That way, even if your grandpa and I cannot have a lovely granddaughter, we can at least have a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. Ji Xiao scoffed. Grandma, you truly have grown old. You dare to dream of such things. Zhao Ailin glared at her grandson with a furrowed brow. What is this nonsense? You are quite remarkable in your own right, albeit lacking in height, somewhat unpleasing in appearance, and a bit portly. As for your character, enough. Ji Zhao's expression was one of deep discontent. Zhao Ailin cleared her throat awkwardly. Little G. While you possess numerous shortcomings, there are indeed glimmers of brilliance within you. For instance, your academic performance is commendable. Although your educational qualifications do not quite match those of your parents, you have managed to secure a place at a second-tier university. Your grandfather and I didn't even complete high school. Ji Zhao's face darkened. Grandma, could you please refrain from continuing? My dear child, when your grandmother praises you, is it not a cause for joy? Ji Zhao felt tears welling up, utterly at a loss. Praise him? This is clearly just a veiled insult. Chapter 131. Grandmother. I do not cultivate immortality, Xiaoqin. You must arbitrate this matter. Grandmother is clearly praising Xiao Ji, yet look at him, he is still giving her the cold shoulder. Hearing Zhao Ailin call his name, Chen Yan struggled to suppress the laughter bubbling within him, nodding in cheerful agreement. Indeed, Ji Xiao is undeniably being unreasonable. He should be grateful for the praise, yet he seemed oblivious to his good fortune. Ji Xiao. Ji Songhai added, Xiao Ji. Your grandmother is indeed complimenting you. After all, both Xiao Chun and Xiao Jiang are from a second-tier university, and you are as well. Does this not suffice to demonstrate your own excellence? Those words, instead of providing comfort, only made Ji Xiao feel more despondent. He returned to the wooden table, bowl in hand, and sat beside Chen Yan. Grandfather, who told you that Lao Chen and Sister Jiang are from a second-tier university? Are they not? Ji Songhai replied, puzzled. Aren't the three of you from the same university? Not so. Having reached this point in the conversation, Ji Xiao decided to divulge the truth to his elders. Grandfather, grandmother. I attend Jiangda University of Science and Technology, a second-tier institution. Lao Chen and Sister Jiang are from Jiangda University, which is among the prestigious 985 universities. Ranking just below Qihua and Beida. How can I possibly compare myself to them? Is that so? Ji Songhai chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Ji, you cannot blame me. You never mentioned this. I assumed you called Xiao Jiang Sister Jiang because you were all studying at the same university. Ji Xiao sighed. Grandfather, grandmother. Allow me to share another piece of information. Ji Songhai and Zhao Ailin exchanged curious glances. Lao Chen is this year's top scholar of Jiangbei province, and Sister Jiang was last year's top scholar. Ji Xiao chuckled at himself. Both of them are genuine academic prodigies. I am scarcely worthy to be compared with either. Upon hearing their grandson's words, Ji Songhai and Zhao Ailin widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions comically exaggerated. Zhao Ailin stammered, T-top scholar of the province? Lao Chen and Xiao Jiang are both provincial top scholars? Xiao Ji, you are not jesting with your grandparents, are you? Ji Xiao sighed. Lao Chen, please say something. Chen Yan smacked his lips and replied, Grandfather and grandmother, both Sister Jiang and I are indeed provincial top scholars. However, being top scholars is not all that remarkable. We merely had a stroke of luck. In comparison, Xiao Ji has had a bit less fortune. We are all quite similar. It's merely a matter of luck. Ji Xiao smiled with appreciation and patted Chen Yan on the shoulder. Lao Chen, you have a way with words. I adore hearing that. Do say more in the future. Ji Songhai and Zhao Ailin exchanged silent glances, their thoughts momentarily suspended, unsure of how to respond. Impressive. Lao Chen, Xiao Jiang, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined that you both would be provincial top scholars. After regaining her composure, Zhao Ailin expressed regret. Alas, had I known this earlier, I would never have allowed you to toil in the fields. Such labor is beneath you. What a shame. Chen Yan quickly waved his hand and said, Grandma, please do not say that. The provincial champion is still a person, and as a person, one must work. I have never done farm work throughout my life, so experiencing it once would be quite good. Jiang Muhe timidly raised her hand and inquired, hiring someone to work is equivalent to doing the work oneself, right? Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Zhao Ailin looked at her with affectionate eyes and continuously served her food, saying, Child, you are so beautiful and exceptional. You are simply a celestial being. Suddenly, Jiang Muhe replied, Grandma, I do not practice immortality. Her words left Zhao Ailin momentarily bewildered. Practicing immortality? Chen Yan took the initiative to steer the conversation elsewhere. After finishing the meal, he intended to help clear the dishes, but was promptly halted by Zhao Ailin's voice. Young Chen, put that down. Noticing Zhao Ailin's serious demeanor, Chen Yan scratched his head in confusion. Grandma, I was just going to clear the dishes. Before he could finish, Zhao Ailin spoke again. Put it down, do it now. Reluctantly, Chen Yan set down the dishes and asked, Grandma, what is going on? You cannot do this kind of work. Zhao Ailin approached and took the dishes from him, earnestly advising, Young Chen, you and Xiao Jiang are destined for greatness. Previously, I was unaware of your and Xiaozhang's status, so I let you help. Now, you must not do such work. Go and rest. Chen Yan was perplexed. But what status does he have? Isn't he just the provincial champion? What does that count as? Unable to withstand Zhao Ailan's resolute attitude, he turned and walked over to the bench at the end of the pergola, kicking Ji Xiao in annoyance. Why did you mention the provincial champion to Grandma? Ji Xiao shrugged and replied, Old Chen, you can't blame me. You saw the situation during dinner, didn't you? If I hadn't revealed your and Zhang's identities, Grandpa and Grandma would have dared to compare me to you two. I mean, who am I? To be compared to two provincial champions in terms of academic achievement is akin to a dull knife cutting flesh, both injurious and disheartening. Chen Yan frowned at his words. What do you mean? Who are you? Do not belittle yourself. Everyone is unique. Why should one be so concerned about how others define success? Ji Xiao scoffed, Old Chen. During our senior year review, you worked harder than anyone else. Aren't you concerned about your grades? If you do not care about your grades, then why work so hard? Chen Yan shook his head. What I care about is not grades, but people. Who? Ji Xiao asked. Chen Yan gazed into the distant sky and replied, You know our family situation. My sister and I have no safety net. Compared to me, I have support. But my sister has none. The reason I work so hard is to become her support in the future. Ji Xiao gave a thumbs up to Chen Yan, exclaiming, Well said, man. Chen Yan shook his head, not wishing to dwell on the topic any further. Old Ji, do you want to go see the big show in the neighboring town this afternoon? Ji Xiao's face showed a flicker of interest, but then he hesitated. I think I'll pass. Why not? Ahem. Old Chen, you and Sister Jiang should go together. I cannot be a third wheel and hinder your enjoyment. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Ji Xiao received a sharp rebuke, causing him to grimace in pain, glaring indignantly at Chen Yan. What is the meaning of this? I was merely considering your feelings, so why do you strike me? Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. I regard the junior sister as a friend, and she reciprocates the sentiment. It is as simple as that. Familiar words that made Ji Xiao inwardly scoff. Which friend casually holds hands with one another? Which friend wipes another's mouth during meals? Which friend shares the same bed without a second thought? Which friend stands guard while the other bathes? Such claims are hardly credible. Old Chen, what is it? If you and Sister Jiang are truly friends, I will consume 3 tons of excrement. Are you still trying to deceive me for food and drink? If you wish to eat, just say so. The restroom is plentiful. And let us not exaggerate to 3 tons. I'll start with 3 pounds for you. Do you dare to consume it? Even Fuda would dare. Yet you do not? Old G, your life is worse than a dog-s. Chapter 132, with you. Great. Ultimately, at Chen Yan's invitation, Ji Xiao agreed to accompany him to the theater. Unbeknownst to Chen Yan, Ji Xiao's consent was not driven by a desire for entertainment, but rather a covert intention to capture evidence, proof that would substantiate their lack of friendship. He was eager to observe how long Chen Yan could maintain his facade. After all, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. Shortly after midnight, Ji Xiao was driving a tricycle, with Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe each carrying a small stool. Seated in the rear, before the vehicle could exit the courtyard, Chen Yan called out to Ji Xiao to halt. Please stop for a moment, he instructed. Ji Xiao turned back, perplexed. What is the matter? Without offering an explanation, Chen Yan leapt from the vehicle and reached out his hand towards Jiang Muhe. She blinked in confusion, but, complying instinctively, placed her left hand in his palm, her clear eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is this for? Get out. Get out for what? Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Jiang Muhe, are you a curious child with 100 questions? Jiang Muhe shook her head, denying it. Chen Yan, both exasperated and amused, thought such inquiries could only be posed with such seriousness by someone like her. After assisting Jiang Muhe out of the tricycle, he took her hand and led her directly to the door of the West Room. Let us go. We need to change. Jiang Muhe picked up the sunglasses hanging around her neck. But I'm already dressed. What should I change? Chen Yan pinched the sleeve of her outfit, inadvertently grazing her soft skin, the tender sensation causing his heart to race, prompting him to release her hand quickly. Junior, you should wear something lighter. Black absorbs heat. Oh. Okay. Jiang Muhe paused, and as realization dawned upon her, a radiant smile lit up her face. Chen Yan, you're so considerate. With that, she entered the room. Watching the half-open door, Chen Yan couldn't help but smirk. His junior truly was a source of concern. He sighed and quietly closed the door, standing guard like a sentinel. At the entrance of the courtyard, Ji Xiao, perched on the tricycle, was filled with mockery, smirking disdainfully. Friends? Ha, what a joke. When Jiang Muhe reemerged before Chen Yan, Her attire had transformed from a black long dress to a delicate light blue gown. Still a long dress, it was complemented by a green aromatic hairband, rendering her less aloof and more ethereal. Chen Yan cast a brief glance before averting his gaze. Jiang Muhe in this ensemble was simply too much, stunning to an excessive degree. Jiang Muhe chuckled. Am I really that beautiful? Chen Yan's face flushed crimson. I didn't look. Jiang Muhe pressed her lips together, grasping Chen Yan's hand. Let us go? Chen Yan reiterated. Junior, I truly did not look at you. Jiang Muhe nodded as she spoke. Chen Yan, you can look at it openly. I'll let you in on a secret. I have a plethora of clothes. If you wish to see, I'll show you during the winter break. And stockings too. Just tell me which color you'd like to see me wear, and I shall oblige. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yan swiftly covered her mouth and admonished, Junior, exercise caution. No, be prudent. After the reminder, he cast a glance at Ji Xiao. Jiang Muhe suddenly understood. Nodding her chin repeatedly, all right, all right. She then lowered her voice, whenever you want to see, remember to let me know. Chen Yan's face flushed crimson, unsure how to respond, ultimately opting for silence. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the junior was indeed quite generous towards him. Upon seeing Jiang Muhe don lighter attire, Ji Xiao remarked, some people are truly considerate. Chen Yan shot Ji Xiao a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate. Such matters defied explanation. The more one tried to clarify, the more convoluted it became. After Jiang Muhe settled into the vehicle, her voice chimed in, Xiao Ji. Do you think it's possible that your lack of attention to detail is why you don't have friends as beautiful as I am? Ji Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? No. Jiang, if you want to compliment yourself, just do so without provoking me, all right? It's not flattery. Merely stating a fact. Observing Jiang Muhe's carefree demeanor, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The sentiment conveyed by such words varied significantly depending on the speaker. When uttered by others, it seemed narcissistic, while from Jiang Muhe, it radiated self-awareness of her beauty and undeniable truth. Indeed, Chen Yan took a seat beside Jiang Muhe in the vehicle, patting Ji Xiao on the shoulder with a soft chuckle. Xiao Ji, we can set off now. Ji Xiao's expression darkened instantly, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. Old Chen, have I told you that if you call me Xiao Ji again, I will retaliate? You think my words are mere trifles? Chen Yan shrugged. Others can call you that, your grandparents, even your mother, and even the junior can call you that. Why am I the only one who cannot? That is absurd. Ji Xiao, fuming, leapt off the tricycle and pointed accusingly at Chen Yan. You know very well what's in your heart. Don't play the fool. Chen Yan looked up at the sky, feigning ignorance. Jiang Muhe watched the two with a puzzled expression, wondering what they were discussing. In response to Chen Yan's act of feigned ignorance, Ji Xiao, nearly exasperated, yanked on his shirt and forcefully pulled him off the vehicle, leading him out of the courtyard. After walking a few meters, she finally released her grip, the earlier forcefulness vanishing, and she pleaded with a bittersweet expression, Old Chen, could you please refrain from rubbing salt in my wounds? I can tolerate others calling me Xiao Ji, but you alone cannot. Why is that? Simply because you're older. If that's your reasoning, I want to argue with you. Chen Yan, noticing Ji Xiao's gloomy countenance, laughed and waved his hand. Fine, I won't call you that anymore. I won't do it again. Ji Xiao fixed her gaze on Chen Yan, feeling a pang of jealousy. Look at you, handsome and academically accomplished. Why is it that you seem to have everything while I'm left in the dust? It hardly seems fair. Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Are you suggesting I should share my misfortunes with you? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao shook her head vigorously. You're bad luck. Honestly, the fact that you're still alive is nothing short of miraculous. Never mind. I've suddenly found some equilibrium. Who knows? Perhaps one day you'll meet your end. What was I thinking? Envying you for no reason. Chen Yan, seriously, is this even a sensible conversation? What are you two whispering about? Came the voice of Jiang Muhe from behind them. In an instant, both turned stiffly at the sound, their backs tense. Chen Yan forced a smile, pointing at Ji Xiao. Senior, he claims he would dare to eat something disgusting. I don't believe it. Do you? Jiang Muhe furrowed her brows slightly, then shifted to stand beside Chen Yan, glancing at Ji Xiao with a hint of hesitation on her face. Why? Would you want to eat that? Ji Xiao. Hello. Is this 110? I'm pretty sure it's not illegal to harm someone, right? Chapter 133. The Balloon Prince. The neighboring town is officially named Xixing Town. Yet locals refer to it as Duck White Town due to the numerous large-scale duck farms in the vicinity. Duck White Town is not far from Baiyun Village, but it is certainly not close either. After more than 20 minutes in a tricycle, the three finally arrived at Duck White Town. Ji Xiao parked the vehicle by the roadside, removed the keys, and explained to Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe, "It will be difficult to find a parking spot further in. Let us walk from here." Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe had no objections. A few minutes later, they arrived near the stage. In front of the stage sat a crowd of around 200, predominantly elderly individuals. Most of these seniors brought their own small stools, while some sat directly on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds as they watched the performers on stage. After a short while, Chen Yan lost interest. He was not alone in this sentiment. Ji Xiao felt the same. Young people were not the audience for traditional opera. However, when Chen Yan caught a glimpse of Jiang Muhe from the corner of his eye, he instantly lost his irritation. Why was she so curious about everything? "Senior, do you enjoy listening to opera?" he inquired. "Of course," Jiang Muhe replied, pointing to her ears while wearing sunglasses. "Don't you? I can teach you how to listen." Chen Yan responded with a slight sigh. "You mean with our ears?" Having known Jiang Muhe for some time, he often found himself speechless at her quiet wisdom. "Can you understand it?" he asked. "Not really," she admitted. "But that is why I'm listening intently. Perhaps, if I pay close attention, I might eventually understand." Chen Yan chuckled softly, seeing the logic in her perspective. "No wonder you're a senior. Your views are refreshingly unique." Ji Xiao cleared his throat and interjected. Are you really here just to watch the opera? There are plenty of vendors behind the stage. It's quite lively. Are you sure you want to stay here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe took Chen Yan's hand and decisively led him toward the small path behind the stage, exuding confidence and unwavering determination. Behind the stage lay a wide dirt road bustling with activity. Even with the high temperatures, it was teeming with people. The shouts of vendors, the noise from various entertainment facilities, and the pulsating beats of DJ music created a vibrant yet chaotic atmosphere. After walking a few steps, Jiang Muhe found herself adorned with a delicate straw hat. She looked at Chen Yan in confusion. He coughed lightly. "The hat looks quite lovely. I bought it on a whim. If you don't want to wear it, feel free to return it to me." Jiang Muhe's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Thank you." Behind them, Ji Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Being with these two made him feel as though he were becoming a whimsical fool. No, he could not continue shining so brightly. He needed an excuse to leave for the sake of both himself and them. Old Chen, Jiang, why don't you two explore together? I suddenly feel a bit of stomach discomfort. I'll go find a restroom." "Wait a moment, Xiaoji," Jiang Muhe called out. Not waiting for Chen Yan's response, Ji Xiao's face was filled with confusion as she exchanged glances with Chen Yan, whispering, "Old Chen, what does this mean?" Chen Yan shrugged, his uncertainty evident. Under their puzzled gaze, Jiang Muhe approached a nearby stall selling stinky tofu. "Boss, 1 serving of stinky tofu, please." "Sure thing, just a moment," came the reply. 2 minutes later, Jiang Muhe returned with a neatly packaged serving of stinky tofu, handing it to Ji Xiao. "Here, this is for you. Don't eat random things. If you really want a snack, have this instead." Chen Yan quietly turned away, his shoulders shaking with amusement. "This is too entertaining. So funny. The junior sister is utterly adorable." No one understood the implications of Jiang Muhe's gesture better than Chen Yan. He had once told her that the reason people enjoy stinky tofu is that they cannot directly consume excrement. With that context in mind, coupled with the fact that he had previously joked about Ji Xiao, everything made perfect sense. Ji Xiao accepted the stinky tofu, her forehead emblazoned with a large question mark. "Old Chen, what does Jiang Jie mean by this?" Before Chen Yan could explain, he was pulled away by Jiang Muhe, who softly admonished him. "You mustn't eat random things like Ji Xiao. Consuming that is not good for your health." Chen Yan couldn't contain his amusement any longer. "Junior sister, rest assured, I have no such inclination." Hearing Chen Yan's assurance, Jiang Muhe sighed in relief. That's good, that's good." Not long after, Chen Yan found himself carrying an assortment of snacks. This scene was reminiscent of their trip to Paradise Street during the summer vacation. "Junior sister, you've bought so many things, you can't possibly finish them all. I'll just sample the flavors. You can help me with the leftovers." Chen Yan, being tugged along by Jiang Muhe, wore an expression that was both peculiar and helpless. In truth, he sometimes felt that even he found the way he befriended the junior sister somewhat peculiar from any angle. This resembled a budding romance. "Wow, what a big dog." Jiang Muhe's exclamation pulled Chen Yan from his reverie. He looked up to see a stall ahead offering balloon shooting for toys. To the left of the stall lay a small bed piled high with various plush dolls, the most prominent being a massive plush dog over a meter tall. As Chen Yan approached, Jiang Muhe pointed excitedly. "Isn't it big? Do you want it?" "MHM." With Jiang Muhe's nod, Chen Yan called over the stall owner to inquire about the rules. 10 yuan per round, 15 shots. If you hit all the balloons, you can take home the large plush dog. Having understood the rules, Chen Yan paid up and, while loading the gun with plastic bullets, confidently declared, "Junior sister, you may not be aware, but I had quite a notable nickname back in the day." Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What nickname? The Balloon Prince. Wow, how impressive. At any time and in any place, Jiang Mu has never disappointed Chen Yan in providing emotional value. A subtle smile graced Chen Yan's lips as he raised the gun. Bang! His first shot missed entirely. The slap of reality often arrives with such swiftness, catching one completely off guard. To avert the embarrassment, Chen Yan quickly pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Out of 15 bullets, he struck only 12. Senior, I haven't played this in a long while. My hands are a bit unsteady. Let us try again. Bang, bang, bang. On the second attempt, he managed to hit only 11 of the 15 shots. Chen Yan's expression darkened slightly. And at that moment, Ji Xiao strolled over, munching on stinky tofu. Without hesitation, he covered the expenses for both of them and beckoned Ji Xiao. Come. Let us shoot balloons. Ji Xiao looked bewildered. What was going on? Why was he being asked to shoot? Although he was skilled with firearms, this was a different kind of shooting. Chen Yan pointed at a large plush dog and explained, I like that one. Could you help me? Old Chen. How old are you? Are you going to help or not? Of course, I will help. Why the urgency? Bang, bang, bang. After both failed more than 10 times in a row, Jiang Mu could no longer restrain herself and suggested, Chen Yan, perhaps we should just give up. Chen Yan set down the toy gun, admitting that the feel of it was indeed unsatisfactory. Before leaving, Jiang Mu glanced at the large plush dog, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Chen Yan's brow twitched, yet he chose to remain silent. After continuing their stroll for a while, Chen Yan suddenly called out to Ji Xiao. Old Ji, you take senior and keep exploring ahead. I have a stomachache and need to visit the restroom. Ji Xiao nodded, not thinking much of it. Jiang Mu took a bite of her candied hawthorn and urged, come back quickly. Chen Yan signaled an okay with his hand and turned back. A few minutes later, at the balloon stall, a young man stood under the blazing sun, incessantly pulling the trigger. Chapter 134. Once victory is secured. My affection wanes around 4 in the afternoon, at a stall selling cold noodles. Ji Xiao was enthusiastically indulging in his meal. In contrast, Jiang Mu, seated nearby, was fixated on the direction from which they had come, murmuring softly, it's been nearly 2 hours. Why has Chen Yan returned yet? After Ji Xiao finished his cold noodles, he noticed that Jiang Mu's bowl remained untouched and couldn't help but inquire, Sister Jiang, aren't you going to eat? Jiang Mu shot him a glance, pondering why Chen Yan had yet to return. Ji Xiao felt a sudden tension in his back and replied, Sister Jiang, I too am perplexed as to why old Chen has returned. Perhaps you could call him and ask? I already did, Jiang Mu said disinterestedly, staring at her phone, which was unanswered. Clearing his throat, Ji Xiao added, let me try calling old Chen. A minute later, he listened to the ringing on his phone, only to be met with silence, and he quietly set it down. How strange. What could old Chen be doing? Has he really been in the restroom for 2 hours? Surely he has fallen into a pit? Jiang Mu's gaze grew frosty. Little Ji, if you lack the ability to converse meaningfully, you need not speak at all. Fine. I shall remain silent, Ji Xiao thought to himself, smirking inwardly. Indeed, aside from old Chen, Sister Jiang maintained an air of aloofness towards everyone else. Jiang Mu dialed Chen Yan's number once more, but after a few rings, still no one answered. She stood up, intending to search for him. However, upon noticing the untouched bowl of cold noodles, she paused, returning to her seat and pushing the bowl towards Ji Xiao. I haven't touched this at all. It is a disgrace to waste food. You have 1 minute to finish it. Ji Xiao grimaced, Sister Jiang, I am not a pig. 1 minute 59 seconds. I 58. With a resigned sigh, Ji Xiao closed his eyes and grabbed a spoon, hastily devouring the noodles. Remarkably, within 40 seconds, he had completely annihilated the bowl, and afterward, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. Jiang Mu regarded him with a peculiar expression, clearly impressed. Indeed, one who dares to eat such things is formidable. Ji Xiao remained speechless. However, before he could respond, Jiang Mu had already departed. He sighed in exasperation, silently trailing behind her. Old Chen, just you wait. Not long into their walk, the two spotted Chen Yan approaching, drenched in sweat and clutching a large stuffed dog over a meter tall. He presented it to Jiang Mu, saying, Sister, here, take this. Given her height, it was quite a struggle for Jiang Mu to hold the stuffed animal, yet she clung to it tightly, her brows raised and her eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Yan, did you win this from the balloon game again? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Yan casually replied, I just played once and won. What can I say? I am the Balloon Prince. Impressive. Jiang Muhe beamed. Holding this while sleeping tonight will surely be delightful. Chen Yan observed her exuberant demeanor, a smile blossoming on his face. If it brings you joy, then consider it a gift. Jiang Muhe's bright eyes sparkled as she replied, Thank you. Ji Shao stepped forward and mischievously winked at Chen Yan. Old Chen, did you spend the last 2 hours playing balloon games? Not at all. Just casually tried my hand at it once, Chen Yan retorted. Huh, do you expect me to believe that? Show me your WeChat payment records if you dare. You think I would just show you if you asked? Chen Yan shot Ji Shao an exasperated glance. Ji Shao initially pouted but couldn't help teasing. Old Chen, didn't you say you adored this plush dog? After finally acquiring it, how could you so swiftly bestow it upon Senior Jiang? Chen Yan maintained his composure, declaring, Once I won it, my affection faded. Ji Shao shook his head in disbelief. Such words were better suited for deceiving ghosts. He even began to suspect that this plush dog was originally favored by Senior Jiang, rather than by Chen Yan. After all, as childhood friends, he had a fair understanding of Chen Yan's preferences. To put it plainly, aside from his fondness for money, the only other passion that could be labeled as such was leg photos. Yet, curiously, recently Chen Yan had not only been generous but had also failed to possess a single leg photo on his phone. Under the scorching sun, Ji Shao watched the two figures recede into the distance, muttering to himself, Old Chen, has he truly reformed? Around 5 in the afternoon, the trio arrived home. As the car rolled into the courtyard, a heated argument erupted from the main house. It's not that I'm criticizing you. But when will you learn to keep your mouth shut? AI Lawn, I merely mentioned it in passing. Who knew the village chief would take it to heart? You can't blame me for that. Not blame you. Then who should I blame? I never blamed you. Chen Yan and Ji Shao exchanged glances, then simultaneously strode toward the main house. Jiang Muhe, clumsily hopping off the tricycle with the plush dog in her arms, stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. She exhaled a sigh of relief and proceeded toward the west room, clutching the plush dog. Upon entering the main house, Chen Yan and Ji Shao found Zhao Ai Lan and Ji Tsong Hai locked in a silent standoff, their quarrel ceasing. Zhao Ai Lan quickly transformed her anger into a smile. Little Ji, little Chun, you're back early. How was the play in by your town? I heard this troupe is quite renowned. Before their grandmother could finish, Ji Shao interjected, Grandma, what were you and Grandpa arguing about? We weren't arguing at all. Zhao Ai Lan replied, shooting Ji Tsong Hai a warning glance. Ji Tsong Hai grumbled, I wasn't intentional. Zhao Ai Lan could no longer contain herself. Leaping from the bed to grasp Ji Tsong Hai by the ear, so not intentional is your excuse? Seeing this, Ji Shao hurriedly stepped forward to separate them, inquiring about the incident. This time, Zhao Ai Lan offered no reticence, recounting the situation in full detail. It turned out that Ji Tsong Hai had, while playing cards at the shop earlier that afternoon, carelessly revealed that their household boasted 2 provincial champions. By a curious coincidence, at the moment this conversation unfolded, the village head of Bayun village happened to arrive at the shop to purchase some goods. Upon learning that 2 provincial top scholars had come to visit Ji Tsong Hai's home, the village head immediately sought out Ji Tsong Hai, requesting his assistance in arranging for these 2 esteemed scholars to tutor his grandson. Upon grasping the situation, Ji Shao furrowed his brows and said, Grandfather, it's no wonder Grandma speaks of you in such a manner. Why would you publicize matters like this? Ji Tsong Hai, aware of his own culpability, dared not utter a word. Ji Shao turned to Chen Yan with an apologetic smile, then glanced back at his grandmother. Is it possible to decline the village head's request? Our vacation is nearly over, and besides, the time of both old Chen and sister Jiang is exceedingly precious. To have them tutor a child seems rather extravagant. Zhao Ailan opened her mouth to speak. Little Ji, this is not something easy to refuse. In the midst of her words, she turned to Chen Yan and inquired, Young Chen, how many days of vacation do you have left? Chen Yan replied, There are still 5 days remaining, but we must return to school a day early, so effectively we have 4 days of vacation left. Before Zhao Ailan could respond, Chen Yan interjected, Grandma, Sister Jiang and I can assist the village head's grandson with tutoring during these 4 days. An hour a day should suffice. No child can learn much more than that. What do you think? In the countryside, it is always wise to avoid offending the village head whenever possible. Moreover, for Chen Yan, tutoring a child was hardly an inconvenience. Zhao Ailan smiled apologetically. Young Chen, I am truly sorry for the trouble we are causing you and Sister Jiang. Ji Tsong Hai lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Young Chen, this matter ultimately falls on me. and I apologize. I did not consider the implications at the time. It was merely a slip of the tongue, alas. The elderly couple's continuous apologies elicited a wry smile from Chen Yan. Oh, it's really not a significant issue. It's merely tutoring. Sister Jiang and I are rather idle, and this provides us with an opportunity to keep ourselves occupied. As he spoke, a faint smile graced his face. Grandfather and grandmother, if you truly feel indebted, I have a condition to propose. What condition? Over the next few days, please try to ensure that every meal includes meat. I must confess, I am not fond of meals without it. Chapter 135. You find me noisy, do you? What kind of condition is this? Zhao Alan was both amused and exasperated. Xiao Chen, when you come to your grandparents' house, do you think they would let you eat vegetarian? We may not have much, but we certainly have an abundance of chicken and duck. Rest assured, you will never lack for meat at our table. Chen Yan chuckled heartily. Deal. Once he and Ji Xiao exited the main house and stepped into the courtyard, Ji Xiao immediately voiced his curiosity. Old Chen, since when did you become so fond of meat? I remember you never cared much for it. Chen Yan's response was straightforward. You must be mistaken. Ji Xiao scratched his head in confusion. Mistaken? That's impossible. We've grown up together, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, all in the same institution. I can't possibly be wrong. You simply do not like meat, let alone being someone who can't live without it. No, that can't be right. As soon as Ji Xiao finished speaking, Chen Yan playfully smacked him on the head. Does it really matter if I like meat or not? Why are you so insistent on asking? Ji Xiao cradled his head with both hands, a look of feigned misery on his face. Old Chen, joking aside, please don't hit my head. I'm already not the brightest. And with you constantly smacking me, I'm starting to suspect that my inability to get into Jiangda University is because you've knocked some sense out of me. Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Do you even believe that? You're always busy gaming and hardly ever study. If you were to get into Jiangda University, wouldn't that be a tad unfair to those of us who burn the midnight oil revising? Ji Xiao hastily waved his hands. Stop scolding me. Just stop. With that, he turned tail and hurried back into the main house. Chen Yan proceeded to the east room in search of Jiang Muhe. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently. However, there was no response. Out of curiosity, he pushed the door open and peered inside, only to find it empty. This situation caused Chen Yan to close his eyes momentarily. Well, no need to guess. The junior must be in the west room. Wait, doesn't she have her own room? The moment Chen Yan entered the west room, he spotted Jiang Muhe reclining on the bed. She was embracing a plush dog around its neck, her skirt slightly ruffled, revealing a glimpse of her fair legs draped over the toy. The sight was dazzlingly bright, leaving Chen Yan momentarily dazed, prompting him to turn away and clear his throat. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Muhe ceased her laughter, quickly sitting up. The moment she saw Chen Yan, her fleeting cool demeanor vanished, replaced by a sweet, soft smile. Chen Yan, this dog is so comfortable to hug. It's so soft. You must come and try it. Chen Yan glanced back and noted that Jiang Muhe was now sitting upright, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He approached the bed and sat down, subtly adjusting her skirt. Junior, you might want to be a bit more careful. Jiang Muhe looked puzzled. Careful about what? As she gazed into her eyes, reminiscent of a crystal-clear stream, Chen Yan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The words that lingered on his lips remained unspoken. After a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered, It's nothing. As long as you like it. Jiang Muhe, with a playful smile, shifted closer and embraced Chen Yan's arm, saying, Thank you, I truly adore this gift. The astonishing softness that enveloped his arm sent a jolt through Chen Yan, prompting him to quickly withdraw his arm. Senior, you must be hungry, right? I'll go ask Grandma to prepare something. With that, he hastily retreated outside. Jiang Muhe tilted her head, gently patting her slightly bulging stomach. A question mark etched on her forehead. Having indulged in so much food at the gathering, she felt no hunger at all. How could Chen Yan have perceived her hunger? She was no pig. After dinner, when Jiang Muhe returned to the west room, she found Chen Yan's absence puzzling. Oh, didn't he just say he was going back inside? Where could he be? After waiting for a while on her bed without his return, she slipped on a pair of oversized slippers and stepped outside, calling out, Chen Yan, where have you gone? Chen Yan. Though she failed to summon Chen Yan, she inadvertently attracted the presence of Ji Xiao, Zhao Alan, and Ji Songhai from within the house. Zhao Alan approached, asking, Little Jiang, what are you up to? Grandma, I'm calling for Chen Yan. I don't know where he has run off to, Jiang Muhe explained before resuming her calls. Chen Yan. Moments later, a door creaked open from the east room. Chen Yan emerged with a dark expression, striding directly to Jiang Muhe. Senior, why are you shouting for no reason? I'm calling for you. Jiang Muhe blinked innocently at him, then glanced towards the East Room. Huh? Why did you go to the East Room? Chen Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of Zhao Alan and the others, replied, I wanted some quiet. So I stayed there for a while. Zhao Alan, wearing a smile, did not linger and called for her partner to return indoors. When she noticed her grandson had no intention of leaving, she playfully kicked him. What are you standing around for? Don't disturb Xiao Qin and Xiao Zhang's romantic conversation. Go inside. Ji Xiao, looking aggrieved, protested, Grandma, am I your grandson, or is old Qin your grandson? Of course, you are my grandson, Zhao Alan retorted, patting his shoulder. Little Ji, when it comes to finding a girlfriend, you should learn a thing or two from Xiao Qin. I don't expect you to find a partner like Xiao Jiang. My demands for you are quite simple. Ji Xiao's brow furrowed. What are those simple requirements? Just 3 standards, she replied. Pray tell. The first standard, a person. The second standard, alive. The third standard, female. Ji Xiao clutched his heart, exclaiming, Grandma, please take it easy. As the door to the main house closed, Jiang Muhe stepped forward, her proximity to Chen Yan now less than a foot. The closeness enveloped Chen Yan in the fragrant aroma that lingered around her. Senior Xiao, why are you sitting so close? Chen Yan inquired. You just said you wanted some peace. Who was Jingjing? Taking a step back, Chen Yan chuckled wryly and clarified, Jingjing is not a person. I simply meant I wished to be alone for a moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muhe's delicate features fell, and she lowered her head in despondency. Am I too noisy for you? Under the moonlight, she resembled a wounded sprite. The sight of her sorrowful demeanor tugged at Chen Yan's heart, prompting him to shake his head vehemently in denial. No, absolutely not, Senior Xiao. You are both beautiful and charming. How could I ever find you bothersome? Really? Indeed. Chen Yan's earnest tone rekindled a smile on Jiang Muhe's face. That's good to hear. With that, she took hold of Chen Yan's left hand and led him to a bench beneath the trellis. As they settled down, she slightly lifted the hem of her skirt. In the next moment, a leg clad in black stockings rested upon Chen Yan's lap. Chen Yan? Jiang Muhe waved her delicate hand, teasingly. Chen Yan. Chapter 136, A Moonlit Conversation Under the Sparse Moonlight. The pavilion was enveloped in tranquil silence. Observing Chen Yan's quiet demeanor, Jiang Muhe chose to remain silent as well, her legs swaying restlessly. After several moments of this stillness, she could no longer contain herself and inquired, Chen Yan, why aren't you touching me? Do you dislike black stockings? If so, may I return and change into white ones? Chen Yan's expression turned bittersweet. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, Senior. Are you always this generous with friends? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled as she replied, You are my only friend. My generosity is reserved solely for you. A flicker of complexity crossed Chen Yan's gaze, prompting him to shift the topic. There is something I need to tell you. After watching a play today, my grandmother mentioned upon hearing him. Jiang Muhe interjected with a question, Tutoring? Yes, Chen Yan affirmed. If it's too troublesome for you, I can go alone. Jiang Muhe shook her head. It's not a bother. If you go, I shall accompany you. Chen Yan was not surprised by her response. All right, then it's settled. With that, he moved Jiang Muhe's legs aside and stood up. Let us go back and rest. Jiang Muhe pouted slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in her gaze. Observing this, Chen Yan scratched his head in confusion. Why are you pouting? Why not touch your leg? The question left him momentarily bewildered. How was he to respond? Clearing his throat, he muttered, I'm just not in the mood today, so I'd rather not. Even he found this explanation rather clumsy. Yet he could conjure no better reason. Jiang Muhe pouted, if you're feeling down, touching would surely lift your spirits, a simple touch might even brighten your mood. Chen Yan could no longer maintain his composure. Is it wrong not to touch? Absolutely. Jiang Muhe nodded emphatically. You asked to hold hands, and I suggested touching my leg. It's a fair exchange. How can you refuse? Do you look down on me? With a resigned sigh, Chen Yan closed his eyes, feeling a sense of futility. To speak candidly, this was a delightful dilemma. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled Jiang Muhe back onto the bench, his expression turning serious. Senior, there is something I've never shared with you. Leaning her head on Chen Yan's shoulder, Jiang Muhe squinted. What is it? Chen Yan glanced at her, a hint of exasperation evident. Do you believe in fate? Fate? What do you mean? Is that superstition? At her retort, Chen Yan shook his head, initially. I too regarded fate as mere superstition, but as I matured, I gradually began to believe. Jiang Muhe was perplexed. Chen Yan, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Let me get to the point. Chen Yan took a deep breath. Senior, shortly after my birth, A Taoist approached my family, claiming I was a celestial misfortune, destined to bring calamity to my loved ones. At first, my parents dismissed it, sending the Taoist away. However, not long after, my parents and grandparents were involved in a car accident, and from that day forth, my sister and I became orphans. This incident was only the beginning. Misfortune had been my constant companion since my earliest memories, and I have encountered various unfortunate events. Please do not draw too close to me, for I fear that my ill luck may be contagious. Jiang Muhe sat upright, facing Chen Yan, her little finger tapping incessantly on her chin. The fated solitary star? She questioned. Indeed, Chen Yan affirmed with a nod, further emphasizing, it brings misfortune to loved ones and dear ones. Jiang Muhe blinked, pondering, that sounds rather frightening, doesn't it? No. It actually sounds quite exhilarating. Chen Yan slapped his forehead in exasperation. Before revealing this matter to Jiang Muhe, he had anticipated her reaction. Yet he could not have imagined she would respond in such a manner. Exhilarating? What the hell? Junior, I am not jesting with you. I am discussing serious matters. Could you please take this seriously? I am being serious, Jiang Muhe insisted, continuing to blink. I'm not joking. The notion of being a fated solitary star is indeed quite thrilling. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Of what? Of being afflicted by my misfortune? Not at all. Why not? Because I am simply not afraid. At this juncture, Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words. Every response from Jiang Muhe defied his expectations. Perhaps it was best not to continue the conversation. Chen Yan, Jiang Muhe suddenly called out his name, the moonlight cascading upon her like a delicate veil, illuminating her hair. In the night, her long eyelashes fluttered gracefully, her fair skin and azure dress seemed to meld with the moonlight, exuding an aura of ethereal purity. This chilliness was markedly different from her usual aloof demeanor. Typically, she was unapproachable, yet in this moment, a trace of tenderness penetrated her cool exterior. Such a mesmerizing sight. Even with his resolute will and unwavering heart, Chen Yan found himself captivated. Meeting Chen Yan's entranced gaze, Jiang Muhe parted her delicate lips. The Taoist said you are the fated solitary star, while the fortune teller claimed I am a reincarnated koi. Why not give it a try? Try what? Let us see whose constitution possesses greater power. Very well. At that moment, Chen Yan was ensnared by the beauty before him, speaking without the filter of thought. And by the time he realized, it was too late. Jiang Muhe burst into a radiant smile, her joy infectious. Her beauty was a simple yet profound allure, striking at first glance and increasingly enchanting with each subsequent look. Chen Yan, frustrated, closed his eyes. Junior. I did not say anything just now. You heard nothing, correct? Incorrect. Jiang Muhe would not allow Chen Yan to evade responsibility. She clung to his arm and leaned against his shoulder, declaring, regardless, you have made a promise to me. What have I promised you? To give it a try with me. Well, Chen Yan furrowed his brow, his voice cautious yet tinged with curiosity. How do you wish to proceed with this trial? Jiang Muhe, without uttering a word, once again draped her leg over Chen Yan's, her petite hand gesturing playfully, inviting him to touch. In an instant, Chen Yan was rendered speechless. Was this her idea of a trial? Noticing Chen Yan's lack of response, Jiang Muhe furrowed her delicate brows. Are you attempting to be evasive? One must uphold their promises. What was agreed upon cannot be dismissed lightly. You may consider this as me being obstinate. I shall inquire once more. Will you touch or not? I will not, Chen Yan replied. Come on, senior. I truly will not touch it. Just a little touch. It's soft and feels delightful. I won't. I have declared that I will not touch it, and whoever does is. Moments later, a voice emerged from beneath the trellis. Senior, do you believe I am a man of integrity? Indeed, Jiang Muhe replied, her chin lightly nodding. Her gaze drifting to the large hand that danced along her calf, a hint of a smile gracing her cheeks. Leaning against Chen Yan's shoulder, she softly remarked, even a man of integrity is still human, and as a human, one can touch legs. Chen Yan nodded earnestly in agreement. That is indeed reasonable. The moon hung high, casting silvery beams upon them. Their conversation lingered in the night air for quite some time. Chen Yan, you still owe me a promise. Do you remember? When was that? Previously, when I promised you I wouldn't jump off a building. Oh, I recall now. Go ahead. Tell me what you wish for me to do. I haven't decided yet. You touch my leg first. Cough, senior. I truly am a man of integrity. Chapter 137. The youth of today are truly extravagant the following day. As dawn broke, Chen Yan awakened and instinctively turned over, only to find himself cradling a soft and fragrant figure. His still drowsy mind abruptly cleared, prompting him to swiftly don his shoes and dash out of the west room without a backward glance. Once he reached the courtyard, He exhaled a long sigh of relief. That was close. Had the senior awakened at that moment, it would have led to a significant misunderstanding. Shaking his head, Chen Yan thought to himself, this cannot continue. However, the prospect of persuading Jiang Muhe to sleep in the east room cast a bitter shadow upon his countenance. The difficulty of such a task was daunting. Perhaps it was best to leave things as they were. After all, with only 4 nights remaining until the conclusion of the holiday, he could endure. At breakfast, Jiang Muhe was still asleep. Zhao Ailan handed Chen Yan a bowl of porridge, saying, "Xiao Chen, please wake up Xiao Jiang. Skipping breakfast is not good for the stomach." Chen Yan smiled and replied, "Grandma, let her sleep a little longer. Her only hobby seems to be indulging in slumber." Zhao Ailan did not press the matter further, instead informing him, "After I get up, I will visit the village chief to discuss arrangements. Every morning at 10 o'clock, you and Xiao Jiang will go to his house for an hour of tutoring. Oh, and by the way, there is compensation involved, 50 yuan per person for an hour, which totals 100 yuan for the 2 of you." Ji Songhai, who was eating at the table, looked surprised. 100 yuan for just an hour? The village chief is quite generous. Ji Xiao, sitting across the table, rolled his eyes discreetly and remarked, "Grandpa, let me enlighten you. Students from Qingbei typically earn between 800 to 1,000 yuan per hour for tutoring. Although Old Chen and Senior Jiang are not Qingbei students, they merely chose not to attend, not due to a lack of capability. Given their status as provincial top scholars, if they were to tutor elsewhere, their hourly rate would undoubtedly exceed 2,000 yuan. Ji Songhai's eyes widened in disbelief. 2,000 yuan for an hour? Indeed, Ji Xiao replied. That is a conservative estimate. Under normal circumstances, 3,000 yuan is entirely plausible, especially considering the abundance of wealthy individuals and the rarity of provincial top scholars. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, adding, 100 yuan for an hour, split between 2 people, is merely a pittance. Ji Songhai offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Chen Yan discreetly kicked Ji Xiao under the table, eager to change the subject. "Grandma, are there any interesting places nearby? With only a few days left in the holiday, I would like to take the senior out to explore. Xiao Chen, there isn't much to entertain in the countryside." Zhao Ailan began, but was interrupted by Ji Xiao. "Old Chen, you might as well ask me instead of Grandma. There are plenty of enjoyable spots. There's a small river to the east of the village. Shall we go fishing together this afternoon?" To be honest, Chen Yan had little interest in fishing. While it did require some skill, it was predominantly a matter of luck, and he had little affinity for ventures reliant on chance. "I'm not going. Old Chen, do me a favor. The wild crucian carp in that river make for a delicious soup." "I refuse." Witnessing Chen Yan's cold refusal, Ji Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Go if you wish. If you choose not to, I shall go. Once I catch a crucian carp, do not expect a single bite." The time was shortly past 9 in the morning when Chen Yan roused Jiang Muhe from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, yawning repeatedly. Chen Yan perched on the edge of the bed, gently tidying her hair. "Senior, the early bird catches the worm. By rising half an hour earlier each day, you gain an extra 30 minutes. You could utilize this time for anything. Can it be used for sleeping in?" "Indeed." Senior Muhe, whose name was Muhe and whose courtesy name was Mulan, was quick-witted. After assisting her with her morning routine, Chen Yan washed the towel he had brought before using it to pat her face dry. Zhao Ailan, seated in the shade, observed the scene with a smile gracing her aged features, murmuring softly, "These two together are quite the sight." Chen Yan draped the towel over his shoulder and tucked a stray lock of Jiang Muhe's hair behind her ear, gazing at her luminous complexion. He could not help but exclaim, "Senior, your skin is simply extraordinary." "It cost me," she replied succinctly. The simplicity of her words left Chen Yan momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Jiang Muhe gestured to her face. "While at home, I applied a facial mask every night. My mother brought these from abroad, and she mentioned they cost several hundred for just one." Chen Yan chuckled and shook his head. "Senior, those are merely auxiliary measures. In the end, your natural foundation is what truly matters. No matter how expensive the mask, without a good base, your skin would not achieve such extraordinary condition." As he spoke, he poked gently at her face, noting the invisibility of her pores. "In all my life, both in reality and online, I have never encountered anyone with skin as flawless as yours." Jiang Muhe, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Really? Could it be otherwise? However, since the beginning of the school term, I found it cumbersome to apply masks, and I am uncertain if my skin has deteriorated. It has not." Chen Yan replied with a shrug. "In truth, whether you use a mask is of little consequence. Your natural beauty is remarkable. Simply minimizing cosmetic use suffices. I came across analyses by accredited organizations online, highlighting that many cosmetics on the market contain toxins that are detrimental to the skin. Cosmetics? Jiang Muhe shook her head lightly. I am naturally beautiful and have no need for such things. Chen Yan could not suppress a chuckle at her somewhat pretentious declaration. Time is of the essence. We must head to tutor the village chief's child. After placing the towel back inside, Chen Yan took Jiang Muhe by the hand and led her towards the shade. Grandma, shall we set off? Zhao Ailan nodded with a smile, guiding the two towards the village chief's home while playfully teasing, Little Chen. Watching you wash and dry little Jiang's face gives me the impression of a father caring for his daughter. Chen Yan coughed awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Zhao Ailan continued to jest, Truly, I am not deceiving you. You cannot fathom how delightful that scene was just now. By the way, do you both genuinely regard each other as mere friends? In fact, one might consider taking your relationship a step further. Grandma. Just as Chen Yan was about to clarify, he was interrupted by Zhao Ailan. Xiaochen, she said, girls tend to be more bashful as a young man. You ought to be more proactive and daring. Jiang Muhe, glancing this way and that, inquired, Grandma, what are you and Chen Yan discussing? Zhao Ailan waved her hand with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, merely a jest. What jest? Jiang Muhe pressed. Just now, Xiaochen helped you wash your face. It was reminiscent of a father nurturing his daughter. Nurturing a daughter? Jiang Muhe winked at Chen Yan. Is that so? Chen Yan shook his head. Don't ask me. I am unaware. Zhao Ailan nodded emphatically, leaning closer to Jiang Muhe's ear. Little Jiang, there is definitely something there. The way Xiaochen looked at you was incredibly tender. Grandma never lies. He undoubtedly treats you as if you were his daughter. At that moment, Jiang Muhe called out to Chen Yan ahead of her. Daddy, wait for me. Chen Yan stumbled in surprise, turning back with a furrowed brow. Don't call me that. Jiang Muhe pointed at Zhao Ailan beside her. Grandma told me to call you that. Zhao Ailan responded with surprise. She merely wished to convey to Xiao Jiang that in such situations, the boy typically harbors feelings for the girl. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Xiao Jiang had already called out Daddy. In response, Zhao Ailan could only lament. The youth of today truly engage in such whimsical antics. Chapter 138. I have no father. Little Jiang, Grandma didn't ask you to call him Xiaochen. Grandma, you need not explain. I understand everything. Zhao Ailan initially intended to clarify, but before she could finish, Jiang Muhe raised her eyebrows, signaling her with an okay gesture. The words Zhao Ailan meant to say were silently swallowed back. Well, if that's what you want to call him, so be it. What's wrong with a little playfulness among the youth? Quite reasonable. Very reasonable indeed. Chen Yan, however, held a different view. With a sullen expression, he approached Jiang Muhe and grasped her small hand, forcing a smile toward Zhao Ailan. Grandma, the junior is rather innocent. Some matters should not be carelessly taught. Zhao Ailan. Huh? Wait, how did she end up being the scapegoat? Ahem, let's not discuss this any further. I shall lead you. As Zhao Ailan walked ahead, Chen Yan deliberately slowed his pace, solemnly advising, Junior, I do not wish to hear that form of address again. Is that something one can call so casually? If your father were to hear it, he might very well come after me with a knife. I have no father. Jiang Muhe's abrupt statement plunged Chen Yan into silence. After a moment, an expression of regret surfaced on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiang Muhe gently shook her head. No need to apologize. It's all right. She lightly swayed the hand she held with Chen Yan, her eyes shimmering with reminiscence as she spoke while walking. You may find it hard to believe, but I don't even know my father's name. In response to Chen Yan's astonished gaze, Jiang Muhe nodded affirmatively. I have never seen my father since childhood, and my mother never spoke to me about him. All I know is that he is still alive. Beyond that, I know nothing. Chen Yan scratched his head. So, Junior, you come from a single-parent household? No wonder you seemed so aloof before. I've heard that children raised in single-parent environments often carry certain emotional scars. Jiang Muhe tilted her head. I have no emotional scars. I am not aloof. I have always been quite amiable. Chen Yan's expression was quite the spectacle. Did she perhaps misunderstand the term amiable? Noticing Chen Yan's peculiar demeanor, Jiang Muhe raised an eyebrow. You don't believe me? Baozhu and the others all say so. Regardless, I don't care. I am not aloof. I am indeed amiable. The corners of Chen Yan's mouth twitched slightly. With such a remarkable capacity for self-deception, it was indeed unlikely she bore any psychological scars. As for whether she was truly amiable, a few minutes later, the two followed Zhao Ailan to the village chief's home. A two-story small building, the uppermost level adorned with numerous solar panels that gleamed under the sunlight. Village chief. Village chief. Zhao Ailan called out at the door several times. Before long, an elderly man in his 60s emerged from the house. His hair streaked with gray and wearing reading glasses. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be a very kind-hearted individual. An elderly man briskly approached the entrance. Offering a polite smile to Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe, he extended his hand in introduction, saying, "I am Bai Yi, the village chief of Baiyun village." In a gesture of courtesy, Chen Yan shook hands with Bai Yi, saying, "Hello, Chief Bai, I am Chen Yan." Bai Yi nodded with a cheerful smile and then reached out to Jiang Muhe. However, Jiang Muhe chose not to shake his hand and silently inched closer to Chen Yan. To alleviate the tension, Chen Yan grasped Bai Yi's hand again, saying, "Chief Bai, this is Jiang Muhe, my senior, who was the top scholar in Jiangbei province last year, while I am this year's." Bai Yi's smile broadened, clearly delighted to meet the legendary provincial top scholars, and he joked, "Ailan, it seems I am fortunate to be in the company of such illustrious relatives." Zhao Ailan quickly clarified, "Chief, these two youngsters are not my relatives. They are friends of my grandson. They came to the countryside to spend their National Day holiday together." "Oh," Bai Yi raised his eyebrows, intrigued. "Ailan, your grandson must be quite exceptional if he has befriended two provincial top scholars. Is he studying at Jiangda University as well?" Zhao Ailan's smile revealed a hint of embarrassment. "Well, sort of." As the village chief, Bai Yi possessed keen insight and chose not to delve further into that topic, inviting the three into the courtyard. Unlike the typical rural households, Bai Yi's yard was remarkably tidy. To the left stood a wooden gazebo, the ground laid with gray tiles, and potted greenery flourishing in the corners, creating a clean yet aesthetically pleasing environment. Bai Yi entered the house and returned with 3 bottles of water, smiling as he spoke. "Xiao Chun, Xiao Jiang, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to tutor my grandson. Allow me to share some background. My grandson is in the 4th grade. While he excels in most subjects, his performance in mathematics is dismal, failing to even pass. His parents are working in Liaoshan, and although they have hired prestigious tutors, the child's math scores have not only stagnated but have been steadily declining. Consequently, seeking peace and quiet, they sent him to the countryside as soon as the holidays began. I realize that my request for you to tutor him is rather presumptuous, but such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. I apologize for the imposition. I spoke with the child's parents just before you arrived, and regarding compensation, it is 200 yuan per hour for each of you." At this point, Bai Yi smiled apologetically. "I know this amount hardly matches your prestigious status as provincial top scholars, but my resources are quite limited, and I hope you won't take offense." "Chief Bai, you are far too courteous. As for the remuneration, let's forego that," Chen Yan replied. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given Bai Yi's sincere demeanor, Chen Yan immediately expressed his willingness not to accept payment. In truth, when he agreed to tutor the village chief's grandson the previous day, he had never considered accepting money. Accepting payment would turn it into a transaction. By not accepting it, Bai Yi would owe them a favor. After Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe departed, that favor would naturally fall upon Zhao Ailan and Ji Songhai. Bai Yi insisted on providing compensation. Chen Yan chuckled. "If village head Bai insisted on offering money, then neither I nor my senior would take on this task." Bai Yi forced a wry smile. "All right then." He sighed. "Ailan, I have indeed owed you a considerable favor." Zhao Ailan waved her hands repeatedly. "Village head, you are far too gracious." "Very well, I shall not linger." "Xiao Chen, Xiao Jiang, after you finish tutoring the children, remember to return home for dinner." "Wait, how can that be?" Bai Yi interjected hastily. "Ailan, it is already quite burdensome for Xiao Chen and Xiao Jiang to tutor the children free of charge. At the very least, allow me to treat them to a meal." Zhao Ailan laughed heartily. "Village head, you should discuss this matter with Xiao Chun and Xiao Jiang. I cannot make such decisions." Bai Yi turned his gaze towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan looked at Jiang Muhe. Jiang Muhe, he glanced at Zhao Ailan. Zhao Ailan directed her gaze back at Bai Yi. In mere seconds, the 4 of them formed a perfect loop. Chapter 139, Little Brother. "May I have a turn?" The matter of dining had yet to be decided. Chen Yan grasped Jiang Muhe's hand as they followed Bai Yi to a room on the southern side of the 2nd floor. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a spacious area, nearly 30 square meters in size, with a white floor scattered with various small toys. A child, approximately 10 years of age, was energetically maneuvering an electric toy car, careening around the room while shouting slogans. "Comrades, charge forth. This time, we must gallop through the cherry blossoms." As Chen Yan suppressed a chuckle, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, the spirit of the people of Xia country was encapsulated in such moments. Bai turned to Chen Yan and said, "Young Chen, this is my grandson. By Xiaoyong. Chen Yan nodded slightly, recognizing the boy's spirited nature. Bai Yi, with a hint of embarrassment, approached and turned off his grandson's toy car. Xiaoyong, didn't I tell you to study in this room? Who permitted you to play? Bai Xiaoyong tilted his head defiantly. Grandpa, do you not often tell me to engrave national grievances into my very bones? This is just another form of learning. Seeing Bai Yi's temper rise, Chen Yan quickly intervened. Village Chief Bai, it's quite all right. Learning ought to involve a balance of work and play. You may step outside. I'll take care of things here with the senior sister. Bai Yi sighed. All right, young Chen. If this rascal misbehaves, do let me know, and I shall teach him a lesson. Chen Yan smiled but chose not to respond. Once Bai Yi departed, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow at Bai Xiaoyong, inquiring if they might get acquainted. Bai Xiaoyong, wiping his nose, retorted, Who do you think you are? I don't wish to know you. With that, he flicked the switch on his toy car and resumed his chaotic driving around the room. Unperturbed, Chen Yan reclined on a small bed against the wall and picked up a comic book, entirely avoiding the topic of tutoring. Jiang Muhe glanced around before her gaze fell upon the electric toy car that Bai Xiaoyong was playing with. She looked at Chen Yan and cautiously approached Bai Xiaoyong. Move aside. As soon as Bai Xiaoyong opened his mouth, he found himself staring into Jiang Muhe's eyes, causing him to falter. His tone diminished noticeably. This sister. Could you please step aside? I wouldn't want to bump into you. Feeling regretful, he remembered that this was his home. There was no need for him to back down. Resolving to reclaim his bravado, he raised his head once more. Step aside. Don't think I won't crash into you just because you're pretty. At that moment, Chen Yan's voice echoed calmly. If you dare to bump into her, I'll have your grandfather give you a proper thrashing, one that could leave you in tears. After he's done, I'll continue where he left off. I assure you, I won't stop until you're thoroughly reprimanded. His tone, though composed, brimmed with an unmistakable threat. Bai Xiaoyong swallowed hard. What are you trying to prove? I'm just a child, you're an adult, and you ought to yield to me. Chen Yan set down his comic book, sitting up to face Bai Xiaoyong. A man remains a boy at heart until death. You are a child, yes, but I am also a child. Have you ever met a baby weighing 140 pounds? Bai Xiaoyong stared blankly, shaking his head. I haven't tea. Chen Yan spread his hands and sighed. Well, today you've seen it. Bai Xiaoyong. Jiang Muhe crouched down, examining the electric toy car beneath Bai Xiaoyong, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She reached out and poked Bai Xiaoyong's arm. May I play with it for a moment? Bai Xiaoyong fell silent. What kind of tutor did Grandpa hire? One even more assertive than him, and one who was trying to seize his toy car. No way, it's mine. After being turned down, Jiang Muhe turned to Chen Yan. Noticing the pleading look in her eyes, Chen Yan secretly chuckled. Senior, I can't help you with this. Come over and read comics. Let him play with his toys while we enjoy our own. When the time comes, we simply take our leave. Jiang Muhe pouted. No, I want to play. Chen Yan shrugged. The toy car belongs to him. If he doesn't let you play, there is nothing I can do. I can't just help you snatch it. Can I? Jiang Muhe lowered her head in contemplation. I'll do it myself. Chen Yan? Jiang Muhe's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted to one of icy confidence as she approached Bai Xiaoyong once more, looking down at him from above. Bai Xiaoyong's heart raced. What do you want to do? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I. Jiang Muhe lightly parted her lips. Hey, little brother, may I play with it for a moment? The term little brother made Bai Xiaoyong's heart flutter with delight, and without hesitation, he jumped off the toy car. Sure, play as you like. Jiang Muhe beamed as she climbed onto the toy car. The car was small, and though she was 165 centimeters tall, her slender frame made it quite spacious. She spun the steering wheel, having the time of her life. Chen Yan face-bombed. Goodness, this clever one truly got her way. Bai Xiaoyong approached Chen Yan and said, Hey, stop reading my comics. You were hired by Grandpa to tutor me. Are you just taking the money without doing any work? Chen Yan glanced at Bai Xiaoyong. You don't even like studying. Perfect. I'm not keen on teaching either. You play your game, I'll read my comics, and we can coexist peacefully. Isn't that a win-win? Bai Xiaoyong resolutely rejected Chen Yan's proposal, pointing at his own nose. I may be young, but I'm not foolish. The money my family has isn't just blowing in the wind. Get up and tutor me. Chen Yan replied. Don't force yourself, all right? Bai Xiaoyong insisted. I want to back down. Chen Yan sighed helplessly, setting aside his comic and sitting down at the desk. Bai Xiaoyong followed suit and asked, What subject are we covering? I heard from your grandfather that your math skills are lacking. Yes. Chen Yan nodded. In that case, let us focus on language. Bai Xiaoyong. Chen Yan rummaged through a pile of books on the desk and casually opened a page of the language textbook. You'll memorize this page. I'll give you half an hour. All right, start memorizing. I'll go read some comics. Bai Xiaoang glared at Chen Yan, gritting his teeth as he tossed the language textbook aside and pulled out a math workbook. My math is poor. Why should I memorize language? Trying to slack off. Are you? I shall not allow you to succeed. Teach me mathematics. The helplessness on Chen Yan's face became increasingly apparent. What is there to tutor in mathematics? It's merely a matter of having hands, isn't it? Nonsense. Bai Xiaoang replied indignantly, mathematics is quite challenging. You know? Challenging? Chen Yan opened the workbook before Bai Xiaoang, pointed to a problem, and swiftly wrote down the answer. It's so simple. One glance reveals the solution. Upon seeing that Chen Yan merely wrote the answer, Bai Xiaoang scoffed. What good is knowing the answer? You must provide the solution and the steps. Steps? What steps? What else could it be but the steps to solve the problem? Chen Yan scratched his head and retorted, you speak as if you can write one yourself. Show me. Provoked by his words, Bai Xiaoang seized the pen, declaring, I shall write it. Watch closely. Observing Bai Xiaoang earnestly working on the problem, Chen Yan's lips curled into a smile. Little brother, you have fallen for it. Chapter 141st, My name is not He. After 7 or 8 minutes, Bai Xiaoyong set down his pen and pushed the exercise book towards Chen Yan. I'm done. Wow, you're quite impressive. Chen Yan glanced at the workbook and his face displayed evident surprise. Xiao Bai, you look like a slacker. But it turns out you really have some skills. A proud smile adorned Bai Xiaoyong's face. Of course. But soon, he realized and shot a fierce glare at Chen Yan. Who are you calling a slacker? Aside from my poor math skills, I rank among the top in all other subjects. How can I be a slacker? I am an academic prodigy. An academic prodigy? Chen Yan smirked. Xiao Bai, I just gave you a compliment, and you're already getting cocky? Can we not insult the term academic prodigy? How am I insulting the term? Bai Xiaoyong retorted, why do you speak so harshly? Seeing Bai Xiaoyong's irritated expression, Chen Yan smiled lightly. This smile pierced Bai Xiaoyong's heart like a sharp sword, and his face flushed. What are you laughing at? Why am I not considered a prodigy? You have a clear weakness in a subject. Can that be called being an academic prodigy? Chen Yan scoffed. A true prodigy should at least be well-rounded, right? You might not realize that in the college entrance examination, a mere point can represent an entire playground of students, or even more. Just in math. If you fall behind by 100 points, that means you lag behind 100 students. If you can be called a prodigy, then the term would lose all meaning. You, Bai Xiaoyong gasped for breath. Don't preach to me about lofty principles. How many points can you score in math? Full marks. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's still full marks. I achieved full marks in my college entrance exam for math and in regular assessments. I also scored full marks. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyong's face reflected astonishment. You? Full marks in the college entrance exam for math? His grandfather had merely informed him that a brother and sister were coming to tutor him today, with no further introductions. Upon learning that Chen Yan had achieved full marks in math, his first reaction was disbelief. Don't joke around. How could you possibly score full marks? I'm not joking. Chen Yan shrugged cheerfully. Xiao Bai, you might not know, but I am the top scholar in Jiangda province this year, with a total score of 721 in the college entrance exam. If you don't believe me, I can check my score right in front of you. Check. Fine. Chen Yan wasted no time, pulling out his phone and swiftly tapping on the screen. Here, you can see for yourself. Bai Xiaoyong took the phone and was instantly dumbfounded. It's true, the top scholar. Although he was still young, he was not ignorant of the significance of being the top scholar. His school had over 300 students in the 4th grade, and he found it nearly impossible to achieve first place in his grade, let alone be first among hundreds of thousands of examinees. Seeing Bai Xiaoyong in a daze, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in Chen Yan's eyes. Did I deceive you? Bai Xiaoyong's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered for quite some time before reluctantly nodding, conceding, all right, you are impressive. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Chen Yan's face. Though it comprised merely 4 words, the phrase holds immense weight as a compliment among boys. Chen Yan stretched languidly, rose, and reclined beside the small bed, resuming his perusal of comics. Observing this, Bai Xiaoyong was utterly bewildered. Hey? My grandfather invited you to tutor me, not to read comics. Do you understand the principle of earning money for services rendered? Chen Yan cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaoyong. You don't even like mathematics. Even if I were to explain it to you, it would fall on deaf ears. Bai Xiaoyong sprang up from his seat, indignant. Who says I don't like math? Chen Yan chuckled. Your grades in other subjects rank among the top in your year, which clearly indicates you are not lacking in intelligence. However, your math scores hover around 30 or 40 points. which strongly suggests a lack of fondness for the subject, perhaps even disdain. If you had even a modicum of interest in mathematics, you would not consistently score so low. Since you detest mathematics, even if I were to teach you, you would not absorb the material and would likely find me bothersome. Given the current arrangement where we maintain our respective distances, you are not annoyed. And I am at ease. Is this not a win-win situation? Bai Xiaoyang clenched his teeth. I am not annoyed with you. Just come over and explain the problems to me. Let me tell you, my family's money is not easily earned. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Muhe crashed her toy car into Bai Xiaoyang's leg. Sorry, big brother. I didn't mean to. Bai Xiaoyang's chest heaved with anger. How infuriating. You, someone with provincial honors, can afford to be arrogant, but what about you? In response to Bai Xiaoyang's inquiry, Jiang Muhe blinked innocently. I am also a provincial top scorer. She pointed at Chen Yan. He is this year's top scorer in Jiangda province, while I was last year's. My college entrance examination score was even 1 point higher than his. 721 points for him, 722 for me. Bai Xiaoyang was momentarily speechless. He hurried over to Chen Yan. Kicking his leg. Is what she said true? Chen Yan set aside his comic, sat up, and confirmed, yes, she was the top scorer in Jiangda province last year, with a score 1 point higher than mine. Is there an issue? After receiving Chen Yan's affirmation, Bai Xiaoyang stood frozen, his expression a delightful mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Where on earth did my grandfather find these two prodigies? Jiang Muhe, unfazed by Bai Xiaoyang's earlier demeanor, continued maneuvering her toy car with glee. However, it wasn't long before Bai Xiaoyang switched off the toy car. Jiang Muhe's smile vanished instantly, and she shot him a cold glare. The intensity of her gaze sent Bai Xiaoyang stumbling backward in fright, nervously swallowing. Hey, I admit my attitude was wrong. I didn't know you were also a provincial top scorer. Yes, I apologize. Jiang Muhe dismounted from the toy car and approached Bai Xiaoyang, extending 3 fingers. Bai Xiaoyang looked perplexed. Jiang Muhe spoke, her lips parting delicately. First, I do not go by He. Second, my name is Jiang Muhe. And third, you cannot unilaterally turn off my toy car without my permission. Bai Xiaoyang was on the verge of tears. This is my toy car. I merely lent it to you for a moment. How has it become yours? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Muhe suddenly realized the implication. Yet her face bore no trace of embarrassment. Lightly, she responded, allow me to clarify. First, my name is not He. Second, I am called Jiang Muhe. Third, I have affectionately referred to you as kid brother. So what is wrong with me playing with it? Bai Xiaoyang felt he was losing his sanity. How could it be that not a single one of these 2 provincial champions was normal? Here he was, attempting to tutor him, while one lay on the bed engrossed in comics, and the other had not uttered a word about studying since entering the room. The beautiful sister's thoughts were entirely consumed by the toy car. Chapter 141. You like it this way, don't you? Why are you angry? Even if you are the top student in the province, did you really score full marks in mathematics on your college entrance examination? As Bai Xiaoyang's words fell, Jiang Muhe's voice followed. Yes, I also achieved full marks in mathematics for my college entrance exam. The courage Bai Xiaoyang had mustered dissipated in an instant. Chen Yan observed the scene with great interest, chuckling as he remarked, Junior sister, that's not called full marks, that's called full confusion. Full confusion? Jiang Muhe paused, then quickly realized, oh, I know. I've seen people say that online. Let me rephrase. She turned to Bai Xiaoyang, her eyebrows dancing slightly. Could you please repeat your question? Bai Xiaoyang opened his mouth, hesitating. Is it okay if I don't ask? Jiang Muhe fixed her gaze on him, remaining silent. Bai Xiaoyang felt uneasy under her stare and asked, is it okay if I ask? Did you score full marks in mathematics for your college entrance exam? Jiang Muhe nodded. Yes, I also achieved full confusion in mathematics for my college entrance exam. Upon finishing her response, the frostiness on her face melted away as she winked at Chen Yan. Doesn't that sound adorable? Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he nodded. Indeed. It is quite charming. Jiang Muhe tilted her head. You like it this way, right? All right. I shall develop this persona further. Rest assured. I can be charming in my own way. Chen Yan's expression froze. In truth, he was merely joking. Why was the junior sister taking it so seriously? Bai Xiaoyang glanced at Chen Yan and then at Jiang Muhe, his attitude doing a complete 180. Jiang sister, could you and Brother Chen help me with my mathematics? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Muhe seated herself at the desk, taking the spot Chen Yan had just vacated. Bai Xiaoyang exhaled in relief, hurriedly sitting down and flipping to the last few pages of his exercise book. Jiang sister, I'm having trouble understanding these difficult problems. Could you please explain the solving methods to me? Jiang Mu picked up a pen and swiftly solved the problems, then tossed the pen aside. Chen Yan, you explain now. I want to play with toy cars. Chen Yan silently set down his comic and returned to the desk. Xiaobai, can you understand Jiang's sister's solving methods? Yes. This response took Chen Yan by surprise. After glancing at the exercise book, comprehension dawned on him. Jiang Mu's methods were, in fact, very basic. All right, let me explain. Having navigated the initial awkwardness, Bai Xiaoyang no longer dared to look down on Chen Yan and Jiang Mu, despite his young age. He understood well the immense challenge of becoming the top student in the province. Moreover, having two provincial top students tutoring him surely cost his grandfather a pretty penny. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by, reaching noon. After explaining the last problem, Chen Yan glanced at the clock on the wall. Let's call it a day. If I explain too much, you won't be able to remember it all. Just focus on grasping the solving methods for these few problems. Bai Xiaoyang sincerely exclaimed. Brother Chen, I feel that your explanations surpass those of my teacher. I can comprehend what you say, whereas I often struggle with the problems presented by my teacher. That is only natural, Chen Yan replied with a gentle sigh. Xiaobai, I have tailored my teaching approach to align with your current level of mathematics. This method can be quite exhausting, and it is unreasonable to expect your teacher to provide such individualized attention every day. Furthermore, with so many students in a class, the teacher can only cater to the majority, which is markedly different from one-on-one tutoring. Do you understand my point? Bai Xiaoyang nodded in partial comprehension, grasping some of it. But not entirely. Chen Yan smiled, opting not to elaborate further. He glanced at Jiang Mu, who was still engrossed in playing with her toy car, feeling a mix of exasperation and a subtle fondness. Junior sister, you've been playing for over an hour. Aren't you finished yet? Jiang Mu beamed, her smile exuding a delightful innocence. Chen Yan, this is so much fun. Could you buy me one? Of course, he replied, rising to stand before Jiang Mu, gently urging her to her feet. Xiaobai, I have circled many problems in your practice book. If you have some free time this afternoon, please work on them. It will enhance your retention. In the future, when you encounter similar complex problems, you will know how to tackle them. All right. Bai Xiaoyang nodded obediently, shedding his earlier arrogance. In the courtyard below, Bai Yi was busy cooking at the outdoor stove. Upon descending, Chen Yan and Jiang Mu exchanged glances. Junior sister, where shall we dine for lunch? I'll follow your lead, Jiang Mu replied, though her gaze was fixated on a crispy-skinned chicken sizzling on the stove, her subtle swallowing of saliva making her all the more endearing. Bai noticed the two and, covering the pot, approached them with purposeful strides. Xiao Chen, Xiao Jiang. Lunch is nearly ready. You must stay. Chen Yan glanced at Jiang Mu, smiling and nodding. I shall comply. Thank you, village chief Bai. Bai waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It's no trouble. In fact, I am the one who benefits most from this. Please, go and relax in the pavilion. He then called up to the second floor. Xiao Yang, come down and cut some watermelon for the two teachers. The watermelon is in the fridge. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaoyang presented a slice of watermelon to both Chen Yan and Jiang Mu. Brother Chen, sister Jiang, here, enjoy the watermelon. Chen Yan accepted the watermelon, teasingly remarking, Xiaobai, your demeanor was quite different when you first met me and your sister Jiang. Bai Xiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Chen, I didn't know you and sister Jiang were both provincial champions at the time. Had I known, I would have dared not speak to you in that manner. The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. While they conversed, Jiang Mu had already finished her slice of watermelon. In the next moment, she snatched Chen Yan's watermelon slice. Chen Yan's lips twitched as he pointed to the table filled with watermelon. Junior sister, with so much watermelon available, why do you choose to take mine? Jiang Mu took a blissful bite of her watermelon, mumbling an explanation. Yours is tastier. Chen Yan shook his head, pulling out a napkin to help her wipe her mouth. Bai Xiaoyang secretly curled his lips and murmured softly, at this age, still needing someone to wipe his mouth. Jiang Mu's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she remained silent. During the meal, Bai Yi consistently encouraged the two to indulge in the dishes. As they neared the end of their meal, the conversation shifted to a more casual tone. Bai Yi energetically boasted about his grandson, saying, Xiao Chun, Xiao Jiang. Do not be misled by Xiao Yang's slight academic bias. He is quite intelligent. His memory is particularly exceptional. He can recite the digits of pi to over 1,000 places. Impressive, isn't it? Chen Yan expressed his astonishment. Indeed, that is remarkable. Following this, he nudged Jiang Mu with his elbow. Senior, what do you think? Jiang Mu responded, I can recite it too. Oh? Bai immediately proposed, how about this, Xiao Yang? Why don't you recite it with your teacher Jiang and see who remembers more? Bai Xiaoyong lowered his head sheepishly. Grandpa, what is the point of reciting this? Bai replied, just for fun, to see who remembers more, you or your teacher. Jiang Muhe raised an eyebrow. Little brother, do you want to compete? Bai Xiaoyong grimaced, feeling somewhat trapped. All right, fine. Their voices rose in unison. 3, 141, 592, 6535. 3, 141, 592, 6535. Soon, their recitations diverged. Jiang Muhe continued unabated, her expression unchanged. In contrast, Bai Xiaoyong fell silent, his face flushed. Grandpa, to be honest, I was boasting. I can't recite it. Bai was taken aback. On the way home, Chen Yan shielded Jiang Muhe from the sunlight, asking as they walked, Senior, why do you memorize pi? It seems rather pointless. I didn't memorize it. She replied, then how can you recite it? A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Jiang Muhe's eyes. I just recite it randomly. Most people only remember the first 10 digits. After 20, who really knows? One can just make it up. Chen Yan was bewildered. Why would you recite it randomly? Little brother mocked me. I hold grudges. I usually retaliate on the spot. Chapter 142. The Whims of Jiang Muhe. Shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Chen Yan and Jiang Muhe returned to Grandfather Ji's residence. Chen Yan called out toward the main house but received no response. He refrained from calling again, as the sweltering heat suggested that the two elders were likely indulging in an afternoon nap. Approaching the faucet, he turned it on to cool his hair, having worked up a sweat during the brief 10-minute walk back. Despite it being October, the weather remained unbearably warm. With a sigh of exasperation, he decided to retreat to the west room for a nap. However, before he could reach the door of the west room, he was halted by Jiang Muhe beneath the shade. Chen Yan, where are you going? To take a nap. It's so hot. Why would I stay awake? Let us nap together. These simple 3 words felt like an irresistible command to Chen Yan. After standing in place for several seconds, he turned and joined her under the shade. Jiang Muhe looked puzzled. Aren't you going to nap? Why are you sitting down? I changed my mind. Why? For no reason. Jiang Muhe furrowed her brow lightly. What do you mean for no reason? Didn't you just say it's too hot to stay awake? Chen Yan sighed in resignation. Junior sister, it's best if we don't nap. Why not? For no reason. He repeated his earlier response. Jiang Muhe circled around the wooden table and sat beside him, shaking his arm. Come on, tell me, what made you change your mind? Chen Yan's mouth curled into a hesitant smile, his face adorned with unspoken thoughts. Junior sister, you are truly beautiful. Jiang Muhe, taken aback, asked, why are you complimenting me all of a sudden? This isn't flattery, it's a reminder. A hint of helplessness colored Chen Yan's tone. Junior sister, with you being so lovely, how could I possibly sleep beside you? But it's so hot. Yet sharing a nap with you would make it even warmer. What do you mean? Jiang Muhe's curious expression revealed her intrigue. Why would napping with me make it hotter? Because. Chen Yan pressed his forehead, exhaling. There is no reason, just don't ask. All right then. Jiang Muhe pouted. If we aren't napping, what are we supposed to do? Just sit here? What do you wish to do? I want to play. Where shall we play? I don't know. Closing his eyes, Chen Yan let out a bitter laugh. Junior sister, you are as unfamiliar with this place as I am. How would I know where the fun is? Upon hearing this, the sparkle in Jiang Muhe's eyes dimmed, her enthusiasm waning as she drooped her head. But soon, her spirit was rekindled. Though we are not familiar with this place, Xiaoji knows it well. Clearing his throat, Chen Yan proposed, Junior sister, may I suggest something? What is it? Please refrain from calling him Xiaoji, just use his name. That title doesn't quite fit. Jiang Muhe rested her chin on the wooden table, murmuring softly, you were the one who called me that first. I merely followed suit. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Chen Yan's brow. I won't call you Xiaoji anymore. Let us both refer to Ji Xiao by his full name, shall we? MHM. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Muhe seldom contradicted Chen Yan, and this time was no exception, though she did not quite understand why Chen Yan wanted her to alter her address for Ji Xiao. She felt compelled to heed his request. Seeing Jiang Muhe acquiesce so readily, Chen Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief. The nickname Xiaoji had caused Ji Xiao no small amount of distress. Indeed, given Ji Xiao's youth, calling him Xiaoji felt akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Ji Xiao should be taking a nap. I'll go wake him. All right, I'll wait for you. In less than a minute, Chen Yan returned. Ji Xiao is not at home. He invited me to go fishing this morning, but I declined. He is most likely out fishing. Fishing? Jiang Muhe, who had been leaning on the table, instantly sat up straight, her eyes sparkling as she raised her small hand. I want to go fishing too. A few dark lines appeared on Chen Yan's forehead. He realized that the junior was fond of all things playful, and there was no room for sarcasm. If it were anyone else, he might have made a quip about how the more inexperienced they were. The more they loved to play, however, the junior's luck was remarkable, and she seemed immune to failure. Whatever she attempted, she was far from being clumsy. Junior, do you know how to fish? No. Jiang Muhe's response was delivered with utmost confidence. Chen Yan clicked his tongue. If you don't know how to fish, perhaps we should skip it? With the temperature so high, we risk not catching any fish and you getting sunburned. Just look at your fair and tender little face. It would be a shame to tan it. Jiang Muhe took Chen Yan's hand and poked at her face. Not only am I fair and tender, but I'm also very soft. The silky sensation of her touch left Chen Yan feeling quite embarrassed, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Junior, I didn't mean to poke your face. Why are you still pulling my hand to do so? What's wrong with poking faces? Jiang Muhe gazed at Chen Yan with a hint of puzzlement. We are good friends, after all. What's the harm in a little poke between friends? Before Chen Yan could respond, she stood up, tiptoed, and playfully poked Chen Yan's face several times with her pinky, softly chanting 5 words. Your touch is not as good as mine. At that moment, Chen Yan was utterly speechless. The junior's unconventional manner of conduct was indeed unlike anyone else's. Chen Yan, didn't I tell you? I don't tan easily, so there is no need to worry. But I'm not really keen on going. Come on. Let us go. Jiang Muhe gazed at Chen Yan with wide eyes, shaking his left hand incessantly, accompanied by her uniquely soft voice. The impact on Chen Yan was profound, truly overwhelming. She is being adorable. She is actually being adorable with me. Chen Yan grimaced, his heart filled with further questions regarding their friendship. Seeing Chen Yan remain silent, Jiang Muhe once again resorted to her trump card. She released his arm, placed her hands on her hips, and tilted her head upward. I shall inquire once more. Will you accompany me or not? Her assertive demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Chen Yan. Senior, do clarify. You are the one seeking my assistance, yet you adopt such a stance? Is this how one behaves when in need? Indeed, she replied defiantly. Then I shall not go. You refuse, is that so? Yes, I refuse. Jiang Muhe bit her tongue in frustration. If you do not take me fishing, I shall resort to self-harm. Chen Yan's face contorted in exasperation. Senior, must you persist in employing the same tactics to threaten me? Once or twice may be excusable, but why must it recur time and again? Jiang Muhe's eyes sparkled as she pondered for a moment, then tentatively suggested, what if I were to change my approach?